semblance. As the singing ceased, there was applause from below the stage. Whether they understood or not, this song won the love of the entire crowd. In fact, we've liked so many songs, including foreign music not in our language. How can we talk about understanding? Huh. The host adjusted his breath, as if he was short of oxygen. An audience noticed this scene and immediately chuckled knowingly. Goodness. He sang the host into hypoxia. Please, judges, score. After adjusting his breath, the host did not forget his duty. This isn't a variety show. The scores given by the contestants are now professional evaluations. So what score will Sun Yahua receive? Shwa shwa shwa. Everyone from different continents was closely watching the judges. The next moment, there were exclamations. Sun Yahua actually scored 95.9. This is the highest score in the first round for the young male pop category. The first round scores are out. Chin Continent's live streaming room is boiling over. I'm gonna cry. Sun Yahua held on. I almost thought we were going to lose this event for Chin Continent. You can always believe in the Yu dynasty. Previously, I always felt that aside from Jiang Kuei, the rest in the Yu dynasty were just little brothers. But it turns out each person in the Yu dynasty has unique skills. They are all amazing. The Yu dynasty is truly Chin Continent's dream team. I owe Fish Papa an apology. I previously doubted that the Yu dynasty making it to the Blue Song Olympics was rigged. I apologize to Fish Papa. Apology +1. Apology +2. Apology +9,527. The barrage of apologies almost monopolized the screen in Chin Continent's live streaming room. Even those who didn't openly question believed in their hearts that there was something suspicious about the Yu dynasty entering the roster. And the performance of the Yu dynasty in the competition has completely shattered all doubts. Even Wei Haoyun's poor performance is no longer mentioned. With 6 members in the Yu dynasty and 5 showing excellent performance, why bother about Wei Haoyun's loss? Zhong Continent. The 2 commentators almost wanted to hold their heads and cry on the spot, their voices hoarse. How come every member of the Yu dynasty is so incredible? The female co-host can't even speak anymore. Inside the live streaming room is an even more resentful wail. Apart from Wei Haoyun, who got beaten by us on the first day, the Yu dynasty really doesn't have any weak players. How did Xian Yu gather such a group? Who the heck is this Sun Yahua? He sings so well. Could the Yu dynasty actually snatch a 3rd gold medal? The Yu dynasty, a group of 6 members, 3 have won gold medals. Stop talking about fish. I shudder now every time I hear the word fish. Me too. I never thought the word fish could be so terrifying. I looked up some information about Xian Yu. This condition is quite common in Chin Continent's music scene, clinically called ichthyophobia. Holy smokes, ichthyophobia. And this is a common disease in Chin Continent. Guys, don't panic. Our king of singing from Zhong Continent hasn't even made his move yet. And anyway, the scores from the first round don't represent the final results. Exactly, it's just the first round. Maybe he'll not do well in the second round. Not do well in the second round. That's obviously just Zhong Continent's viewers comforting themselves. From Sun Yahua's first round performance, his entry into the finals is almost certain. And indeed it was. Although Sun Yahua did not continue to sing Xian Yu's song in the second round, he still successfully advanced to the finals. His strength shown in the first round is undeniable. And the composer of the song he sang in this round happens to be Lu Sheng from Chin Continent's live streaming room. However, Sun Yahua's score this round is 95.8 points. Interestingly enough, just 0.1 points lower than the first round when he sang Digital Life. That makes it a bit subtle. Missed it by a bit. Lu Sheng jokingly complained. My song is clearly no worse than Digital Life. Why is the score even lower by 1 point? It must be that Sun Yahua didn't perform perfectly. Uffed. The commentators laughed. So did the audience. Of course, everyone knows Lu Sheng was joking. Sun Yahua advancing to the finals got everyone extremely excited, each playing pranks in the live streaming room. Getting anxious, he's anxious. Hey, Wonder Lu, are you doing some behind-the-scenes manipulation? Why was your song in the second round? I feel like Digital Life by Fish Papa should have been in the second round. Little Xian Yu and Lu Sheng confirmed together. After the Blue Song Olympics, Father Yang became half Yang. Wonder Lu became Little Xian Yu. You all have a bright future ahead. Hello, little Xianyu. LOL, Wonder Lu is teasing a bit. I feel Wonder Lu isn't completely wrong. Sun Yaohua really gets energetic singing Fish Papa's songs. The 0.1 point difference. I'm dying of laughter. But that competitor from Zhong Continent in the second round scored 96 points, a little higher than Sun Yaohua. The decision of the champion depends on the performances of these two tomorrow. Yes, the competitors advancing to the second round include Sun Yaohua, a person from Qi Continent, and one competitor from Zhong Continent. And the Zhong Continent competitor's score in the second round was the highest, a significant threat. However, the surprises brought by Sun Yaohua have diluted this tension. Besides, the finals start tomorrow, so Qi Continent's live streaming room is still filled with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 12:11, 10:29. Beat every time we meet. The competition is certainly not over yet. It even includes the finals of 4 events. However, the final results of these 4 events actually made the laughter in the Qi Continent live broadcasting room stutter. No gold medals. For events, Qi Continent didn't win any gold medal. Instead, Zhong Continent swept away their previous slump and took 3 gold medals in a row. And the last gold medal went into the pocket of Qi Continent, allowing them to achieve their first gold victory. Qi Continent live broadcasting room. Putting side, such a shame. The female commentator also felt a bit unwilling. In one of the events, we almost snatched the gold medal from Zhong Continent's hands. They did their best. Lu Sheng spoke up, defending the competitors from Qi Continent. There was indeed a gap in strength. It's just unfortunate that the gap Qi Continent had managed to close was widened again by Zhong Continent. As expected, one must never let their guard down at any point during the Blue Song Olympics. Fortunately, the subsequent competitions finally brought some good news. The good news came from the women's pop group over 30 years old competition. In this event, Xu Yu from Qi Continent advanced all the way to the finals. After all, Xu Yu is the strongest female singer over 30 in Qi Continent, having even defeated Jiang Kuei from Yu Dynasty before, so her making it to the finals was not a surprise. What really excited the audience of Qi Continent was all 3 queens of singing from Zhong Continent were eliminated. The first 2 competitors from Zhong Continent fell in the first round, and the third, who actually had strong capabilities and should have easily advanced to the finals, unexpectedly made a performance error during her singing and fell in the second round. In other words, no matter to whom the gold medal of this grand event goes, it has nothing to do with Zhong Continent now. Not long after, the competition for male singers over 30 in the pop group also began, and Fei Yang, the top seed player from Qi Continent, took the stage and easily advanced to the second round with the highest score in the first round. Beautiful. King Fei is too fierce. In the Qi Continent live broadcasting room, the voices of the 2 hosts rang out almost simultaneously, utterly exhilarating. Fei Yang is the overlord after all. This man had been killing it in The Masked Singer, ranking first throughout the early stages, his performance even more fierce than that of Prince of Lanling Xianyu. And now, even standing on the stage of the Blue Song Olympics, Fei Yang remains an absolute fierce player. After the first round, he scared the 3 competitors from Zhong Continent badly. This guy, one of the singing kings from Zhong Continent, looked at Fei Yang, his voice somewhat trembling. Could he also be from the Yu Dynasty? Yu Dynasty? Fei Yang, who had just finished singing, heard this remark and immediately his eyes changed, staring fiercely at this singing king from Zhong Continent. Murderous aura boiling. The singing king from Zhong Continent, who also advanced to the second round, involuntarily stepped back, not understanding what he did to offend the other party. What do you want to do? Fei Yang gritted his teeth, remaining silent. In fact, he didn't even know what he was angry about, but he was very angry. He couldn't wait to start the second round of the competition. He wanted to crush this guy who also advanced to the second round. Singing king from Zhong Continent? Is that scary? Is it scarier than Xianyu? As long as that fish doesn't participate in the Blue Song Olympics as a competitor, he, King Fei, is not afraid of anything. Indeed, it was just like that. During the second round of the men's pop group over 30, Fei Yang still dominated the field and easily advanced as the first place. The singing king who was stared down by Fei Yang earlier felt a bit weak in the knees. Qi Continent live broadcasting room was boiling. My goodness. King Fei is too brave. Did you guys feel that King Fei's performance in the second round was fierce? A lyrical song was sung with a rock vibe. Holy crap. King Fei is freaking awesome. Even the king of singing from Zhong Continent seems a bit inferior in front of him. Those three kings of singing from Zhong Continent seem terrified. Awesome. Let Zhong Continent also experience the fear of being dominated by Overlord. Guest seats. Lu Sheng laughed heartily. Truly the perennial runner-up. Probably only a maestro like Lu Sheng would dare to tease Fei Yang about the perennial runner-up joke. The two commentators didn't dare make a sound. Yet Lu Sheng even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with them. Do you know what perennial runner-up implies? What does it mean? Pudding asked reluctantly. Lu Sheng's eyebrows raised. Perennial runner-up means that our King Fei is basically invincible apart from not being able to defeat Xian Yu. You kidding me? Is it shameful to be the perennial runner-up under Xian Yu? That's an honor second to none. Zhong Continent live broadcast room. Having just won 3 gold medals, the two commentators were happy. But the next 2 pop category competitions felt like 2 buckets of cold water had been poured over them. The male commentator sighed. Although we hate to admit it, Qin Continent seems to be very skilled in pop categories. As for Fei Yang, we've been paying attention to him for a long time. He's the strongest king of singing in Qin Continent. Indeed, he's of the strongest king of singing caliber. The female commentator also sighed. Moreover, it seems that he's not just the strongest king of singing in Qin Continent, but even our 3 outstanding kings of singing from Zhong Continent have a hard time against him. Does this mean that even if he were in our Zhong Continent, he would hardly find any match? Fei Yang's performance was too dominating. The 2 commentators from Zhong Continent could only grudgingly admit his invincibility. Also advancing to the finals from Qin Continent, Xu Yu, though formidable, had not yet reached the level of crushing her opponents. At that moment, suddenly an eye-catching comment appeared. The strongest king of singing my ass. These 2 commentators aren't doing their job. The 2 commentators were stunned by the comment. What's wrong? Isn't Fei Yang considered the strongest king of singing of Qin Continent? We have the data to prove it. Then another comment appeared. Where do you place Xian Yu? Xian Yu. The 2 commentators were nearly physiologically discomfort. Damn it. Almost forgot about that. Can Fei Yang's level be as fierce as Xian Yu in the live broadcast room? The audience in the live broadcast room started discussing on their own. I just asked a friend from Qin Continent. He told me that Fei Yang is known as the perennial runner-up there. Perennial runner-up? The meaning of perennial runner-up is that Xian Yu confronts Fei Yang and beats him every time. Fei Yang was almost cried out by the king of Yu Dynasty, and not just by himself. He also brings people from Yu Dynasty to beat Fei Yang. Being the strongest king of singing in Qin Continent is so tragic. Well, you can't really say it's tragic. Xian Yu beats him every time they encounter, but Fei Yang also overwhelmingly hammers other singers whenever he encounters them. Wasn't there someone mentioning Qin Continent's fear of Yu syndrome? Fei Yang is a senior sufferer of this fear of Yu syndrome, the incurable kind. This fish is a true beast, such a strong king of singing. Just plays it rough? I understand the reasoning, but I really can't connect this unfortunate image you're mentioning with the man on stage hammering our Zhong Continent kings of singing with such dominance. This freaking contrast is too huge. The strongest king of singing from Qin Continent, who has switched to berserk mode on stage, is actually being thrashed by his own Yu Dynasty in Qin Continent? The 2 commentators were speechlessly watching. They had just finished hyping up how amazing Fei Yang was, and now here are a few audience members with connections in Qin Continent, bringing up how tragically he's beaten by his own kin. Can they not tear him down like this? Although judging from Xian Yu's performances in the live broadcast room, these events didn't need verification to be guessed. They're absolutely true. So Fei Yang's a senior sufferer of fear of you? Probably Fei Yang didn't expect that just after establishing a domineering and invincible image in the hearts of Zhong Continent's audience, the petty matter of perennial runner-up would be known all over Zhong Continent. Chapter 1212, 10:30 The King of Pop 1. 9 p.m. The last competition of the day. This one is for the instrumental category. A 3-way clash for the saxophone. Players from Qin Continent were eliminated in the second round. The competitors were from Han Continent, Wei Continent, and Zhong Continent. Since Qin continent was out of the running, core coaches such as Yin Dongye Jiqiu casually struck up a conversation. The prospects for Han continent are quite high. The player from Han continent is indeed very strong. The one from Zhong continent is not bad either, but a bit weaker than Han's player. The player from Wei continent is clearly just making up the numbers. I hope Han continent wins. Everyone hopes Han continent wins. After all, Zhong continent has already gained a lot today. If they get another gold medal, it'll be hard for us to catch up. Indeed. As the second in the medal tally, Qin continent naturally hoped Zhong continent would win one less gold. But competitions are always full of uncertainties. When the player from Zhong continent appeared and the composition information was revealed on the big screen on stage, the audience suddenly erupted in surprised gasps. An Abigail piece? The player from Zhong continent actually got an Abigail composition? This must be the first time an Abigail piece is featured in this Blue Song Olympics, right? The master coach from Zhong continent finally makes a move. Let's listen. The audience became somewhat excited. Abigail, as the head coach of Zhong continent, was hailed as the most powerful maestro in this Blue Song Olympics before the competition started. Although Yang Zhongming's unexpected breakout performance caused controversy over who deserved the title of the most powerful maestro in this Blue Song Olympics, with some even saying that Abigail had lost to Yang Zhongming before, it didn't overshadow Abigail's brilliance. In a moment, expressions of coaches from various continents turned serious, including those from Qin continent. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but sit up straight. He had heard the level of Abigail's composition once in the Golden Hall, and it was stunning. So what would a saxophone piece composed by him be like? The competition began. The player from Zhong continent started to perform. The sound of the saxophone was delicate and tender, fresh and melodious. The smooth rhythm completed in one breath, and the beautiful timbre was full and mellow. Accompanied by a section of bass, it was as if a vast ocean had appeared before everyone's eyes, deep and serene. Then the high notes sounded, clear and bright, like ripples appearing on the surface of the sea, spreading and permeating through the hearts of countless audience members. Gradually, the audience showed a visage of enjoyment. Competition aside, truly excellent music would receive a considerable degree of respect from professionals. And when the piece ended, the entire hall erupted with huge applause. This applause was not so much for the player from Zhong continent, but rather for Abigail. Because in terms of performance level, Zhong continent's player wasn't necessarily stronger than the one from Han continent. It was mainly the overwhelming advantage of the piece itself. A classic sound. For words appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Abigail's level was almost on the same tier as Yang Zhongming. Inside various live broadcast rooms. Is this the strength of Abigail? Just like Daddy Yang's script a few days ago, overpowering the competition with the first move. This piece is utterly despairing. Completely on the same level of dominance as Yang Zhongming. Unstoppable. Teacher Abigail's creativity is just too strong. Indeed, ordinary maestros, even those at the level of master coaches, are no match against top-tier maestros like Abigail or Yang Zhongming. Indeed, the ceiling for a top-tier maestro is just terrifying. Without any surprise, Abigail's composition made its debut in the Blue Song Olympics and effortlessly clinched a gold medal. That's the fourth gold medal for Zhong continent today. Many people subconsciously compared Abigail's performance with that of Yang Zhongming. The answer is a tie. Lin Yuan thought so too. After all, Abigail is still Abigail. This piece was enough to make everyone understand why Abigail could be the master coach for Zhong continent. After the competition, hot media from all continents discussed. Zhong continent still leads the gold medal tally. Zhong continent obtains 4 gold medals in one day. Sun Yaohua could become the dark horse of the pop music competition. Fei Yang crushes the competition, almost securing the championship in advance. For her first outing, Abigail easily takes the saxophone finals. Between Yang Zhongming and Abigail, who is the strongest maestro of this Blue Song Olympics? There's a lot of news material today. Whether it's Qin continent's overwhelming advantage in the pop category, or Zhong continent's 4 gold medals, or Fei Yang's performance, or the defining moment of Abigail's last competition, all are hot news topics that caught the audience's attention. Online, Netizens from all continents are also hotly debating. Although Zhong continent didn't do well in the pop music category, their dominance in the instrumental categories is too great. They got 4 gold medals in one day. The last saxophone performance was simply stunning for the whole year. After all, it's a work by Abigail, a true master. Like Yang Zhongming, dominating the field with her debut. It seems that the saxophone isn't even Abigail's strongest suit. Abigail is most skilled at piano composition and symphonic structure. Piano is also a major competition event. I guess Abigail will cause another massacre next time. Although Qin continent didn't win any gold medals today, their performance in the pop categories was crushingly good. Qin continent really knows how to play pop. I'm more curious about tomorrow's 3 pop category finals. Could Qin continent take them? Oh, there's some suspense with Xu Yu and Sun Yaohua, but it should be stable for King Fei. There are simply no competitors in the same category. After the competition meeting, Yang Zhongming summarized, saying, "Today's competition has its ups and downs. The good news is that our pop category performances were very good, but the bad news is that Zhong continent got 4 gold medals today. Whether we can prevent the gap from widening any further depends on the results of these 3 pop category competitions tomorrow." As the words ended, everyone suddenly looked at Lin Yuan. The pop category competition in Qin continent is very interesting, because the final songs of several pop category finalists who advanced to the final were all written by Lin Yuan. Yes, all of them. For this reason, everyone was discussing animatedly. Tomorrow depends on Lin Yuan. If Sun Yaohua can win the championship, then Yu Dynasty would have garnered 3 gold medals, a 6-person team with 3 gold medals to their name. Just thinking about it is exciting. What if all 3 rounds are won? If all 3 pop category competitions are won, then it means that Lin Yuan has swept all the gold medals in pop solo, and from then on, Lin Yuan will be our Qin continent's king of pop. I feel like there's a big chance. After all, these few songs by Lin Yuan are quite powerful. It's not just that the songs are powerful, our contestants are also excellent. Whether it's Xu Yu, Sun Yaohua, or Fei Yang, they are the best singers of our Qin continent. Lin Yuan said nothing. Of course, saying nothing doesn't mean he has no thoughts. Whether it's Qin continent sweeping the pop category gold medals, or a 3rd Blue Song Olympics champion emerging from within Yu Dynasty, both are very tempting. Suddenly, Zheng Jing looked at Lin Yuan and said, "If you can win all 3 matches tomorrow, you will be Qin continent's king of pop." King of pop? Huh? Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. Chapter 12:13, 10:31. Afterwards. The next day, Blue Song Olympics live event. The audience seats are bustling with noise. With the arrival of the various coaching teams and the contestants, the atmosphere on site was instantly pushed to a climax. You should know, this is already the 6th day since the start of the Blue Song Olympics. As the competition gets fiercer, each event takes its turn, and the atmosphere is getting even hotter. The Literature and Art Association has done an official viewership count. From the day the competition started, the viewership of the Blue Song Olympics across the continents has been increasing day by day. Unbeknownst to all, this competition, set to parallel the Blue Olympics, has already matched the influence of the Blue Olympics, reaching the stage of true national participation. To become famous at the Blue Song Olympics is to become famous in the world. For example, the name Lin Yuan has now spread to the still unmerged Zhong continent. At this moment, Lin Yuan is sitting in the coach's area. He also doesn't plan to go to the live broadcasting room today, for the same reasons as yesterday. Today's competition has a lot to do with Lin Yuan. Watching on site is more meaningful. Very soon, today's competition began. To everyone's surprise, Han continent, which had always been outperformed by Zhong continent and Qin continent, suddenly took home the gold medals for 2 events in a row right at the start. Is Han continent going all out? Their English songs are strong in competition. Previous contests have been dominated by Mandarin songs, with occasional Qi language songs shaking up the field, but now it's turned into a home ground for English songs. That's normal. Blue Song Olympics is all about diversity. All styles of music have a place here. After all, every language has its unique charm. Like Qi language, Sun Yaohua's Digital Life from yesterday really showcased the charm of Qi language songs to the fullest. The pronunciation was incredibly satisfying. The audience has a high acceptance. Whether it's Qi language, English, or even Chu language, or the absolutely mainstream Mandarin songs, as long as the work is excellent, it can be appreciated by everyone. Following 2 consecutive events, the final for the 3rd event also began. This is the pop solo category for female singers over 30 years old. The pop category competition has always been under the spotlight. The live broadcasts perked up even before the competition started. The order of appearance is out. How fresh! The final for this category actually has no Zhong continent singers. The championship will be contested between singers from Qin continent, Zhao continent, and Wei continent. Xu Yu has a high chance of winning the crown. Xu Yu's odds of winning are indeed very high, and the public voice on the internet is also strong. Some people may not know, but Xu Yu has competed on the same stage with Jiang Kuei before and won by a significant margin. So in a sense, Xu Yu is considered Qin continent's leading female singer. Of course, Jiang Kuei has greatly improved now. If they could compete again, the result would be hard to predict. The Zhao continent contestant is on stage now. The competition starts. As the live broadcast commentators narrated, the Zhao continent contestant began her performance. Live broadcast room of Qin continent. Today's commentators are in Hong and Xiaomi, and the guest is still Lu Sheng. This Zhao continent diva is strong. Any singer who makes it to the finals of the Blue Song Olympics is strong, but this Zhao continent contestant got into the finals with a bit of luck. Who would have thought that yesterday's Zhong continent diva would make mistakes in the semifinals and get eliminated directly? That's true. I came across a funny explanation on the internet last night. It said that the reason for the Zhong continent's diva's mistake was due to the offstage influence of teacher Admirable Fish. Probably after watching teacher Admirable Fish's live stream, she started to doubt herself. Listening to Hong and Xiaomi's back and forth, the audience from Qin continent burst out laughing. Good grief. The diva from Zhong continent makes a mistake, and they throw the blame on Admirable Fish? Lu Sheng suddenly said. Although this explanation sounds like a joke, it might not be far from the truth. The competitors from Zhong continent are all strong, and the proud often become fragile once they realize someone can outperform them, which could result in cracks in their Taoist heart, leading to unexpected poor performance. The audience burst out laughing. Look at Wonder Lu, definitely a hardcore reader of wuxia novels, dragging even Taoist heart into this. Is it Chu Kuang's kind of wuxia novel? Spit spit. The moment you mention Chu Kuang's wuxia novel, I think of Biao's death in the opera performer's sacrifice. Old rascal, get lost. Old rascal. No way. You even drag me into the Blue Song Olympics? What does music have to do with me? Lu Sheng saw the barrage. This guy just blurts out anything. I've read the opera performer's sacrifice you mentioned, dropped the book after Biao died. If I ever run into this Chu Kuang, I'll beat him up every time I see him. Ha 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 ha. The live stream's entertainment value shot through the roof. Lu Sheng wasn't the only one wanting to beat up Chu Kuang. Although Lu Sheng's live streaming style isn't as intense as Xian Yu's, he had a good sense of humor and even poked fun at himself being little Xian Yu. He never had the seriousness or air of a top maestro, which made him very popular with the audience. At that moment, Hong suddenly said, Xu Yu is taking the stage. Xiaomi watched the live stream. Teacher Xu Yu is smiling at the audience. It seems our contestant is very confident. Of course she's confident. Lu Sheng spoiled the details for everyone. Because the song Xu Yu got for the finals was written by Xian Yu. Xian Yu? The audience paused, then saw the song details appear on the screen. Song title, Afterwards. Lyrics, Xian Yu. Composition, Xian Yu. Sung by Xu Yu. It really is a work of Xian Yu. We have a lot of confidence in Xian Yu's songs. Because Xian Yu's songs often score very high, and they are indeed pleasant to listen to. Zhong continent. The male host in the live stream was commenting. This singer from Qin continent named Xu Yu is not to be underestimated. Even Jiang Kuei from Yu Dynasty had lost to her before. I wonder what song from which Qin continent maestro she will be performed. The voice suddenly paused. The male host's eyes widened. Xian. You. As if she was fed up, the female host suddenly spoke up, biting the word you heavily, as if harboring a deep grudge. Xian. You. Again Xian Yu. The male host spoke discontentedly. Since it's another song by Xianyu, then I have to speak my mind. Have you noticed that some of Xianyu's songs are off-topic for the pop group? Indeed. The female host spoke resentfully. Many songs are too weird, not purely pop. Can't pop music competitions be more pure? At these words, Zhong continent audiences expressed agreement. I've been wanting to say this. Jiang Kuei's final song, Jo Air, was clearly a folk song, just sung in a popular style. Jiang Kuei's The Opera Performer's Sacrifice is not pure pop either, with even opera elements in it. Sun Yao was saying Digital Life yesterday, which was absurd. A bunch of numbers in the lyrics. Is that called pop music? Isn't Itch the weirdest? That song should be banned. GHS leading the kids astray. It's like if he stays away from all those flashy things, he can't write songs anymore. If he honestly doesn't resort to gimmicks, his pop songs really aren't that amazing. Shu Yu, of course, didn't know the rhythm of the Zhong Continent live broadcast room. On stage, as the music played, her voice rang out. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity you had long gone, disappearing into the sea of faces. Later, I finally understood amid tears that some people, once missed, will never return. Such common lyrics, such straightforward love songs. No frills in singing, no novelty in melody, but still incredibly catchy, with an inexplicable power to move people. Maybe it's because the lyrics seem to speak of an experience everyone has had, finally learning how to love someone, only to find that person who taught you how has vanished beyond reach. This is a pop song, a hit that couldn't be more popular. White gardenia petals fall onto my blue pleated skirt. Loving you, you whisper it softly. I bow my head, inhaling a burst of fragrance. That eternal night, midsummer at 17, the night you kissed me, made me think of the starlight of that day. Whenever I sighed since then. The lyrics paint a vivid scene. The first love of young boys and girls, on a midsummer night, blossoming like gardenias, as she in a blue pleated skirt delicately sniffs the fragrance. An inexplicable sweetness, and an inexplicable sourness. Because the song is called Later, and these lyrics are talking about back then. Tears of faint sadness begin to trail from the eyes of some audience members, perhaps thinking of a certain someone in their hearts. Rather than singing, it's more accurate to say Shu Yu is reflecting. Yes, her singing voice is like that of a woman who, after recalling the past, suddenly exclaims with a sigh and sense of helplessness. Why was love so simple back then? Shu Yu shook her head. And why is it that when we're young, we always end up hurting someone we deeply love? The gaze of more audience members shifted subtly. Young love is of course simple. To say I love you, or to say I don't love you, are both so simple. The deeper the affection, the more ruthless the parting. Just because we were too young to understand how to cherish. As we grow older, caught up in the tumult of the world, reluctantly conforming to society, talking about love suddenly becomes naive and laughable. Laughable, more like a luxury, like an exchange between singer and audience. Shu Yu is one with the story, drawing many more into this shared tale. In a similar deep night, are you the same, silently regretting and grieving? If back then we could have been less stubborn, now we wouldn't have such regrets. The Qin Continent live broadcast room, and Hong's eyes have slightly reddened. Beside him, Xiaomi is gently biting her lip. Just like the lyrics say, are you the same, silently regretting and grieving? This song is really breaking the rules. Everyone can write love songs, so why do you have to stab listeners in the heart? How do you remember me? With a smile or in silence? Over the years, has anyone made you less lonely? Stop stabbing. Stop stabbing. I can't take it anymore. It's as if the conversation ends at this moment. On stage, Shu Yu starts singing the opening tune again, but this time, people seem to have a different perspective. Later, maybe Shu Yu has gone through a similar experience. Her singing voice seems to carry countless emotions, like an intricate spider web, reaching into everyone's hearts. This is the chorus, the so-called climax. No screaming till hoarseness, yet it holds more power than any screamed-out cry. Later, I finally understood amid tears that some people, once missed, will never return. Later, oh later, Shu Yu looks at the audience. The audience looks at Shu Yu. Shu Yu's voice and tone elongate. She seems to merely state a fact, but speech punctuated word by word, highlighting the emphasis, piercing the audience's heart with the final blow. Never, ever, to come back again. This gentle knife strike draws no blood, yet bores a hole in one's heart, igniting everyone's memories in that moment, just like the song says. There was a boy who loved that girl. Some people cry, but many more respond with silence. Men and women, and the boys and girls they once were. Chapter 12:14, 1032, flashy and ostentatious. This is a simple love song. Yet in a sense, it's not that simple at all. As far as Celestial Dynasty is concerned, this song has almost been a part of every person born in the 80s and 90s during the bloom of their first love and the gradual passing of regret, the lost love that the past cannot reclaim. For words, the go-to for karaoke. And to put it broadly, this song has become so classic that it's relevant to everyone's emotional stages, to the point that anyone with a romantic history can't help but think of past people and events while listening. Some might say, this song is a cover of a Japanese song. But does it truly strike a chord in people's hearts just because it's a cover of a Japanese song? The singer's emotions, the meaning of the lyrics, both are indispensable reasons. How do you remember me? With a smile or in deep silence? Such lyrics have the power to hold back one's tears. The sad voice from before suddenly turns around with this line. Does it hit home? Many people feel it hits home. Have you let go? Many people feel they've let go. Because at the age when one's heart first flutters with affection, even hurt arrives so innocently. Now to comment on the melody itself. Catchy, ear-catching. The two essential elements of a pop hit. This song perfectly embeds them. Plus the lyrics get heartfelt. Who can withstand this? The silence lasted for about 3 seconds. Applause suddenly started, as if it wouldn't easily end. In the camera, the audience down below the stage. Their eyes reddened as they vigorously clapped, looking just like every person in the live broadcast rooms across all the continents. I miss you, Wang Fong. Are you well? Peng Peng, I hope you're living a good life. Zhou State, keep fighting. Shu, you must have experienced this too, to be able to sing into everyone's heart. How can this not take the crown? The most touching things are often the simplest. The saddest part is, I, a single dog, almost cried listening. Afterwards, I didn't dare to ask about her news. This song, many people mention the name in their hearts in the comments. Perhaps a bit melodramatic, maybe just emotions beyond one's control. And Hong sighed. From the title itself, it's already a bit sad. Afterwards nearly sums up all the things we didn't want to change, but have already become unrecognizable. Xiaomi said, if I had heard this song during my first love, I definitely would not have understood it. Lu Sheng, unusually not joking, seriously added, not understanding is luck, understanding is experience. Everyone seemed to focus on the song itself. Many almost forgot. This is the stage for the Blue Song Olympics competition. The commentators from Zhong Continent hadn't forgotten. The audience from Zhong Continent hadn't forgotten. The people from Middle State had not forgotten how recently they were complaining about Xian Yu's songs, always fancy and frivolous, never seriously making pop music. Afterwards. There was no afterwards. Is there any more traditional pop song than Afterwards? This song is not only a standard mainstream hit, but it also belongs to the most widespread category of love songs in pop music, with a melody so standard, unadulterated, the purest and most common singing style. In their hearts, they want to reject this song, but their ears are honestly enjoying it. The male commentator awkwardly hesitated for several seconds before finding his remark. Have to say, traditional pop songs are still very pleasing to listen to, although this song doesn't have anything new. What a lunatic, right? Hearing this, the female commentator just wanted to check into a hotel in the Universal Center, Bungbu. She felt her partner was a fool. Just now, you were the one calling Xian Yu's songs innovative, and now you're the same one saying Xian Yu's songs lack originality. The audience couldn't stand it anymore. This male commentator is like an idiot. If it sounds good, that's all that matters. Why all the senseless chatter? Just admit it, this fish has got a real knack for pop music. In the pop sector's 4 solo competitions, Xian Yu alone snagged 2 championships. Isn't there still a singer from Wei Continent who hasn't performed? That singer from Wei Continent stands no chance. Indeed, although I hate to admit it, Xian Yu's song really doesn't have any flaws, and it could become a hit if released as it is. This is so frustrating. Qin Continent has scored another gold. The prediction of Zhong Continent's audience came true. Whether it was singers from Zhao Continent or Wei Continent, their scores in this round of competition were far eclipsed by Xu Yu. Xu Yu has the gold in the bag. Earlier, Jiang Kuei also snagged a gold. This means that in the pop category, both female singers under 30 and above from the Blue Song Olympics have been dominated by Qin Continent. It was just like how Zhong Continent dominated the bel canto category on the first day. Now that the female singers have finished their performances, the male singers were gearing up. Next up is Fei Yang's competition. Preparation phase. The coaching teams were still discussing the song yesterday that just played. Xian Yu is too strong in writing pop. The maestro from Zhong Continent has been focusing on studying musical instruments in recent years, not spending much effort on pop music. Actually, Zhong Continent has a few songs that aren't weaker than Xian Yu's. It's useless to be not weaker than Xian Yu. The singers from Qin Continent are also very impressive. Jiang Kuei, Xu Yu, and the upcoming Fei Yang and Sun Yaohua. After all, competition is not just about the work. Look quick. The competition is about to start. Fei Yang will be the third to go. Yes, the competition for male pop singers above 30 is about to begin. Fei Yang happened to draw number 3, performing last. The first two singers breathed a sigh of relief. Having to sing after Fei Yang could have broken their composure, easily affecting their performances. It didn't matter if Fei Yang was last. The two singers apparently did not intend to sit idly by. Both of these singers came from Zhong Continent. Of the Zhong Continent finalists, there were 2, while Qin Continent only had 1. Purely statistically speaking, Zhong Continent had a greater chance of winning this round than Qin Continent. Regarding this point, of course, this was also recognized by Qin Continent. And Hong spoke. Next up, Fei Yang will face the siege of 2 king of singing from Zhong Continent. Xiaomi said, "Is this a 2 against 1? Lu Sheng spoke indifferently. Competitions do not rely on numerical probability. What if 2 Zhong Continent contestants made it to the finals? They're only there because Fei Yang is just one person and can't occupy all 3 spots in the finals by himself." His words were full of confidence. Indeed, the audience felt the same way. Fei Yang's competition was the one Qin people were most confident about winning today. However, when the first Zhong Continent contestant began to sing, everyone's confidence wavered slightly. And when the second Zhong Continent contestant finished singing, everyone became completely restless. Is this a strategy? Lu Sheng licked his lips lightly. So if they couldn't beat Fei Yang alone, they'd team up? This was an within-the-rules alliance. The 2 Zhong Continent singers circumvented the competition's limitations, setting a trap for Fei Yang. Overly fancy. Chapter 12:15, 1033-Old boy. Why did Lu Sheng say this was Zhong Continent's tactic? Because in these 2 rounds of competition, 2 Zhong Continent contestants actually began to sing inspirational songs themed on persisting in dreams. Playing technical skills, playing high notes, playing explosive power. Neither of the 2 Zhong Continent contestants was a match for Fei Yang, since they were certain to be outperformed by Fei Yang in singing skills and techniques. They simply chose to sing 2 heartfelt songs instead. That's their tactic. You should know that this kind of song doesn't focus much on vocal performance, but rather on whether the singer's emotional expression is on point. In other words, this match is about playing from the heart. The strategy was very successful, and the performances of the 2 Zhong Continent kings of singing moved countless audience members on site and also satisfied the judges. What's more clever is, the 2 Zhong Continent kings avoided Fei Yang's sharp edge and also brought the on-site atmosphere into that heartfelt mood. Because the styles of the songs they sang were consistent, both playing from the heart. If Fei Yang's next performance is a very high-energy song, it would seem somewhat out of place. It just so happens that Fei Yang's style is mainly focused on technique and power, with some flashy elements, fairly grand and bold. This, Lu Sheng could see. And of course, the coaching teams from all continents could see it too. It's quite interesting. Zhong Continent played these 2 songs very cleverly, unifying the style, always keeping the audience and the judges in a heartfelt mood, playing to their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. They must have planned this ahead. Because they can't win in other aspects, Fei Yang's singing is too good, so they have to take the touching route and avoid his strongest point. It's like setting a trap. If Fei Yang's next song is more of a flashy type, then it will be exactly restrained by this style. Of course, restraint is relative. In the face of absolute power, this strategy may not work. It all depends on whether Fei Yang can break this heartfelt atmosphere with his next song. The heartfelt approach is common in music competitions. If a song can move the audience will feel good about the song and may even overlook flaws in the performance. Furthermore, even though these two Zhong continent singers were playing from the heart, their performances were flawless. Qing continent's live stream. The audience was very worried. These two songs are really moving. The atmosphere on site has been completely controlled by them, and Fei Yang, performing last, is at a disadvantage. Yes, Fei Yang's songs are usually quite high energy, which is at a natural disadvantage in this kind of atmosphere. King Fei should be able to handle it, right? It all hinges on whether King Fei can shift the mood to his own song. The atmosphere they created with two songs is not so easily broken. Zhong Continent's live stream. The audience was a bit excited. Why do I feel like we have a chance to win? The songs from these two kings of singing are just too moving. That spirit of persistence and dreams is certainly shining through and reaching the audience. So heartfelt. I was almost brought to tears. Look, even the judges seem moved. It's precisely because they've weathered hardships that they've achieved success. Each king of singing has had a tough journey. Keep going, and dreams will shine on their own. It's Fei Yang's turn to go on stage. Standing upon this side of the stage, Fei Yang, feeling the atmosphere on site, suddenly experiences a dreamlike reverie, thinking back to Xian Yu and the masked singer. Playing from the heart, downplaying vocal skills, relying on emotion to win. These are all tricks Xian Yu left over. If it were before his participation in the masked singer, facing this situation, he might indeed not cope well. But after that competition, having been through the stage face-off with Xian Yu, Fei Yang saw the tricks of these Zhong continent opponents as nothing but crude. Is this all they have? Do they think I'm still the old Fei Yang? I couldn't handle Xian Yu, but can I handle you? Do you think this kind of on-site atmosphere can form a trap for me? I ought to thank you for the perfect opening today, paving the way for the stage atmosphere in advance. With that thought, Fei Yang gives a slight nod to the staff. The song information appears on the big screen of the stage. Song title, Old Boy. Lyrics, Xian Yu. Composition, Xian Yu. Performed by Fei Yang. Come on out, Xian Yu. The prelude guitar starts playing. Qing continent. Seeing Fei Yang's final song, a stir goes through the live stream room. Another song by Fish Papa. Why are all the final songs in the pop group crafted by Fish Papa? It was like that with Jiang Kuei's round, Shu Yu's round, and now it's the same with King Fei's round. Brothers, we got this. Fish Papa's final round songs have never lost before. Ha ha. This move is Big Bro and Little Bro joining forces. With Fei Yang and Xian Yu together, that combination should be untouchable in the pop category, right? Zhong Continent. The two commentators are freaking out, their eyes glued to the song information. Not good. Xian Yu. It's him again. I have a bad feeling about this. All the final songs in the pop group are written by him. Doesn't Qing Continent have any other maestros that write pop songs? No way. I'm getting dizzy from all this fish. Whenever this guy's song comes out, it's never good news. Just now, Shu Yu won the championship by singing a Xian Yu's song. How does this guy seem to be everywhere? Don't worry, I can't believe this fish can win every time. Chapter 1216, 1333 Old Boy _2. Have confidence. The name Xian Yu seems to have an invisible attraction, firmly capturing the attention of countless viewers. At the same time, suddenly, a song begins to play in the ears of the audience. That is the person I deeply love day and night. How should I express myself? Will she accept me? Maybe I will never tell her those words. Destined to roam the world. How can I have any attachments? Is this a love song? Reminiscing about a first love? Isn't that just like the previous later? Just as the audience was thinking this, Fei Yang's melancholic and deep tone suddenly rises, revealing the theme of the song for the first time. Dreams are always out of reach. Should I just give up? Flowers bloom and wither, another season passes. Oh, spring, where are you? It's not a love song. This is clearly another song with the theme of dreams. The audience feels incredibly surprised. A few judges also couldn't help but be impressed. The finals are getting really interesting, even a bit theatrical. All three finalists, without prior agreement, chose dreams as their theme, as if it had been arranged beforehand. And in the audience's astonishment, Fei Yong suddenly emphasizes two heavy words. Youth. These two words seem to hit the audience on the head. After a brief pause, the chorus explodes, touching everyone's hearts. Like a rushing river. Gone once it passes, no time for goodbyes. Only the numb me remains, without the passion of the past. See the flowers scattered in the sky, withering at their most beautiful moments. Who will remember that she was once in this world? Are dreams bound to be realized? In the journey of chasing dreams, does persistence always lead to victory? Contrary to the previous two Zhong continent singers' depiction of dreams, the two Zhong continent singers shared the joy of successfully chasing their dreams, whereas Fei Yong sings of the helplessness experienced by many, the helplessness of unachieved dreams. Common folk are the majority. How many people truly achieve their dreams? The vast majority fall along the way. Emotions numbed, passion cooled, like forgotten withered flowers. Years have passed, how many partings and joys. Once a young man with ambitions, envying the swallows flying south, their figures rushing into the future, becoming ever more distant. Where in the future lies the ordinary? Oh, who will give me the answer? The dreams of ordinary people often remain just dreams. The zealous ambitions of youth, ultimately unable to withstand the wear of reality. The two Zhong continent singers sang of the joy after success, but Fei Yang's song seems more like a tribute to those who fell along the path of chasing dreams. Those who were with me then, where are you now? The people I once loved, what do they look like now? The previous lyrics were still euphemistic, but this part seems like a deep soul-searching. Fei Yong doesn't use any fancy techniques. His voice contains sincerity and helplessness, and the confusion that lingers in everyone's minds. Did the wishes of the past come true? Now, is it only time to mourn them? Letting time dry up our ideals, never able to find my true self again. Looking up at the starry sky, that star which accompanied me then. Do you still remember the stories here? Silence fills the area below the stage. Memories swirl through many people's minds. The dreams of youth, how many still remember? Maybe only during a late night overtime under the moonlight, dragging a weary body home, numbly licking wounds. One recalls those once ambitious dreams. Life is like a relentless carving knife, changing our appearance. Must we wither before blooming? I once had dreams. Indeed, this is reality, changed by life. We, with our dreams that withered before blooming. Fei Yong is an old figure in the industry. He too had friends who made music together in the past, but only he himself persisted and succeeded in the end. Where are they now? If I had fallen back then, who would be standing here singing now? At someone's home, watching the Blue Song Olympics, a man in his 40s excitedly tells his wife, I know Fei Yong. We used to hang out together when we were young, and he sings so well now. As he speaks, the man chokes up. His wife glanced subconsciously at the corner where the guitar, now covered in dust, lay. In a certain store, a woman around Fei Yang's age watched the television, and her eyes gradually reddened. He used to chase after me. That was back when they were making music together. Inside a high-end train compartment, it was also a man, listening to the broadcast of the Blue Song Olympics inside the compartment, suddenly bursting into tears. The driver in the front seat jumped in fright. Boss. The man, usually serious and resolute at work, rubbed his eyes, now crying and laughing. Back in the day, I sang no worse than him, but now I'm only good for bullying the kids at the company in karaoke. In a company, the employee who always shone at the annual party singing event wryly smiled. This song really makes one embarrassed. Back in the bar, it was this guy who stole my job. It's really enviable. I hope you can continue to make us, the failed dream chasers, envious. Dreams are precious things. The most precious thing about them is, not everyone can laugh at the end. Fei Yang's last song was almost a whisper. If there is a tomorrow, blessings to you, my dear. Is this still an inspirational song? Perhaps everyone has their own answer. Rather than saying this is a song about dreams, it's better to say it's a reminiscence of dreams. As the lyrics sing, I had a dream. Failed dreams are still dreams. Not forgotten, not dead, just withered. This is this song of dreams that belongs to the vast majority. In Zhong Continent, the two singers powerlessly sat below the stage. They lost. Their performance, a complete disaster. Research in Zhong Continent pointed out Fei Yang's flaw. His singing lacked emotion. Yet, in this performance, his emotions were even more intense and genuine than both of them. It wasn't just the performance. They lost to the song itself. Both themed on dreams, compared to Old Boy. Their inspiration was more like cheap motivational talk. The most despairing thing was, they had set the mood for the scene, but ended up dressing up Old Boy. When the audience pondered about dreams, the song written by Xianyu for Fei Yang hit the bullseye. In various live streaming rooms, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Fei Yang has once again crushed his opponents. Xianyu's lyrics, Fei Yang's singing. This combination is nearly invincible. Xianyu found an angle that no one expected. Old Boy. So many people are pursuing dreams, and so many have given up. Many more are still chasing dreams, yet they haven't achieved what's called success. When everyone is discussing dreams, it seems that very few pay attention to this group that actually represents the majority. Perhaps it's not overlooked, but deliberately avoided. This song is somewhat heavy. In Zhong Continent's live streaming room, the two commentators were dumbstruck and speechless. The content discussed by the Zhong Continent audience was more oppressive than the song itself. Simply no match. So annoying, going to lose again. No matter how successful we are in other areas in Zhong Continent, it seems we just fizzle out when up against Xianyu. How many songs does this guy have anyway? In the upcoming final pop competition, will Sun Yaohua from Qin Continent also use Xianyu's song? Highly likely. Sun Yaohua is a member of the Yu dynasty. Damn it. Does his store of songs never run out? In the Blue Song Olympics, so far his are the most numerous. In Qin Continent's live streaming room, Lu Sheng felt somewhat emotional. Because the theme of dreams is the same, it makes this round's victory and defeat surprisingly easy to discern. Styles may vary, allowing different songs to be debated. But when songs of similar style and theme compete, the superior one is immediately clear. Meanwhile, the entire Qin Continent live streaming room erupted in excitement. Definitely won. Fish Papa is amazing. Still maintains a 100% win rate in the finals. This song is amazing, and Fei Yang's singing is also perfect. Who dares to say King Fei lacks emotion in his singing now? I cried. Fish Papa's lyrics always strike a chord. Life is like a relentless sculptor changing our form. I broke down from this line. My favorite is the last line. If there is a tomorrow, blessings to you. Dear, compared to the emotion Zhong Continent brought, maybe this is what everyone really wanted to hear, a blessing about dreams. The judges have scored. This round's highest score obtained. Champion, champion, champion. Yes. With Old Boy, Fei Yang scored the highest points this round and easily took the championship. Chapter 12-17, 1034. Music Industry's Beautiful Stories. Post-competition interview. Fei Yang was surrounded by countless reporters. He dominated the middle state contestants at the globally watched Blue Song Olympics. He stood out in every round of the competition. No doubt about it. From now on, Fei Yang will be the king among the kings of singing, commanding a superstar's value. Excitedly, a reporter from Qin Continent's official media said, "Congratulations on winning the gold medal. I just watched your teacher's competition, and netizens from all continents unanimously rated you as the top king of singing in Blue Star. What would you like to say to the audience currently watching our live interview? What keeps you advancing in strength?" Fei Yang looked at the expectant eyes of the media from various continents and actually sighed. Getting beaten up makes one progress. The reporter was dumbfounded. The audience watching the live broadcast were also stunned. What does that mean? Fei Yang elaborated slightly on his statement. Having been tormented by teacher Admirable Fish for so long, I was bound to improve some. The reporter couldn't help laughing. You mean, you improved so quickly because of Coach Xinyu? Fei Yang nodded. Reporter, how would you then assess your opponents? Fei Yang, The opponents from Zhong continent were much weaker than I expected. Well, that's harsh. Killing with words. All viewers watching the post-match interview live burst into laughter. King Fei's implication. You only see me crushing middle state people at the Blue Song Olympics, but you forget the times I've been crushed by admirable fish. Before. Killing with words. Is the Qin continent season leaderboard even tougher in your eyes than the Blue Song Olympics? Because on the season leaderboard, you could encounter opponents like Fish Papa, which you won't at the Blue Song Olympics. He's absolutely right. Think about it. The opponents King Fei usually faces are like Fish Papa. It's like hell-level difficulty. Today his opponents were just a few Zhong continent kings of singing. The game difficulty was suddenly shifted to easy mode. Our King Fei realized at the Blue Song Olympics that it's not that he's too weak, it's just that his previous opponents were too strong. The official rant from perennial runner-up. Wonderloo was right. King Fei is second to none. The reporters were torn between tears and laughter. King Fei has such a huge grudge. It seems he really was badly bullied by Xinyu before. So, you mean, failure is the mother of success, and the valuable experiences from losing to Coach Xinyu allowed you to progress? Yes, Fei Yang seriously said. I am very grateful for Teacher Admirable Fish's continuous cultivation. Reporter, you believe that Teacher Admirable Fish cultivated you? Fei Yang nodded slightly. I only realized this after completing the internal training in Qin continent. Reporter, what do you mean? Fei Yang began to speak, somewhat emotionally and gratefully. In the past, many people said that Fei Yang was a singing machine, strong in techniques, high notes, singing skills. In short, this king seemed good at everything but lacked emotion in singing. I used to dismiss these comments until I participated in The Masked Singer and directly lost to Teacher Admirable Fish, which is when I truly recognized my issue. Then I participated in our song. Unexpectedly, I encountered Teacher Admirable Fish once more. At that time, Admirable Fish wrote a song for me called Daddy, and it was that song that taught me truly how to infuse emotion into singing. Later on, during the training for the Blue Song Olympics, Teacher Admirable Fish taught me Old Boy, and my singing fully matured. The use of emotions was no longer a weakness, and even other aspects of my skills were enhanced. It can be said, my growth to where I am today wouldn't be possible without Teacher Admirable Fish's guidance. Previously, I didn't understand, and even resisted the joke of being the perennial runner-up, and I almost failed to appreciate his earnest efforts. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish. Fei Yang was heartfelt, bowing towards the camera to express his gratitude to Admirable Fish. The reporter didn't laugh this time. The audience in the live broadcast was also somewhat shocked. So, Teacher Admirable Fish was intentionally guiding King Fei all along. I thought Fish Papa didn't like Fei Yang. That's why he kept targeting him on the seasonal ranking. The warm-hearted reason behind the tagline of perennial runner-up, Xianyu, is so heartwarming. We were all busy enjoying the joke and didn't realize this point. It turns out Fish Papa has been grooming King Fei since then. I always thought Fish Papa only trained people from the Yu dynasty. Fish Papa really put effort into this. Why am I tearing up about this? I managed to hold back tears watching Old Boy, but this interview made me cry. Could this be King Fei's wild imagination? It can't be just imagination. Everything matches up. Looking back at Fish Papa's strategies now, don't you think they are deeply meaningful? The effort was truly painstaking. Lin Yuan had just finished using the restroom and was about to return to the coaching area when he accidentally encountered King Fei being interviewed and casually listened in for a bit. Halfway through, Lin Yuan was completely dumbfounded and almost didn't recognize himself. Deliberately guiding? Painstaking effort? Intentionally nurturing? Turn making Fei Yang the so-called perennial runner-up a deliberate encouragement? What is all this nonsense? Whether it's clashing release schedules with Fei Yang on the seasonal ranking or coincidental meeting on The Masked Singer, it was all coincidental. And then there was our song. Purely because Fei Yang's father had health issues, Lin Yuan thought of the song Father, a reason simple and straightforward. The only thing that matches is that bit at the training center. But even at the training center, although Lin Yuan was indeed grooming Fei Yang, his original intent was just to secure one more gold medal for Qin continent. Isn't that obvious? Why could Fei Yang and the reporters conclude that he was being deliberately guided as a king of singing, helping him to address his weaknesses? Coach Xinyu. A reporter suddenly spotted Lin Yuan. Didn't expect you've been intentionally guiding King Fei. Any thoughts you'd like to share? Keep it up, duck. Lin Yuan didn't wait for the reporters to swarm in, left 3 words, and fled. Can't stand it. These people's imaginations are too wild. They should have gone into reading comprehension. I almost doubted whether I actually had painstaking intentions towards Fei Yang. And the reporter, witnessing the swiftly retreating figure of Xinyu, felt even more deeply the meaning behind Fei Yang's words, their eyes getting a bit moist. Completely unassuming, and not wishing to steal Fei Yang's thunder. What a great spirit. From the quickly disappearing back of Xinyu, everyone saw a maestro's guidance, encouragement, and cherishing towards a king of singing. In the future, the story between Fei Yang and Xinyu about the perennial runner-up will surely become a beautiful musical anecdote. Rub the sour eyes. The Qin Continent's reporter, again looking at the moved expression of Fei Yang, asked, regarding the competition itself, anything you'd like to say? Fei Yang thought for a moment, and said, after the competition, I actually only had one thought. If only other competitions could be as simple as Blue Song Olympics. Uffed. The reporter and audience, still with welled-up eyes amid the great emotion, couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Is this even human talk? Is there any competition harder than Blue Song Olympics? It's just that in other competitions, you might encounter the specter that is Xinyu. And in the competitions at Blue Song Olympics, you simply won't encounter Xinyu, who is the top coach in Qin Continent. Chapter 12:18, 10:35. Our youth. Back at the competition, Zheng Jing said, you finally came back. Sun Yao's competition is about to start. Lin Yuan asked, which order is he performing? Zheng Jing replied, second. Lin Yuan nodded. The order wasn't bad. It was just right, sandwiched between the other 2 contestants. Yin Dong narrowed his eyes and said, this round is quite suspenseful. That singer from Zhong Continent is no ordinary king of singing. He was outstanding in yesterday's second round. His singing skills are no less than Sun Yao was. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, the singer from Zhong Continent was not to be underestimated. Zheng Jing smiled. Anyway, that king of singing from Zhong Continent is the first to perform. We'll see how he does today soon enough. At this moment, the audience had stopped discussing the previous competition. Everyone's attention, along with that of each major coaching team, was focused on the stage. In various live broadcast rooms, commentators and guests couldn't stop talking. The upcoming event is the solo singing competition for pop male singers under the age of 30. For pop singers under 30, this final almost gathers the youngest batch of kings of singing from Blue Star, undoubtedly the most representative of our young generation. Some viewers may ask, why is the pop category divided by age for competition? The reason is simple. While the level of kings of singing under 30 generally tends to be weaker than those above 30, they also hold advantages that those older lack: youth. Don't underestimate these 2 words. Young singers can bring certain songs to life better than older singers, even if technically they're better. Take, for instance, some little love songs. You let a young king of singing perform, and it feels very immersive, but if an older king of singing does it, it somehow feels off. On the other hand, if young singers try to perform songs that require significant life experience to understand well, it also feels incongruous. As discussions continued among various parties, the first contestant took the stage. It was Yi Lan from Zhong Continent. Yi Lan was handsome, with both his appearance and his name giving off a vibe of a novel's male lead. And his capabilities. In yesterday's round for pop male singers under 30, Yi Lan was spectacular. Looking at the final scores and the impact on the scene, he was fully on par with Sun Yao, who had stunned everyone with digital life. This led outsiders to predict the champion of this competition will likely emerge from between Sun Yao and Yi Lan. As the music on the stage began, Yi Lan finally started his final singing performance. The song was about youth. The lyrics were poetic, carrying a touch of melancholy. And at the climax of the song, with the singer's emotional outburst, it resonated deeply with many in the audience. After all, who hasn't had a youth? When the song ended, the whole venue was drowned in applause. The judges didn't hesitate to flash one high score after another. An average score of 96.1. This was a high score seldom seen in the finals of major song competitions. In the Zhong Continent live stream room, the audience got excited. Yilan performed even better than in yesterday's second round. The lyrics are heartbreakingly beautiful. It truly deserved its name. It's not just the lyrics. The whole song's emotional grasp was handled very well. He deserves to win the championship this time. This is our last chance. If we lose in this round, all 4 of our pop solo performances would have been wiped out. The final songs for the first 3 pop solo performances were all written by Xian Yu. I feel like this round of pop solo might still be Xian Yu's handiwork. Win it for once. Absolutely. Yilan's performance was flawless. The judges also showed their approval. The score gave all the Middle State people confidence. Even if they lost the other 2 pop competitions today, this round still reignited their hope. In the Qin Continent live stream room, the male commentator Pudding was somewhat worried. Yilan's score is too high. This contestant from Zhong Continent is even more impressive than what we felt yesterday. The song choice was good. The female commentator Fragrant exclaimed, "This is a song about youth, and youth has always been a very popular element in pop music, including the previously teachers afterwards, which reminisces the first love of adolescence." Paired with Yilan's looks, it feels like he's the male protagonist of the song, wondering how Sun Yaohua will respond. Can Mr. Lu Sheng share some information with us? Today's guest is still Mr. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng pondered. All I can say is that Sun Yaohua's song is also related to youth. Though many songs in this group are themed on youth, it's too common to be called a coincidence, but I still believe that Xian Yu's song isn't inferior to any other of the same theme. Xian Yu? So Sun Yaohua's final song is really penned by Xian Yu. Although there were early speculations, since Sun Yaohua is a member of Yu Dynasty. For other 3 pop groups, the final songs were all managed by Xian Yu. It wouldn't make sense for Xian Yu to sit this one out. But hearing Lu Sheng reveal this bit of news, everyone couldn't help but be excited. I feel much more relieved having Fish Papa backing us up. Fish Papa actually wrote all 4 of the pop solo finals pieces. Xian Yu must be the best at writing pop songs in Qin Continent, right? Chapter 1219. 1035 Our Youth_2. In the previous Xian Yu season, 12 consecutive spots on the chart were mostly filled with pop songs. I'm still a bit worried though. This Yilan is performing too well. Look quick. Sun Yaohua is up on stage. As expected, it's a Xian Yu song. The stage's large screen. The song details are displayed. Song title, Sunny Day. Lyrics, Xian Yu. Composition, Xian Yu. Performer, Sun Yaohua. Lin Yuan showed a faint smile. The flow of hot songs, the everlasting sunny day. This widely spread saying in Celestial Dynasty is proof enough of the song's status in the pop music realm. In fact, even many years after its release, the song still occasionally climbs different charts on major players, displaying its near-dominant force in pop music. And before it was taken down by NetEase Cloud Music due to copyright issues. Sunny Day had always been the song with the highest number of comments on NetEase Cloud Music, not to mention the numerous awards it has won. School, nostalgia, youth. How could any song about these themes avoid Sunny Day? Lin Yuan wouldn't go as far as to say this song will definitely beat that one from Zhong Continent, given that Yilan's song is also quite formidable. But at the very least, it could match it. This is a competition. Lin Yuan's song could ensure that Sun Yaohua won't lose at the starting line due to the song choice, but reaching the finish line will be up to Sun Yaohua himself. Zhong Continent's live broadcast room. Seeing Xian Yu's name appear once more, Middle State people didn't seem surprised at all. Here it comes. It's really him. I don't believe he can win this time. Yilan's song is definitely strong. It's just perfect timing. If we beat someone other than Xian Yu for the championship, it would still feel like something's missing. Exactly. We can't lose to him again. It's not like he's personally competing. What reason do we have to keep losing? His competition songs are certainly excellent, but ours aren't bad either. A lot of the time, we actually lose because of the singer's performance. It's not just tough talk from Middle State people. In many cases, the gap between songs has become minimal. With little difference in the quality of the works, the singer's abilities carry more weight. The most typical example is the song Itch. If sung by a different artist, the score would surely drop a lot. One of the terrifying things about Xian is that he finds the best performers for his songs. It's my turn. Sun Yaohua, standing on the stage, gently closed his eyes, rapid scenes flashing through his mind. That classroom, that girl, those big rains in our youth. Why bother embellishing it with poetry? Youth itself is a poem. Suddenly, a guitar sound reaches the audience's ears. The intro, 3 chords. Sun Yaohua, still with his eyes closed, nods slightly to the rhythm back and forth between the 3 chords. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Sun Yaohua still hasn't opened his mouth, just the 3 repeating chords tugging back and forth. The coaches' seats from different continents. The maestros looked at each other in bewilderment. This song starts off in an unconventional manner, using nothing but 3 chords over and over to create a catchy melody. Gradually, other instruments begin to enter. The intro finally progresses to the 30th second. In some songs, the chorus might have already started. But in Sunny Day, the singing had just begun. Sun Yaohua, who had kept his eyes shut, opened them for the first time, leading the audience out of the simple, yet beautiful recurring loop of the intro. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since it was born. The childhood swings all the way to the present in my memory. Yilan's song from Zhong Continent was filled with poetic melody and lyrics. Sun Yaohua's song, however, took the opposite approach, with lyrics that were straightforward and plain. Are the lyrics too simple? Just when someone thought this, even more absurd lyrics appeared. Re so si do si la. So la si la so. Let's be real. Maestros who have wandered the music scene for years, played all kinds of music, seen all kinds of scenes. But today's scene, they've really never seen anything like it. This fish actually delivered the simplest lyrics on the stage of the prestigious Blue Song Olympics, outright giving out the musical scale. Insanity. Are my lyrics not worthy? You're really good at making a scene, aren't you? How is this different from putting stick figures in a comic strip? What is he singing in this part? Asking the audience to fill in the blanks? Of course, there are still lyrics. The gimmick lasts only for a couple of lines, but the song's melody is tightly arranged. Blowing the prelude while looking at the sky, I recall the petals trying to fall. It seems like it was just an appropriately playful moment, as the following lyrics rounded it out. On the day I skipped class for you. On the day the flowers fell. In that classroom. Why can't I see? The disappeared rainy day I long to relive. Didn't expect I still kept the courage I lost. I really want to ask you one more time, will you wait or leave? Some audience members smiled knowingly. The sudden switch to musical scale actually made everyone pay even more attention to digging into the lyrics. The classroom. Skipping class. The rainy day. The sprouting hearts of young girls and boys. A few keywords sketch an iconic schoolyard scene. It's as if a breeze from youth gently blows by, as a nostalgic flavor starts to spread. And Sun Yaohua's chorus naturally unfolds at this moment, devoid of the previously successful high notes, as if everything came together effortlessly. Chapter 12:20, 10:35 Our youth _3. On this windy day, I tried holding your hand, but the rain intensified until I could no longer see you. How much longer must I wait to be by your side? Until the weather clears? Maybe then I'll feel a little better. The lyrics no longer have Xianyu's artistic touch from before. This time, Xianyu seems to be targeting artistic touch with emotion. Starting from the directly ascending musical scales, there's a childlike tone as if flaunting silently. Impressive, isn't it? This childishness is precious in itself, simple and straightforward, just like the innocence of an adolescent. Secret crush. The quiet sprouting in adolescence. Is it possible to try confessing? Some cautiously attempt it only to silently give up. Fortunately, it's raining, so no one can clearly tell whether those are tears or raindrops, just like no one knows who is crying in the rain. It would be better once the weather clears. Youth transforms into memories. Sun Yaohua's lyrics sketch out a past deep in the listeners' minds. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But gradually the wind blew the distance so far away. With great difficulty, we could love for one more day. But at the end of the story, it seems you still said goodbye. Yilan's youth is a grand romance. Sun Yaohua's youth is an unrequited love that faded away. It might have lasted a year, 2 years, even 3 years, or perhaps even longer. Only goodbye. No confession. No grand passion as imagined. The thought process behind the lyrics seems similar to Old Boy. This is an angle everyone overlooks. It's about young men and women in school life, facing the person they have feelings for, even mutual feelings, turning their unspoken likes into perpetual knots and regrets due to a lack of courage to voice them. Indeed, adolescence, the most childlike phase. Those boys and girls who seem fearless on the outside appear particularly shy about saying, like you. How do I tell you? Do I embrace you with the wind? Or hold you with the rain? Perhaps more people can only express it in a teasing manner during class reunions, deliberately slurring their speech, revealing 7 parts of sincerity with 3 parts of drunken courage. I had a crush on you back in school. At this moment, you'd also lament the courage you thought was lost, yet still retain. It's okay to blush. You can say it's the flush from drinking. Just like the rainy day when you secretly cried but insisted it was just the rain. That's right. Waiting for tomorrow's older boy is the destination for most dream chasers. Wishing to return to the past's sunny day represents the youth of most adults. How could there be so many stories filled with grand passion? Until the end of the story. Until the day of graduation. Classmates reluctantly bid farewell, and your secret crush waves gently, ending your youth with 2 clean words. Goodbye. You definitely want to feel the wind once more. You definitely want to experience another rainfall. You definitely want to return to that campus, not relying on wind or rain, but seizing the moment while the flowers are still in bloom and courage hasn't yet faded, to say the confession you couldn't utter back then. Fei Yang's Old Boy moved the audience to tears. Sun Yaohua's Sunny Day didn't make people cry out loud. The past has long blown away with the wind, but inevitably leaves one feeling wistful and sorrowful, stirring up the mild helplessness of regrets. It should have been confessed then, not necessarily on that rainy day, at least before graduation. Although I do not know whether you would wait or leave. After the rain clears, it seems like the rain never came, or maybe it just hid in your heart. But at the end of the story, it seems you still said goodbye. As Sun Yaohua hums the last line, people no longer know if they are listening to a song or listening to the echo of their youth. Chapter 12:21, 10:36, pointing out rivers and mountains. It's like reliving youth all over again. Campus is truly a nostalgic place. Yilan sings about passionate young love, which really resonates with those who've had similar experiences. However, not everyone had a romance during their school days, but surely everyone has had a crush on a girl at some point, right? Unrequited love, huh? Bittersweet and wonderful. Is it because I was too honest back then that I didn't dare to date early? I didn't dare to date early +1. I thought Xian Yu's song would be similar to Yi Lan's, both about the heat of adolescent love, but it turned out to be about having a crush. I actually think Yi Lan's song is a bit better. The live audience was discussing. Opinions this time were not unified. 2 songs. From 2 perspectives. Yi Lan sang of the fervor of youth. Sun Yaohua, on the other hand, captured the taste of a youthful crush. Faced with 2 songs of similar themes but different angles, how would the judging panel score? The audience had a sense of suspense. But such suspense did not last long. When the judges, after their own hesitation, raised their scorecards one after another, the venue suddenly erupted with countless exclamations. The reason for the exclamations was simple, because the average score from the judges was 96.2 points, just 0.1 point more than Yi Lan's performance. Even the judges themselves showed expressions of surprise at this moment. After all, they could not control the average score, only their own. Qing continent. The audience was incredibly excited. We won again. That was close, just by a hair. The performances and song quality of Yi Lan and Sun Yaohua are neck and neck. If Sun Yaohua wins the championship, would that be the smallest point difference between first and second place in the history of Blue Song Olympics? Anyhow, a win is a win. It would be hard for the third contestant to surpass the scores of Sun Yaohua and Yi Lan now. That felt good. Sun Yaohua and Fish Papa are so reliable. I was scared to death when Yi Lan finished singing. I almost thought we were going to lose this round. Zhong continent. The 2 commentators put on masks of agony. Tough, just missed by that little. If only the score from some judge had been just a bit higher, we would have won this round. Damn it, losing by a major point margin would have been less painful than this. Doesn't Zhong continent have anyone who can stop the Yu dynasty? Is this fish really our nemesis here in Zhong continent? Yilan was so close. We didn't lose this round. We were just a little short on luck. On the stage, the third finalist contestant took the stage. As everyone had expected, the third contestant's performance was not bad, but clearly not enough to pose a threat to Yilan and Sun Yaohua. Qin continent claims the gold medal. Yilan wins the silver. The third contestant settles for the bronze. At this moment, the coaching benches of each continent were shaken. This is the third gold medal the Yu dynasty has won for Qin continent, isn't it? Xianyu has cultivated a bunch of good seeds for Qin continent, with 3 of the 6-member group standing on their own in Blue Song Olympics. A group wholly mentored by Maestro. Maybe the Yu dynasty model of Xianyu is worth learning from by maestros from other continents. Blue Song Olympics will surely continue, and the maestros of each continent should cultivate their own direct line singers. Crafting a few songs specifically tailored for them in the competition would definitely be better than temporary collaborations. All 4 pop solo categories were monopolized by Xianyu. In the future, for Blue Star's pop music, Xianyu is likely to become an iconic figure. The king of pop from Qin continent is born. Even on the entirety of Blue Star, Xianyu will also be one of the titans of the pop scene. Qin continent coach bench. Yang Zhongming let out a smile. Congratulations. Zheng Jing patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Now you are the king of pop for our Qin continent. Other maestros also expressed their congratulations with smiles. All 4 pop solo finale songs were crafted by Xianyu, and all took the championship. Such an achievement indeed justified saying king of pop. Even the other maestros of Qin continent had no objections. Lin Yuan said frankly, this round was a close call. The gap belonged to the songs themselves and was actually minimal in this round of competition. After all, this is Blue Song Olympics. Competitors are all top kings and queens of singing from each continent. The gap between many contestants is really not that big. Even the so-called strongest contestant from Zhong continent. Any slight mistake, and they wouldn't even make it to the finals, right? The pop solo competition officially drew the curtain close. The competition continues, with many categories yet to begin. However, the pop group competition had already taken over all the news on the internet. After all, pop is a major category. The attention to the pop group competition far exceeded that of regular events. After Jiang Kuei and Chen Jiyu, Sun Yaohua represents Yu dynasty in winning the 3rd gold medal. Xianyu, Qin continent's king of pop. With just a 6-person group, 3 Blue Song Olympics gold medals, Yu dynasty's strength shocks Blue Star. Xianyu sweeps the 4 pop group gold medals. Xianyu leading the Blue Song Olympics. Currently the maestro with the most gold medals for his works. Will Blue Song Olympics become Xianyu's consecration battle? On the internet, audiences from all continents watch the ongoing competition while joining the discussion about the pop group contest. So exciting. Watching the 4 pop solo finals, it really feels like Xianyu is unbeatable in writing pop songs. Each one is a classic. Chapter 1222, 1036. Directing the country_2. Yeah, Jiang Kuei won the last competition with Joe Air, and some even complained that Fish Papa's song was a folk song and went off topic. Shouldn't there be no controversy with the next 3 songs? What is pop music? Pop is all about how widely a song is sung. Old Boy will definitely be a hit in KTVs in the future, absolutely one of the hot songs to sing. Just like the song Sunny Day we just heard, I plan to learn it and sing it to my girlfriend at KTV. Then your girlfriend will beat you up. As a girl, my favorite is Later sung by Shuyu. I believe all girls will love this song. I'm very curious right now, what level would Fish Papa be among Blue Star's maestros? What level is Xianyu among Blue Star's maestros? The same question is being discussed in the Qin continent's live broadcasting room. Lu Sheng happens to see this question. To be honest, this is a topic that regular maestros don't dare to discuss, because it's very sensitive and one misspeak could upset countless maestros. Just like in the entertainment industry, if you ask a performer, which female star is the most beautiful, Most artists wouldn't dare to speak their minds, because saying it out loud offends people, and even if the star herself is generous, her fans will definitely be upset. However, Lu Sheng is not an ordinary maestro. Xian Yu dares to say in front of countless viewers, Yang Zhongming is one of the top 3 maestros of Blue Star. What does Lu Sheng have to fear? With this in mind, Lu Sheng ponders and says, someone asked what level Xian Yu is among Blue Star's maestros. Let me share my thoughts. Meanwhile, Pudding and Fragrant get nervous. Isn't this topic a bit too sensitive? Both try to signal Lu Sheng with their eyes, reminding him not to boast recklessly. But, as if he hasn't seen the commentator's warnings, Lu Sheng goes straight into his grand statement. Immediately, the audience's interest is piqued. Netizens' opinions on Xian Yu's level don't matter. Anyone can type with a keyboard. But Lu Sheng's evaluation of Xian Yu is of a completely different significance. Everyone is eager to know, what level is Xian Yu in the eyes of a top-level maestro like Lu Sheng? Watching the barrage suddenly explode in the live broadcast room, Lu Sheng is very pleased with the show's effect, his voice becoming cheerful. Let's talk about pop music first. Xian Yu is the king of pop of Qin continent. Audiences have no objections to this assessment. Xian Yu's songs helped Qin continent sweep all the solo pop competitions in the finals. And, given that Blue Song Olympics is the top event on Blue Star, achieving such results there speaks volumes. At this point, some viewers ask, if Xian Yu is winning all over, why isn't he the king of pop on Blue Star? Lu Sheng shakes his head. The current Xian Yu can't yet be called the king of pop on Blue Star, although his songs did indeed win 4 gold medals. Competitions are not just about the quality of the songs, but also about the performer's expression. Take Old Boy, for example. The quality of this song is certainly excellent, but do you really think it totally outclasses the works of other continents? Not necessarily, right? The songs from other continents' contestants are not bad at all. Ultimately, Fei Yang's near-perfect interpretation of Old Boy is the real reason the song won first place, and compared to this, other factors are secondary. Some might say, so, there's nothing that impressive about Xian Yu, is there? If you judge Xian Yu only by his few songs, indeed, there's nothing that impressive. But, Xian Yu has a very terrifying aspect. Many people are not aware of this terror, or if they are aware, they have not formed a concrete concept of it. How so? Pudding asked curiously. Although the topic was somewhat sensitive, Lu Sheng didn't seem to have said anything too outrageous, which made him relax quite a bit. Productivity. Lu Sheng reveals these 2 words. Let's take Sunny Day as an example this time. Everyone should have noticed, Zhong continent contestant Yilan's work is actually not worse than this song. After all, that is the work of Zhong continent's second master bishop, so Sun Yaohua only gained a slight advantage and won the gold medal. Just from this song alone, is the pop music composition ability of Zhong continent's second master bishop not inferior to Xian Yu's? So what? Some viewers respond with a question. Lu Sheng smiles faintly. Have you not realized it, my friends? Indeed, there are many incredibly talented maestros capable of writing a song of quality not inferior to Sunny Day, including myself, but Xian Yu can write even more. In other words, other continents need a collective effort from maestros just to come up with top-level pop songs to cope with the Blue Song Olympics. Meanwhile, in our Qin continent, the pop category doesn't require too much concern from the maestros. If he is willing, Xian Yu alone could handle everyone's songs. That's the difference. To put it a bit inappropriately, if you can all build rockets, your Zhong continent maestro can make 5 rockets. Xian Yu alone can make countless ones. Quantity leads to a qualitative change. Xian Yu's pop songs can overwhelm anyone in terms of quantity. This includes me and even Coach Yang Zhongming. We can't compare to Xian Yu in this aspect. The thing is, Xian Yu's works are not only plentiful, but their quality is also no less than anyone else's. After all, just relying on quantity would not be enough for him to lead Qin continent to win so many gold medals. That's why I say, Xian Yu is the king of pop of Qin continent. Chapter 1223, 1036, Directing the Country _3. As for why he's still not the king of pop on Blue Star, it's not that someone is better than Xian Yu, but rather that Blue Star currently doesn't have a true king of pop. Xian Yu's output of work is very high. However, The overall quality has not yet reached an indisputable level. Once he has more works, and more top-quality songs, he may well become the true king of pop on Blue Star. Until then, you can only be said to be one of the best maestros of pop songs on Blue Star, one of the top ones. The audience was shaken. Lu Sheng's words were well-founded, and there was simply no point to refute. The most terrifying thing about Yu was that while producing a high quantity, he also took care of the quality of his works, didn't he? He was too good at writing songs. It was just a concert back in the day, but he brought out countless new songs. Not to mention during the 10 Years series, Yu brought huge surprises to everyone every month. Other maestros would have been drained long ago, but Yu was not drained, as if his great songs were endless. Even with the opening of Blue Song Olympics, Yu still currently has the most works among all the maestros. Stockpile? With such a stockpile, after so many years, shouldn't it have been depleted by now? If it's not a matter of using stockpile, then the only explanation is that Yu's creative energy and talent are so abundant that he can afford to squander it. As for why Yu is not yet the king of pop on Blue Star, Lu Sheng's explanation was equally justifiable. It's not that there's someone on Blue Star who is stronger than Yu, but because at present, there are maestros who are not inferior to Yu in this aspect. So there isn't a true king of pop. Fragrant couldn't help asking, do you think Teacher Admirable Fish has the potential to become the king of pop on Blue Star? Lu Sheng sighed. It's hard to say with these things because popular songs have a drawback, that is, their propagation. Why don't maestros like Yang Zhongming and Abigail, who rank at the top on Blue Star, write pop songs anymore? Is it because they can't? Is it because they have been drained? The real answer is, the scope of pop songs is just not enough. After so many years of music development on Blue Star, the works that truly last through the ages are mostly instrumental pieces. Popularity is just that. The so-called popularity means that these works are mostly popular for a moment. The more impressive ones can be popular for several years or even decades. But what if it's 100, 200, or even longer? This is not something pop songs can easily achieve, whereas some instrumental pieces can do that. For instance, the famous classical pipa piece, Song of the Wind, from Zhao Continent, has been around for centuries and still has enduring popularity. And regarding this competition, the limelight is big enough for Yu, right? Yet, even with all his gold medals, the biggest shock that the Blue Song Olympics has brought to everyone is still the violin piece from head coach Yang Zhongming, as well as the saxophone piece from Abigail. Why? Because that is art that is sufficient to enter the Hall of Classics on Blue Star. 100 years later, most of our current pop songs will be outdated. But Yang Zhongming and Abigail's two pieces will likely still be played by countless people and will likely continue to be passed on. This is the reason why more and more maestros from Zhong Continent are less willing to write pop songs. In fact, maestros from all continents, including myself, have become more interested in researching musical pieces in recent years. Things like piano, violin, and even symphonic structures. Of course, I'm not negating the value of pop songs. Being able to make a pop song popular for a while is itself a matter of ability. Some of Yu's pop songs, in my opinion, can even be popular for several years or even decades. For example, East Wind Broken, a song I have always highly admired. You will still find it timeless even after a decade or more. Other works of the same caliber include Blue and White Porcelain. The success of a work fundamentally isn't about how high it ranks on the seasonal charts, but whether, years later, people still want to listen to that song, whether they can still be moved by it. He was speaking of evaluating Yu, but Lu Sheng had already extended it to the trend of the entire industry. This trend is that the top maestros on Blue Star are beginning to study instrumental works, even symphonic structures. And saying that, Lu Sheng suddenly changed the subject. Going back to our initial question, where do you ask Yu ranks among Blue Star maestros? He smiled. Lu Sheng answered. My answer is that Yu's current overall composition skill ranks him in the top 10 on Blue Star. Top 10. Such high praise. The entire live studio was stirred up. It's even more shocking than rating Yang Zhongming as top 3 on Blue Star. Yu is not Yang Zhongming. He doesn't have that kind of profound foundation, even though many in the live studio were fans of Yu. Even Fragrant, who was also a fan, couldn't help saying at this moment. But didn't you just say there are limitations to pop songs? Hee. Lu Sheng laughed, stirring up the music scene on Blue Star with countless pop songs. Can't that offset certain limitations? You have to know. Achieving an extreme in any music field is a tremendous achievement. Even if his pop songs cannot be passed down through generations, his name will surely be engraved in the history of Blue Star pop music for countless people to worship. At that time, if we really have to say who the king of pop is, Xian Yu has a good chance of being elected. Besides, did I say that Xian Yu can only write pop songs? Chapter 1224, 1036 pointing to the mountains _4. Don't forget he also has two famous classical piano pieces called Nocturne. These two pieces are truly the kind that can be passed down for countless years as instrumental works. Moreover, he also composed To Alice, which is equally a widely popular piano piece. As for Mariage d'Amour, Xian Yu's earlier creation, I see it as somewhat inferior to the later piano pieces, but it's definitely also a high-standard piano repertoire. Haha. The first piano piece my nephew learned was this one, very suitable for children just starting to learn the piano. Personally, I think this piece is one of the most representative contemporary piano pieces in pop music. The audience suddenly realized. Everyone almost forgot. Xian Yu also writes piano pieces. Although compared to the prolific output in pop music, Xian Yu's number of piano pieces is pitifully small in the world of maestros, but the quality is definitely commendable. In fact, Xian Yu is also aware of the limitations of pop songs, so he has always been exploring in music. Lu Sheng remarked, his classical style, Eastern Breakthrough, is an exploration of pop songs, a very successful one, blending classical instruments with popular singing, utterly brilliant. This style has fully matured by the time of Blue and White Porcelain. Even the previously seemingly playful Nervous was a musical experiment by Xian Yu. Many found it amusing without realizing the astonishing talent revealed in this piece. Perhaps in the future, Xian Yu will also embark on a journey dedicated to instrumental exploration, because he is almost touching the limits of pop music. Pop music can no longer carry all of his musical talent. Everyone has seen his previous live streams, right? This fish is simply a walking encyclopedia of musical instruments. I wouldn't believe it if such a maestro who masters numerous instruments wouldn't venture into instrumental compositions. If successful, maybe he will become the next Yang Zhoming. Because in many years in the music industry, I have seen too many so-called geniuses. And among these geniuses, Xian Yu is undoubtedly the most formidable and also possesses the most astounding potential. Every day, there are various evaluations of Xian Yu. Even many professional musicians evaluate him. Especially during the Blue Song Olympics period, there are even more evaluations. However, among those evaluating Xian Yu, Lu Sheng is undoubtedly the most credible. Most importantly, Lu Sheng's evaluation is very comprehensive. He points out the natural limitations of pop songs and also discusses Xian Yu's talent in the field of instruments. At the same time, Lu Sheng's evaluation is also controversial. Just relying on pop songs and those few piano pieces, can Xian Yu really be ranked among the top 10 maestros of Blue Star? You should know. In the various maestro rankings online, those who are considered qualified to compete for the top 10 have all achieved tremendous successes with instruments. Like Abigail, for example. She is one recognized by numerous maestros in the industry as one of the top 5 giants of Blue Star Symphony. And then there's Yang Zhoming. Each of his solo concerts held in the top 5 music halls is crazily pursued by the elite of Blue Star. What about Xian Yu? Compared to his achievements in pop music, his instrumental works are really too few and far between. So few that many people would unconsciously forget. Xian Yu does have achievements in the field of instruments. The professional evaluations of the 2 Nocturne are high. The To Alice, released during the concert, is a classic. No one denies these. But don't other maestros' instrumental works also receive significant professional recognition? These are all personal opinions. Lu Sheng's evaluation obviously overemphasizes Fish Papa's power in composing pop songs within his overall composition capabilities. I think it makes a lot of sense. The potential of Fish Daddy is also the reason he gave this evaluation. Potential is too vague. Until it matures, it's not considered real strength. If we're only comparing potential, then maestros like Abigail and Yang Zhongming who have reached their peaks don't have much potential to mine. So this kind of statement is meaningless. Compared to some top-tier maestros, Xian Yu is clearly still a newbie in the field of instruments. Lu Sheng is too bold in his statements. Anyway, this comment has given me a deeper understanding of Fish Papa's level. Plus, Lu Sheng also mentioned the inherent limitations of pop songs, noting that even though Xian Yu has a few pop songs that will last, most of them will only be popular for a while, or maybe a few years. The live stream audience in Qin continent was substantial. Many of them were from other continents. After hearing Lu Sheng's comments, the audience lost interest in the rest of the competition. Everyone was arguing about the fairness of the ranking that Lu Sheng had made. At that moment, suddenly someone asked, "Wonder Lu, what do you think of your own level?" Lu Sheng actually responded, "Compared to pop songs, I'm definitely not as good as Xian Yu." That's the origin of the nickname Little Xian Yu. But if we talk about overall abilities, I wouldn't underrate myself either. He really dared to say that. And compared to the statement that Xian Yu ranks in the top 10 among Blue Star maestros, this comment was even more convincing. Suddenly, the live broadcast room erupted into noise over this matter. Everyone had their own opinion. On the other side, when today's competition officially ended, when the main coaching teams were about to head back for a meeting, they were suddenly surrounded by countless reporters. Yang Zhongming, Abigail, the core coaching teams from all continents, including their head coaches, were all stopped by reporters. The reporters asked incessantly, "How do you evaluate Lu Sheng's comments about Xian Yu?" There they go. Similar questions were thrown at the top maestros of the core coaching teams from all continents. What the heck? The maestros were staggered. "Are you playing tongue twisters?" A maestro asked. What did he say? Everyone was busy with the competition, no time to watch any live broadcast. Reporters answered in unison. Lu Sheng said that Xian Yu could rank in the top 10 among Blue Star maestros. As soon as the voice fell, the core coaching teams from all continents fell into a silence as grave as death. In the silence, everyone looked at someone from the Qin continent coaching team. Lin Yuan was standing behind Yang Zhongming, looking utterly bewildered. After a full 10 seconds, Abigail, the head coach of Zhongzhou, suddenly laughed. "If it's about writing pop songs, there's no problem." The reporters followed up. Lu Sheng was talking about overall strength. All the maestros. No one said anything further. Did Lu Sheng misunderstand the meaning represented by the words, overall strength? A glint of amusement flashed through everyone's eyes. Suddenly, everyone laughed together. Yang Zhongming also laughed, but his smile seemed somewhat different from that of other maestros. "Watch the competition." He only said these 4 words, then took Lin Yuan and left, not even giving him a chance to respond to the question. It was quite thought-provoking. The reporters were unsure of what Yang Zhongming meant by his words. The smiles gradually disappeared from the faces of the core coaching teams from other continents. Even Abigail squinted slightly. "Oh well, Yang. That move, it wasn't very righteous. We stay silent to give your young one some face. You didn't even respond. Isn't that a bit too much? He's not you. Just a few medals in pop categories. The title of top 10, your youngster can hardly carry it." Chapter 1225, 1037. Isn't this a coincidence? Lu Sheng's statements in the live stream room caused a huge stir. After the competition, media outlets, besides reporting today's competition, actually reserved a large section for his live stream content. Lu Sheng. Xian Yu is among the top 10 maestros in Blue Star. Lu Sheng claims Xian Yu could rank in the top 10, sparking controversy among viewers. Behind the high productivity, just how exaggerated is Xian Yu's talent for pop song composition? Maestros from various continents tacitly avoid discussing Xian Yu's ranking. Yang Zhongming. Focus on the competition. Hearing that Lu Sheng ranks Xian Yu in the top 10 maestros, why do top maestros from all continents laugh? The laughter is an unspoken denial among maestros from different continents. In the comparison of maestros' comprehensive abilities, how important is the role of instrumental composition? Lu Sheng discusses the limitations of pop songs, claiming Blue Star has no so-called pop king. It was not only Lu Sheng's shocking ranking that drew attention. Lu Sheng's differentiation and explanation of instrumental works and pop songs were also focal points in media reports. Some media speculated Lu Sheng might be discontent that Xian Yu stole the spotlight from his position as the number one head coach, deliberately pointing out the shortcomings of pop music in front of so many viewers during the live stream. Some media even used headlines like Lu Sheng praises and kills Xian Yu. Of course, everything that happened during the maestro's interviews was also widely sensationalized and released by the media. The moment the news was released, the true attitudes of the parties involved didn't seem to matter anymore. Online, as the competition day progressed, Lu Sheng's remarks became more debatable than the ownership of the gold medals in various events. Netizens from all continents were heatedly discussing it. Just watch the post-competition interview videos of the core coaching teams. It seems the maestros had a very subtle reaction when they heard that Lu Sheng ranked Xian Yu's overall compositional strength in Blue Star's top 10. Everyone was laughing. The reason for laughing is simple. Clearly, these maestros took it as a joke. I don't understand. What does Father Yang mean by watch the competition? Father Yang probably meant, can Xian Yu still bring home gold medals afterwards? Even if there are gold medals, as long as they are not from instrumental categories, maestros from various continents probably won't take it too seriously. I guess this post-interview scene might be the true reflection of the disdain hierarchy in Blue Star's music scene. The status of pop songwriters simply can't compare with those who compose instrumentals, even if the audience really likes pop songs. Yes, for the audience, pop is a big category, but for professionals from all continents, the focus is obviously on those instrumental competitions. I can understand. After all, Wonder Lu already explained it very clearly in the live stream. No wonder those top maestros only focus on concerts every year and hardly write any pop songs. 99% of Xian Yu's talent is reflected in pop music. If Xian Yu's achievements in instrumental music were on the same level as his pop songs, then forget the top 10. Even saying he's in the top 3 would probably raise no objections. That assumption is too absurd. The two are not even on the same level of difficulty. In Zhong Continent, Wonder Lu's live stream video also made its way here. But the reaction in Zhong Continent was obviously much more intense than that of netizens from other continents. What a joke! Ranked among the top 10 maestros in Blue Star? Does Lu Sheng still not understand what it means to rank in the top 10 among Blue Star maestros? I can barely understand if it's among young musicians. How can a young maestro, who hasn't even held a personal concert in any of the 5 great music halls of Blue Star, dare to claim a spot in the top 10? Did pop music give him the courage? Everyone likes pop music. It's like street food that everyone finds delicious. But the real feast is always the performances of mainstream instruments, even orchestral performances. I admit this guy is invincible in some aspect, but let's not exaggerate about his comprehensive strength. This kind of joke is unnecessary. Xian Yu is considered the pop king here, but that's all he is, pop king. Comprehensive strength mainly depends on instrumental works. Let's not even talk about orchestral music. Xian Yu at least needs to produce some convincing instrumental works before he's qualified to discuss maestro rankings. This is the first time I've heard that someone could rank among the top 10 maestros in Blue Star just by writing a few pop songs. Also in Zhong Continent, Matsushima Rain and Ito Makoto also saw Lu Sheng's ranking video. Has this guy gone mad? Matsushima Rain, full of incredulity, watched Lu Sheng in the video. Exaggerated. Ito Makoto curled his lip. Matsushima Rain then scrolled through the online comments. Our Zhong Continent viewers are all getting angry. Let me see. Ito Makoto took a casual glance and then shook his head. Both overestimation and underestimation aren't very reasonable opinions. A lot of people have just gotten to know Xian Yu and don't realize that he has accomplishments in the field of musical instruments. So you think our Zhong Continent viewers are underestimating Xian Yu? Don't you? Well, yes, they probably do underestimate him. It must be related to the fact that Xian Yu has been writing pop songs since the competition began. His overall strength should be considered comprehensively. Let's not talk about this for now. Ito Makoto's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Tomorrow, it's the turn for your and my compositions to take the stage. Let's wait and see. Matsushima Rain was also invigorated. Ever since he lost to Xianyu last time in the Golden Hall on Qin continent, neither Matsushima Rain nor Ito Makoto had released any new works for a long time. It was time for a comeback. The Blue Song Olympics would be a great platform for it. The post-competition meeting on Qin continent. Everyone looked at Lu Sheng with amusement and disbelief. You this guy? You're too bold. Some media even suspect you're deliberately hyping up Xianyu. You're not a newcomer to the industry. Don't you know how sensitive the maestros are to these rankings? Abigail was about to lose her composure and mock you in front of the reporters. It's good that these maestros were restrained. They just smiled. But those smiles were piercing enough. I think what Lu Sheng said is quite good. Zheng Jing had a smile on his lips. Don't you all think the same deep down? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly fell silent. Had it been before the Blue Song Olympics, everyone would have scorned such remarks. However, everyone had been preparing for the Blue Song Olympics together with Xianyu. During this process, many of the maestros on Qin continent had personally witnessed Xianyu's display of talent all along, which made them understand the implications behind Lu Sheng's words more easily than outsiders. Pop songs. Xianyu knew much more than just that. Amid this silence, Lu Sheng suddenly turned to Lin Yuan. Little fish, what do you think? Not bad. Lin Yuan spoke up. A few days before, Lin Yuan also expressed in a live stream that Yang Zhongming ranks among the top 3 maestros in Blue Star. What Lu Sheng did today was something similar. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't find anything wrong with his words. Look at these two guys. Everyone had the same 8 words flash through their minds. One dares to say, one dares to listen. Suddenly, Yang Zhongming next to him revealed a smile and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. I didn't let you talk today because whatever you say today won't change everyone's opinion. It'd just be a waste of effort. But in tomorrow's competition, whether you speak or not, the results of the competition will speak for you. Staying low-key is the most awesome form of showing off. Oh well, Yang had quite the experience in this regard. At this moment, another maestro suddenly gave Lin Yuan a profound look. The first event tomorrow is the Eru competition, right? The atmosphere suddenly became odd. Eru? Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 1226, 1038. Su Lian's displeasure. Time flies so fast. The male commentator in the Zhong continent's live broadcast room said with pride on his face. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Song Olympics has already been underway for a week. The female commentator. In this 1 week, our Zhong continent has been continuously leading in the gold medal tally. To use that classic saying. She paused. The 2 commentators exclaimed in unison. Always being chased, but never overtaken. Yes, this is the 7th day of the competition. The coaching teams from various continents have already brought out today's competing athletes for their appearance. The live broadcast rooms from all continents are all open for business as well. The commentators started to hype up the atmosphere nice and early. Take the Zhong continent's broadcast room, for example. With the celebration initiated by the 2 commentators, the atmosphere immediately heated up. Because the commentators were not wrong. Since the competition began, Zhong continent has always maintained the lead in the medal tally. Looking at the barrage of bullet comments that were steadily increasing, the male commentator was full of energy and vibrancy. I have to say, over the past few days of competition, Xianyu from Qin continent, along with his Yu dynasty, have given us quite a bit of trouble in Zhong continent. They continuously claimed several gold medals with pop songs, to the extent that Qin continent's maestro Lu Sheng even boldly proclaimed that Xianyu is among the top 10 maestros in Blue Star. The female commentator pretended to hear it for the first time, her face full of shock. Top 10 maestros. The male commentator shrugged. I didn't say it. These are the exact words of Qin continent's maestro Lu Sheng. The female commentator was caught between laughter and tears. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room got even hotter. The female commentator's acting is so exaggerated. I don't believe she didn't watch the news yesterday. But my first reaction when I saw the news was exactly the same as the female commentators. It was full of wins. I'm thinking, didn't this fish just win a few pop music-related gold medals? Since when has pop music been so highly regarded? Without even one decent musical instrument gold medal, and they dare to boast about being in the top 10 in Blue Star. Even an obscure instrument's gold medal would at least save face. Speaking of which, does Xian Yu create music for instruments? He does, though the number of works is very limited. But he has also written 2 or 3 piano pieces. 2 or 3 pieces, that's still something? The commentators from Zhong Continent know how to grasp the audience's psyche. They had rehearsed their script, and right from the start of today's broadcast, they chose the commentary style that generated the most bullet comments. Indeed, not just the two of them. Live broadcast rooms from other continents also touched upon this topic more or less simultaneously. Even the guest coaches were talking about it. After all, this was yesterday's hottest news. I personally think that if Wonder Lu could have been a bit more conservative and said that Xian Yu could potentially make it into the top 10 maestros of Blue Star in the future, people might find it easier to accept. After all, comparing to maestros inevitably involves musical instruments. Xian Yu's performance in the instrumental aspect is indeed a bit weak. You don't have to find this statement too laughable. The quality of those few piano pieces from Xian Yu is actually quite good. Anyway, the future is promising for this young maestro. Let's focus on the competition. Today's first event is highly anticipated. Women's Eru Solo. The Eru, as one of the representative national instruments, is commonly used for solos and in national orchestras. Its role in national orchestra music is like that of the strings section in symphony orchestras, an important melodic component. In Blue Star's long history and heritage, it has also produced a number of classic masterpieces that are popular among people. Amid the discussion, the first event of today, the Women's Eru Solo, is about to commence. Qin Continent's live broadcast room. Wonder Lu continues to serve as a guest commentator, starting off right away with self-deprecating humor. It seems like yesterday Xian Yu and I were in the same boat. Even though there was no competition, I ended up making headlines in the media across all continents. Today's male commentator and Hong's mouth twitched. The female commentator Fragrant also couldn't help but laugh and cry. The audience was speechless. You still have the cheek to mention it. It's only because you were shooting your mouth off in the live broadcast room. Ignoring the bullet comments mocking him, Lu Xing narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's not talk about yesterday's events. We'll watch the competition instead. Let me introduce to everyone." And Hong's ability to control the scene was still impressive, and he quickly shifted the audience's attention to the competition field. Representing Qin Continent in the women's Eru solo competition are Chun Rue, Ho Ying, and Su Lian. These three are the finest Eru players from our Qin Continent. Indeed, Fragrant chimed in, saying, especially our contestant Su Lian, who has won numerous honors in many state-level Eru competitions. Therefore, the pre-game analysis by the media from various continents all believe that contestant Su Lian will definitely advance to the finals. At this point, Fragrant suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel like contestant Su Lian doesn't seem happy?" And Hong's voice sounded a bit solemn. "Now that you mention it, she does seem a bit off. Did she not rest well yesterday?" In the live broadcast footage, Su Lian was expressionless. That kind of low-pressure atmosphere. Even through the screen, everyone could feel it. For a moment, the audience from Qin Continent began to worry. Su Lian was the most formidable female Eru player in Qin Continent. If she wasn't in a good condition, it would be dangerous. At the same time, other continents' broadcast rooms also noticed Su Lian's unusual demeanor. Su Lian doesn't seem happy. She looks unapproachable. Could it be a conflict with a teammate? It shouldn't be. A teammate just came to talk to her, and she didn't ignore them. Maybe she ran into some issue. Will it affect her performance in the competition? Is it possible she's dissatisfied with the piece she received? For a moment, all sorts of speculation arose. At the venue, Su Lian was holding her Eru. No one knew what was on her mind. In fact, at this moment, all Su Lian could think about was yesterday's news. Yesterday, Lu Sheng's statement that Xian Yu was ranked among the top 10 maestros in Blue Star caused a huge uproar. Many people online sneered and mocked, saying Xian Yu was undeserving of the title. It was those words that infuriated Su Lian. Those people had no idea how profound teacher Admirable Fish was in the field of musical instruments. To know, ever since she listened to teacher Admirable Fish's Eru pieces during the training camp and successfully obtained the right to perform, Su Lian now regarded Xian Yu with reverence akin to a deity. She could not accept anyone questioning teacher Admirable Fish in any form. A deity is not to be insulted. That was the reason for Su Lian's sour mood. She silently vowed in her heart. She must use the Eru competition to make everyone recognize the musical talent of Teacher Admirable Fish. If she ever brought dishonor to Teacher Admirable Fish's composition through her performance, she would never forgive herself. Su Lian adjusted her breathing. Though her emotions were fluctuating, it wouldn't affect her state. As Qin Continent's most professional Eru player, she had abundant stage experience. After a few breaths, Su Lian finally lifted her head. Let me be the one to vindicate Teacher Admirable Fish. Chapter 1227, 1039, Horse Racing. Commentators are doing the pre-game inventory. Su Lian is getting introduced by multiple live broadcasting rooms, even including Zhong Continent. The male commentator from Zhong Continent Broadcasting Room spoke up. This contestant from Qin Continent, Su Lian, has achieved excellent results in several Blue Star level Eru competitions. She is a player whose Eru skills have reached the peak. Contestants from various continents, including our seed player from Zhong Continent, Gu Ling, have all experienced defeat at the hands of Su Lian. The female commentator nodded. However, everyone doesn't need to worry too much, as Su Lian has also lost to Gu Ling numerous times. When the two of them cross paths in various Eru competitions, the outcome is usually a 50-50 split, so either of them could win. The audience from Zhong Continent became apprehensive. Does that mean our match with Qin Continent is also a 50-50 chance? The male commentator laughed. If we were talking about past Eru competitions, Gu Ling and Su Lian competing concurrently, indeed the results would be hard to predict. Purely in terms of skill, either could emerge victorious. But if it's the Blue Song Olympics, our chances from Zhong Continent are actually much higher because it's not only the players who compete, but the maestros as well. Exactly. The female commentator began to laugh along. The maestro from Qin Continent, who is most skilled at composing for the Eru, is known as Huang Xiao. His works include some widely circulated classics within Blue Star, and Su Lian's pieces will definitely be provided by Huang Xiao. But here in Zhong Continent, we have a maestro even more adept at composing for the Eru than Huang Xiao, and that is our fourth head coach from Zhong Continent, Teacher Tang Ming. Tang Ming, the #1 contemporary Eru composer of Blue Star. The gap between Huang Xiao and Tang Ming in terms of composing for the Eru might be similar to the overall gap between Lu Sheng and Yang Zhoming. It's not that Huang Xiao is too weak. The main reason is that Tang Ming is too strong. Just as the audience from Zhong Continent began to get excited, the male commentator suddenly shifted his tone. Didn't everyone wish these past few days that we'd also have a head coach as a guest in the broadcasting room? Well, today he has arrived. Let's warmly welcome the fourth head coach from Zhong Continent, Teacher Tang Ming, to the broadcasting room. As the voice trailed off, a long-haired, artistically disposed man appeared in the studio, none other than one of the head coaches from Zhong Continent, Tang Ming. Teacher Tang Ming is here. Finally, a head coach is a guest in the broadcasting room. Our two commentators in the broadcasting room have no technical content. It's about time we invited a head coach to preside over things. Exactly. With Teacher Tang Ming taking part and Gu Ling's level of Eru performance, this event should be in the bag. This must be the man who understands the Eru the best in Blue Star, right? Purely speaking of the Eru, probably even Abigail doesn't have deeper research than Tang Ming. The audience was ecstatic. Tang Ming smiled and greeted the audience. Amidst the lively atmosphere in Zhong Continent's broadcasting room, the women's solo Eru competition finally began. Tang Ming was truly an Eru grandmaster. Starting from the first contestant to appear, he made incisive comments. Throughout, his witticisms were like a string of pearls. He could even turn into a jokester at any moment. To help everyone understand the Eru more directly, he even demonstrated it personally in the broadcasting room, close to professional level. It's got a bit of the same flavor as CNU's live broadcast. Indeed, it's more fun with a professional guest. Teacher Tang Ming is quite humorous. He presents various pieces of professional knowledge with ease. Of course, after all, Teacher Tang Ming is currently the man who understands the Eru the best in Blue Star. I'm willing to call Teacher Tang Ming the god of Eru. Before coming to the broadcasting room, Tang Ming had watched CNU's live broadcast. Today, his commentary style deliberately emulates that of Xian Yu, including playing the eru on the live broadcast. The result was very good. Seeing all sorts of praises for himself in the barrage, Tang Ming laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Soon, the first round ended. The results were very interesting. Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong, players from each of the 8 continents of Blue Star advanced. The one from Zhong continent who advanced was Gu Ling. The one from Qin continent who advanced was Su Lian. The highest score of this round went to Gu Ling, who performed a piece by Tang Ming. Su Lian played a piece by Huang Xiao and obtained the second highest score of this round. Looking at the results, in the first clash of compositions between Huang Xiao and Tang Ming, the former lost. The hearts of the Zhong continent audience were at ease. Coach Tang Ming is mighty, comfortably leading with Gu Ling in the first round. Huang Xiao is indeed no match for teacher Tang Ming. It seems that this time we completely won because of the maestros behind the players. Given equal player levels, it's indeed the maestro's capabilities that make the difference. But let's get back to the point. Listening to too much eru really takes its toll. After hearing so many eru pieces, I feel like I'm about to be carried away. Haha, that's just the eru vibe. In the Qin continent broadcasting room, and Hong and Fragrance expressions didn't look great. Although she successfully advanced, Gu Ling's performance was astonishing. In terms of technique, Su Lian didn't actually lose, but our score was slightly weaker. Beside them, Lu Sheng said indifferently, "This is only the first round, don't panic. The second round is the key." At that moment, the second round began. The 8 advancing contestants took their turns on stage. Gu Ling was the third to perform, still using a piece by Tang Ming. This time, Gu Ling received an average score of 96.8, even more exaggerated than her last round's average. Damn, that score. Gu Ling is secure for the finals. Su Lian should be able to make the finals too. Chapter 1228, 1039 Horse Racing _2. I don't doubt that Su Lian has the strength to make it to the finals, but the gold medal seems out of reach now. This round can only compete for the silver medal. Huang Xiao facing off against Tang Ming is indeed a bit of a stretch. I think I understand why Su Lian had that expression before the competition. Because of frustration. Clearly, her skills are no worse than Gu Ling's, but lacking a master eru composer like Tang Ming, she can only watch her old rival Gu Ling ascend to the top. The Qin continent audience side. Su Lian was the 6th to perform. When Su Lian stepped onto the stage, Gu Ling looked up at this old rival. It wasn't the first time Gu Ling had faced Su Lian in a competition, and their past contests had always been neck and neck. However, today, Gu Ling was certain of her victory. Behind her stood none other than the king of eru composition, teacher Tang Ming. Qin continent's best at eru composition, Huang Xiao, was no comparison to Tang Ming. Losing to her own self for this reason must be really hard to accept, right? But this is the Blue Song Olympics. No one cares why you lost. Winning the eru competition at the Blue Song Olympics, Gu Ling, will be known as the #1 eru player in Blue Star. Even if your level is not worse than mine, what can you do? Thinking this, a slight smile curled the corners of Gu Ling's lips. Just then, the large screen on stage suddenly revealed the details of Su Lian's second-round piece. Piece, horse racing. Composer, Xian Yu. Performer, Su Lian. The corner of Gu Ling's mouth that had just lifted spasmed. Qin continent live broadcast room. And Hong incredulously said, "Xian Yu?" Xiaomi's eyes widened. Su Lian's second eru piece was composed by teacher Xian Yu. Lu Sheng smiled faintly, obviously already aware. The live comments section exploded. Fish Papa knows how to play eru. Nonsense, didn't Fish Papa just play the eru a few days ago in the live room? No, I mean, Fish Papa can compose for the eru too. Isn't teacher Huang Xiao our #1 eru composer in Qin continent? Why is Su Lian's second-round piece composed by teacher Xian Yu? Could it be? I suddenly feel hopeful again. Since Huang Xiao obviously can't match Tang Ming, why not let Fish Papa try? What if it works? Zhong continent live broadcast room. The reaction of the audience here was even more exaggerated than that of Qin continent. Darn, it's that Fish. He even wrote an eru piece? This isn't a pop music competition. We don't have to fear him. Ha ha ha. Dominating in pop music is one thing, but he wants to score in the Eru competition too. He's asking for it. He must not know who he is facing. Coach Tang. Crush him off. Even the two commentators couldn't contain themselves. The male commentator danced with excitement. Did everyone see? Xian Yu's piece actually appeared in the Eru competition. The female commentator was almost yelling. We must win. We can't lose to this fish again. Middle state people desperately crave to defeat Xian Yu. Xian Yu has almost become an obsession for middle state people. At this moment, all of Zhong continent was anti-fish. As Tang Ming felt the suddenly boiling atmosphere in the live room, his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Xian Yu can also compose for Eru? Tang Ming suddenly felt dry-mouthed. He knew very well that if he defeated Xian Yu, he would become a hero throughout Middle State. Middle State has long suffered from fish. This even gave him an impulse to roar skywards, and he blurted out. The revenge battle of Zhong continent against Xian Yu has begun. Xian Yu once declared in a live broadcast, the counterattack from the land of music begins. Tang Ming thought this line was very cool. Now, this line belonged to him. Other continents. Seeing Xian Yu's piece appear in the Eru competition was just as stunning. Musical piece? Eru composition? Can Xian Yu handle it? Even the core coaching teams from various continents displayed surprise, obviously not expecting Qin continent to pull such a move. And amid various reactions, Su Lian suddenly started her performance. The music seemed to explode amongst the neighing of a herd of horses. Vibrant breath, majestic momentum, notes from 6 octaves surged, nearly sweeping away the oppressiveness brought by previous Eru pieces. Some were even taken aback. What's with this strong rhythm? This fervent intensity doesn't feel like an Eru piece at all. The different spans of leaps in the melody, the continuous fast rhythmic patterns, and meticulous rhythm processing situated against the backdrop of open and unrestrained loud and powerful tones compress the thematic musical material through the rhythm. Melodic progression, circuitous and looping, fast 16th note rhythms. Under the changes conducted through modulation methods, the instrumental sounds by people's ears drew them into a racetrack. Herd of horses galloping, rapturous jubilation. The expressions of audiences across various continents instantly changed. Core coaches from various continents, including numerous maestros, were suddenly gaping. Zhong continent live broadcast room. Tang Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, horse racing had just moved into the second section. Variation techniques embellished the main melody with ornamentations, adding to the rhythm. The lively and vibrant rhythm endowed the music with energy, and also brought the musical character closer to the image of horse racing. Following that, a second variation, played by the accompaniment, a simple melody hid within leaps back and forth across 3 octaves, shifting with changes in pitch. Chapter 1229, 1039 Horse Racing _3. Galloping horses. Tang Ming's breathing suddenly quickened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Deliberately missing half a beat, playing leaping broken chords, combining both vividly. Damn, no wonder it's so strange. This is clearly violin pizzicato technique. How did he think of it? Tang Ming's breathing nearly stopped. Laymen listen for fun, but experts listen for technique. After listening for a while, Tang Ming knew that the crux of horse racing was the use of violin pizzicato technique, making the music unique and distinctive. That's right, unique and distinctive. This piece completely overturned many people's impressions of the Eru, who said the Eru could only play sorrowful tunes. Now, Xian Yu has turned the Eru performance into a passionate racetrack. Pizzicato, stopping the bow. Spiccato, tremolo. Su Lian on stage was utterly immersed. You could see her right wrist flick in an instant, her fingers rapidly striking the second-degree note above the root note repeatedly with 30-second notes. Every now and then, she would then rely on her agile finger movements to alternate tightening and relaxing the bow hair on the strings. Short and bouncy sounds arose. Finally, Su Lian began to imitate the playing method of plucked string instruments, plucking the strings with her fingers to produce sound, like the sound of horse hooves. Exquisite technique, the pinnacle of art. And when the third part unfolded, within the limitless sustenance of harmonics, the sound of horse hooves emerged once more. Do you hear it? the voice of the god of Eru. Tang Ming's complexion was somewhat pale. Was this borrowing the playing method of some plucked string instruments, using the fingers to pluck the strings, to imitate the sound of horse hooves? This, horse racing, had given Tang Ming a solid lesson indeed. Originally, the Eru could also express unrestrained, robust, fiery, and jubilant masculinity, an ingenious scene. It nearly shattered Tang Ming's understanding of the Eru. And not just him. Although few maestros from the various continents studied the Eru in depth like Tang Ming, their understanding of the instrument was still profound. However, at this moment, listening to the sound of horse racing beside their ears, their expressions changed from dumbfounded to shocked, transforming continuously. Originally, the Eru could be played like this. Smooth, bowing, full-bodied tone. The entire piece's mood was upbeat, its colors extremely vivid, with consistent line work. This was a piece that emphasized competitiveness. It vividly outlined the diverse life of the Blue Song Olympics, this top-tier competitive arena. And when a certain keynote sounded, Su Lian's performance abruptly stopped. This was undoubtedly a short but powerful ending, and yet it left an endless aftertaste, as if horse racing was not yet over. Just like the competition, it would continue. The full and spirited melody, as if accompanied by the sound of horse hooves, echoed in everyone's hearts. Wow! All continents were abuzz. Qin Continent's live broadcast room. You can always trust Xianyu. Is this supposed to be the Eru? This is clearly a battle anthem. Holy crap! A piece of Eru music that gets my blood boiling. Can you believe it? Oh my god! Does Fish Papa have some misunderstanding about the Eru? This is rock and roll Eru for crying out loud. Ha ha ha. Fish Papa has redefined the Eru. Compared to this, all those previous pieces sound so limp. Online. That's outrageous. Is this the Eru I know? Xianyu is amazing. This piece really blew up. This is the first time I've seen someone describe the Eru with the word blast. No problem. Who said Fish Papa's instrument composition skills were lacking? Just how good is this Eru creation? I may not understand the Eru, but I know I like this. Of all the Eru pieces in the competition, this is the one that gets me going the most. Zhong Continent's live broadcast room. Tang Ming's face was as red as a branding iron, no longer able to maintain his previous confidence. What is this? Both male and female commentators almost lost the ability to speak. The barrage was filled with despair. What the hell is this? Can someone tell me what this is? Can the Eru even be played like this? Is this guy even human? Weren't they saying that this fish's music skills were no good? Weren't they saying that our moment for revenge had arrived? Horse racing. They're playing with your horse. The spectators from Zhong Continent were as frustrated at this moment as they were excited to see Xian Yu's name appear before. They thought this was Zhong Continent's chance for revenge. After all, the era master representing them this time was Tang Ming. And with Xian Yu leaving his strongest area, the pop music scene, to step into the realm of the Eru, how impressive could he be? This was Zhong Continent's closest brush with revenge. But the result? You didn't even have to understand the Eru. Even a fool could hear how terrifying Xian Yu's Eru piece was this round. This horse racing. It directly overturned everyone's preconceived notions about the Eru. Chapter 1230-104. Let's aim for the top 21st. The performance had ended. Su Lian stood up on stage and bowed, and then her eyes suddenly met those of Gu Ling in the audience. Gu Ling's face went pale. Actually, when Gu Ling realized that Su Lian's piece was composed by Xian Yu, she had already felt a bit nervous. A person's reputation casts a long shadow. Xian Yu's performance at the Blue Song Olympics had been too brilliant, so brilliant that any competitor would instinctively feel insecure upon encountering this fish. It was as if everyone were on a small boat drifting in the ocean, and Xian Yu was the great white shark lurking beneath the seabed. Just the faint glimpse of a dorsal fin was enough to send hearts racing with fear. However, considering teacher Tang Ming's achievements in the Eru field, Gu Ling still managed to stay calm. Xian Yu might be incredible, but he had never composed Eru pieces before. By comparison, teacher Tang Ming was already a master in this area. No matter how you looked at it, Tang Ming couldn't possibly lose, right? Yet, no one could have predicted this. Xian Yu's Eru composition actually outshone teacher Tang Ming's. Ling was knocked completely off guard by horse racing. At this moment, Su Lian glanced at Ling, her gaze seemingly saying, "Your backing isn't nearly as powerful as mine, huh?" Whether or not Su Lian meant this, Ling certainly interpreted it that way. Boom. Ling's composure was shattered. This loss was utterly suffocating. If their compositions had been equally matched, her actual abilities against Su Lian's would have been a dead even 50-50 duel. The judges began scoring. As everyone imagined, Su Lian's scores easily overshadowed those of Ling. The live audience erupted into a frenzy. Amazing. The Eru can be this explosive? I never expected Xianyu to dominate not just pop songs, but Eru compositions too. Damn. Before today's competition, a bunch of people were saying Xianyu wasn't good at composing for instruments. Well, this performance just slapped them in the face. Exactly. While I can't speak for other instruments, as far as Eru creations go, Xianyu's work is truly beyond reproach. But Tang Ming is the top Eru artist of Blue Star, and Xianyu actually beat Blue Star's era #1. Does that mean Xianyu is now the true #1 Eru artist on Blue Star? The core coaching teams of various continents. The astonishment on the coaches' faces refused to fade. This guy, he's practically paving a new path in Eru compositions. Why didn't I think of that? Not thinking of it is normal. Don't be fooled. Although Xianyu only made adjustments to Eru techniques, without a strong foundation, no ordinary musician could have come up with this approach. And he's so young. Where does this kind of profound depth come from? If this piece were presented in the third round, it could likely take the championship directly, couldn't it? Of course. But even though this composition has championship potential, why did he use it in the second round? This horse racing is undoubtedly a trump card. Why unleash such a trump card in the second round? At Su Lian's level, even without horse racing in the second round, she should have had a strong chance to advance to the third round. Could it be that he has something even bigger planned for the third round? As this inconceivable thought surfaced in their minds, every maestro from all continents couldn't help but feel their confidence begin to waver. Zhong Continent's livestream room. Tang Ming had remained silent for nearly 20 minutes, so different from the charismatic and eloquent figure he had been when the livestream began. For Zhong Continent's audience, this 20-minute silence was a black 20 minutes. No one continued clamoring for revenge. Even though Ling and one of the Qi continent players also successfully advanced to the third round alongside Su Lian, Xianyu's terrifying dominance had cast a heavy shadow over Zhong Continent. Horse racing shattered every bit of pride Zhong Continent had held in the Eru field. Taking a deep breath, the male commentator's voice sounded bitter. Xianyu has become Zhong Continent's nightmare. Teacher Tang Ming really gave it his all. The female commentator couldn't resist comforting Tang Ming, though her hope showed through as she asked, "Teacher Tang Ming, do you think you still have a chance?" This was only the second round. Although Ling lost to Su Lian this round, she still advanced to the third round. There would be another contest in the third round. Who knows, maybe Tang Ming's piece for the third round would be equally jaw-dropping. But Tang Ming simply shook his head. "I don't have a chance." Zhong Continent's audience let out a collective sigh. Suddenly, Tang Ming shifted his tone. "Although I don't have a chance, that doesn't mean Zhong Continent doesn't have a chance. I'll just put it out there. It doesn't impact the competition anyway. The third round Eru piece from Zhong Continent wasn't composed by me." The two commentators stiffened immediately. "But you're Zhong Continent's top Eru artist." Their authenticity was apparent. A moment ago, they had been calling Tang Ming Blue Star's top Eru artist. Now they switched to calling him Zhong Continent's top Eru artist. Tang Ming gave a bitter smile. The idea of #1 is just a hollow title. Zhong Continent has many maestros more talented than I am. They simply haven't specialized in Eru. If they were interested and focused on it, their achievements could easily surpass mine. Take, for example, teacher Matsushima Rain from our Zhong Continent. In the past 2 years, she has been studying the Eru and has composed a truly outstanding piece. That work should be able to go head-to-head with Xianyu. What? The commentators and audience of Zhong Continent were simultaneously stunned. Immediately, a wave of hope surged in everyone's hearts. "We still have hope." Tang Ming nodded. "Horse racing is certainly strong, but it primarily excels in innovation and technical flair. Such pieces take the stage by storm because of their unique significance, but if they appear a second time, the impact might not be the same. Ultimately, the comparison of Eru works boils down to substance and foundation. Chapter 1231, 1042. Let's advance to the top 21st_2. Zhong Continent. Matsushima Rain couldn't help but curse. This so-called top Eru player of Blue Star is trying to throw me under the bus by directly throwing me out to be roasted. Tang Ming was right. The final song choice for the Eru competition really did use Matsushima Rain's work. Matsushima Rain was indeed very confident in his own final piece. But after listening to Horse Racing, Matsushima Rain's confidence was shaken. He wasn't certain about winning against Xianyu. And now, Tang Ming's words were undoubtedly like tossing a bomb at Matsushima Rain. He does have a point, though. Ito Makoto spoke up. A piece like Horse Racing, bursting onto the scene for the first time, is definitely going to set the stage on fire, but you only get one such opportunity. Ultimately, Eru still comes down to artistic substance, and your piece is very well done in that respect. The odds of winning are still very high. That's easy to say. Matsushima Rain gritted his teeth, but he played Horse Racing in the second round, not the third, which really makes me worried. This fish seems fearless. Ito Makoto did not dwell on this issue, but his eyes slightly lit up, and he said, "The wind instrument competition has started." Matsushima Rain was stunned for a moment, then turned to the live broadcast on stage. Indeed, the wind instrument competition had begun. He said somberly, "This fish is too uncanny. If I lose the crown in the third round, I can only rely on your piece as a safety net." "Don't worry." Ito Makoto spoke lightly. Unlike the nervous Matsushima Rain, Ito Makoto never seemed to doubt that he could lose. The wind instrument competition went through 2 rounds. After both rounds, the 3 contestants who advanced came from Zhong Continent, Qin Continent, and Chu Continent. Up to this point in the competition, Qin Continent, as the land of music, had shown its strength unmistakably. In the final rounds of each major category, there was always a presence of competitors from Zhong Continent and Qin Continent. And in the subsequent competitions, Qin Continent always had participants who could advance to the finals along with those from Zhong Continent. Although Qin Continent was still being outperformed by Zhong Continent in the total number of gold medals, the fact that they could compete to such an extent with Zhong Continent was enough to prove the formidable nature of the land of music. Other continents were extremely envious of this achievement, because it was the first time in years that any continent had put so much pressure on Zhong Continent in the field of music. Is Zhong Continent unbeatable? That's what everyone used to think. But Qin Continent's recent performance in the Blue Song Olympics seemed to vaguely indicate a trend that could break this dominance. Evening. The 7th day of competition ended. Online. It's the time for the whole network to discuss the results of today's competition. Fish Papa's Eru performance today was absolutely thrilling. As an old fan of Fish Papa for many years, I just wanted to ask, does anyone still think Fish Papa lacks in playing instruments? Even the so-called top Eru player Tang Ming has lost. If the schedule of the various categories wasn't designed in advance, I would almost believe Fish Papa intentionally used today's Eru competition to slap some faces. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sheng was right. Fish Papa doesn't have many instrumental works, but that doesn't mean his instrumental skills are lacking. I'd like to call Fish Papa the king of Eru. Don't forget, Xianyu is also the king of pop. After all, no one on Blue Star would dare to say they could definitely beat Xianyu in the field of pop music. Look at his output of pop songs. It's like a walking pop music factory. Don't get too carried away, though. Although there was a lot of face-slapping today, Xianyu hasn't yet won the champion of the Eru group. I've heard that Zhong Continent's Eru piece for the third round is quite impressive. That's right. I admit Horse Racing is amazing, but saying that Fish Papa is one of the top 10 maestros in Blue Star, no matter how you look at it, seems far-fetched, doesn't it? Indeed. Currently, Xianyu can only boast about piano and Eru. In contrast, those ranked among the top 10 maestros are proficient in creating music with a variety of instruments. That's true, but I feel like Fish Papa's ability demonstrated today should definitely place him in the top 20. Let's wait until Xianyu wins the Era Championship before we talk about that. Anyway, I think there's no problem with ranking Xianyu in the top 20 now. This is the influence of the Blue Song Olympics. If it were before today, even if Lu Sheng conservatively said that Xianyu was among the top 20 maestros in Blue Star, there probably would have been a lot of doubts and scoffs. However, after today's Eru performance by Xianyu, he has already won over many people. Their attitude started to change, seriously considering the possibility of Xianyu ranking in the top 20 maestros in Blue Star. Post-competition meeting of Qin Continent. Have you seen the online comments? A lot of people are saying you can now be ranked in the top 20. Wasn't it the top 10? The top 10 are my words, but no one believes it. At least some people believe in the top 20, and there are quite a few supporters. So how to get into the top 10? Suppose you'll need to release more instrumental works. Alright, Lu Sheng and Xianyu were talking. Those listening to their conversation couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Suddenly, Zheng Jing pulled out the schedule for the next day. Forget about the top 10 for now. Tomorrow you should have even more people acknowledging your top 20 status. The schedule revealed. Tomorrow, 8 competitions will unfold. Among them, 6 events will hold their finals. And out of these 6 final events, Lin Yuan is involved in 3. These are Men's Wind Instrument Finals, Men's Swana Finals, Women's Eru Finals. Lin Yuan has works in all 3 competitions. Chapter 1232, 104. Let's get into the top 21st_3. In other words, tomorrow Lin Yuan would unveil 3 instrumental compositions. Wasn't someone saying Xianyu's instrumental compositions were lacking? Well, tomorrow, he'd present more of them. Lin Yuan had already figured it out. If the top 10 is out of reach, then aim for the top 21st. Step by step, to become one of Blue Star's top 10 maestros, he first had to increase the quantity of his instrumental compositions. Of course, quantity alone wasn't enough. Quality was the real key. Would the quality of a Blue Song Olympics gold medal be enough? Asterisk out of nowhere, Lin Yuan felt an intense desire to deliver on Lu Sheng's bold claim about the top 10 maestros. Asterisk. Zhong Continent Core Coaching Group. Abigail fixed her gaze on Gu Ling and said, "You're doubting yourself." Gu Ling lowered her head. Abigail remarked calmly, "The composition you received is a piece that Matsushima Maple spent 2 years completing. In terms of quality, it's certainly no weaker than Xianyu's horse racing from today. But, horse racing really? I know horse racing is impressive, but works as flashy as this. When they appear in competition once, the judging panel might award high scores. If they show up a second time, they'll likely lose their appeal." Yes. Gu Ling gritted her teeth. Her confidence was gradually returning. Abigail exhaled slightly, feeling a measure of relief. Over the past week of competition, although Zhong Continent had maintained its lead in gold medal count, Qin Continent had started to pressure Abigail. He even took it upon himself to personally counsel the contestants. Abigail could clearly sense. Many Zhong Continent contestants felt a sense of dread at the mention of Xianyu's name. The moment they hear his name, panic sets in, which severely undermines their performance. At this moment, Gu Ling suddenly looked up and, summoning her courage, asked, "Could Xianyu really rank in Blue Star's top 10? Top 10. Abigail smirked coldly. The only 2 people among the Blue Song Olympics worthy of top 10 status are me and Yang Zhoming. But Xianyu has won so many gold medals." Gu Ling began to speak, but quickly shut her mouth, realizing she probably shouldn't have said that. Abigail's lips twitched slightly. It's normal for younger generations to have more creative stamina than the older ones. Abigail felt a mix of emotions. In all these years, he'd never come across a composer with more creative stamina than Xianyu. There was one statement from Lu Sheng that Abigail agreed with. The scariest thing about Xianyu wasn't just how high the quality of his compositions was. It was the terrifying quantity of his works, all while maintaining a respectable level of quality. Now that the competition had reached this point, how many pieces had Xianyu already presented? Abigail's primary concern wasn't how many gold medals he had won. He was now worried about how many more high-quality pieces Xianyu might still have tucked away. If that were the case, even he might struggle against such a monster. If this were a boxing match, Yang Zhongming and Abigail, contenders of their caliber, would be akin to seasoned champions who could easily claim victory in one bout. but whose stamina inevitably dwindled after just a few matches, leaving them both gasping for breath. But Xianyu? This man seemed tireless, competing match after match without showing the slightest fatigue, not to mention that his skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Are we just getting old? Abigail felt a hint of melancholy in that moment, because he knew that in the future, Xianyu would undoubtedly become a major headache for Zhong Continent. Still, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget the future for now. At this moment, the team he was leading from Zhong Continent remained invincible. Chapter 1233, 1041. The original scenery of the hometown. Now I'm not worthy of the top 10 title yet. Then why not aim for the top 21st this time? Lin Yuan entered the competition the following day with this mindset. The pace was still fast. After the core coaches and players from each continent made their appearances, the final round for the Eru event was about to begin. I'm going to the live broadcast room for fun. Yi Zhiqiu stood up and said, I don't know what it feels like to watch the competition from the broadcasting room. Lu Sheng said with a laugh, it's quite fun. Everyone. Of course, you think it's fun because you enjoy making bold comments in the broadcast room. Look at your comments about the top 10, which brought so many controversies for Xianyu. At this moment, the stage began the drawing lots. Su Lian drew number 1. She would be the first to perform today. When she stepped onto the stage, Gu Ling kept encouraging herself in her heart. No problem. Definitely no problem. My piece is in no way inferior to horse racing. Perhaps the encouragement worked, as a streak of confidence soon flashed through Gu Ling's eyes, and her gaze towards Su Lian no longer wavered. Online, netizens from all continents were discussing heatedly. The piece for the Eru finals must have been written by Xianyu, right? Pretty much. I listened to horse racing a billion times before I went to bed last night. That horse racing made me fall in love with the Eru. I hope Fish Papa brings more surprises today. It has started. It has started. It truly is a work by Fish Papa. The name of this piece is quite poetic. Reflections of the Moon on Urquin. The information about the piece appeared on the big screen. Piece, Reflections of the Moon on Urquin. Composer, Xianyu. Performer, Su Lian. The performance is about to begin, and the battle is on the verge of breaking out. In Zhong Continent, Matsushima Rain was pacing back and forth in the room. Ito Mikado, annoyed, said, Can you sit down and listen? Matsushima Rain frowned. I'm restless. I can't calm down. Why does Xianyu dare to bring out horse racing in the second round? How would I know? Ito Mikado rolled his eyes. Matsushima Rain's heart beat rapidly. I thought about it all night yesterday, and I feel there's only one possibility. What possibility? He has even better pieces coming up. Impossible. Then there's no reason to use horse racing. The problem is, Ito Mikado was about to argue with Matsushima Rain when his voice abruptly stopped. Suddenly, in the room, an Eru note slowly played that seemed to slow the flow of blood. At that moment, Matsushima Rain suddenly froze. Her gaze shot towards the TV where Su Lian was playing the Eru. At the same moment, Ito Mikado also gasped slightly and quickly turned his eyes to the screen. The music in waves. Unlike horse racing, this, Reflections of the Moon on Urquin, seemed to weave countless emotions through Su Lian's string pulling and breath, perfectly integrating into the notes. Not so agitated. Not so explosive. Contrary to that, this piece matched all imaginations people had about the Eru. Sadness mixed with frustration. Frustration with helplessness. It made one subconsciously recall all the tragic pasts that happened to oneself. And just when you thought sadness and despair were the main themes of this piece, new hope emerges through the melody. It's like light entering the darkness. Emotions suddenly burst forth in a certain measure. The renowned earth conductor Seiji Ozawa, the first time he heard this Eru piece, was moved to tears and made a classic remark. Such music should be listened to on one's knees. This statement might be exaggerated, but it also indirectly confirms the success of this piece. This aspect seems similar to horse racing. That is, whether you understand the Eru or not, listening to Reflections of the Moon on Urquin will inevitably stir emotions. Many excellent works have this attribute, including Yang Zhoming's violin and Abigail's saxophone. At the venue, the audience quieted down. Inside various broadcasting rooms, The audience also quieted down. It seemed like everyone was afraid to disturb the atmosphere of the moment. The eru strings are long, resembling an endless railroad track. No trace of axing. In the camera, suddenly, an audience member's eyes reddened. Even Maestro turned his face away to cover it with his hand. Men do not easily shed tears, only when they reach the heartbreak point. This is a heart-wrenching piece. Is it to sink into darkness henceforth, or to struggle and burst forth with the courage to resist? Repeatedly entangled string pulling, increasingly complex variations, emotions intensely and richly invaded everyone's ears. Even at the judges' panel, a judge around 50 years old was already sobbing uncontrollably. People did not know what he heard, just as people didn't know what each other heard. Human joys and sorrows are not the same. Everyone heard a story that belonged to themselves. This stage had many poignant works, both songs and instruments. But no piece could make one more saddened than Reflections of the Moon on Urquin, not only because of the inherently tragic tonality of the eru, but also because of the power of the piece itself. And if it were just tragic, it would be one thing. But this piece always nurtured a sense of hope. The most tormenting thing is often the struggle and hope in the dark. Gradually, the sound of the eru faded. When Su Lian stood up to bow, the audience hadn't even recovered yet. I really lost. Matsushima Rain finally sat down, hands hanging limply. Her piece hadn't even made its mark on the stage before Xian Yu had already killed all suspense. It's all right, I'm still here. Ito Makoto spoke, rubbing his sore eyes. Chapter 1234, 1041. The original scenery of the hometown _2. He couldn't understand. What had Xian Yu experienced at such a young age to compose a piece so despairing yet eternally hopeful? At the same moment, Guling had no time to think about anything else. The confidence she had painstakingly rebuilt was once again torn apart by that fish. Her fingers trembled slightly. They trembled so much that it made one wonder if she could still go on stage to perform. However, when she saw another finalist secretly wiping away tears, she suddenly felt a bit relieved. Fellow sufferers in the same boat. Losing to a piece like that at the Blue Song Olympics wasn't unjust. In the major live streaming rooms, sparse comments became dense again. It made me cry, especially oppressive. As expected, works like horse racing are rare. In the end, the eru is still an instrument that brings despair. I don't understand it, but I'm deeply shaken. It's not just despair, there's hope in the music too. Don't ask me how I know. I'm puzzled myself as to why I seem to understand this piece. Fish Papa truly mastered the eru. Isn't Old Yi going to say something? What's there for Old Yi to say? He was almost moved to tears himself. Indeed, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes were also red. But when the two commentators looked at him, he still spoke up, his voice a bit hoarse. This kid's had it tough. One sentence. It left everyone speculating. Why could the young Xian Yu write such a deeply experienced piece? Some thought of Xian Yu's past struggle with a terminal illness, and suddenly all the questions were answered. Zhong Continent. The two commentators were sent away one after the other. They sat there in a daze, nearly forgetting their duties as commentators. Comments flooded in. The listening experience doesn't have the shock from yesterday's horse racing, but emotionally, it stunned me for a year. It's too distressing for the listener. No wonder horse racing came out yesterday. There's no issue if this piece is the finale. If Tang Ming were here, I'd really want to ask him if we still have a chance. Not a snowball's chance. Looking at the expressions of Gu Ling and the other contestant, it seems like they've already given up. It's too dismal. The whole thing's just a funeral march. This fish seems intent on sending all the Blue Olympics viewers away. Zhong Continent had suffered from fish for long enough. It seemed like they'd have to continue suffering. Nobody thought Matsushima Rain could accomplish what Tang Ming hadn't. Not until Su Lian exited the stage did the applause finally come, albeit belatedly. Unlike the somber eru, this applause was so enthusiastic it seemed to revive everyone. There's no need to continue. In the core coaching group of Zhong Continent, Tang Ming suddenly spoke. Abigail tilted her head slightly. Today's sunlight was more glaring than it had been in days. The result was just as Tang Ming had said. No need to continue. Even if Gu Ling's performance was commendable, even if the third finalist also presented a good work. However, with the masterpiece Reflections of the Moon on Urquin, shining so brightly ahead. Other Eru pieces seemed to pale in comparison. What kind of piece could compare with reflections of the moon on Urquin? Perhaps horse racing could battle it with its uniqueness. But thinking this was even more despairing, because the distinct horse racing was also Xianyu's work. Perhaps the title of the #1 Eru player on Blue Star had finally found its rightful owner today. No matter how sad, the competition had to go on. The next event was the flute finals. Chu Continent's contestant took the stage first. Zhong Continent was second. Qin Continent was third. Perhaps it was the influence of the atmosphere from the Eru finals. The Chu Continent contestant's performance was mediocre and didn't evoke much reaction. Shortly after, Zhong Continent's contestant took the stage. At this moment, the audience was still not over the emotions of reflections of the moon on Urquin. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound rang out. In that moment, the audience all looked up at this Zhong Continent contestant. This was. People quickly looked to the work information. Work, scenery of hometown. Composer, Ito Makoto. Performer, Lu Halmo. The beautiful sound of the flute suddenly awakened the hometown feelings of countless spectators. People finally moved on from reflections of the moon on Urquin, thoroughly enjoying this piece. In the core coaching group of Zhong Continent, a smile finally appeared on Abigail's face again. Ito Makoto wrote quite a good piece. Improved so much from before. Not sure what he's been through, but it seems he has new insights. We should congratulate him on having a new representative work. No, we should congratulate ourselves on soon securing a gold medal. In the Zhong Continent live streaming room, the audience was once again energized. Ah, this piece. Absolutely love it. I finally emerged from the shadow of reflections of the moon on Urquin. Ito Makoto-sensei is amazing. Let the Eru gold medal go. We'll take the flute gold medal. Such a wonderful surprise. I was just driven to despair by Xianyu. Scenery of hometown. I'm going to rave about this piece. In the same Zhong Continent, finally emerging from the blow, Matsushima Rain sincerely congratulated his old friend, Chung Sang. Every time I hear this piece, it reminds me of home. Speaking of which, we should thank Xianyu. The music seemed to become background music, triggering Ito Makoto's memories. This piece was inspired when we returned to our hometown last time to block Xianyu's run for 12 championships. After repeated refinements, today we have scenery of hometown. The sound of the Blue Star flute, it's the most fitting. We did consider the ocarina, but the Blue Star flute is more suitable for the competition. You've made up for one of my regrets. At least we nabbed a gold medal. I could consider sharing half with you. Ito Makoto's mood was evidently good. This scenery of hometown was his most satisfying work in recent years. During their conversation, the Zhong Continent performer finished. The Qin Continent performer Lu Yuan took the stage. But not many people were paying attention. All the discussion among the spectators was centered around scenery of hometown. I love scenery of hometown. Yesterday, my favorite was horse racing. Today, this one is my favorite. Reflections of the moon on Urquin is also good, but I guess I'm not cut out for such oppressive shadows. It stirred up my homesickness. The flute's melodious sound lets one's thoughts fly away. Listening makes me want to go home. I'm going to download this piece when I get home. The Blue Song Olympics is really a treasure trove, providing countless works. Clearly, this was an immensely popular work. To be honest, Reflections of the Moon on Urquin was also excellent. No one denied that. But that piece was a bit too oppressive. People might only listen to it once in a long while. No one would listen to it constantly. Too much of it is outright depressing. And as discussions went on from all sides, suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What the heck? What happened? Look at the big screen." Huh. The audience on site all looked toward the big screen. The next moment, everyone's expressions suddenly became incredibly peculiar. At the same time, the expressions of the core coaching groups from all continents changed. No way. It was the same across the major live streaming rooms on the internet. This is way too coincidental. I don't understand. Was this planned in advance? Even Ito Makoto, who was watching the stream in Zhong Continent, suddenly freaked out. How could this be? Matsushima Rain's heart was pounding wildly, as if he'd seen something unbelievable. What on earth is going on? What was going on? It was quite simple. On the stage, Lu Yuan, who had been using a piccolo, suddenly took out a blue star flute identical to the one used by the Zhong continent contestant. If it were only this, it could be dismissed. The blue star flute was quite a common flute instrument. What truly caused the exclamations was the sudden appearance of the work information on the big screen. Work, original scenery of hometown. Composer, Lin Yuan. Performer, Lin Yuan. This was the reason for all the surprise. Coincidence. Too coincidental. The work performed by the Zhong continent contestant was called Scenery of Hometown, and the piece that the Qin continent contestant was about to perform was actually titled Original Scenery of Hometown. The same instrument, the same theme. Was this determined not to be a parody act? What's more, the piece performed by the Qin continent contestant was also composed by Lin Yuan. Error was one thing. This fish could also compose flute pieces. Chapter 1235, 1042. A one-man instrument show. The commentators from Zhong continent were green with envy. The audience in the live broadcast was climaxing in an instant. Oh my God, why is it this fish again? Lingering like a shadow, omnipresent, penetrating everywhere. Didn't the host say before that fish only composes piano pieces, and there are only a few piano works? What about the eru? Pieces from the past 2 days? And what's with these flute-like instruments now? The commentators are full of hot air. How many times have we been slapped in the face by Lin Yuan these days? Aside from pop songs, Fish is clearly proficient in more than one instrument. Isn't the most bizarre thing the name of this piece? Hometown. Scenery. It's not exactly the same. It's totally identical. Please, Mr. Ito Makoto, you must agree to help us. Zhong continent. To take revenge. Revenge. Must take revenge. If it's a song competition, it's very common to have matching genres and themes. Like the pop category competitions, most are love songs. However, in the instrumental category, having matching themes is rare, let alone back-to-back songs entering the finals. Not only choosing the Blue Star Flute, but even the damn titles are carved from the same mold. It's too much of a coincidence. This is the biggest coincidence that happened on the stage of the Blue Song Olympics. And this coincidence just happens to involve Lin Yuan, who has been fancy displaying his musical talent through eru pieces these past 2 days. Under various backgrounds, the two pieces formed a subtle opposition. Thoughts of revenge immediately filled the brains of the Zhong continent audience. For the Zhong continent audience, every encounter with Lin Yuan means a battle of revenge. Zhong continent has won so many gold medals, yet they are always unable to deal with fish, which has almost become a heart disease for countless middle state people. The only cure is to eradicate this fish. Some Zhong continent viewers have even begun to pray in their hearts. On the stage, the player from Qin continent, Lin Yuan, focused, slowly picked up the Blue Star Flute. The silver of the Blue Star Flute, similar to a terrestrial ocarina, but more expressive and with a wider range of octaves. Among all the peculiar expressions, the pure sound of running water suddenly resonated, as if coming from the deep and quiet forest. This was the prelude to the piece, serving as a background accompaniment. Instrumental competitions have certain limitations on the ratio of accompanying sounds, but it's impossible to restrict completely. Otherwise, the expressive power of solo instruments would not be strong enough, damaging the integrity of the piece. This rule is very humanized. After all, singers' duels can't just be a cappella, there must be accompaniment arrangers to aid. The sound of water echoes in the empty valley. The two sounds seem to call to each other from afar. The booming bass struck on every downbeat, as if clearing away all the haze. The sound of the Blue Star Flute began. Everything was so harmonious and natural. Natural enough to make one feel completely relaxed. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. And in the fleeting changes, the sound of the Blue Star Flute seemed to penetrate everyone's heart, like a divine melody from childhood. Some gently closed their eyes, as if everyone entered into a dream, strange yet familiar, and their thoughts couldn't help but float away. Is that deep in the memory? The breeze from the mountains hit the face. The blue sky bore the imprint of birds flying. Bamboo sways gently in the mountain wind. Amidst the lush greens, the sweet scent of soil and flowers permeates. The theory of grandeur and simplicity is timeless. The traditional pentatonic chord seems to naturally fit the human ear, as if to awaken the always-remembered landscape hidden in the heart. The music drifts, like a high mountain's gentle howl, like a deep valley's contemplation. Clouds on the horizon stretch out, interlinked. Wisp of cooking smoke spirals long and far. People seem to be led back to their hometown. The innocent and cheerful childhood, the vibrant green rice paddies swaying under the sunlight, and the familiar chorus of frogs coming from the rice fields. Barefoot, children running in the fields, letting mud splash onto their faces, accompanied by the idle cicadas in the shade of the trees. Beneath the trees, the clear stream flows slowly, as if it could reach far away. The splintered sunlight through the leaves sprinkled on the dirty clothes and speckles. So uplifting, yet so sorrowful. The people walking on the road, walking and growing up, walking and walking away. The true meaning is within, yet the desire to argue has been forgotten. Who knows when? The sunlight ceased to be mottled, only stretching shadows longer. The sun rises and the moon sets. The wanderer at the world's edge, the tourist abroad. Besides the weariness, there's an endless inner voice. But in a sudden recollection, you can still vaguely see the homeland scenery. The pressure of life seems to be unladen at this moment, and the people used to pretending in the urban steel forest smile anew on their faces. High mountains and flowing water. Insects chirping, frogs croaking. The little courtyard at the entrance of the village. Such a hometown doesn't belong to everyone, but it seems like everyone once had it, because it is the hometown of the heart. The Blue Star flute suddenly rose an octave. The intensity of violins and percussion strengthened. The audience's emotions seemed to fly away with the blue sky and white clouds, and feelings exploded continuously in the main melody. The climax of the piece came suddenly, yet naturally, as if nostalgia spreads, but precisely washes away the vicissitudes of the heart. This is the original landscape of the hometown. It is also a life-sync painting. Sorrow wanders peacefully and comfortably. Chapter 1236, 1042, a one-man instrument show _2. People could no longer distinguish whether it was sadness or joy, or perhaps it was just an indescribable feeling that faintly lingered in their hearts. If it could be said, Ito Makoto's Scenes of My Hometown took people back home. Then, Cien Yu's The Original Scenery of My Hometown turned the concept of home into something vaguely familiar. Perhaps people thought of their hometowns all the same. But even with many fond memories of home, people still could not remember them clearly. They were only vague and confused, relieved yet saddened. It seems to still be there, and yet it seems to be gone. Revisiting the old place feels like a lifetime ago. Living in the crowded and noisy city, people have gradually become irritable and restless, forgetting the tranquility and leisure of the soul. Yet at this moment, something seems to have been reawakened. When the music came to an end, the applause was already like a tidal wave. Core coaching groups of all continents. All maestros were silently clapping their hands. And in the Zhong continent's live broadcast room, the audience seemed to maintain a relative calm. But behind this calmness, certain emotions were boiling and surging within their hearts, eventually bursting forth. We lost. Again. Really can't win, huh? Why is it always this outcome when our contestant, our Ito Makoto, has been so outstanding? Now I'm kind of developing a fear of fish. Although I don't want to admit it, this piece truly resonated with my heart. It makes one want to cry. It's no longer just a fear of fish, dang it. I'm now a CNU PTSD sufferer. Pop songs are one thing, but why is his instrumental composition also so skilled? Whether it's the eru or flute competitions, the works he presents are despairingly impeccable. Both commentators exchanged a glance and spoke with difficulty. This person is too terrifying. Defeating such an opponent will require more waiting. Perhaps we shouldn't be too fixated on these losses to Xianyu. After all, Zhong Continent is still the one leading the gold medal count, aren't we? Indeed, I don't want to admit that Zhong Continent, which holds the most gold medals in Blue Song Olympics, seems to have no real way to deal with this fish. Matsushima Rain sighed. Ito Makoto sighed as well. If I remember correctly, haven't we watched this episode before? I didn't expect to encounter him, and even less did I predict that I would lose again upon encountering him, and in such a way. That's not too bad. Matsushima Rain squeezed out a smile. Though it's different from what I imagined, the outcome is indeed that you're here with me again. Actually, I was not convinced last time. Ito Makoto smiled bitterly. But this time, I'm truly convinced. I understand. Your feelings right now are the same as mine right after listening to Reflections of the Moon on Urquhart. This person is too frightening. Suddenly, I feel the top 10 ranking of Blue Star might not be a joke. They obviously don't feel that way. They will understand. The conversation between the two stopped abruptly in unison as they sighed again together. Because the flute competition had ended. Liu Yuan, the Qin continent contestant, had won the championship of this event with Xian Yu's composition, The Original Scenery of My Hometown. Qin continent's live broadcast room. The audience's celebration had long filled the screen. Got the second gold medal today. Instruments. It's the instruments again. Fish Papa is proving with his skill that what he knows isn't just the piano, and not just the eru. I have a feeling The Original Scenery of My Hometown will definitely become a classic. It has already become a classic. I know why Xian Yu has fewer instrumental works. Because his standards are high, he only releases classics. That seems about right. I've said it before. How could a person who can play so many instruments only write piano pieces? The pop songs by Fish Papa are also a great shock to me. But compared to today's Eru and Blue Star flute performances, it seems to lack a depth and a sense of weight. It feels like Fish Papa is becoming stronger with each battle. The two commentators looked towards the guest Yi Zhiqiu. They asked a question that all viewers were interested in. Does Teacher Admirable Fish have any other instruments? Yes. Yi Zhiqiu confirmed with certainty. The barrage suddenly became even more excited. The two commentators were ecstatic. Such as, Yi Zhiqiu nodded towards the screen. The two commentators were stunned. The live broadcast audience was taken aback. No way. Xian Yu's next instrumental piece is the Suona? Correct. After the flute category competition ended, the Suona finals were about to begin, and it was very apparent from Yi Zhiqiu's implications. Following the eru and flute, Xian Yu's third instrumental creation turned out to be the Suona. However, the live audience and viewers from other continents did not get the news immediately. Seeing that the Suona finals were about to start, the audience was amused. Here it comes. This instrumental hooligan. I had a bad feeling watching the Suona competition yesterday. Compared to the eru, the Suona is indeed more suited for sending people off. I really can't appreciate the Suona. In our hometown customs, this thing is only played when someone dies. In ours, it's played at weddings too. It's the same in many places, played both for weddings and funerals, and even for kids' full moon celebrations. Joking aside, the Suona is the only instrument in Blue Star that can be played from full moon ceremonies to the 7th day after one's death. Speaking of which, when Jiang Kuei sang Zhou Air, the use of Suona in it sounded very good, which proves that the instrument does have its merits, depending on how it is utilized. Well, alright. Although the use of Suona in Zhou Air truly changed some people's perception of the instrument, many still find it hard to love. Chapter 1237, 1042, a one-man instrument. Show _3. Discussion in progress. The Suona competition started. The Qin continent contestant was the first to appear. All the continent's live stream rooms erupted in laughter and cheer. Next, please enjoy the folk art performance, the Suona show. Let me see which maestro from the Qin continent is responsible for composing with the Suona. Ha ha ha. It seems like no maestro has ever specifically written a solo piece for the Suona. It's more often used as an embellishment, like in Xian Yu's previous song, Zhou Air. This thing is indeed good for support. If used well, it's a divine stroke. But after all, this is the Blue Song Olympics. At least it's a gold medal. The information about the piece is out. Uft. How is it him again? On stage, the big screen displayed the information about the piece. Piece, Song of the Phoenix. Composer, Xian Yu. Performer, Song Zhou. Xian Yu seemed to be in a tussle with music instruments, even getting involved in Suona compositions. Zhong Continent livestream room. The audience's emotions, having barely calmed down from the original scenery of Homeland, were now agitated again. I can't. I'm going to die, going to die, going to die. Quick, pinch my philtrum. I need a quick-acting heart-saving pill. I swear on a monkey, why is it Xian Yu again? This guy really doesn't shy away from anything. Isn't this guy supposed to be best at piano? Clearly so high profile. How? Did he end up composing Eru and Suona at the Bluesong Olympics? Can't we play something more mainstream? Fearing fish syndrome, in progress. Is this guy not satisfied until all the audience has left? Wait, don't be in such a hurry to die. This event has nothing to do with us. Few of us in the Zhong continent can play the Suona. Yesterday, 3 contestants were knocked out and didn't even make it to the finals. Dying of laughter, the Zhong continent audience quickly adjusted their mentality. Shall we cheer for the Qin continent's opponents this time? And amidst these bullet comments, the Qin continent contestant had already started playing the Suona on stage. Song of the Phoenix, originally named 10 Sceneries. Among the significant Suona pieces in the Celestial Dynasty, it was the most representative, interpreting the expressive power of the Suona to an extreme. Was it necessarily a happy or a sad occasion? This piece actually called forth people's love for nature and recollection of labor life, with its enthusiastic and joyful melody. Rustic? Vulgar? It's important to know that Song of the Phoenix was not only a Suona piece, but was also adapted into guzheng, accordion, and piano music, among others. Such a piece was not simple. When the formal Suona sound began, the audience's expressions changed one way or another. How could one describe this feeling? Asterisk, it was as if everyone heard all kinds of sounds in this music. Segment, asterisk, cuckoo, partridge, swallow, mountain chirp, blue jay, thrush, skylark. The birds' chirping was endless. It even seemed like the crowing of a rooster interspersed in there. The night vanished. The morning sun rose. This symbolism was vividly presented in the music. The warbling of orioles, the dance of swallows, the fragrance of flowers, and the sound of birds. Everything was so bustling. It depicted a vivid scene of nature. Lively, rough, down to earth. Even the audience who initially despised the Suona couldn't help being infected by this atmosphere, quietly perking up their ears. In fact, the Blue Star audience didn't hear the folk version Song of the Phoenix. The folk version of the music was loosely structured and without a climax, with a lot of improvisation from the performers, such as a hen laying eggs and clucking. Even cries from children and the elderly were casually added in. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't use such a scattered structure for competition. He had his own adaptation, even combining the characteristics of the national team adaptation, presenting the charm of the instrument more comprehensively. This was a complete work, different from, but derived from the folk version. Those who liked it still liked it. Those who didn't like it no longer resisted as much. The Suona was destined to be lively, just like at this moment in the Zhong continent livestream room. A group of people playing the meme. Lying down to listen is the minimum respect for the Suona. This Suona piece is interesting. Indeed, Xianyu has something. I suggest you download it later and set it as a wake-up alarm. If you wake up, go to work. If you don't wake up, hit the road directly. Lay a person down, cover with a cloth, and the entire village waits for the dishes. Suddenly recalling a phrase, red board, white board. After eating, lie together. I see you're eager to feast. Initially not understanding the meaning within the music, but upon a second listen, I'm already a person within the coffin. I just shifted from lying on my side to lying flat. The expression on my face has calmed down, too. I feel my body becoming lighter, even faintly hearing cries. Am I the only one who feels it's actually quite good? There's me too. You're not alone. This Suona piece is somehow magical. I can't tell if it's a great joy or a great sorrow. It feels so pure and absolute. It's hard to listen to. This Suona is clearly mocking. Xianyu is telling us he's already sent off several batches of Zhong continent contestants. How to say it? Leaving aside the competitive relationship, the Zhong continent audience didn't really hate Xianyu. Was it somewhat like many of the Chinese view of Faker? A respectable opponent. However, once it came to competition, everyone still lost their heads, exceedingly eager to cruelly defeat Xianyu. But it was very clear, they wouldn't achieve this goal today. Song of the Phoenix, once again, prematurely ended the suspense in the Suona competition thanks to Xianyu. Yet one had to admit, the decline of the Suona really had its reasons. Although this piece was a renowned work in the Celestial Dynasty, it didn't leave nearly as deep an impression on the audience as Xianyu's previous pieces. Even if this was a championship Suona piece, what was the piece that really entered everyone's heart? It was horse racing. It was reflections of the moon on Urquin. It was the original scenery of Homeland. It was the works of Yang Zhongming and Abigail. This might be related to the inherent inability of the Suona's tone to achieve beauty. Of course, some audience members resonated with it. Song of the Phoenix, after all, was incomparably excellent, but this group was still much smaller compared to those previous pieces. The lonely instrument. Yizhi Qiu in the Qin Continent livestream room hit the nail on the head. An instrument that doesn't quite fit and always ends up not doing so well. Why did piano and violin become mainstream? Because they were so sociable. Regardless of popular songs or high-profile symphonies, their compositions were never without them. And the Suona? It was only used in special situations. After a pause, Yizhi Qiu continued. Actually, this is also why I hold a special respect for Xianyu. He can play and utilizes any instrument, treating both mainstream and niche equally. I don't know if the Suona will continue to decline, but I think in the future, Song of the Phoenix will surely have a place among the Blue Star Suona pieces. And it is precisely because of this ability that Xianyu could wield the Suona as a weapon that others dare not and will not use. Alright then, you're learning from Lu Sheng to praise Xianyu. But compared to Lu Sheng's verbal enthusiasm, Yizhi Qiu's words were more easily accepted and recognized by the public. The Suona once again proved. Those who doubted Xianyu's ability to compose with instruments could begin to shut up from this moment. From piano to eru, and then from the Blue Star flute to the Suona, one person truly achieved, enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. Their musical instrument attainments were beyond doubt. Today's three-round finals were Xianyu's solo instrument show. Chapter 1238, 1043, America's Tragic Strength. The competition isn't limited to just these three events. Several more are part of a rolling schedule. At this time, having continuously won 3 gold medals, Qin Continent's morale is sky-high. Unfortunately, in the following events, Qin Continent did not win any more gold medals. It was Zhong Continent that exerted its strength again, securing the gold medals in the other finals today, once again demonstrating its dominance as the top continent. And when today's competition ended, the most talked about online was still Xianyu. Seems like everyone who doubted Xianyu's ability in musical composition and instrument playing can go to bed washed and clean. Today was a show of Xianyu's musical prowess. When Reflections of the Moon on Urquin played, my grandfather became so excited he lost coherence in his speech. He's the former president of our local Eru association, and in his words, this piece will become a must-learn for all Eru players. I personally prefer the original scenery of the hometown. The scenery of the hometown is good too. It made me cry as well, but it's a pity Xianyu's was even better, overshadowing Ito Makoto's brilliance. Xianyu has gone crazy. I'm a bit different from you guys. My favorite is actually the less discussed Song of the Phoenix. Perhaps because I've studied Suona before, but this Suona piece by Xianyu is very difficult. Playing it involves countless techniques, and typical Suona players might not be able to handle it. During the Blue Song Olympics, every day of the competition sees the birth of several popular pieces. Online, many professionals analyze and comment on these popular pieces almost daily. This has become a regular post-competition segment. Netizens love reading such analyses. Because most viewers are not professionals, they fall in love with many pieces without even knowing what specifically makes them good. They are merely moved by the melodies. Reading these professionals' analyses helps them understand the pieces better. Among them, some professionals have even become internet celebrities due to their better-than-average analyses. This is the hidden dividend brought by the Blue Song Olympics. Who knows how many people are fixated on the Blue Song Olympics, finding angles to speak from, fiercely making a living. And some professionals, to attract more netizens' attention, might intentionally post some eye-catching comments. Over at Qi Continent, there's an online variety show called Blue Song Olympics Daily Recap. From the name, it's clear that this variety show is specially created for the Blue Song Olympics. The program starts every night at 9:30 p.m., and the organizers invite some professional musicians to review the day's competition. Today, a famous Qi Continent arranger was invited to the show, starting his appearance by discussing Xianyu's ranking as maestro in Blue Star. Xianyu is amazing. This arranger named Chai Yin, full of admiration, said, "In my heart, not only his works, but he himself can be called great." Great? Isn't that term too heavy? The host, curious, "Could you elaborate?" Chai continued, "To analyze specifically, we could talk all day and night and still not finish. Let me start with one piece. The Eru piece, Reflections of the Moon on Urquin. This piece is truly unbeatable, and while I believe everyone has seen plenty of professional analyses, my first reaction after listening to this piece was doubt. Deep doubt. I couldn't believe that this was a piece Xian could have written. How could a young person write such a piece? Why? Don't tell me it's some extraordinary talent. In my view, some works are great because only creators who have had certain experiences can craft them. Such pieces can only be written by those who have experienced endless darkness, but always aimed for the light. Xian is so young. What experiences could he have had? Not until I specifically learned about Xian past. All my doubts about Xian were dispelled. It turns out Xian had once been diagnosed with a terminal illness, and his vocal cords were also damaged. Many doctors he saw said he wouldn't live past his 20s. Surprisingly, Chai even brought up this old news about Xian. Looking at the camera, Chai seriously looked into the camera. Actually, many people know this news, right? But I believe many probably didn't take it seriously. Everyone must think, this must be hyped up, a gimmick created by the media to attract attention. Otherwise, how do you explain that Xian is still lively and kicking? Isn't it the same nowadays? They exaggerate to depict the struggles of a successful person's past life, to underscore his later success. In any case, 90% of such news is exaggerated. When I first saw this news, I also subconsciously thought this way. Because such news often even brings up someone's summer job washing dishes, talking about how hard and inspiring it was, as if no one ever washed dishes before. Aren't there many students working part-time? Is that really such a big deal? Go to hell. How is this different from bragging about persevering in work with a broken finger without visiting a hospital, claiming to be determined despite physical disability? Because of this, I flipped through old interviews and even asked friends to inquire about Xian previous hospital visits, checking with many people. Yes, I intended to doubt. I worried that Xian stories were also blown up like this. I didn't believe the media reports. But the results shocked me. I was really shocked. Completely shocked. Please forgive my excitement. Let me put it this way. Chapter 1239, 1043. The Tragic Strength of America _2. The hardships that Xian went through in those years were actually more exaggerated than what the media reported. Not a single piece of news was falsified, unless Xian had bribed every doctor, every nurse, and even every patient who ever stayed in the same hospital room with him, as well as their families, and so on. Is that possible? Is the whole world helping him lie? That's impossible. When I realized this, I was deeply shocked. I cannot imagine how a child grows up under the shadow of death. If it were me going through the same, my choice might have been very extreme. At the same time, I fully understood why Xian could write a piece like Reflections of the Moon on Urquin, struggling countless times, at death's door, having undergone more than one sudden life-saving operation, always on the brink of demise, and finally crawling out from the cave of despair, just like a phoenix reborn from ashes. A genius like him, having endured such darkness, what's there to doubt about him writing Reflections of the Moon on Urquin? His past experiences were even more tragic than what everyone heard, and these experiences have now transformed into musical notes, giving him an inexhaustible treasure trove of art due to his unique talents. Everyone says Xian is a genius. But how many people know what price his genius came at? The support that carried him all these years may not have been just from his silently supportive and accompanying family, but also from music. Many facts on Blue Star show. People with flaws always seem to focus exceptionally on certain things. For example, one of our Blue Star's greatest scientists, Mr. Huang Jinyun, who has passed away years ago, also suffered from a terminal disease and was born with many defects. But his status and achievements in the history of science are heights that countless physically healthy scientists can never attain. Xian is fortunate. He has escaped the clutches of illness. However, those past experiences have molded an unprecedented musical genius. There have been too many musical miracles in his life, and all these were built on a medical miracle. Actually, I really look forward to Xian writing in autobiography to let everyone understand his experiences better, making it easier for everyone to appreciate his music, like his debut work, Life Like a Summer Flower, which is a very personal song crafted around his personal experiences. At the same time, I am also very moved. If it were someone else with these experiences, after succeeding, they would definitely want to tell the whole world. But Xian Yu hardly ever talks about these things. He always presents himself as a gentle and humble gentleman. His low-profile demeanor is heartbreaking. Such a person, no matter how many more incredible miracles he can show to Blue Star, I won't be surprised, nor will I feel envious. Xian Yu is just that amazing, so formidable that it leaves his competitors with no temper and everyone convinced. Other professionals are discussing how incredible Xian Yu's works are. Chai took a different approach, starting from Xian Yu's past experiences, allowing the audience to gain a deeper understanding of Xian Yu as a person. The discussion was hardly about music. However, because Chai didn't talk too much about how good Xian Yu's music really is, it made everyone feel even more. Xian Yu's music is steeped in experience and is profound. It's very reasonable for Xian Yu to achieve today's success, because what Xian Yu has experienced are things ordinary people can undergo in a lifetime. And after the program aired, this video of Chai quickly went viral throughout the network, eliciting countless sighs and emotions from netizens. It's not easy at all. Fish Papa's optimism and strength always make people forget the hardships he has experienced. Well said. If he hadn't experienced real darkness, if he hadn't persevered, how could Xian Yu have written Reflections of the Moon on Urquin? Everyone says how monstrously talented Xian Yu is, but few notice the cost of that talent. Often musicians say, music is their life. Fish Papa has never said this, but I think he suits this statement the best. I'm going to listen to Reflections of the Moon on Urquin again. I dare not listen to it anymore. I felt really upset after hearing it the first time, and thinking back after hearing Chai Yin's words today makes me even more upset. Xian Yu is the youngest maestro on Blue Star, but his experiences are something that many older maestros don't have. So strong, so naturally, only Xian Yu. Such a person, calling him great really isn't an exaggeration. My biggest impression, actually, isn't from the music aspect, but from the poetry of Xian Yu. Only someone with his experiences could have such great poetic talent. This video went viral. With the surge of this video, it was even transported to the network of Zhong Continent. Recently, the most discussed person on Zhong Continent is Xian Yu. In a sense, Xian Yu is currently the flow password of Zhong Continent. Immediately, countless middle state people clicked on the video. You should know, most people from the Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei areas only have a general understanding of Xian Yu's news, not to mention those from Zhong Continent who have just recently heard of Xian Yu. After watching the video, countless people from Zhong Continent were stunned. The impression Xian Yu left on people from Zhong Continent is that of an invincible big devil. It's hard for people from Zhong Continent to imagine that such a big devil actually had such heart-wrenching past experiences. A musical genius with such a tragic past can indeed be described as shocking. My God, is all this real? I was somewhat skeptical before, but now I'm truly convinced. No wonder his compositions always make it impossible for me to control myself. I've started to like Xian Yu. He really makes one's heart ache. Isn't this the typical setting in novels and comics? The beautiful, strong, tragic trio is fully embodied in him. I'm a fan of Xian Yu now. I still desperately hope that Middle State can crush Xian Yu on the field, but that doesn't stop me from genuinely respecting this musician. The classic, beautiful, strong, tragic setting is real in this person. Looking forward even more to the merger now, Middle State interacting with someone like Xian Yu promises an exciting future. Lin Yuan had absolutely no idea. Because of Chai Yin's wild imagination, he was beginning to amass some fans from Middle State. At this moment, Lin Yuan was busy in a meeting. He was unaware of what was happening online. After the meeting, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from his mom. Son, keep it up. Mom has been watching the competition. You are amazing. To Mom, you are Blue Star's #1 composer. Mom, is something the matter at home? Nothing, I just missed you. Huh, didn't we just talk this afternoon? Lin Yuan was puzzled. feeling that his mom's tone was a bit off. Soon, his sister and younger sister, friends from the Yu dynasty, even young Zhongming and others called Lin Yuan, or sent messages to encourage him. Lin Yuan felt increasingly baffled, until he went online and saw the variety show from Qi continent. After watching, he was dumbstruck. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel again at humans' capacity for wild speculation. People really speculate a lot. Although Chai-yin was not wrong, he indeed had a very tragic past. But the problem is, I'm not that great really. I admit, my success today is all due to my own efforts. Right, system? Okay, just kidding. Lin Yuan truly thought this whole thing was absurd. This wave of national speculation even concluded the reasons why he could write Reflections of the Moon on Urquin. Lin Yuan even saw a netizen saying, Xian Yu's deep understanding of the Swana, enabling him to compose Song of the Phoenix, also stemmed from those experiences. This statement gave Lin Yuan chills down his spine. Eru is fine. At least I can justify Reflections of the Moon on Urquin. But what do these tragic experiences have to do with the Swana? Did this netizen think I composed Song of the Phoenix as a farewell to myself? But on the other hand, this might be seen as a good thing, because Lin Yuan believes Chai-yin was not the first person to have doubts. His performance over these years has indeed been monstrous and increasingly exaggerated. And today, Chai-yin's acknowledgement might dispel the doubts in everyone's minds. It's like indirectly diffusing some potential crises. From this perspective, his experiences of battling terminal illness truly were an invaluable treasury. With just a bit of digging by Chai-yin, all doubts were nipped in the bud. According to everyone's speculated narrative, wouldn't it be okay for me to act a bit more outrageous next? Chapter 1240, 1044, Drain Him Dry. Amongst the discussions about Xian Yu's beauty and strength tragedy from all continents, the 9th day of the Blue Song Olympics has arrived. On this day, Lin Yuan had just entered the venue, attracting attention from all sides, and there were even audiences shouting, Xian Yu, Xian Yu, Xian Yu. Behind the core coaching teams from various continents were the competing artists, among them top superstars from each continent who usually evoke screams wherever they go. But today, well, not just today, Xian Yu is always, especially eye-catching every time he makes an appearance. He's an outlier. Those unaware might even think he's the competitor. Since when does a behind-the-scenes composer have more popularity than the stars on stage? The competitors muttered in their hearts. Not just on site. The same went for the major live streaming rooms. Even those from Middle State couldn't escape it. Xian Yu is getting handsomer each time I see him. Why isn't this high-quality man one of us Middle State people? This is scientifically impossible. He's like a born protagonist. In the future, those pretty girl comics should just draw the male protagonists based on Xian Yu. He's supposed to be our opponent, but I cannot bring myself to despise that face. The main thing is, after knowing his story, it's really shocking. Is there a match of his today? The two Middle State commentators didn't know how to respond to the barrage of comments and could only inwardly lament. Damn, this is the enemy. Wake up, will you? The coaching teams from all continents took their seats. Today's competition began. It started with the women's rock group finals. Yu Dynasty's female singer Zhao Yinggu represented Qin continent and had made it to the finals, ready to face off against competitors from Middle State and Han continent. Previously, Zhao Yinggu wasn't capable enough. But after Lin Yuan's transformation, Zhao Yinggu was no longer the same. Watch me later. Lu Sheng winked at Lin Yuan. Zhao Yingji's final song was provided by Lu Sheng. Initially, Lin Yuan wanted to take charge of it himself. However, after listening to Lu Sheng's song, Lin Yuan felt there was no need for him to intervene. On the stage, the Han continent contestant sang first. Zhao Yinggu performed second. It had to be said that Lu Sheng was truly strong. The song he prepared for Zhao Yinggu suited her perfectly. After singing the song, Zhao Yinggu successfully received applause from the entire audience. But something surprised many people. Zhao Yinggu did not sing a song by Xian Yu. Following that, the Middle State contestant took the stage. This contestant from Middle State was Su Wan, the very same singing queen of Middle State who had been recently defeated by Jiang Kuei. Though the opponent had lost to Jiang Kuei, her strength was absolutely terrifying, and she had previously dominated Zhao Yinggu in the competition. Lin Yuan guessed that Zhao Yinggu might lose. However, the outcome was completely beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. Although Su Wan's performance was free of errors and there was no issue with the song itself, the overall effect somehow felt lacking. In the end, Qin Continent actually won. Zhao Yingge became the fourth singer from Yu Dynasty after Jiang Kuei, Chen Jiyu, and Sun Yaohua to win a championship. Beside her, Su Wan looked dejected. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. The mere sight of Zhao Yingge reminded her of the Yu Dynasty, and thinking of the Yu Dynasty led her thoughts to Xianyu, making her lose composure. It seemed like there was a problem with her mentality. Champion Zhao Yingge. The Qin Continent live streaming room erupted into cheers. We won. Middle State's singing queen seems out of sorts. Like sleepwalking. Was it because she was dazed by the previous defeat to Jiang Kuei? Who cares about the reason? Fish Papa has scored another gold medal for Qin Continent. Open your eyes and see clearly. The composer of that song just now was Wonderloo. Ha 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 ha, sorry I forgot. I subconsciously thought Zhao Yingge would sing a song by Fish Papa. Have you guys noticed? Among the 6 people of the Yu Dynasty, they actually took home 4 gold medals. The Blue Song Olympics is practically the Yu Dynasty's coronation battle. Middle State live streaming room. What's going on with Su Wan? She wasn't supposed to lose this round. I feel like her rock skills weren't fully displayed. I feel like Su Wan has been off ever since she lost to Jiang Kuei. Doesn't this feel like a sudden outbreak of ichthyophobia? The problem is, Zhao Yingge didn't sing any of Xianyu's songs. So frustrating. The live streaming room was filled with sighs. The male commentator suddenly seemed to think of something and turned to the female commentator. Excluding Wei Haoyun, who we previously trounced, isn't this the first time a singer from the Yu Dynasty didn't perform a song by Xianyu in the finals? Indeed, it's unexpected. Considering that Xianyu has already produced so many works, can we boldly speculate that Xianyu's songs are almost running out? The male commentator ventured a bold guess. Xianyu's works are almost running out? This speculation made all the people of the Middle State light up. That's right. Xianyu has already released so many works. Even if he's really talented, his work should be almost used up, right? The competition continues. Men's rock competition. Fei Yang took the stage, swept through his opponents with a song by Yin Dong, and successfully won the championship. A Blue Song Olympics without Xianyu. Fei Yang, the king of singing from Qin Continent, remains invincible. However, the following news isn't so good. In the afternoon, after Qin Continent, Middle State also took home 2 gold medals. During this process, the Middle State live streaming room was always paying attention to whether Xianyu's works would appear. Even the joy brought by the gold medals couldn't overshadow some kind of anticipation. Xianyu's works still did not emerge. Including Fei Yang's final song selection wasn't by Xianyu either. Gradually, the eyes of Middle State viewers lit up. Good omen. I feel like the commentator finally said something sensible today. Xianyu's works are really almost exhausted. We've finally come to this moment. I've been saying he's released over a dozen songs already. He should have run out by now. Even if there are any left, there can't be many. I believe he will soon be completely drained. Speed it up. Milk him dry. Without Xianyu, Qin Continent's fighting power is definitely cut in half. If it was any other maestro, a few consecutive songs would have easily emptied their arsenal. But this guy's song reserve is already terrifyingly large. At this moment, the traditional style group competition has begun. Traditional style songs are very popular in Blue Star, probably because everyone likes classical culture. Those eloquently worded lyrics, imbued with the beauty of classical culture, can always instantly strike many people's hearts. And in the Qin Continent's contestants, Xia Fan's figure was prominently present. What's more interesting is that Xia Fan is the first contestant to perform in the first round of the traditional style group. For a moment, the viewers in the Middle State live streaming room's hearts raced. When it comes to the Yu Dynasty's singers, Middle State people are already completely familiar with them. It's starting. Will Xia Fan sing a song by Xianyu? The odds are good. If Xia Fan doesn't sing a song by Xianyu either, then I suspect Xianyu is really drained. It's fine if he does sing. Let Xia Fan be the last straw that breaks the camel's back for Xianyu. Let Xia Fan be the one to completely drain Xianyu. If Xianyu gets drained, I don't mind even if we lose this event. Damn, don't jinx it. Wow, It really is a song by Lin Yuan. The middle state viewers couldn't quite tell if they were thrilled or disappointed, as the big screen showed the information about the song Xiaofan was performing. Work, Snowy Brow. Lyrics, Lin Yuan. Composition, Lin Yuan. Performance, Xiaofan. Lin Yuan hasn't been completely drained. How many competition pieces does this guy have in total? Chapter 1241, 1045, Snowy Brow. As the song information became available, live streaming rooms across the continents ignited with discussion. This must be one of the classic segments that we Qin continent people are most familiar with, the songs of Lin Yuan from the Yu dynasty. Lin Yuan's songs really are numerous to an astonishing degree. There has been a saying online these past few days, claiming that Lin Yuan's competition entries are about to run out. After all, up to now, Lin Yuan has already brought out over a dozen works, more than any other composer in the Blue Song Olympics. I'm very curious when Lin Yuan's work will run out. Logically speaking, it should be soon. Let's not talk about when Lin Yuan's work will run out just yet. The performance in this round is worth looking forward to because classical style is a category Lin Yuan excels at. He has even single-handedly raised the bar for classical style songs, composing music with a traditional feel. Will this be a classical style piece? The so-called classical style refers to songs like East Wind Breaks. Of course, Blue and White Porcelain is also many people's definition of classical style, and this piece is even acclaimed as the masterwork of classical style. And classical style is also considered as one type of traditional style songs. For the time being, it can be considered as Blue Sterion's understanding of Chinese-style music. Discussion around the continents. Xiaofan walked onto the stage alone, and on the huge screen behind the stage, an image appeared. It was a cute little boy in ancient costume, paying his respects to a lady in white. The woman's voice was filled with joy. Bow your head to thank for the teacher's grace. Look, since you've drunk my tea, I'm your master now. The world is dangerous. Master and disciple must be of one mind, together in life and death. Little boy, MHM. Woman, I'll go buy you a bag and some candied haws. Wait for me, okay? The little boy looked anxious. Woman, what's wrong? Are you scared being alone? Little boy, not at all. Woman, then why are you holding onto the hem of my clothes? Little boy, Woman, don't be afraid. Your master is with you. The prelude animation gave everyone a general first impression of the song as the accompanying music and vocals started in sync. This scene narrates the master-disciple relationship. Blue Starion audiences have heard many traditional style songs, which are mostly accompanied with images and a few lines of dialogue. Everyone is familiar with this format. And as the affectionate voice of the woman faded, Xiaofan's singing began. Is it true that each kind of affection must not be indulged? Affection as light as that between gentlemen. Is it only those unrelated to the poetic romance of wind, flowers, snow, and moon, of which few are aware? The montage technique revealed the passage of time. The little disciple gradually grew up, entering his rebellious years. Youth, I've already told you, stop following me. Why are you still following? Woman, silence. Youth, why aren't you talking? Woman, didn't you find me annoying? Youth, I didn't mean that. Woman, you're about to finish your apprenticeship. I've prepared some new clothes for you. Want to try them on? Youth, the clothes you make are so ugly. How can I gain fame throughout the world wearing such ugly clothes? The woman stuffed a candied haw into the mouth of her disciple. Youth, Pa, I've told you I don't eat candied haws anymore. I'm not a child. The singing did not pause. Both blended seamlessly. In the yard, the beginning of winter, the peach tree that we planted in years past. Its leaves have already turned to dust. When the new snow falls, a few more jars of aged wine get buried, waiting for you to return to share a drink. Gazing past the falling wild geese and bamboo thicket, witnessed the rise and fall of the moon and the sun. You said that one day you will gain fame worldwide and achieve your ambitions. At that moment, I'd lower my head to tie new tassels on your sword. Hearing your wish, yet it was unclear. The disciple grew up, taller than the master. The master was no longer a match for the disciple. Lines interspersed with the singing, forming two audio tracks, both perfectly balanced in proportion. The plot and the singing almost perfectly merged into one. Young man, you've lost again. Woman, I know, I know. The disciple has grown up after all. Young man, now you don't have to always follow me, worrying I'll be bullied. Woman, this new outfit suits you well. It does make you look like you've gained fame. Young man, master, where are your relatives and friends? Woman, is this your little pony? Quite handsome. Remember to brush it daily, so that as it grows its coat will. Young man, I know all this. Woman, right. I also have some premium hay. Young man, no need, I've got some. The young man left. The chorus lifts the emotions. Still adorned with tassels, should one feel content? I've also sewn a warm coat and sent a letter with a word of concern. Lucky that no matter how far and estranged we are not yet strangers. Time has always been cruel. What I fear most is hearing your name during casual bar chats. The tone 7 parts familiar. Snapping back to reality, I ask with a laugh where this hero hails from, pretending I do not know. The irony in that smile. A small tavern. On the street. Figures linger. It seems they've had a reunion. Xiaofan's voice carries a tinge of melancholy. Filling the cup to drink alone, fine snow gently coats the face. The biting cold penetrates to the bone. I still remember at the beginning, when you lightly brushed my sleeve, saying the melting snow is like teardrops. At the end of this world, is there only loneliness left? Blame my intricate thoughts, too caught in the web of worldly desires. The path ahead is vast, if asked where I should head. I treat the way I came as the way back home. Beneath the peach tree, that year in falling snow, I sang a song for you, believing that people change. But now, amidst this vast snow, waiting for whom to look back, knowing no one will look back. On the screen, the young man is holding an umbrella. A delicate little Lolita stands beside him. Innocently, the Lolita asks, Master, who are you waiting for? The young man's voice is somewhat deep. I'm not waiting for anyone. No one will come. The Lolita stares at her master. Then, have you ever thought about going somewhere else? The young man is taken aback. He suddenly remembers. He himself once asked his master, having been alone for so long, haven't you thought about going somewhere else to have a look? I'm afraid if I turn around, even you will disappear. Look, the master gazes at the sky. It's snowing. The Lolita points to the sky. It's snowing. Voices from the memory and the present overlap at this moment, as if the figure before him and the figure in his memory also overlap. Snowflakes drift down. Snowflakes on the stage drift down too. Only the high-tech stages of Wei Continent could present such a plot-driven song, making the audience almost forget the effects, feeling as if the air itself has grown colder. In the center of the stage, Xiaofan's voice stretches out, with what seems like traces of snowy brows. Who can remain true to their original aspirations? Snowy brow. This song is not easy to make. Some may only pay attention to the music. Some may only focus on the plot. The story and the song cannot form this separation, including the balance of background voices and singing, which must go through repeated tuning along with the just right accompaniment volume. Only then can both combine to lead the audience into the story. The same technique was also used in Opera Performer. However, Opera Performer did not interweave too much dialogue. Lin Yuan does not know the effect, so he placed this song in the preliminary round. With Xiaofan's level, advancing is no problem, but for the subsequent second and even third rounds, more reliable works will definitely be needed. Thankfully, the sudden burst of applause from the audience is a confirming response for Lin Yuan. It seems the effect is not bad. Chapter 1242, 1046. Bring in the wine. On stage, Xiaofan bows and exits. The applause from the audience below is enthusiastic. It feels a bit bitter in my heart. I initially thought it was about a mentor-student romance. Turns out it's about farewell. Suddenly reminded me of a time I played a game. Took in a newbie disciple just like this. His heart was all about leveling and slaying monsters, but I was just enjoying the scenery in the game. Then I couldn't beat him anymore. He went on to mentor someone else. I feel this plot really fits some martial arts games. You can see it as a master taking in a newbie player. Later the disciple learned everything and didn't need the master anymore. Their contact gradually lessened. The master eventually quit the game. The disciple grew up and started taking disciples, remembered the master who had always followed him, but couldn't find him anymore. Kind of tear-inducing. It's clearly not a romance plot. yet it still feels heart-wrenching. I wonder how good Xian is at playing games. With his genius, even games must be easy for him. I don't play games, but that doesn't stop me from liking this song. Zhong Continent. Darn it. Looks like he hasn't been completely squeezed out yet. Xiao Fan. Give it your all. Completely drain him. I kind of feel Xian is a bit drained. This song with effects and plot shows he doesn't have many tricks left. Previously, opera performer also used this tactic, combining song with plot, enhancing the immersion. This story is too distressing. My eyes are too shallow, almost teary. At this point, the male commentator suddenly said, the lyrics of this song are a bit sloppy. Indeed, the female commentator nodded. Without the plot, the lyrics really are plain. Are they just written to fill in the plot? Strictly speaking, this song is weaker than his previous works, but the emotional storyline compensates for these weaknesses, and Xia Fan indeed sings it superbly. Apart from Wei Haoyun, other female singers in Yu Dynasty are not to be underestimated. But this also just proves my judgment was correct. The male commentator said seriously, Xian doesn't have many songs left. The live room immediately erupted in noise. They were all waiting for Xian to run out of songs. Zhong Continent continuously losing to Xian made everyone hardly expect a direct revenge, rather hoping he would be drained by the competition. Discussion continues among various continents. The first round is still ongoing. 8 contestants advanced. Xia Fan ranked 4th. Advancing was successful, but compared to Xian previous scores, Snowy Brow was indeed a bit weak. This round isn't very stable. Lu Xing suddenly said with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded. It's a bit risky, but the experiment was quite successful. What experiment? Yin Dong beside was stunned. Playing music experiments in Blue Song Olympics? Though the core coaching team can know all the entries in advance, given the number of projects, it's impossible to pay attention to every detail. Just keep watching. Lu Xing knew the inside story, his smile rather meaningful. Yin Dong pouted, feeling completely unworried inside. In the classical music contest, other maestros from Qin continent had no ideas, leaving everything to Xian to handle. It was almost a sure win already. Why? Because Xian, as long as he is willing to bring out classical-style songs, can totally dominate. Soon after, the second round begins. This time Xia Fan drew the number 6 card. Stepping onto the stage again, Xia Fan took a deep breath, then nodded gently towards the staff. The next moment, song information appeared on the big screen. Title, To the Tune of Intoxication. Lyrics, Xian. Composer, Xian. Performer, Xia Fan. Actually, this song was intended for Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun did not participate in the ancient-style song competition, proactively telling Lin Yuan that let Xia Fan sing this one. You winning would be the same as me winning. Lin Yuan had no objection, and Xia Fan was also singing the song carrying Wei Haoyun's expectations. As for the ancient-style competition, who says it must be classical style? This song is certainly a knockout. Exhale the first word, and it's half of the glorious Tang dynasty. What other songs in the world are more ancient style than this? Middle State Live Room. The male commentator opened with, is Song of the Wind a type of lyric meter name? The female commentator nodded. First of all, the word jiang in this context should be pronounced as chong, not jiang. Secondly, this isn't a lyric meter name, but a melody from the Han Music Bureau's short flute and cymbals. The male commentator. He felt illiterate. Today, this profound and artistic female commentator continued. I wonder if the lyrics can live up to this song title. I'm not disparaging the opponent, but honestly, the lyrics of Snowy Brow just now were completely unimpressive to me. If it weren't for the plot integration, they would seem even worse. Actually, the female commentator was also puzzled. She had heard someone mention that Xian lyrics were very well written. But from watching these competitions, she really didn't think Xian lyrics were that good. At this time, Middle State did not yet join the merge. Middle State people, of course, did not know about Xian creation of Song of the Wind, nor had they seen the original. In fact, even after merging, not everyone from each continent had read Song of the Wind. Singing this song on the Blue Song Olympic stage has an invisible advantage as it could help promote Xian poetry. The commentators got owned again. Xian isn't balding at all. There he goes with another ancient-style song. But it's a fact that Snowy Brow got lower scores than Xianyu's previous songs. I think the commentators weren't completely owned. Xianyu really is starting to wear down. It's mainly because the lyrics are mediocre. This Xianyu from Qin continent seems to really enjoy writing both lyrics and music. Composing is beyond reproach, but the lyrics indeed are quite ordinary, including the one he previously wrote, Sunny Day. I feel the lyrics aren't good enough. And that Song of the Wind. The lyrics are so, mainly good because of the melody itself. Many composers like to do this, including some maestros from our middle state. They also like to play like this, having to write lyrics for their own compositions, as if no lyricist understands like they do. Actually, it's not necessary. Lyric writing and composing are different things. If people from other continents knew that middle state people were questioning Xianyu's lyrics, they would probably laugh out loud. It has that piling up fancy words as Li Qingzhao feel. Too strong a flavor. This is a gap in information. In fact, when the song title appeared, aside from the clueless middle state, live rooms from every continent exploded. Clearly, many people knew Song of the Wind. Even many commentators couldn't help themselves. Their expressions changed, and they blurted out, "Don't you see?" Qin continent live room. Numerous netizens were even more ecstatic. Song of the Wind. Isn't that the lyrics previously written by Xianyu? That's from Han Music Bureau, but you're right, it's that song. Xianyu turned Song of the Wind into a song. These lyrics are simply awesome. I rank it alongside May All Happiness Belong to Us. Didn't think this could also be written into a song. Can Fish Papa's melody capture that kind of feeling? The original lyrics are indeed very bold. Looking forward, if this can be written, then it's the greatest ancient style ever. By the way, Middle State probably still doesn't know about Fish Papa's poetic talent since they haven't joined the merge. Seems like it really? People couldn't help but recall the first time they heard Song of the Wind, their expressions turning peculiar. Face the Gale. Chapter 1243, 1047. A single spit embroiders half the glory of the Tang dynasty. The band members took their positions. The performance was about to begin. Inside the Middle State live streaming room. This band seems to use quite a few instruments, and they all look like traditional classical instruments that are more common on Blue Star. Just having classical instruments isn't enough, right? Ancient-style songs really depend on the lyrics. Xianyu is still doing his own lyric writing and composing. His word choices work in pop songs, but they're obviously lacking in ancient-style songs. Indeed. Not to mention Snowy Brow. Even his previous pop songs had lackluster lyrics that really deserved better, like the lyrics for Digital Life, as well, just a pure sense of novelty, let alone Sunny Day's lyrics which bluntly shove scales into the mix to fill in. It's all upheld by the melody, sometimes with the help of a storyline. If a storyline is used well, it indeed can be godly. But if the lyrics are still weak this time, I'm guessing the judges won't let it slide. They're particularly flexible with scoring. The same trick can only be used once under their watch. On the dazzling stage, adjusting her breath, Xia Fan couldn't hear the discussions in the various live streams. Her gaze at this moment was very determined. Jiang Kuei won the championship. Chen Jiu won the championship. Sun Yaohua won the championship. Zhao Yinggu won the championship. Out of the 6 members of Yu Dynasty, for our world champions, only Madame Haoyun and she were left without a championship. Although everyone is indeed excellent, she was not inferior. With Lin Yuan's works at her side, why couldn't she win a championship too? Let's roll up our sleeves and join the battle. I won't be the one who holds us back. Xia Fan's spirit soared in her heart. At this moment, the music suddenly started. Xia Fan raised the microphone, clearly emotional. Do you not see the yellow river's waters come from the sky, rushing into the sea and never returning? Do you not see in the high hall's bright mirrors the sadness over white hair, in the morning like dark silk, by evening turned to snow? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Live streaming rooms of various continents. The audience's eyes lit up. Xianyu's Inviting to Drink is bold, atmospheric, with an extremely high tune. To turn it into a song, it must be full of momentum, otherwise, the words would simply be awkward if sung. At this time, Xia Fan's singing undoubtedly met the audience's expectations, her voice naturally similar to Wei Haoyun's, carrying a majestic and regal touch, not that of a tender-voiced singer, let alone her voice conveyed a hint of subtle resignation, which also suited the bass tone of the lyrics. And in the Middle State live streaming room, the barrage that was just discussing Xian Yu's weak lyrics had suddenly thinned out a lot. The female commentator's eyes widened suddenly, staring blankly at the lyrics on the screen. It could only be said that it was indeed Li Bai. With just a few opening strokes, he sketched out a picture of unbridled vastness, yet with a tint of melancholy. You don't need to be too sensitive to words to easily appreciate the infinite charm between the lines. These lyrics. They seem alright. There's something to them. It's only a few lines so far. Let's see how the rest holds up. Hard to say about the subsequent lyrics, but these opening lines are indeed much better than the previous ones. Holy shit, what is this? Someone exclaimed suddenly. At this moment, the sound of the people rose, still the same few lines, but this tune carried a relatively gentle tone, as if a few voices were added to the accompaniment. Together with a few smooth beats of the big drum, completed an emotional build-up. Guitar joins the mix. The drum set exploded. Xia Fan raised the microphone again, and surprisingly introduced powerful rap into an ancient-style song. The pace was clearly not fast, but it felt like bullets shooting in all directions. Life should be full of joy. Do not let the golden cup face the moon in vain. Heaven made me such, and I'll have use. 1,000 gold coins spent comes back again. Boil mutton, slaughter oxen, make merry. We must drink a full 300 cups. Mastertsen, Dan Xiuxing, inviting to drink. Cups never stop. Sing a song with you. Please listen closely. The rap line by line advanced the mood. The last two lines of lyrics changed the melody again. It was not only a textual brilliance, but also a kind of heroism that could touch hearts. And on the stage's big screen, now displayed was an image of drinking. A group of ancients surrounded a table of liquor, yet the most eye-catching was a man in white. Boom. This segment was exceptionally exhilarating. The scalp of the audience on site tingled. The core coaching team of Middle State was collectively dumbfounded. Even the highest-ranked coach of Middle State, Coach Abigail, was astounded, mouth agape, her face full of disbelief. Don't forget, Middle State has not joined forces yet. 99% of Middle State people are experiencing inviting to drink for the first time. What kind of lyrics are these? Is this truly ancient-style lyrics? Are these the ancient-style lyrics everyone understands? These lines, appearing before anyone's eyes for the first time, the impact was unprecedented. Placed in an ancient-style song, they represent just 4 words. Dimensional reduction. The poem Immortal Li Taibai descends. The Middle State live streaming room turned into chaos. The commentator, who already had a deep cultural background, bulged her eyes dramatically, staring fixedly at those lyrics. My heavens, awe-inspiring talent. Such great lyrics. With this song, all ancient-style lyrics have been invalidated. Not at all on the same level. These lyrics are written by Xian Yu. Damn, this song is killing me. Got tricked by this guy again. Just discussing how Xian Yu's lyrics were weak, and he turns around and presents this kind of quality. This is bloody murder. These lyrics are bullying. Chapter 1244, 1047. A single spit embroiders half the glory of the Tang Dynasty _2. They said Xian Yu's lyrics weren't up to par. What the hell is going on? What kind of ancient-style song could compete with these lyrics? Every line is a classic. This is Bring in the Wine. To spend days in drunken singing. Whose boldness does it embody? Alcohol fills one's guts. 7 parts turn into moonlight. The remaining 3 parts roar into a sword chi. And a breath exhales half the glorious Tang Dynasty. This is Li Bai. They say Li Bai wrote 100 poems in bouts with alcohol. This, Bring in the Wine, being one of the poem Immortal's representative works, is no joke. And amidst the exclamations from the Middle State people, the big drums suddenly trembled. The entire band joined in the ensemble, including the guitar, bass, and drum kit. The music exploded at the scene, pumping everyone's blood. Gilded bells and drums, luxurious feasts, are not too dear. I wish to be drunken forever and never wish to wake. Since ancient times, all sages and wise men have been lonely. Only the drinkers leave behind their names. Xia Fan's voice soared in high spirits, the dazzling lights blinding. His powerful voice resonated with infinite vigor in this most stunning chorus that especially made the first two lines boil one's blood. I'm dead. It fits my imagination for this work perfectly. The melody and poetic sentiment are seamlessly blended. My body is numbing up. Divine singing. It sounds so good. How carefree. How bold and unrestrained. Heavenly Spirit cover is about to be lifted. Did you guys see the expressions of the core coaching team from Middle State? This must be their first time experiencing Bring in the Wine, looking like complete newbies. Although some people were already familiar with the lyrics of Bring in the Wine, even able to recite them by heart, this did not diminish the audience's admiration when hearing this performance. On the contrary, it felt even more shocking. And more interesting was the reaction of the Middle State people. This reaction filled many viewers from the 7 continents with an inexplicable sense of superiority. This is a work from the Envious Fish poetry collection. You bunch of Middle State country bumpkins haven't seen this thing before, right? Down in the audience, some viewers stood up. More and more viewers stood up. Countless hands reached over their heads. Applause mixed with the music sounded like another instrument. Infinite enthusiasm and endless generosity. The heroic and domineering poetry was rendered to perfection. In the explosive atmosphere, the lyrics interwoven. Xia Fan, accompanied by the audience of 7 continents, revisited Bring in the Wine, and also led the audience of Middle State into this bold and literary world. In days of old, when the Emperor Chun toasted the banquet at Pingla, he playfully poured 10,000 cups and jested to his heart's content. Why talk about lack of money with our host, my lord? One should go straight to sell and drink abundantly with you. Blue Star also had Emperor Chun. There were many sealed as Emperor Chun in history, and the corresponding allusions could easily fit. Lin Yuan didn't even need to deliberately change anything when writing this piece. The mottled steed. The costliest fur. The screen above subtly changed, showing a man dressed in white, drinking wine unrestrainedly like an exiled. Immortal. The poetry was filled with ancient charm. The poetic imagery and visuals combined to provoke wistful thoughts. But people didn't know that the paintings appearing in the stage background were all Lin Yuan's works, though later research would surely reveal only the shadow of shadow. Below the stage, Lin Yuan from the Qin continent coaching rose softly opened his mouth, singing the last 2 lines of verse. Call me the boy to pour the fine wine, and let's sweep away the eternal sorrow together. On the stage, Xia Fan was just singing these 2 lines, but the volume was already fading, leaving the audience with an endless aftertaste. Next to Lin Yuan, Lu Sheng. It's so well written. In Dong. No matter how many times I read this work, I am deeply moved. Combining Bring in the Wine with the language of music, this impact makes even my old bones feel a surge of vitality. As the voice fell, everyone looked toward Lin Yuan. Apart from his terrifying musical talent, this young man's literary talent was even more astounding. This song was like a bombshell reminding everyone of this fact. At this moment, Zheng Jing began to clap. Yang Zhoming began to clap. Abigail began to clap. All the continental coaches were clapping. The clapping swept all around, as the applause of all spectators merged into an ocean amid the closing music. This applause was not only for the song, but also for these lyrics. Xia Fan's rendition interpreted the lyrics, his textured voice not particularly high, but the sense of boldness and magnificence truly shone through. In Middle State's live broadcast room, the barrage had already been dense, and even the most arrogant couldn't suppress their reverence for Bring in the Wine. They've been slapped in the face. Soundly slapped in the face. Who said Xian Yu's lyrics were no good? The lyrics of Xian Yu are enough to overshadow all other songs at this Blue Song Olympics, to the extent that the melody itself becomes somewhat irrelevant. Compared to the noisy barrage, the broadcast room itself was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. That male commentator, who was not renowned for his literary knowledge, could feel the terror of these lyrics. Even more so the female commentator, who was passionate about literature. Was this Xian Yu writes lyrics rather well, as my friend described? The female commentator suddenly got a bit angry. Was calling such a level of lyric writing rather well not the most ignorant and Middle State kind of arrogance? If we're talking pure lyric writing skills and contemporary standards, perhaps Lin Yuan's lyric writing prowess has already surpassed the traditional lyricist category. Chapter 1245, 1047. A single spit embroiders half the glory of the Tang Dynasty _3. Surrender willingly. The female commentator suddenly spoke. The direction of the barrage comments became unified. The screen was flooded with the 4 characters. Surrender willingly. Even the arrogant middle state people didn't dare to belittle this song, Bring in the Wine. Suddenly, someone commented, I can only say that our middle state is truly isolated. This makes me very eager for middle state to merge sooner. Actually, the song Bring in the Wine we're hearing is a literary work that teacher Admirable Fish completed long ago. I read it months ago. And teacher Admirable Fish's impressive poetic works aren't just limited to this one. That's right. I wanted to say this earlier, but unfortunately, no one responded. The Envious Fish poetry collection, that is popular across the 7 continents, contains several works of this caliber. The female commentator saw these comments. Her heart raced, and a few words involuntarily escaped her lips. A poetry collection? Envious Fish has a poetry collection? I absolutely must buy one. After listening to Bring in the Wine, the female commentator had become a full-fledged fan of Envious Fish, seemingly forgetting her adversarial stance. But very few middle state people found fault with her. Really? Are you sure you're not joking? Envious Fish actually has a poetry collection, and the works in it are of comparable quality to Bring in the Wine. Where can I buy it? I want a copy too. This talent is simply extraordinary. Just now you guys misled me so much. I really thought Envious Fish wasn't good at writing lyrics anymore. Turns out he hadn't been taking lyrics seriously before. He definitely wasn't taking it seriously. This song showcases his talent for writing. He wasn't even interested in playing around with lyrics. He went straight to poetry. The sophistication level just crushes everything else. This scene was truly amusing. Someone who didn't know better might think it was some online shopping livestream. With just a few words from the female commentator and several comments, a group of middle state people clamored to buy a copy of Envious Fish poetry collection. In fact, this was one of the implications of bringing Bring in the Wine to the stage. By this song, Envious Fish's poetry could once again receive strong promotional waves, regardless of whether they admitted it or not. No matter how exceptional a work might be, it needs time to settle. Lin Yuan's poetry deserves broader attention. Without a doubt, Xia Fan's performance conquered the entire scene. But what surprised many was this. After the second round ended, despite Xia Fan's incredible performance, she didn't emerge with the first-place ranking. That's right. Although Xia Fan successfully advanced to the finals, her score was only second place. This outcome left the audience frowning. There was even a small uproar at the scene. Livestream viewers also felt puzzled. The judges' perspective and the audience's views were strikingly different. In everyone's eyes, Xia Fan's performance deserved first place in this round. Lin Yuan, however, wasn't too surprised. Beside him, Yang Zhongming also sighed and said, the judges' ears are sharper. They caught some shortcomings in the melody. The composition for this song leaned too much toward pop. The lyrics completely embodied ancient aesthetics. Yet it's precisely because the lyrics are so exceptional that the melody ultimately couldn't encapsulate the essence of Bring in the Wine. It couldn't even achieve a balance. This is on Envious Fish. Zheng Jing nodded in agreement. Who asked him to write the lyrics so well? Lin Yuan. This puts me in a tough spot. What kind of composer could possibly create a melody perfectly matching Li Taibai's Bring in the Wine? The earlier Wishing We Last Forever had the same issue. Su Immortal's timeless masterpiece, the undisputed #1 Mid-Autumn Festival poem. No matter which composer came along, it was almost impossible for the melody to achieve equal footing with the poem, let alone surpass it. The discrepancy between composition and lyrics was inevitable. A composer could only do their best to create something that closely aligns with the text. Even for Maestro, what they achieved with Bring in the Wine was already highly commendable. The audience's reaction spoke for itself. Patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder, Yang Zhongming reassured him, it's not your fault. At least for now, even I couldn't compose something that matches this level of lyrics. Lin Yuan smiled unfazed. The odd reasoning was, oddly, undeniable. The lyrics were already unbeatable, and because the melody couldn't climb to the same height, perfect harmony couldn't be achieved. As long as advancing happens, that's enough. Lin Yuan had prepared thoroughly for the finals and wasn't worried about facing similar problems. Xia Fan advanced to the finals with second place in this round. As the audience questioned the result, commentators and guests in major livestream rooms gave similar explanations. The audience responded with exasperation. So Xia Fan didn't get the highest score in this round because Envious Fish's lyrics were too good. Makes sense when you put it that way. Although this song interprets "Bring in the Wine" beautifully, the original text is truly unparalleled. No matter how well it's interpreted, it still falls a bit short compared to the work itself. Fish Papa says, "It's my fault, I guess." Haha. This result is reasonable and convincing, especially since these lyrics are a perfect score work. Achieving a 6 out of 10 in melody is already impressive. I feel like the melody scores a 7. Everyone has their own views, but it's a shared consensus. The melody truly can't reach the level of the lyrics. The judges were really strict. Even if Envious Fish personally composed the melody, he wouldn't be able to craft something fully matching his lyrics. This actually underscores the literary and artistic height of "Bring in the Wine." Let's keep watching the finals. The audience's expectations were already through the roof. The second round of the Ancient Style project was so spectacular. It's hard not to be curious about how remarkable the finals will be. The timing of the competition was related to its duration. The Ancient Style segment was arranged to finish within a single day, so the audience would soon witness the finals unfold. This was something the coaches from all continents had been notified of the previous night. The 3 contestants who advanced were all adjusting themselves to prepare for the ultimate final. As before, the Middle State contestant once again made it into the final 3. The Middle State contestant happened to be the one who scored first place in the second round. Although the audience's reaction to their performance wasn't as strong as Xia Fan's, the judges ultimately rated them slightly higher. And so, the Blue Song Olympics presented another classic showdown. The Qin continent versus the land of music. No one could say how many times Middle State and Qin continent contestants had clashed in finals throughout Blue Song Olympics history. Additionally, a singer from Zhao continent also advanced to the finals. However, in the audience's view, this Zhao continent contestant's performance clearly didn't match up to the Middle State contestant or Xia Fan, so they didn't attract much attention. On stage, the contestants drew lots. The Middle State contestant drew slot number 1. The Zhao continent contestant drew slot number 2. Xia Fan drew slot number 3. After brief preparations, the Middle State contestant stepped onto the stage. Chapter 1246, 1048. Xian Yu made a decision that defied his ancestors. On site, the audience quietly listened to the performance of the contestant from Zhong continent. Traditional style songs often utilize some traditional instruments from Blue Star, usually characterized by melodious and lingering tunes, and the lyrics distinctly embody the essence of ancient poetry. The themes predominantly revolve around soft and graceful love songs. The biggest difference in Xia Fan's rendition of "Bringing in the Wine" compared to mainstream traditional style songs is the use of a more pop-oriented arrangement, making the melody and vocal performance very fiery. This ties in with the boldness inherent in the original lyrics. And thus, the songs and performances of the Zhong continent singer mark a return to the typical undertone of this genre of traditional style songs. After the performance ended, the applause at the venue was like a tidal wave. Even Lin Yuan had to admit, whether in terms of emotional expression or vocal technique, contestants of diva level from Zhong continent singing traditional style pieces are indeed far more impressive than average singers. This song would likely become a hit in Celestial Dynasty. But this performance was a typical showing for a contestant from Zhong continent. Unless a mistake occurs in the finals, under normal circumstances, any contestant's finale performance always has its dazzling elements. After the performance by the Zhong continent contestant ended, the judges gave an average score of 96 points. In many categories, this score would be enough to win the championship. Instantly, all continents' live broadcast rooms were filled with admiration. Zhong continent is still strong. Other than Qin continent, contestants from other continents simply can't keep up with Zhong continent. In terms of overall strength, Qin continent isn't a match for Zhong continent. That's obviously, but what Qin continent has achieved so far is remarkable. That's true. Although Zhong continent always leads in the number of gold medals, they've never been able to leave Qin continent far behind. Blue Song Olympics feels like it's just Zhong and Qin continents competing, with the rest of us just pecking around. While the audience was discussing, a contestant from Zhao continent took to the stage. Perhaps because Zhong and Qin continents are too powerful. This Zhao continent contestant, whose prior 2 rounds weren't very impressive and just barely made it into the finals, didn't attract much attention, whether in the venue or in the live broadcast rooms. The audience was even still discussing the performance of that contestant from Zhong continent. However, when the contestant from Zhao continent began to sing, the expressions on the faces of the audience both on-site and in the live broadcast rooms suddenly changed. Countless gazes were suddenly fixed on the Zhao continent contestant singing at the center of the stage. At the same time, the maestros from all continents also looked up, their faces full of astonishment. This style? Only the core coaches from Zhong continent, known as the maestros, showed a knowing smile. At the core coaching group of Qin continent, the expressions of the maestros were extremely odd. Even Lin Yuan had his mouth slightly open at this moment. This was the first time Lin Yuan had shown such a surprised expression in a competition. Chinese style? Well done. The contestant from Zhao continent actually performed a song in Chinese style. Wait, this is Blue Star. Here, the Chinese style is named classical style. The contestant from Zhao continent actually learned from East Wind Breaks and produced an impeccably crafted classical style song. The rhythm of this classical style song even surpassed Lu Sheng's exploration and attempts at this style. After the collective astonishment, the live broadcast rooms across all continents were in an uproar. Even the guest maestros couldn't help exclaiming, "Classical style! This is a classical style song." Following Xian Yu and Lu Sheng, there's another person who has created such a wonderful classical style masterpiece. My goodness, this style is really beautiful. I didn't expect that aside from Xian Yu and Lu Sheng, there would be another who could produce such a brilliant classical style song. Zhong continent contestant is doomed. These so-called traditional style songs are just younger brothers in front of a mature classical style. Actually, there's no need for much introduction. Many audiences are not unfamiliar with the classical style. This is a new type of traditional style music pioneered by Xian Yu through the song East Wind Breaks. Upon its release, this song was praised by countless maestros as the perfection of traditional style music. However, it's obviously hard to create works in this style. Even Xian Yu, who pioneered this whole new style, only wrote 2 true classical style songs. One is East Wind Breaks. The other is Blue and White Porcelain, which is famous across all 7 continents. The latter is even considered by the industry's maestros as the culmination of classical style songs. Why is Lu Sheng known as Little Xian Yu? Isn't it because he once daringly wrote a classical style song, competing for the season champion against Xian Yu, but ended up losing to Xian Yu's second classical style song, Blue and White Porcelain? At this moment, the appearance of this style of song at the Blue Song Olympics immediately sparked a collective discussion among audiences from all continents. To come back to it, while the 7 continents are not unfamiliar with the classical style, Zhong continent, which had not yet joined the big merger, was experiencing this music style for the first time. It should be known, the people of Blue Star grew up immersed in art, especially those from Zhong continent, who, even if not professional musicians, could recognize the charm of classical style songs at first listen, a level not achieved by typical traditional style songs. The 2 commentators were dumbfounded on the spot. The barrage was dense. How is this song from Zhao continent so strong? The melody sounds very different from other traditional style songs. This flavor is too authentic. It's over. We're doomed. This song sounds extraordinary. Isn't this a classical style song? What's classical style? I know about traditional style songs, but what's this classical style? Chapter 1247, 1048. Xian Yu made a decision that goes against his ancestors _2. Just because there is one more character, doesn't it still mean the same thing? This additional term is to distinguish between the ancient style and the classical style. I heard this kind of music when I was on a business trip in the outer continents. Clearly, not all middle state people are unaware of the classical style. Some who have had contact with the outer continents have heard it. As it turns out, when the ancient style meets the classical style, it's like a venomous snake encountering a king cobra, destined to become prey to the latter. Swoosh. The Zhao continent contestant scored an average of 97 points. A dark horse has emerged, delivering a dimensional reduction. Faced with this result, there was a collective sigh in the middle state broadcasting room. No chance for the gold medal now. The Blue Song Olympics really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Blue Star is so big, it's understandable that not only middle state has geniuses, but other continents occasionally produce a few as well. This style is really genius. Now it's Xiaofan's turn, but she definitely has no hope of winning. This new style is damn strong. This round is not a loss. If we can't get the gold medal, neither can Qin continent. As long as Qin continent doesn't get the gold medal, the result won't be too bad. Since the start of the competition, Qin continent's performance has been too astonishing. Middle state has already viewed Qin continent as a threat. When they missed out on the gold medal, the only thought left in middle state viewers' hearts was, anyone can get the gold medal. Just don't let Xiaofan get the gold medal. The Zhao continent contestant exited the stage. The pressure was now on Qin continent. The faces of viewers in the Qin continent broadcasting room changed colors. This is bad. Xiaofan's turn is a tough act to follow. It's all on Fish Papa now. It depends on whether Fish Papa can also produce a classical style song. After all, it was Fish Papa who created this style. Zhao continent is just a follower. But creating classical style music is difficult. Many maestros have tried similar styles, but they are somewhat lacking in artistic conception. Even Fish Papa has only written 2 such songs over the years. Can he really come up with a third classical piece? Definitely. Fish Papa is the forefather of classical style music. It's just a pity that there's no coach presiding over today's Qin continent broadcasting room. Otherwise, the guest coach could spoil a little for everyone. Indeed, middle state is unaware of the inside story, and they all think Xiaofan will also be defeated this round. However, all of the 7 continents outside middle state understand. Xian Yu is the true forefather of classical style music. The classical piece from Zhao continent is indeed very good, but there is a gap compared to East Wind Breaks. And in terms of lyrical and musical prowess, it's even less of a match for Blue and White Porcelain. The biggest suspense now is, can Xian Yu come up with a third classical style song? Keep in mind, when the traditional music category started, many people from all continents were already anticipating. Would Xian Yu come up with a classical style song to dominate the competition? However, in the first 2 rounds of the traditional music category, although Xiaofan has been singing Xian Yu's songs, she has never sung a classical style song. This led people to wonder, can Xian Yu even write a third truly classical style song easily? Finally, Xiaofan entered the stage. The band also prepared accordingly. However, when the maestros saw the instruments needed for this song, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Piano, guitar, bass, drum set, violin. The instruments Xiaofan was going to use for the upcoming song were clearly not configured for classical style music. It was only the presence of a pipa that reminded everyone that this might, just might, be a contemporary-sounding traditional style song. In fact, even many viewers could tell something from the instruments, as these are common in pop music, whereas traditional songs tend to use more traditional instruments. Isn't this combination of instruments a bit too messy? Looking at the instruments, you can tell the next song isn't classical. It might not even be written by Xian Yu. What a pity. We were looking forward to Fish Papa teaching Zhao continent a lesson. Perhaps classical music really is hard to create. If it was easy to create, Fish Papa wouldn't have only written 2 songs in this style after so many years since his debut. It doesn't matter anymore. Losing isn't shameful. In a strict sense, Fish Papa is being beaten by himself since without Xian Yu, there would be no classical music in the first place. At the end of the day, the audience is disappointed. Zhao continent used classical music to dazzle the audience, and everyone expected Xian Yu to do the same, giving Zhao continent a lesson in the strongest classical music. This was a scene many viewers anticipated. Unfortunately, the highly anticipated scene did not materialize. People weren't even sure if Xian Yu was the creator of the song. Xia Fan stood on the stage with an expressionless face. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fan gave a slight nod to the staff. Instantly, the work's information appeared on the big screen. Work, fireworks, easily cold. Lyricist, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Performer, Xia Fan. It turned out that the creator was indeed Xian Yu. The audience from the 7 continents had mixed feelings. Since it's Xian Yu, why isn't it a classical song? Amid countless complex emotions, the sound of the guitar quietly began, carrying a hint of solemnity. No classical songs ever started with the guitar. Then, the piano sounded. The stark melody intertwined with the guitar's solemnity, conjuring a tinge of sadness. Picking up the microphone, Xia Fan's voice began to be heard, slightly deep and suppressed. The bustling world hides away in silence, thwarting the masses. Dreams grow cold, as we turn and twist through a lifetime of emotional debts. Chapter 1248, 1048. Xian Yu made a decision that goes against his ancestors _3. As if consenting by default. Life and death, a withered weight. Rings of withered waiting, year after year. Like poetry, these lyrics. Like raindrops, these notes. The highly textured melody falls into the ears of the audience. The core coaching teams from each continent's maestros feel their hearts skip a beat. This is classical style. Xia Fan's voice continues, still singing the lead in the verse. The Babel Tower breaks, severing whom's soul. Pain rushes to a single flickering lamp at the collapsing temple gate. Allow me to wait again. As history turns, waiting for the mellow wine, for you to play a tune on the guzheng. The flourish of activity comes to a close. The gates of emptiness, cold and silent. The faces of the audience gradually change. Ripples suddenly spread across the live broadcasting rooms. This seems like classical style? Everyone is not so sure. Surprises ripple across the faces of the audience. There's even slight unrest at the coaching seat of Zhao Continent. At this moment, the melody ascends. Xia Fan's voice blends with the tune, belting out the chorus. The rain falls in torrents. In the old homeland where grass and trees thrive deep, I've heard you are still guarding the lonely city. Outside the city, the sound of a shepherd's flute settles upon that wild village. Fate falls to the earth and takes root. It is us. Xia Fan isn't using any high-pitched belting, yet this climax is like the resounding gong of an ancient temple, heavily crashing upon the hearts of countless people. The coaching seat of Zhao Continent. Some people's eyes bulge. Some people's mouths gape open. Some are even almost unseated, nearly standing up on the spot, their expressions filled with sheer shock. How is this possible? This is unscientific. Modern instruments can also play classical-style music. As a classical-style song, Fireworks Easily Cold incorporates not a single traditional classical instrument from Blue Star. All are modern instruments. Are you slapping our faces or your own? Damn it. Xian Yu, you have made a decision that defies the ancestors. Oh, you are the ancestor. No problem then. Suddenly, a hint of despair emerges in the hearts of the coaching team of Zhao Continent. On the other hand, at the coaching seat of Zhong Continent, Abigail abruptly turns her head, seeming to gaze into the distance toward the direction of Qin Continent's coaching seat, swiftly locking onto one young, yet calm face. Xian Yu. Middle state people do not understand Xian Yu's poetry. Abigail does not understand Xian Yu's poetry either. But as for the classical style that Xian Yu pioneered, Abigail is certainly no stranger. As one of Blue Star's top musicians, how could Abigail not try to understand such a genius new style of music that appeared in the world? No maestro doesn't understand it. But it is precisely because of understanding that Abigail's heart now churns with stormy waves. Without a doubt, this song by Xian Yu is the classical style he pioneered. But this song, compared to the classical style song Xian Yu created, is truly heretical. Not to mention the application of those modern instruments. What Abigail finds most outrageous is the song's use of classical melodies. Under normal circumstances, the atmosphere created by a classical style needs to revolve around the traditional pentatonic scale of do, re, mi, sol, la. This is almost the iron law of such songs. And the creation of this atmosphere must avoid the 4th and 7th scale degrees, because they are completely incompatible at the composition level. However, Xian Yu's fireworks easily cold goes against the norm. In the main melody, the first 2 phrases include the note Fa twice. The third bar even has an extended 3-beat Ti. These 2 notes are supposed to clash with the traditional pentatonic scale. But the strange thing is, these 2 scales didn't clash with the pentatonic scale. Abigail felt no dissonance whatsoever. On the contrary, she found the unpredictable variations in the melody to be of an unmatched charm. Revolution. Xian Yu is personally revolutionizing the classical style of music they pioneered. Such an arrogant little thing. So young, yet so terrifying. It's as if Xian Yu is using this method to tell the people of Zhao continent, don't be so dogmatic. The rules I set are not unbreakable. Is it not suffocating to be bounded by rules and regulations? Come. Listen to this. I'll teach you some new tricks. Music is just this miraculous. Some hear endless emotion in it. Abigail only heard Xian Yu's arrogance. Clearly a song that's entirely non-classical, yet no one dares to say it's not classical. Isn't this arrogance? Abigail is certain that Xian Yu is doing this on purpose. It wasn't only Abigail who realized this. Many a maestro on site caught on. Thus, there was quite a commotion at the coaching seats of each continent. However, the average audience member was definitely unaware of these music theory intricacies. In fact, unknowingly, the audience had become completely immersed in the music, even forgetting the matters that had preoccupied them before. In their ears, only Xia fans singing resounded. Listening to youth welcome laughter with envy from many. The gentle annals hesitate to pin down that which is too harsh. Fireworks easily cold. Human affairs easily parted. And you ask me if I'm still serious? 1,000 years later, who else waits amidst deep-rooted affection? Yet how could the history pages not record truth, the way annals of Luoyang City? As if you follow, passing by from a former life, following the dust of this world, accompanying me through a life of wanderlust. The lyrics sketched out thousands of scenes. The nation shattered, mountains and rivers remained, but the people gone. Grass grows, the city welcomes spring, but my heart grows cold. Raindrops shattered on the ground, leading to the modeled ancient city on moss-covered bluestone slabs, where at the city gate lingers a solitary and elderly figure. A promise of a union, a lifetime of waiting. At the city gate unfolded a wait spanning the torrents of time. 10 years ago, Luoyang City in its heyday of prosperity. Qilan Temple's incense burned fervently. Fortunate unions joyously formed, hand in hand wishing for graying years. A date set, vows over mountains and oceans dissolve 1,000 sorrows. 10 years later, endless green mountains. Not a single soul. Love divided into levels. Where do I stand? The past seems to choke in the songs. The endless sorrow of departure feels as if it only happened yesterday. The sky overcast, ruined walls and broken mounds. The person long gone. The shepherd's flute plays across. The ancient temple grows ever more desolate. His clothes ragged and wrinkled aplenty. Old tree roots decay further in the rain. Perhaps the rainy hamlet and that old grave are also keeping watch with him, awaiting that reunion across space and time. Not long after, here should lie 2 graves. The scenes painted by the music clearly reflected in people's hearts. The singing turned into raindrops falling on the audience's skins. Suddenly, an audience member snapped back to reality. Even the slowest audience members should come around at Xia Fan's ending line at Qilan Temple, listening to the rain, longing for eternity. Damn, what kind of instrument is that? Who decreed that classical style must be played with traditional instruments? Isn't this undeniably a classical style song? Boom. Xian Yu's 3rd classical piece debuted, breaking free from the confines of the pentatonic scale, striking the maestros of all continents like lightning. Of course, the audience from all continents could not escape at this moment either, all falling into shock. Chapter 1249, 1049. That fish was finally plucked clean. Qi continent. Classical style. This is classical style. After blue and white porcelain, this is Fish Papa's 3rd classical style song. Chu continent. Ha ha ha. I just knew it. Classical style songs are indeed most authentically Fish Papa's flavor. Incontinent. Although the instruments are not classical, this song feels more classical than those from Zhao Continent that use all classical instruments. Xianyu is amazing. Zhao Continent actually dares to play with classical style in front of Xianyu. This segment's entertainment value is maxed out. Qin Continent. Live broadcast room. The two commentators clapped vigorously, and the male commentator even let out an excited roar. How can Flying Dragon be defeated? This plot is simply perfect. Qin Continent first, Zhao Continent silver, and Zhong Continent can only take bronze now. Truly worthy of being the ancestor of the classical style. Xianyu certainly did not disappoint everyone this time. In the final round of the classical style competition, the classical style song everyone has been eagerly anticipating has finally appeared. This song is called Fireworks Are Easily Cold. Perhaps ordinary viewers can't articulate any professional knowledge in composition, but they can still discern the unique flavor of classical style music. Just like The East Wind Breaks. Just like Blue and White Porcelain. The classical flavor condensed from the combination of lyrics and melody is truly intoxicating. All the continent's live broadcast rooms exploded, and within Zhong Continent's live broadcast room, the two commentators stared dumbfounded at the barrage of comments. My heavens, this fish, isn't this horrifying? The style of this song is so similar to the one from Zhao Continent, and it's obviously superior to theirs. Lyrics domination. Composition domination. The previous panel judged bringing in the wine a bit too low because the lyrics overshadowed the music. However, this time Xianyu has achieved a truly perfect match of lyrics and composition level. This guy's lyrical ability is truly terrifying. Our previous doubts were laughable. Suddenly, a prompt from the live broadcast director came through the commentator's earphones. This song is also of the classical style. The two commentators exchanged glances. The program director gave them a prompt to avoid any mistakes on air, which is normal for live broadcasts. However, the information in this prompt shocked them. Swallowing saliva. The male commentator said with a wry smile. Just got news that because our Zhong Continent has not yet joined the merger, we are not familiar with this new music style. In fact, this music style has a significant influence in other continents, and its name is the classical style mentioned previously in the comments. It seems we in Zhong Continent are a bit uninformed this time. Indeed. The female commentator earnestly said, classical style is widely spread among Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei. And the founder of this style is none other than our well-known old rival, Qin Continent's first master bishop, Xianyu. Qin Continent viewers were dumbfounded. Classical style was created by Xianyu? Damn, impressed. So Zhao Continent's strong performance was just to follow in Xianyu's footsteps? Then how dare they use this style in front of Xianyu? Perhaps their target was us? Damn it, we're the only ones in the triple finals unaware of the classical style. Xianyu actually created such an awesome music style. This is the first time I feel like Zhong Continent's music is a bit behind. On the stage, the judges began to score. These judges are music specialists and could naturally sense the compelling spirit of Fireworks Are Easily Cold. Coupled with Xia Fan's singing, which was no worse than her rivals, it was easy to give a high score for this round. Swish, swish, swish. An average score of 98. That's an extremely high score. However, everyone understood that Xia Fan getting this score wasn't because her performance was so impressive, but purely because of the work's advantage. There's no way around it. On the stage of the Blue Song Olympics, both singing and the work are judged, and both elements hold significant weight. When the difference in contestants' levels is small, the work is the key to victory. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the audience. Xia Fan has become the 5th world champion of the Yu dynasty. The Yu dynasty is composed of 6 people in total. Aside from Wei Haoyun, are all others champions. The group led by Fish Papa is defying the heavens. Before, many people said that the Yu dynasty is a fire when together, a sky full of stars when apart. And now this saying is utterly justified. In the truest sense, each individual can stand on their own. Madame Haoyun, what about me? Ha ha, Madame Haoyun's luck has run out. Madame Haoyun has become the weakest singer of the Yu dynasty, but the entire Yu dynasty is one entity. Madame Haoyun isn't bad either. Coaches' seats from all continents. The maestros whispered and discussed among themselves. Has Xian Yu been holding back on releasing new classical-style songs just to save this trump card? This song has carved a new path for the classical style. After the Blue Song Olympics, I have to study this style properly. Many have already been researching it, but such songs are hard to write. The pentatonic scale is too simple, and yet it's precisely its simplicity that makes it so difficult to write good songs around it. Xian Yu's unconventional approach is even harder. It's useless even if you know the secrets of it. This song can be directly played with instruments. It would probably sound good if performed with a piano, teaching Zhao Continent a lesson. If a song, disregarding the arrangement, sounded pleasant to the ear when played with instruments, it proves the true quality of the song. Chapter 1250, 1049, that fish finally got plucked bald _2. It's just like a beauty. Some beauties are no longer stunning after removing their makeup. Yet some beauties remain gorgeous even after removing their makeup. The arrangement of a song is like the makeup, fireworks easily cold. Is that beauty unafraid of removing makeup? Zhao Continent coaching seats. A few maestros gave a wry smile. If classical style is the ceiling of ancient style songs, then Xian Yu is the ceiling of the classical style. OL Zhang has already done very well. It's just that nobody can really outdo Xian Yu in classical style. Not everyone likes ancient style songs, but no one dislikes classical style. Even those who don't like ancient style songs are easily captivated by classical style. It's alright. At least it's a silver medal. Losing to the classical style originator is quite normal. Although we lost to Qin Continent, we also defeated Zhong Continent with Xian Yu's style. The competition must of course continue. But next, Lin Yuan has nothing much to do. Once today's competitions end, the press releases of various continent media already flooded the net. Xia Fan wins the championship. Zhao Yingge wins the championship. Yu Dynasty scoops up 2 more gold medals. With 6 people and 5 gold medals, just how strong is the Yu Dynasty? Fireworks easily cold. Classical style song sparks hot discussions. Xian Yu releases his 3rd classical style song. Several maestros praise Xian Yu's new classical style song after the competition. All major streaming platforms. Countless people downloaded the just-released Fireworks Easily Cold. Not only that, even Blue and White Porcelain was dug up by countless people to listen to again. Not to mention the constantly popular Blue and White Porcelain. One can imagine, Blue Star will surely have more classical style songs in the future. Zhao Continent's stage proves that, if maestros are willing to delve into it, they can still create good classical style songs. What if those even greater maestros start to research this thing? However, no matter how well classical style can develop in the future, everyone can't avoid Xian Yu, the pioneer. The title of the pioneer of classical style is bound to become increasingly valued. Evening. Key coaching teams of various continents are meeting about the upcoming competitions. Lin Yuan also attended the meeting. But Lin Yuan didn't really participate much in the discussion tonight, because Lin Yuan has nothing to do in the next few days. It's all competitions that Lin Yuan isn't participating in. After all, the Blue Song Olympics have 108 categories. If he wanted, Lin Yuan could medal in most categories. However, Lin Yuan can't really do that. For one, that would be too outrageous. Secondly, Lin Yuan also has to consider the feelings of other Qin continent maestros. Because a stage like the Blue Song Olympics is destined to bear the dreams of all musicians. Everyone wants a chance to perform. What does it mean if Lin Yuan monopolizes it? Is he the only capable one? One should stay humble when necessary. Which maestro wouldn't want their work to appear on the Blue Song Olympics? Furthermore, the pieces that Lin Yuan brings out are not totally unbeatable. Sometimes, other maestros have works prepared for specific categories that are of better quality than what Lin Yuan brings out. So in the pre-competition internal discussions, some of Lin Yuan's works were regrettably not chosen. Qin continent is full of maestros. Everyone has prepared many pieces. Everyone is a maestro when it comes to the categories they excel in, whose quality of work could be inferior. Lin Yuan isn't disappointed about some of his pieces not being chosen, After all, he still had quite a number of entries selected. Let's think about it. Whether it's the seasonal chart or the Blue Song Olympics, could Lin Yuan suppress countless maestros from raising their heads because these top Blue Star composers are too weak? Of course not. Any of these maestros could be regarded as master-level musicians on Earth. So why do they always lose to Lin Yuan? Because Lin Yuan is cheating. He is using the resources of the entire Earth to battle maestros. Many of Lin Yuan's works have been tested by years of trial and error on Earth and have achieved great success. Yet even under such circumstances, Lin Yuan is still unable to remain undefeated. This already demonstrates Stichu volume. Of course, this has also to do with Lin Yuan not always decisively throwing out his bomb-level pieces. Bomb-level pieces are, after all, limited in number, and Lin Yuan chooses to hold back unless absolutely necessary. Just like with Chinese-style songs. Top-tier Chinese-style songs are only a few. If Lin Yuan had thrown out Chinese-style songs like Fireworks Easily Cold previously, faced with a situation like Zhao Continent in the Blue Song Olympics, he'd probably have nothing but to glare. But, bringing the topic back, Lin Yuan has already contributed a lot. The current Lin Yuan is a hero in the hearts of Qin continent's people. Even though the Blue Song Olympics isn't over yet, Xian Yu's prestige within the music circle of the continent has reached an extremely high level. And it's not just in the music circle. Even in the hearts of ordinary Qin continent people, Xian Yu's status is unlike before. After all, his previous achievements were personal, but this time he is representing Qin continent in battle. These achievements are already huge for Lin Yuan. As the competition progresses, half of the Blue Song Olympics is already past, and Lin Yuan has already presented most of his pieces. The 10th day, the 11th day, the 12th day, the 13th day, Lin Yuan has no events for the next consecutive 4 days. However, the intensity of the competition did not diminish at all, but instead became more intense. Lu Sheng, Yin Dong, Zheng Jing, Yi Zhiqiu. The key coaching team of Qin continent also achieved exceptionally good results, proving with their strength that even without Xian Yu, the land of music is still formidable. Chapter 1251. 1049, that fish finally got plucked bald _3. During these days of competition, singers from the Yu dynasty also participated in events. After all, many competed in more than one event. However, the Yu dynasty did not win any new gold medals after that. For instance, in the mixed male-female duet competition, Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiyu participated. These two champions from individual events collaborated, but only managed to secure a silver medal for Qin continent. This was quite normal. The competition itself was full of suspense. Indeed, singers like Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiyu from the Yu dynasty were strong, but not overwhelmingly so to crush all competitors, and various factors influenced the competition. Conversely, Fei Yang was still terrifying. This guy participated in 4 events, and with 3 completed, he had secured 3 gold medals. Even Lu Sheng joked. Fei Yang had been tortured by Xian Yu into a top champion before the Blue Song Olympics. Additionally, Xu Yu's performance was also noteworthy. Joining 4 events, she ultimately won 2 gold medals and 2 silver medals. In the process, Yang Zhongming and Abigail made their move. The capabilities of these 2 head coaches were still unmatched, with each movement earning a gold medal dominantly. Unfortunately, the 2 never met face-to-face. This left many fans who anticipated a peak showdown between Yang Zhongming and Abigail at the Blue Song Olympics quite disappointed. After the 13th day of competition, the Blue Olympics schedule had already passed the halfway mark. The gold medal rankings between continents were now crystal clear. Zhong continent, 28 gold medals. Qin continent, 22 gold medals. Wei continent, 7 gold medals. Han continent, 6 gold medals. Qi continent, 5 gold medals. Chu continent, 4 gold medals. Yin continent, 3 gold medals. Zhao continent, 3 gold medals. It's evident from the gold medal ranking that 6 gold medals emerged each day, with Zhong continent still performing the strongest. However, Qin continent is not far behind. Only 6 gold medals behind Zhong continent. The medal counts of the other 6 continents are very close. Their results are not comparable to Qin and Zhong continents. But the competition atmosphere among these 6 continents is equally fierce. They never expected to contend with Qin and Zhong continents in the Blue Song Olympics. Surpassing the other 5 continents was their goal. What? The difference in gold medal count is small? Then compare the number of silver and bronze medals. The Blue Song Olympics isn't just about gold medals. The value of silver and bronze medals is not to be underestimated. This is the core battlefield for the 6 continents. There's no way around it. They can't compete for gold medals against the powerhouses. Zhong continent and Qin continent are too exceptional. The former has dominated various fields in Blue Star for many years, and other continents never expected to compete with them at the Blue Song Olympics. As for Qin continent, it truly deserves to be called the land of music. Since the beginning of the Blue Olympics, Qin continent has shocked Blue Star. Everyone knew the music from Qin continent was formidable, but no one expected this level of performance. This land of music in the field of music has already reached a level comparable to Zhong continent. Even though there's still a gap from Zhong continent, this slight difference is no longer the insurmountable barrier of the past. This was beyond everyone's imagination previously, because people were used to being overwhelmingly defeated by Zhong continent in various fields. Although the performance of Zhong continent in the Blue Song Olympics is still undeniably dominant, we can't say they're overwhelmingly defeating Qin continent, can we? Speaking of these past few days of competition, besides the change in the gold medal ranking, another issue everyone is very concerned about is Xian Yu. Xian Yu hasn't competed for 4 consecutive days. This has surprised many people. The audience in Zhong continent's live broadcasting room are ecstatic. After each day's competition, the commentators summarize as follows. There was no Xian Yu today. There was no Xian Yu again today. There is still no Xian Yu today. There is still no Xian Yu today. After 4 consecutive days without Xian Yu competing, it finally confirmed one thing for all continents. Xian Yu's works are almost completely exhausted. The male commentator guessed it right. Xian Yu really has no works left. Xia Fan plucked Xian Yu bald. Spread the word. Xian Yu has been drained dry by Xia Fan. Spread the word. Xian Yu has been drained dry by the Yu dynasty. Spread the word. Xian Yu doesn't know his limits. He's completely out. Damn it. Finally, this guy is done. Mom doesn't have to worry about my ichthyophobia anymore. These few days without Xian Yu feel quite unusual. The last time I listened to Xian Yu's work was during the last Blue Song Olympics. The thoughts above are very dangerous. Take him out and slap him. This isn't just the thought of the Zhong continent audience, but also of other continents. Everyone felt that after so many days of competition, Xian Yu's works are almost all used up. Chapter 1252, 1050, Burn Passionately. Blue Song Olympics. The 14th day, Lin Yuan, as usual, sat among the coaching seats, witnessing one competition after another unfold alongside a few other maestros from Qin continent. The first round of events. Han continent won the championship. The champion from Han continent couldn't help but let out a long, skyward howl, his expression filled with excitement. This was Han continent's 7th gold medal, bringing them to a tie for 3rd place with Wei continent on the medal table. However, this 3rd place ranking was still a far cry from 2nd and even more so from 1st. Next up was the final of another event. Chu continent won the championship. This was Chu continent's 5th gold medal. With this gold medal, Chu continent also qualified to tie for 5th place. For the continents other than Qin continent and Zhong continent, a single gold medal could change their standing on the medal table. Congratulations to Han continent. Congratulations to Chu continent. The 2 finals this morning were very interesting. The dominant Zhong continent and Qin continent each took a silver medal, whereas Han continent and Chu continent each secured a gold medal. For Qin continent and Zhong continent, the results weren't too bad. Perhaps it's the athletes who can't accept it the most. We can see the eliminated athletes crying in grief. Wait, it seems something has happened. Amid exclamations from various live broadcast rooms, someone saw an eliminated athlete from Zhao continent faint. When the athlete collapsed, their face was still streaked with countless tears. Doctors rushed over to examine immediately and organized medical staff to carry the person away. Shortly after, an announcer took to the stage to explain, "Don't worry, everyone. Ming Qi from Zhao continent simply fainted due to being overly heartbroken from losing the match. The doctors have checked, and there's no major issue. The scene immediately filled with sighs of sympathy. After so many days of competitions, everyone has witnessed countless athletes shedding tears on stage. Although this was the first time an athlete fainted from heartbreak, no one thought them to be too fragile. People all have a compassionate heart. Everyone also sympathizes with the athletes who lose their matches. In fact, when they see an athlete from their own continent being eliminated, the mood of the audience from each continent always weighs particularly heavy. There are even audience members who cry along with the athletes. The psychological pressure is ultimately greatest on these athletes in the wins and losses of the competition. Win, and they are praised. Lose, and they are criticized. Every continent has such people. This only adds to the immense pressure on the athlete's shoulders. Perhaps some athletes don't shed a single tear from beginning to end, simply walking away in desolation, but who can truly comprehend their pain? Setting everything aside, they devote themselves wholeheartedly to preparing for the Blue Song Olympics. So many do so just for the sake of winning a medal for themselves, for the glory of their continent behind them. And the ultimate elimination seems to negate all their efforts. Those critics who curse loudly at the sight of an athlete's failure, acting as though they themselves are bearing immense pain, forget that at times like these, it's often the athletes themselves who are in the most agony. For a while, even the coaches' seats from various continents let out some sighs. The coaches from all over, who can empathize with the athletes the most. Often it's not just the athletes who lose the competition, but also the providers of their works, those coaches, those maestros. This allows both athletes and maestros to feel each other's pain to the greatest extent. Indeed, the athlete from Zhao continent fainting from heartbreak is but a minor incident for the Blue Song Olympics. Yet, this small incident has brought a particularly solemn atmosphere to the event. Everyone is reminded of the countless moments of shattered dreams during these days of competition. This oppressive atmosphere even affected the following matches. The next event is the final of the chorus groups. Qin continent also entered the finals of this event. The other two groups are from Qi continent and Zhong continent respectively. The Zhong continent chorus group is up first. But they were clearly affected by the mood in the venue, and once their song was done, the enthusiasm of the audience was obviously not high. This influence is mutual. The lukewarm response from the audience affected the performance of Zhong continent's chorus group, which ended up scoring only 92 points. By the standards of the finals, this score was obviously a bit low. Zhong continent's live broadcast room. One after another, the audience sighed. The atmosphere is too depressing. Going on stage at a time like this is really a disadvantage. It feels like both the athletes and the judges are affected. Never mind on-site. Even I'm feeling terrible. The athletes must feel desperate when they lose. Even though they've given their all, if they lose, they will still be attacked by the critics. Our batch of athletes has started crying too. This is insane. It's a vicious cycle. Indeed, when Zhong continent's chorus group saw the score, someone's eyes turned red, followed by tears streaming down like rain. A teammate approached to offer comfort. But after just a few comforting words, they too began to cry, and soon it turned into a collective wail of grief. At this moment, the Qin continent chorus group took the stage. Fei Yang is the lead singer for Qin continent's chorus group. Fei Yang has participated in 4 events. This is Fei Yang's last event. Before the competition, many discussed whether Fei Yang could sweep all 4 events. But in the current atmosphere, it seems that people are no longer so concerned about it. However, when they saw Fei Yang, everyone still lifted their heads. After all, he was a super popular contestant of the Blue Song Olympics. Suddenly, some audience members couldn't help but wonder. The Qin continent's king of singing, who has been invincible on the field, probably hasn't tasted the flavor of defeat yet, has he? Chapter 1253, 1050. Indulge in the blaze _2. On the stage, Fei Yang nodded to the staff. The big screen suddenly displayed a name that the audience was all too familiar with. Song: Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart. Lyricist: Xian Yu. Composer: Xian Yu. Performers: Fei Yang, Peng Yu, Lu Yi, Ning Lily, Qin Mei. It's Xian Yu. Many people thought Xian Yu had used up all his works. A commotion arose in the venue. All major live broadcast rooms suddenly became bustling. and even that oppressive atmosphere seemed somewhat diluted. Xian Yu is back. He still has works left. I knew it. With so many songs before, how could there be none left now? Will this be the last one? Maybe it is. After all, there aren't many competitions left. It's not just Xian Yu. Any maestro doesn't have many works left. But now, even Xian Yu may find it hard to break this mood, right? In such circumstances, the later you perform, the more disadvantageous it is. Zhong Continent. Seeing Xian Yu's name, the two commentators' eyes widened in shock. The barrage exploded. This guy still has songs. Haven't seen him for 4 days, and his sudden appearance is quite startling. No need to worry too much about this wave. The mood is even more oppressive than before. Xian Yu might not be able to carry it. Fei Yang is there too. It's a choir competition, not Fei Yang's solo event. But why do I feel so uneasy? Xian Yu in the finals. Seems like he hasn't missed a beat before, right? Unexpected. No one expected it. Xian Yu, who had been missing for 4 days, once again made his move in the finals. What kind of work would he bring this time? No matter what the scene was like, the competition ultimately had to go on. The atmosphere below stage remained oppressive. Under everyone's gaze, the stage suddenly plunged into darkness. The Blue Song Olympics stage wasn't outdoors, and once all the lights went out, the audience couldn't see their fingers extended before them. A vast darkness enveloped everything. Some people almost thought there was a power outage on stage. However, the following scene dispelled the audience's doubts. A spotlight suddenly lit up in the corner of the stage. Under the spotlight, one of the choir members began to sing. Where exactly is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I must go find it. This voice was somewhat hoarse. All the audience's eyes were firmly fixed on the only source of light on the stage. At this moment, the second beam of light lit up. The second choir member let out their voice. I wish to stand tall on the highest peak there, caring not if it's a cliff or steep wall. Piano, guitar, a soft drum beat. The third beam of light followed suit. A female singer from the choir raised the microphone. Live with all your might. Love with all your might, even if it means risking your life. Not to please anyone, but to be true to myself. Click. When the fourth beam of light appeared, the fourth singer's voice resonated at the moment the light came on. Regarding my dream, I have never chosen to give up, even on days when I'm down and out. Just 4 lines of lyrics. The audience's emotions were suddenly stirred. It was very clear what this song was about. Amidst this wave of emotions, the big screen at the back of the stage also lit up, and the venue was no longer that dark. Looking at the big screen, the audience's scalp suddenly tightened. That was the first day's opera competition at the Blue Song Olympics. Zhong Continent had been dominating. Contestants from other continents were eliminated one after another. Wei Haoyun had failed and silently turned away. Soon after, more and more eliminated contestants appeared on the screen. Each eliminated contestant was given a 1-second shot of turning away. Those turns, those forlorn silhouettes from different continents. The picture gradually transitioned from color to grayscale. The drumbeat grew heavier. Maybe I don't have talent, but I have the innocence of dreams. I will go and prove myself with my life. Bass guitar comes in. On the stage screen, a maestro from Zhao Continent suddenly covered his face with his hands, crouching down. His work was crushed by Yang Zhongming, and that despair still hit hard through the screen. In the principal singer's position, Fei Yang's voice rang out. He stood in the center of the light, starting to sing. Maybe my hands are clumsier than my feet, but I am willing to keep searching, giving up all my youth without regrets. The pitch gradually ascended. Drum beats like raindrops. Tap-tap knocking at the bottom of one's heart. The stage's light was dazzling, even glaring. The images on the big screen finally regained their color. Someone was waving their fists, as if celebrating a victory. Another teary-eyed, passionately embracing their teammate. Someone was lifting a trophy, welcoming the sky full of flowers and fireworks. In this moment, standing in the center of the light, Fei Yang lifted his head, facing the sky above the stage with the most powerful scream, his veins nearly visible. Run forward, facing cold stares and ridicule. How can one feel the vastness of life without enduring hardships? Fate can't make us kneel and beg for mercy, even if blood fills our embrace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The beams of light shattered. The sky was filled with colorful lights. All the faces in the audience suddenly flushed red, their scalps tingling with the music and goosebumps erupting all over their bodies. The next moment, the voices of the Qin continent choir blended together, everyone belting out with might as if thunderous roars. Keep running. With the pride of a child's heart. How can one see the brilliance of life without persisting to the end? Rather than lingering on breathlessly, better to burn with passion. One day, it will sprout again. 1. A piece. A crowd. Chapter 1254, 1050. Burn with passion _3. The audience stood up. Every drop of blood in their bodies was boiling. Someone roared amidst the music. On stage, the singing ceased. Someone was gasping for air. And suddenly, the music turned incredibly sorrowful. On the big screen on stage, the images continued, capturing more contestants, some familiar, some unknown. Qin continent, Qi continent, Chu continent, Yin continent, Han continent, Zhao continent, Wei continent, and Zhong continent. All of them were contestants who had been eliminated from various continents. Their tears spilled on the stage, triggering memories of those past battles in the audience. The choir. The contestants were chanting. Only a solitary singing voice weaved through the chant. The enchanting and splendid future always calls to me. Even if only accompanied by pain, I must march forward bravely. The judges' seats. A judge's eyes were glistening. I want to sail across the bluest ocean, not caring if I can ever return. The coach's seats. Maestro dabbed at his eyes. The chant formed an accompaniment more stirring than the music itself. Sullen and joyless after failure is the conduct of a coward. With breath still in me, please clench your fists tightly. Still that big screen. This time, the figure of Su Wan from Zhong continent appeared, and many remembered the pale-faced girl who had just lost to Jiang Kuei. Before the break of dawn, we must be braver, waiting for the most dazzling moment when the sun rises. Still, it was Fei Yang's voice sketching out the chorus section. Who says Fei Yang has never tasted defeat? People only saw his radiant presence at the Olympics. But how many remember how many times he had failed before? Perhaps Fei Yang was also thinking about many things. He began to roar, leading the other contestants in a roar, as if to tear apart all the feelings of desolation and failure. Run forward, facing the cold stares and mockery. How can we feel the vastness of life without trials and tribulations? Fate cannot make us kneel and beg for mercy, even if our embrace is drenched in blood. The stage exploded. The music was no longer a sad melody. It seemed as though infinite passion and fervor were bursting forth, with spotlights spinning at a frightening pace, nearly dazzling everyone's eyes. This time, several judges stood up. The continental coaches and maestros stood up. The contestants gazed steadily below at the frenzied audience. Perhaps their roars were even more wild than those of the audience. Keep running. With the pride of a child at heart. How can we see the sparkle of life without persevering to the end? Rather than living a lingering life. Burn. Passionately. As all the voices came together, countless eliminated contestants who had yet to leave were drowning in tears as if to completely submerge the stage. Many heard their own voice in the song. Many also saw themselves on screen. This song was a Qin continent chorus, but it was not only for Qin continent. It was for every dream chaser from every continent who has given their all for the Blue Song Olympics. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone was crying. Not just the contestants, but also the audience, and the continental coaches and maestros. Even the stone-faced judges. Just this once, people forgot the competition between continents, fully immersed in the contest, enjoying the move brought by this song. At this moment, commentators in the live broadcast rooms of various continents were choking up. This was an inspirational song, like a powerful tear gas bomb thrown on the stage. So difficult, so painful, so regrettable. But this is the competition. This is the Blue Song Olympics. Not just about pain and tears, but also about the cheers and joy of victory. We are not afraid of losing. What we fear is not being able to stand up again. Every person who fights to the end for the Blue Song Olympics is a hero. From this moment on, the Blue Song Olympics has its blue music spirit. Just then, the final line of the lyrics echoed. Still, with the chorus led by Fei Yang. The voices were no longer screaming passionately, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds force. For the beauty in our hearts. Uncompromising until we grow old. Chapter 1255, 1051, Not One Less. Sheen Continent Live Streaming Room. This is the most blood-pumping song since the Blue Song Olympics started. Fish Papa is too fierce. He stays quiet for 4 days, and when he makes a move, it's such a huge one. I'm moved to tears. This song expresses the feelings of all the contestants and coaches participating in the Blue Song Olympics. They haven't had it easy these days. Sheen Continent. I don't know if Xianyu has any more songs, but I only know that this song really touched me. Unbeatably good. I think I heard King Fei's voice cracking at the climax, but this kind of voice crack make it even more impactful than if he had sung through steadily. Sheen Continent. No wonder Sheen Continent can fight tooth and nail with Sheen Continent. Xianyu alone is worth 1,000 troops. Inspirational songs have to come from Xianyu. There are countless songs about chasing dreams, and this is one of the few that doesn't feel like it's just trying to psych you up with empty enthusiasm. Yin Continent. The chorus section is so fiery. I feel that listening to this song live must be even more thrilling. Whoa! Seeing the contestants turning around, I, a grown man, cried like a dog. They all gave their best. Surging emotions in every continent. And in the Sheen Continent live streaming room, the Middle State people feel a sense of deep connection. With such an atmosphere, such a setting, and such a song, I can't think of a reason for Xianyu's failure. Sheen Continent has won again. Since we in Sheen Continent have been competing against Xianyu, this is the most genuinely satisfying loss. Them being able to lift the atmosphere from such oppressive emotions, it itself shows they deserve the championship. Yeah, this song is so grand in its scope, fully respecting every contestant and coach from each continent. On the stage of the Blue Song Olympics, we are enemies, but in essence, we are all dream chasers, which is why we gather here to celebrate together. Damn it, just yesterday that jinxing commentator claimed Xianyu had run out of material, and now he drops this bombshell on us. We should really beg that guy to stop talking. Xianyu has earned my respect. Looking forward to more clashes with Xianyu after the merge. To us in Sheen Continent, he is a worthy opponent. Contestants from various continents are wiping away tears. Making the audience cry with a song isn't hard on this stage. To make your opponents cry, that's not so easy. Not to mention that even the coaches and judges from each continent were evidently empathizing with the song. It can be said, this is the only song since the Blue Song Olympics started that even in defeat, everyone is willing to accept wholeheartedly. On site, as the judges gave out the scores, the venue erupted with noise. The third team to perform did so with an extremely relaxed mindset, because the third team was doomed to lose. Sheen Continent's score was too high, Sheen Continent's song was too good, and indeed it was. Fei Yang, leading the chorus group, lifted up the gold medal. This king of singing from Sheen Continent participated in a whole 4 events, accomplishing a sweeping victory in all of them. Chorus results settled. Before the next item officially began, the media was already in a frenzy online. Chasing dreams with a child's heart, Fei Yang's high-spirited performance. Xianyu's new song shows grand unity, hand in hand across continents. Fei Yang clinches his 4th gold medal, earning the title of the strongest contestant of this Blue Song Olympics. Xianyu makes a move again, still dominant. After 4 days, Xianyu clinches another gold medal for Sheen Continent. In terms of quality, Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart isn't Xianyu's best song. But, in certain specific environments and at specific times, this song is invincible. Like now, too many contestants have shed tears on the Blue Song Olympics stage. The audience has witnessed countless regrets these days. This made everyone, while experiencing the excitement and harshness of the competition, also feel a sense of oppression. Contestants and coaches are no exceptions. In such a situation, when a song like Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart suddenly appears, it produces a massive emotional impact on everyone. Roaring, voice cracking, passion, ignition. The entire song is vigorous and unreserved. Although it looks back on the competitions of the past days, the tone isn't sad. The triumphant and upward force inspires everyone's passion. All those messy emotions, stirred up by the competition, are completely unleashed through this song. The perfect alignment of time, place, and people. There are few songs that can compete with Chasing Dreams with a child's heart at this moment. The song sings perfectly to the heart of countless people. Not to mention that the arrangement of the song demonstrated a grand vision. That video, akin to a music video, paid tribute to all the dream chasers. There are no boundaries of continents. The express theme is, as long as you have strived and fought, regardless of the outcome, no matter which continent you represent, everyone deserves applause. It seems that Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart has let out all the pin-up emotions of the audience, finally bringing the focus back to the competition itself. The competition continues. Another event unfolds, and in the live streaming rooms of various continents, while the commentators carried on, the topic inevitably swirled back to Xianyu. Do you think Xianyu has any songs left? He was nowhere to be seen for 4 days, and today, out of the blue, he scared the life out of us. This should be it for now. After all, there aren't many days left in the Blue Song Olympics. Don't rush to conclusions. There might still be one more to come. Chapter 1256, 1051, not one less _2. No way, right? Look at the schedule. There's a folk song event tonight, and Wei Haoyun is participating. Madam Haoyun? The events of each day are announced in advance. The participants of each event are also announced in advance. Everyone checked. Wow, it's true. Wei Haoyun actually signed up for 4 events. Apart from the first 3 bel canto events which have finished, but didn't go as expected, Wei Haoyun still has a folk song event tonight. In the Zhong Continent livestream room, people also noticed the name Wei Haoyun. The male commentator spoke up. If I remember correctly, this Wei Haoyun is also from the Yu dynasty, right? You're not wrong. The female commentator nodded gently. The audience's comments flooded in. Speaking of which, compared to others from the Yu dynasty, Wei Haoyun's skills are noticeably weaker. Why did she sign up for all 4 events? Exactly. Since Wei Haoyun is also from the Yu dynasty, maybe she could get a song from Xianyu. Does Xianyu have another song? Xianyu might not write folk songs. A maestro like Xianyu will definitely write folk songs, but Wei Haoyun is the weakest in the Yu dynasty. Xianyu even gave up on her for the first 3 bel canto events. Maybe this folk music event too. I even doubt if Wei Haoyun can make it to the finals. Wei Haoyun's presence makes me realize that even the Yu dynasty has its weaknesses. This weakness is too obvious. Remember, on the first day of the competition, Wei Haoyun was made to cry by us from Zhong Continent. In terms of real talent, she's not in the same class as other singers from the Yu dynasty. Many people online were making fun of the Yu dynasty. Some stand out as ghosts or gods. Only Madame Haoyun is beaten up. If it were just this level of mockery, it would be harmless. But some comments were harsher. For instance, someone said, Wei Haoyun was the last to join the Yu dynasty. The others in the Yu dynasty have been with Xianyu for a long time. Wei Haoyun pushed her way in desperately, single-handedly lowering the level and prestige of the Yu dynasty. Because in many people's eyes, Wei Haoyun's singing is quite rustic. Even the song Xianyu originally wrote for her was straight up in square dance style. Others said, Wei Haoyun is the weakest in the Yu dynasty, and Xianyu doesn't think highly of her. So at the Blue Song Olympics, other singers from the Yu dynasty could get songs from Xianyu. Wei Haoyun, despite joining 3 events, didn't get a single song from Xianyu. He let her fend for herself. The emergence of these statements boils down to all others from the Yu dynasty had won championships. Only Wei Haoyun, having participated in 3 events, didn't achieve any commendable results. This made Wei Haoyun's presence somewhat awkward. Compared to others, it seemed like Madame Haoyun didn't fit in. Backstage waiting area. Thinking back to the online comments she had seen these days, Wei Haoyun bit her lip. The Qin continent couldn't find any experts in bel canto. Wei Haoyun was somewhat of an expert, so she was placed in the bel canto team. Because with Wei Haoyun, there was at least some hope of achieving a result. Without Wei Haoyun, the Qin continent bel canto team would have no hope at all. It was like in a competition, the coach stubbornly making a top lane player play in the AD position. The result didn't turn out well. Wei Haoyun became the #1 scapegoat for the loss of the bel canto team. While others from the Yu dynasty were shining brilliantly and winning championships, Wei Haoyun's presence became even more of a drag. Ironically, Wei Haoyun couldn't explain this to anyone. After all, this arrangement was decided by the coaches, and they had also sought her own opinion. Wei Haoyun herself agreed. She had a spirit of sacrifice and was prepared to take the blame. Ultimately, the path was chosen by Wei Haoyun herself. She could have ignored the bel canto team completely. Or to put it another way, Wei Haoyun thought she had a chance to win a silver medal for the Qin continent. But she overestimated herself and underestimated the strength of the Zhong continent bel canto team. This is my last chance. Unlike bel canto, Wei Haoyun was very familiar with folk songs. It was her strongest genre, almost like returning to her most familiar territory. This time, Wei Haoyun would not allow herself to fail. She didn't want to drag the Yu dynasty down, nor did she want to let down her representative, who said the representative gave up on her. That song, it would surely shatter all rumors on stage. The outside world, of course, didn't know what Wei Haoyun was thinking. Only the coaches and people from the Yu dynasty understood the situation. These days, everyone had been comforting Wei Haoyun frequently. Even Lin Yuan had talked to Wei Haoyun more than once, worried about her state of mind. Actually, after the choir event ended, Lin Yuan was waiting for today's final folk song event, not really caring about the outcomes of some of the intermediate events. In this waiting, the folk song competition finally started, because it was necessary to ensure the progress of the competition in the last few days. All 3 rounds would be finished on the same day. Soon, the first round ended. Wei Haoyun, with a 3rd-place finish in the first round, successfully advanced to the second round. Due to the relation with the Yu dynasty, the attention to Wei Haoyun from various continents was extremely high. When Wei Haoyun advanced to the second round, various livestream rooms felt somewhat surprised. Madame Haoyun's performance just now wasn't as bad as some people online said. Advancing in 3rd place is already great. Maybe it's because her teammates are too excellent. That makes Wei Haoyun seem a bit lacking. If we're really talking about strength, there's no problem. After all, she's from the Yu dynasty. Let's not jump to conclusions. During the bel canto competition, Wei Haoyun also advanced to the second round, but not making it to the third round means nothing. Chapter 1257, 1051, not 1 less _ 3. That's true. It mainly depends on whether she can make it to the third round. A short while later, the second round of the competition began. This round was much more difficult. There were only 3 spots for advancement. However, when Wei Haoyun's scores came out, the audience was even more surprised, even somewhat astonished. Second place? Wei Haoyun actually ranked second in the second round. She's into the finals now. Did you guys notice that Wei Haoyun performed even better in the second round than in the first round? Has she found her rhythm? Making it to the top 3, she's at least secured a bronze medal. Even though she's not as monstrous as the other singers from the Yu dynasty, she still has strength. I'm not expecting a gold medal. Striving for a silver medal would be fine. Then I'll forgive you for the 3 consecutive losses in the opera group. The audience from Qin continent was somewhat delighted. Wei Haoyun had unexpectedly represented Qin continent and made it into the finals of the folk song category. You should know, having seen the opera group competition, many people didn't have high expectations for Wei Haoyun. Unexpectedly, after 2 rounds, Wei Haoyun's performance was getting better and she directly advanced to the third round. No matter how she performs in the third round, she has at least secured a bronze medal firmly. After all, this is the Olympics. Gold medals are most important, but silver and bronze medals are also very commendable achievements. However, in the third round, Wei Haoyun had to face 2 competitors from Zhong continent. Considering Wei Haoyun's opera competition performance, which was heavily suppressed by the middle state competitors, one can imagine what the outcome of the third round might be. Lin Yuan silently watched the competition. Seeing Wei Haoyun perform the first round, Lin Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Although she advanced to the second round, Wei Haoyun's condition clearly wasn't right. The defeat in the opera group might have caused her psychological shadows. Her singing clearly lacked the usual confidence. If she performed normally, Wei Haoyun should be the first in the folk song group. However, after watching Wei Haoyun's second round of the competition, Lin Yuan slightly relaxed, his brow also loosened. Although her condition hadn't fully recovered, it was obviously much better than the first round. Whether she can win the championship depends on Wei Haoyun's performance in the third round. Although Lin Yuan was very confident in Wei Haoyun's third-round song, the difficulty of this song was too high. Normally Wei Haoyun could handle it. Lin Yuan just wasn't sure if Wei Haoyun's current state could hold it together. Lin Yuan knew in his heart. Wei Haoyun's real opponent was actually herself. If she could fully perform, those two middle-state people wouldn't stand a chance against her. On stage, competitors drew lots. Wei Haoyun drew the #1 slot for the finals. A very risky order of appearance. She walked onto the stage. Her gaze suddenly turned towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed Wei Haoyun's gaze, revealing a gentle smile. Wei Haoyun's lips involuntarily twitched into a smile. Then she continued to move her gaze. Jiang Kuei, Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, Chen Jiyu, Sun Yaohua. All the people from the Yu dynasty were sitting below the stage, shouting hard at something, but the distance was too far and the noise too loud to hear clearly. Unconsciously, the smile on Wei Haoyun's lips fully bloomed, as if her whole person relaxed and seemed filled with inexplicable power. At the same time, the song information of Wei Haoyun appeared on the big screen on stage. Song, Flowing River. Lyricist, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Singer, Wei Haoyun. Yu Dynasty singer Wei Haoyun brought out a song by Xian Yu for the finals of the folk song category. Not one less. Wei Haoyun slowly raised the microphone, walking through a journey unknown to anyone, seemingly having discovered something. Yang Zhongming suddenly leaned in close to Lin Yuan's ear and said, "Congratulations, the Yu dynasty has dominated completely." Chapter 1258, 1052. The Kunlun Jade shattered. The Phoenix cries. Commentators in the live broadcast rooms of all continents were speaking. Other members of Yu dynasty are cheering for Madame Haoyun. It's clear that they share a strong bond. Wei Haoyun also revealed a smile. This is the support from her champion teammates. This reminds me of a rumor online, which said Xian Yu doesn't like Wei Haoyun, so that's why no song was provided to Wei Haoyun. Look, here we are, right? Xian Yu has always been fair to everyone in Yu dynasty. Those who have watched the variety show Fish Walking with You should find it easier to understand what I'm saying. Next up, Wei Haoyun will be the first to perform. It's uncertain what score she'll get, but I feel it's still worth looking forward to. After all, the bronze medal is secure, right? On the other side, as soon as Zhong Continent's live broadcast room saw Xian Yu, it erupted. It's Xian Yu. Xian Yu finally wrote a song for Wei Haoyun. It looks like everyone in Yu dynasty got a piece from Xian Yu. Understandable. After all, Yu dynasty is the core team he personally built. But is it worth it to give a song to Wei Haoyun? The rest of Yu dynasty are all championship level, and even with a song from Xian Yu, it won't change the reality that Wei Haoyun's personal ability drags her down. Barrages of comments flew. The audience from Zhong Continent couldn't control their emotions at the sight of Xian Yu. And the male commentator's eyes suddenly brightened, excitedly saying, "We have already understood this contestant, Wei Haoyun, from the opera competition. She is the weakest one among the people of Yu dynasty. Even with a piece from Xian Yu, it's very hard for such a contestant to shine." In other words, the voice of the female commentator also carried a hint of excitement. We, Zhong Continent, will use the folk song event to avenge against Xian Yu. The broadcast room was shaken at once. Avenge against Xian Yu? The two commentators reminded everyone. This seems to indeed be a perfect opportunity for revenge. First, Wei Haoyun's own strength is the weakest within Yu dynasty. Secondly, in the folk song finals, there are two contestants from Zhong Continent. Even if we speak in terms of probability, the chances of Zhong Continent winning the championship are far greater than those of Qin Continent. With this thought, the eyes of the audience from Zhong Continent suddenly turned envious. Good fellow, that is indeed the case. Are we in the rhythm of completing our revenge this time? Wei Haoyun is the best breakthrough point, not to mention that we have two contestants advancing to the finals. Our contestants have always been stronger than Wei Haoyun, and this round just happens to be 2 against 1 from Zhong Continent. Ha! The name Wei Haoyun truly wasn't just for show. She has really brought good fortune to us in Zhong Continent. Xian Yu was obviously a bit reckless this time. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we must seize it. As the competition of Blue Song Olympics was nearing its end, Xianyu had been performing so well. Zhong Continent had given up on the thought of avenging against Xianyu. But unexpectedly, Xianyu had shown his own weakness this round. This made the audience from Zhong Continent ecstatic. You should know, since the Blue Song Olympics began, Zhong Continent has lost to Xianyu time and time again, and everyone's hearts were suffocating. At this moment, they finally waited for a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Revenge. This round, we must take our revenge no matter what. On the stage, Wei Haoyun naturally didn't know what the live broadcast rooms of all continents were discussing at the moment, but she could roughly guess. Gradually losing her smile, Wei Haoyun adjusted her breathing, giving a gentle nod to the staff. Whoosh! The spotlight shone down. Without any mental preparation, a soul-stirring chant suddenly filled the ears of the audience. A fresh breeze blew across the stage. It was sudden, but not jarring at all. For words, hit the mark. The chatter of the live audience halted abruptly at that moment. Sopranos are common on stage, but this kind of low, soft singing soprano is obviously unusual. The charm of the folk song was freely spreading across the stage. Gazes from below flickered with surprise and admiration. The moon comes out, shining brightly. Shining brightly. Brother roams like the moon in the sky. In the sky. Brother, oh brother, oh brother. Down the mountain, the river flows gently, calm and serene. The Yunnan folk song, Flowing River, proclaimed by Western music masters of the world as the Eastern Serenade. Wei Haoyun's expression carried a touch of intoxication, as if she had merged with the charm of the song, and it unexpectedly conveyed a sense of pure girlishness. It was hard to imagine Wei Haoyun could sing with such girlishness. She seemed to return to the most innocent of ages, where her singing washed away all traces of time. Simple lyrics. Delightful tune. Wei Haoyun's tempo was incredibly slow, typical of a faint serenade-style singing, yet boundless emotions lurked within the lyrics, eager to move. The stage was dim with intermingled light, as if the bright moonlight was sprinkled across the sky. Crystal clear river water meandered through the valleys into the distance. The sentiment of missing seemed to fly from the mundane world to a pure land. All earthly things began to idealize, and the fresh air made one want to greedily take deep breaths to enjoy the beauty of the moment. The moon comes out and shines on the slope. Shines on the slope. Seeing the moon makes me think of my brother. A gust of breeze blows up the slope. Blows up the slope. Brother, oh brother, oh brother. Can you hear the younger sister calling for brother? On both sides of the stage, two sturdy men hammered on the big drums, with the heaviness and power of the instruments complementing the woman's yearning and fantasy. Wei Haoyun closed her eyes. Each note skimmed over the tip of her heart, her voice as pure as a swan's feathers fluttering about. Stunning. Utterly stunning. Chapter 1259, 1052. Kunlun Jade shattered. Phoenix cries _2. Half of the audience was entranced. It was as if their souls had been refined and healed, their faces adorned with happiness. Yet, the other half had slightly moist eyes, their expressions tinged with a hint of sadness. Incredible. Different people had completely different emotional reactions. Judges panel. The expressions of the judges grew more and more serious, even somewhat stern. One of the judges even subconsciously held his breath. This time, it was not a sudden attack. Wei Haoyun once again started her chant, lasting longer this time, like a flowing river with no end. This was a call from afar. The melody unfolded with the notes and rhythm. E-tribe high pitch. Kunshin Jade shattering Phoenix cries, placing all the true voice high notes on top of the head, unbridled and natural. Lin Yuan had personally taught Wei Haoyun this singing technique. Blue Star appeared for the first time. The hearts of the core coaches from various continents quaked as if overwhelmed by raging waves. This is... Several judges' eyes widened instantly, almost unable to resist exclaiming. A new singing methodology. Wei Haoyun's voice seemed to descend from the heavens, breaking traditional constraints, and the high notes fell like silk. On stage, the moonlight shattered, like the winding paths of an 18-turn mountain road. Wei Haoyun's true voice finally reached its highest placement above her head, making the stage seem startlingly brilliant at this moment. The shock of the maestros ascended to another level. Even Abigail, The head coach of Zhongzhou widened her eyes. This was High D, a sheer demonstration of true voice reaching its peak. For a duration of a full 2 beats, together with the clear chant penetrating clouds and mist, all the audience's experiences finally unified. It was an incomparable soul-shaking, causing goosebumps all over to shed. Of course, it was shocking. This was the legendary D6. Such a high-note explosion was even more exaggerated than the Qing Tibet Plateau, which the Celestial Dynasty people are immensely familiar with. The most important thing was, Wei Haoyun did not use falsetto or whistle register. Usually, only classical sopranos could reach this level. But Wei Haoyun employed pure traditional vocal techniques. Not to mention, this high note was extended, not just merely tried and ended swiftly. Being able to sing the true voice high note to this extent and maintain such stability without sounding thin or brittle, but instead incredibly clear, showcased the tremendous ability of the singer. In terms of skill, it was simply mastery. When the true voice high note hit its zenith, the effect unmatchable by falsetto completely erupted. The song's enveloping emotion sparked limitless imagination. In terms of emotional expression, this chant was abundantly natural, extending people's thoughts to an incredibly distant place. Ethereal, pristine, from a low chant to a stirring melody. All the present audience's emotions were tugged repeatedly along with Wei Haoyun's high notes, sweeping across boundless mountains and plains. Some felt a gentle breeze on their faces. Some had glistening eyes. This was not just a flowing river. This was starlight scattering across a fully lit galaxy. What the audience didn't know was that when Wei Haoyun first received this song, she also repeatedly tried to find the tunes with piano accompaniment and struggled to find the right direction. This process caused Wei Haoyun to collapse several times. The difficulty of this song was somewhat exaggerated. Initially, her vocal cords just couldn't handle it, unable to sustain such high notes for that length, unless she used falsetto. However, Flowing River needed to be sung towards the top of the head, and absolutely not with a falsetto. Wei Haoyun practiced countless times for this. In the middle of chanting, if the vocal cords felt even slightly fatigued, the high note would break. However, at this moment, listening to Wei Haoyun's singing, Lin Yuan's lips gently curved upwards. It was done. Wei Haoyun had found her best form, singing better than any of her rehearsals. Freedom, comfort, meticulously refining a song, pushing a vocal hue to its limit, coloring an emotion into a priceless ink painting. She wandered within the music, the river still flowing, gently streaming into the depths of the audience's hearts. On stage, as the singing continued, the accompaniment gradually faded away. A cappella. In the disappearing accompaniment, the air grew somewhat silent. The pure human voice tore through the sky, breaking this silence. Do you hear, sister? Calling brother. Wei Haoyun's gaze was already blurred. As promised, not one less. You Dynasty's Wei Haoyun, mission accomplished. At the scene, in the shattered silence, the audience's applause is like thunder. This isn't a fiery song, yet the audience all stood up, filling the air with screams. This is heaven-defying. This song has completely broken my traditional impression of folk music. This, my friends, is what folk music is all about. How come Madame Haoyun is so powerful? Who said Wei Haoyun has no skill? Even Zhang Kuei singing this song wouldn't dare say she definitely beat Wei Haoyun. The whole world underestimated Madame Haoyun. This song is amazing. It makes one's heart tremble. I apologize for previously cursing Wei Haoyun. I was shallow and ignorant, conquered by Madame Haoyun. Live broadcast rooms of each continent. The audience's scalps are tingling. Is this the Wei Haoyun I know? Where's the so-called square dance queen? This is clearly art. The class has suddenly broken through the sky. Cried listening to it. Me too, tears streaming. I always thought folk music was an outdated form of music. Only today did I truly get the charm of this music. Madame Haoyun is heaven-defying. Is this really Madame Haoyun's true strength? I'm kneeling down 100 meters. Zhongzhou live broadcast room. Silence. Dead silence. The male commentator appears to be choked, unable to utter a word. The female commentator is even paler, her lips trembling. The bullet chat went crazy. In fact, from the middle of Wei Haoyun's performance, The bullet chat on Zhongzhou's side had already gone crazy. What is happening? Can someone tell me what's happening? Commentator, speak up. Wasn't this supposed to be the revenge round? Wasn't this supposed to make Xianyu taste defeat? Cursed commentator, I will never believe you again. No words, just worshipping a deity. I was completely floored by that high note. I'm splitting open. The Heavenly Spirit cover is about to be flipped open. Why is everyone in the Yu dynasty so adept at high notes? You should be asking why the Yu dynasty only produces freaks. Even the supposedly weakest Wei Haoyun is actually the strongest champion. We were all deceived. So folk songs are Wei Haoyun's true strength? Singing opera and singing folk songs are completely different concepts. Was that song even humanly possible to sing? What flowing river? This is clearly the Milky Way in reverse. What kind of monster combination is this? 6 singers all with world champion level strength. Not even novels dare to write it like this. Stunned. All people of Middle State are stunned. Not just because Wei Haoyun throttled Middle State's thoughts of revenge, more because of the huge shock that Wei Haoyun's performance itself has brought to everyone. Revenge? What a joke. Wei Haoyun used her strength to prove how invincible the Yu dynasty really is. This group is unsolvable. Unless you kick Xianyu out of the Yu dynasty. Xianyu is like the magic cudgel of the Yu dynasty. With him there, the Yu dynasty is invincible and flawless. Every person is like a dragon. Watching the flow of bullet chat, the commentators in various live rooms finally snapped back to reality. Sang out of breath. Commentators from each continent started speaking. If there are no surprises next, the whole Yu dynasty will dominate. Blue Star has never had any group reach such a height. If the Yu dynasty is considered a group. This is not a joke. Average world champions in the Yu dynasty. I suddenly remembered something Xianyu said during the training period. He said, "What we least lack in our team are kings and queens of singing." Perhaps from this moment, this statement is endowed with a more profound meaning. Xianyu can say, "What we least lack in our team are champions." Wait, the Middle State contestants haven't sung yet. Isn't it too early to say this? Well, it's too early. The Middle State contestants haven't sung yet. However, the next 2 Middle State contestants didn't create a miracle. Even 2 against 1, they had no advantages, only managing a silver and a bronze medal. Because Wei Haoyun's score was a terrifying 98.7 points. Top-level folk song. Top-level singing. All top-level. Wei Haoyun swept away the depression from her. Opera competition defeat, overpowering the 2 Middle State opponents, and brought the 6th gold medal to the Yu dynasty. The champion puzzle of the Yu dynasty is now flawless, thanks to Uncle Yang's good words. Amidst the gazes cast by everyone around, Lin Yuan smiled slightly, and all doubts and criticisms dissipated. Chapter 1260, 1053, The King's Army. The competition ended today. However, the shock brought by the results of today's competition is just beginning. Whether it's Fei Yang leading the Qin continent choir to victory, or Wei Haoyun's stunning performance surprising Blue Star, both are news worth writing about extensively by the media from all continents. Especially the latter, because Wei Haoyun's gold medal not only means a redeeming moment for her personal record at the Blue Song Olympics, but also signifies the complete triumph of the Yu dynasty. Completion implies total domination. And what does total domination mean? The related impact has already started fermenting. Firstly, there's the commercial value that no one within the circle can ignore. Sun Yaohua, Jiang Kuei, Chen Jiyu, Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyun. The average commercial value of these 6 people has multiplied several times. Not just within Qin continent. Numerous top brands across the entire Blue Star are waving checks to get them as endorsers. This is very rare. Normally, top brands from each continent prefer to endorse celebrities from their own continent. Unless they have a special reason. The performance of the Yu dynasty at the Blue Song Olympics seems to be that special reason. And on personal social media platforms, the fan following of singers from the Yu dynasty is continuously skyrocketing. This makes the blog explode. The demonic performance of the Yu dynasty gang at the Blue Song Olympics brought nearly terrifying traffic to the blog. Conversely, as the old rival of the blog, the tribe once again pays a painful price for the past offense against Xianyu. Because if it wasn't for Xianyu leaving back then, the people of the Yu dynasty wouldn't have all migrated to root themselves in the blog. And now the Yu dynasty is not what it used to be. The blog is reaping huge benefits from its association with the Yu dynasty. The tribe can only grind their teeth in frustration. Not to mention, the blog has Xian Yu sitting firmly at its core. Xian Yu is indeed the most dazzling figure since the Blue Song Olympics. No matter how great the achievements of the Yu dynasty are, they ultimately can't bypass Xian Yu, the soul of the dynasty. The Yu dynasty is, after all, Xian Yu's dynasty. Xian Yu is the emperor of this dynasty. To describe the current status of the Yu dynasty in Blue Star's music scene with an idiom, they are pivotal. Both the industry insiders and media across continents have reached a consensus on this. As soon as Wei Haoyun won the championship, the related news exploded everywhere. Major heavyweight media across Blue Star spoke out. Wei Haoyun wins the championship. Yu dynasty members, all world champions. King of the Yu dynasty, Xian Yu. On this day, the Yu dynasty ascended to legend. Xian Yu has cultivated 6 world champions for Qin continent. And when the time reached 8 o'clock in the evening, even the official media under the Qin Continent Literature and Art Association published a news article titled Dynasty Rising to offer congratulations. The news mentioned, before the Blue Song Olympics began, the Yu dynasty was merely a nickname used by netizens for the singers around Xian Yu. But with the commencement of the Blue Song Olympics, as Wei Haoyun secured the 6th gold medal for the Yu dynasty, we are pleased to see that this wonderful formation led by Xian Yu has reached its peak. From now on, the Yu dynasty is not just a collective term for a group of singers, but a legitimate music force that commands the attention of the entire music scene. This is from the official media of Qin continent. The official endorsement for Xian Yu equates to an affirmation of the Yu dynasty's status and achievements to the entire Blue Star. It's foreseeable that, even if Zhong continent joins the grand merger, the Yu dynasty can still walk at the forefront of the Blue Star music scene, facing any challenge directly from Zhong continent, truly a team of champions. In a private restaurant in Wei continent, Lin Yuan is having a meal with his team of champions. With Madame Haoyun's recent victory, today seems to be given a special significance, and everyone is exceptionally excited. Wei Haoyun even had 2 drinks, her speech slightly slurred. The pressure, it's really huge. Sun Yaohua nodded. Madame Haoyun indeed suffered, being thrown into the opera group and taking a lot of criticism, all for the sake of Qin continent. Everyone was aware of Wei Haoyun's situation. Xia Fan laughed. We all made it through. Today Madame Haoyun proved with her power, I am still the weakest female singer of the Yu dynasty. Zhao Yingge teased. The weakest singer is the weakest singer, yet you specifically emphasized you are the weakest female singer of the Yu dynasty. I suspect you're implying something about Chen Jiyu. Jiang Kuei joined the teasing. That's because Jiyu is the original perennial runner-up. Chen Jiyu rolled his eyes. Just you wait. I'll surpass Yaohua and take the top spot sooner or later. Although he and Sun Yaohua are both champions, Sun Yaohua's gold holds more value. Thus he is still considered the weakest male singer of the Yu dynasty. And since there are only 2 male singers in the Yu dynasty, Chen Jiyu can also be regarded as the second male singer of the dynasty. But Chen Jiyu was not angry. In terms of overall capability, he was indeed slightly inferior to Sun Yaohua. Moreover, having been with the Yu dynasty gang for so many years, having shared in both good times and bad, teasing and mocking each other had become a daily routine, and there was no joke they couldn't take lightly. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yuan also laughed along with everyone, feeling unusually relaxed. Mainly because all the events for the members of the Yu dynasty were concluded, there are only a few days left for the competitions, which are left with instrumental categories. Amidst the laughter, Zhao Yingge looked at Lin Yuan. Do you still have competitors in the upcoming events? The contestants were not aware of the specific arrangements of the coaching team, only having a rough idea. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed again. All the continents were discussing whether the representatives had run out of works. Knowing that Xian Yu still had events probably made them quite frustrated. Chapter 1261, 1053, Army of Kings _2. Just at this moment, Sun Yaohua suddenly took out his phone and said, "Look at this." Everyone turned their attention to Sun Yaohua's phone. It turned out to be today's post-competition interview with the coaches. Head coach Abigail from the Zhong continent team was interviewed. The reporter asked questions, and she answered them. There are only 4 days left in the Blue Song Olympics. Coach Abigail, do you have anything you'd like to say? I'm really looking forward to the remaining days of the competition. Can you tell us which event you are most looking forward to? The solo performance in the men's piano category, as well as the women's piano solo. Is it because you were involved in creating these two events? I'm responsible for the final compositions for these two events. But what I'm more looking forward to is the opportunity to contend and learn from Yang Zhongming through these two projects. Yang Zhongming, piano competition. The reporters suddenly became excited. Is Abigail challenging Yang Zhongming to a duel? As top maestros from Blue Star, both Abigail and Yang Zhongming possess exceedingly high proficiency in piano. If all goes as expected, the piano compositions created by these two are very likely to both appear in the finals of the Blue Song Olympics. And if these two meet, it would be the most spectacular clash in all the events of this Blue Song Olympics. After watching Abigail's interview, the faces of the Yu dynasty members showed subtle changes. They say kings do not meet kings. If the Blue Song Olympics were a mountain, then Abigail and Yang Zhongming would be the two tigers on the mountain. And usually, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. If these two meet at the Blue Song Olympics, it would certainly be a fight to the death, possibly even affecting the future industry evaluations of these two top maestros. Xia Fan. Now this is going to be interesting. Jiang Kuei. Abigail is quite confident. Sun Yaohua thoughtfully. It seems the rumors ain't false. Abigail did indeed lose to head coach Yang before. She has this not in her heart. So she took the opportunity in front of the media to challenge, wanting to settle the score with Father Yang through the piano competition, as this is the most likely event where they could clash, with the probability of the two tigers fighting being over 80%. Chen Jiyu. I support head coach Wei Haoyun. Of course, although we have fewer gold medals than Zhong continent, if we can overpower Abigail in the piano competition, even if we have slightly fewer gold medals than them, it would be enough to showcase the strength of our land of music. On behalf of Zhao Yinggu twirling her hair draped over her right shoulder. Can we gossip a bit? Secret. Lin Yuan refused to answer. Zhao Yinggu obviously wanted to ask whether Yang Zhongming's works were participating in the piano finals. The piano finals are exactly on the last day. If Abigail and Yang Zhongming directly confront each other, Lin Yuan couldn't help but anticipate the outcome. Too bad we won't be able to see that scene. Lin Yuan thought, his expression somewhat peculiar. Sun Yaohua silently observed Lin Yuan's expression. When he noticed that peculiar look on Lin Yuan, Sun Yaohua suddenly felt a jolt inside. No way. Could it be that the representative? Sun Yaohua was startled by his own guess. However, nobody noticed Sun Yaohua's unusual behavior, and they quickly continued to discuss heatedly about the ultimate showdown between Abigail and Yang Zhongming. In fact, it's not just the Yu dynasty discussing this. Outside, since the interview, the entire internet has been discussing this. No way around it. The influence of Yang Zhongming and Abigail is simply too tremendous. Since the start of the Blue Song Olympics, although they rarely made their moves, every piece they released is indisputably a classic. Everyone is too curious what the result of these two clashing face-to-face would be. The rhythm of a king's duel. Online it said that Abigail once lost to Yang Zhongming. With his pride, he probably wants to use the Blue Song Olympics duel to show that he's stronger than Yang Zhongming. These two are too fierce. Yang Zhongming and Abigail should be ranked among the top 10 maestros in Blue Star. The frequency of releasing compositions at this level of maestro is extremely low. Usually, kings do not meet kings. Only the Blue Song Olympics can create such a high-octane face-off scene for top-level maestros. Can't wait. Who do you think is more powerful? I'm more optimistic about Yang Zhongming. I still think Abigail is stronger. The discussions on the internet in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei are all the same. Even Zhong continent is boiling with excitement. The competition for gold medals is a testament to the heritage of each continent. And the clash between Yang Zhongming and Abigail is the ultimate battle of the Blue Song Olympics. Blue Star's music scene. Countless gazes are cast this way. Some big shots on the same level as Yang Zhongming and Abigail couldn't help but feel stirred. This Blue Song Olympics is finally getting interesting. Are those two going to compete again? It's a good chance for Abigail to test how OL Yang's piano skills are now. OL Guy was not convinced at all when he lost that year. I somehow feel OL Guy is in danger. Yang Zhongming is somewhat unfathomable now. His recent violin piece's style is quite different from his previous works. It must be a new understanding. Then you are underestimating Abigail. Do you really think OL Guy has been marking time these past years? If he didn't have something to rely on, would such a face-conscious man willingly give Yang Zhongming a heads-up in front of reporters? Haha, I don't know why, but I'm actually quite looking forward to it. What would happen if Xianyu also competes with them? Xianyu, this young man is not simple. His instrumental pieces transcend the ordinary, their quality rarely seen in the world. Once he fully matures, he might be another Yang Zhongming. Meanwhile, in a room in Wei Continent, Abigail smilingly looks at the man in front of her. It's a huge pity that symphony isn't included in the Blue Song Olympics, for both Yang Zhongming and me, but piano is still a decent competition category. Mr. Chris, can you avenge me against Yang Zhongming? I will not fail in my duty. The man opposite her spoke very calmly, yet beneath that calmness, there was also utmost determination. His name is Chris, a top piano master in Zhong Continent. Among so many pianists in Blue Star, Chris is confident that no one on Blue Star is stronger than himself. Of course, this doesn't mean Chris is the strongest pianist on Blue Star. There are a few pianists who are on the same level as Chris, and it's often difficult to determine winners among these top masters. Just right. Qin Continent has such a pianist, not weaker than Chris. This is the fundamental condition for Abigail's match against Yang Zhongming. If even the performers' levels are not on par, then the competition loses fairness, and the results will not gain public acceptance. Suddenly, Chris laughed. Speaking of which, if I don't make it to the final, that would disappoint the teacher. Uffed. Abigail laughed along. This was clearly just a joke to lighten the mood. Be it Chris or that top pianist from Zhong Continent, such top contestants are bound to reach the finals once they participate. Among pianists, Chris is like Fei Yang among singers. Could a contestant like Fei Yang possibly not make it to the finals? Of course, the next 3 days will not feature piano competitions. The piano event is on the last day. Abigail's interview also drew everyone's attention to the last day, making the upcoming 3 days competitions somewhat less appealing. But after all, it is the Blue Song Olympics. Any event can produce gold medals. The continents still have not taken it lightly. As the competitors and maestros from each continent strove fiercely, the competition became even more intense, and even the penalties led to multiple disputes, with protests erupting from time to time over certain results. Competition is white-hot, and in the white-hot competition, there's only 1 day left. At this moment, the outcome of the medal tally is almost decided. What a pity! At the core coach meeting of Qin Continent, everyone looked at the medal tally and let out a long sigh. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel some regrets when he saw the medal tally. Qin Continent no longer has a chance. Chapter 1262, 1054. The opponent prepared for you. On the gold medal tally, Zhong Continent, 35 gold medals. Qin Continent, 28 gold medals. Han Continent, 10 gold medals. Chu Continent, 9 gold medals. Wei Continent, 8 gold medals. Qi Continent, 8 gold medals. Zhao Continent, 5 gold medals. Yin Continent, 5 gold medals. The gap between Qin Continent and Zhong Continent is still 6 gold medals. And tomorrow is the last day of the Blue Song Olympics. There are 6 events on the final day. Even if Qin Continent sweeps all the gold medals, they will still have 1 less than Zhong Continent. In other words, the overall situation of this battle for gold medals has been settled. Zhong Continent is destined to be the continent with the most gold medals at the Blue Song Olympics. This is why Lin Yuan and everyone else feels regret. Although this outcome was anticipated before the competition, people can't help but feel dejected when they realize Qin Continent can't beat Zhong Continent. This is the superiority of the Zhong Continent system. In the past, the top talents of all continents flocked to Zhong Continent, which is why it has its current foundation. This influence will only gradually diminish when Blue Star undergoes unification, And at that time, all continents will have the capital to compete with Zhong continent. But back to the point. Although everyone is regretful, they are also excited. This is the first time a continent has pushed Zhong continent to such a state after it dominated all fields in Blue Star. This Blue Song Olympics. Qin continent has shown the other 6 continents the possibility of defeating Zhong continent. When Blue Star unifies, other continents may also be able to go head-to-head with the invincible Zhong continent in certain fields. Because unification means integration. No matter how much Zhong continent's various fields overshadow the others, once cultures merge and unite, it's possible to catch up and even overtake by cutting corners. Compared with the coaching team, the Qin people are satisfied, even overjoyed, with the results of the gold medal tally. Because although Qin continent is the land of music, the Qin people actually lack confidence when facing Zhong continent. To put it bluntly, they've been kneeling for too long. So when the Qin people realized that their continent was not that far behind Zhong continent, they immediately felt an immense surprise. Haha, I'm so happy. It turns out we've become so powerful without realizing it. The other continents still can't threaten Zhong continent. But we in Qin continent already have the capital to fight Zhong continent. The gap is not that big. If we can win more gold medals in several events tomorrow, this gap can be further narrowed. There will be more Blue Song Olympics in the future, right? The Blue Song Olympics will definitely continue. We lost to Zhong continent in the first Blue Song Olympics. But what about the second or third one? After Blue Star formally unifies next year, we should have the hope to surpass Zhong continent. Yes, don't forget that many stars from Zhong continent have dual citizenship. They migrated from other continents to Zhong continent just because of some policies, and that's why they've contributed to Zhong continent these years. After unification, many policies across the continents will be aligned, making it difficult for Zhong continent to absorb talents from other continents. Yes, Zhong continent has good welfare and treatment, which is why it has been able to attract talents from all continents over the years. Once they join the wave of unification, all aspects of Blue Star's continents will become increasingly unified. At that time, it's bound to be a flourishing development of culture and arts in all continents, with no single continent being able to dominate alone due to external reasons. What the future holds has become unpredictable. Qin continent is extremely excited, but the people of Zhong continent feel uneasy. Even though they are already destined to be the top of the gold medal tally at this Blue Song Olympics, they still feel somewhat psychologically unbalanced because for the first time, they have lost the sense of superiority of utterly overpowering their opponents. Not to mention the distant past. Just the emergence of Xian Yu from Qin continent alone has given the people of Zhong continent a sense of a tough predicament, something that was impossible in the past. Logically, shouldn't such monstrous geniuses come from Zhong continent? Who knew the appearance of Xian Yu would shatter the pride of so many people in Zhong continent? Even now, some people in Zhong continent have become fans of Xian Yu, and their words are full of admiration when they mention him. After all, the people of Zhong continent are human too. Admiring the strong is a human instinct. This made some bigwigs in Zhong continent feel a sense of crisis. After joining the merger, the first thing Zhong continent needs to deal with is Xian Yu. This kid can't be left undefeated any longer. In the end, we were too careless. We should have sent more top maestros from the start. This isn't our top lineup. Some of our singers are too arrogant. They disdain competing with singers from the other continents and didn't even accept the official call to action. Is it really just out of disdain? Another reason is that some have strong regional pride and don't want to represent Zhong continent to defeat their hometowns. Maybe when we join the merger, they will help develop their hometowns. It's an unavoidable situation. Fortunately, Zhong continent has built a deep foundation over the years. The future of Blue Star will still be led by us. Zhong continent wasn't united as one. Behind its seemingly strong power was actually an alliance of the top talents from various continents. This was the inevitable drawback after years of absorbing talents from all continents. If there hadn't been a merger, it would not have posed a problem. But once the merger begins, many problems in Zhong continent will be fully exposed. This made the middle state people realize Abigail must not lose tomorrow, because generation after generation of Abigail's ancestors are from Zhong continent. The significance of Abigail representing Zhong continent and defeating Yang Zhongming is no less than Zhong continent securing the top spot on the gold medal chart. On the contrary, if Abigail, the head coach of Zhong continent, loses, then even if Zhong continent tops the gold medal chart, it still cannot overshadow the brilliance of Qin continent. Abigail versus Yang Zhongming, the showdown between the head coaches of Qin continent and Zhong continent. The meaning of this battle is crystal clear to all continents. Therefore, when the 17th day of the Blue Song Olympics officially ended, the hearts of everyone from all continents almost immediately flew to tomorrow's competition. Online, all major related websites conducted public opinion polls to compare the support rates for Abigail and Yang Zhongming. Overall, Abigail has a support rate of 60%. Yang Zhongming is slightly weaker, currently at 40% support rate. This is normal. After all, Abigail is a maestro from Zhong continent and is more famous than Yang Zhongming. Although there are rumors online that Abigail has lost to Yang Zhongming, judging by the current performance of their works in the Blue Song Olympics, both their compositions are top-notch, making it impossible to determine whose composing ability is stronger. What the outside world doesn't know is, after the meeting of the core coaching team of Qin continent ended, Yang Zhongming suddenly said to Lin Yuan, "Tomorrow is all up to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng and others didn't know what to think, and their expressions instantly turned bizarre. "I have a feeling," Zheng Jing said with a wry smile. "Tomorrow, Abigail is going to be so furious he might cough up blood." Even Yin Dong, who hardly showed any emotion, had the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, "He will hate you 10 times more than before." "What's that got to do with me?" Yang Zhongming said nonchalantly. "I never said that I would definitely make a move tomorrow." "Big brother." Yi Zhiqiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Do you think this is the main point?" "Gentlemen." Yang Zhongming narrowed his eyes slightly. "Zhong continent is about to join the Blue Star merger. Little Fish needs an opponent like Abigail. He's a good opponent, perfect for sharpening a blade. As for me, I no longer need one." Thinking of this, Yang Zhongming looked at Lin Yuan again. "Are you ready to face the wrath from Abigail?" "Lin Yuan, are you trying to double the hate points Abigail has for you and transfer them to me?" Chapter 1263, 1055, The Last Day. Day 18. This is the last day of the competition. The Blue Song Olympics will conclude tonight. The eyes of the whole world are focused here. Even viewers who had not paid much attention to the first 17 days of competition are tuning in today via TV, computer, or smartphone. The reason is simple. Abigail and Yang Zhongming might just send Mars crashing into Blue Star as they embark on their final showdown today. Rustling noises. In major live streaming rooms, online viewership numbers are exploding. The number of commentators in live streaming rooms across continents have doubled. Even the invited guests are no longer limited to a single master bishop. For example, today in the Qin continent's live streaming room, they have invited 4 commentators including An Hong and Xiaomi, as well as 2 master bishops, Lu Sheng and Zheng Jing. Online, it's all discussions about today's competition, and the enthusiasm of the viewers is at an unprecedented high. When does the piano competition start? Afternoon and evening. That's still a long wait. Can't wait already. No way. The main event always likes to keep us waiting. Hurry up with the first 4 competitions. I want to see the showdown between the heavyweights. So excited. Can Father Yang beat Abigail? I've seen analyses online saying that the top players on both sides are very close in strength, so the quality of the piece itself will mostly decide the victory, unless one of the players makes a mistake. Don't worry. The Qin continent and its piano players are all top piano maestros. They won't make mistakes at the crucial moments. There are 6 competitions today. All are instrument events, and the piano solo is placed at the end. Due to the public's anticipation for the piano finals, viewers are somewhat distracted while watching the first 4 events. Very quickly, the first event is over. Qin continent snagged the gold medal for the first event. The Qin continent's live streaming room is filled with excitement. A good omen. Off to a roaring start. 29 gold medals now. We're getting closer to Zhong continent. Although the total gold medal count can no longer beat Zhong continent, the lesser the gap, the more it represents the strength of our land of music today. The other continents are discussing as well. But the viewers in the Zhong continent's live streaming room are unfazed, chased down by one more medal. But it doesn't matter anymore. Even if they win all 6 events, the gold medal count still belongs to us, Zhong continent. That certainly can't happen. We can lose in other events, but absolutely not the 2 piano events. The piano events are the top-level battles. The viewers of Zhong continent only care about the results of the piano events. The second event, Han continent secured the gold medal for this event. Zhong continent got silver, and Qin continent got bronze. By now, Han continent becomes the 3rd continent to achieve double-digit gold medals. Speaking of which, most of Han continent's gold medals came from English songs. During the Blue Song Olympics, English songs have shone brightly under the global spotlight. Besides, the dialect of Wei continent's people is also English. Since Wei continent's gold medal count also looks decent, it further affirms the value of English songs across the continents. One can imagine, in the future, English songs will inevitably occupy an even more significant position on Blue Star's music scene. After some time passes, the 3rd event concludes. This time, Qi continent takes home the gold medal. After obtaining this gold medal, Qi continent immediately joins Chu continent, ranking 4th on the medals table. It can't be helped. The gold medal gaps among the other 6 continents are too small. Just 1 or 2 gold medals can change their rankings. It's worth mentioning, Han continent relies on English songs for competition. Most of Qi continent's gold medals, however, are thanks to Qi language songs. Just like English songs, Qi language songs have been widely spread and recognized by various continents through the Blue Song Olympics. In the future, the influence of Qi language songs in the music industry will definitely increase. The 4th event, Chu continent took the gold medal. Most of Chu continent's gold medals were won through Chu language songs. This point again shares a similar ingenuity with Han continent and Qin continent. It seems that these continents are intentionally using the Blue Song Olympics, a platform that never existed before, to promote and publicize their characteristic languages. At this time, the audience from Zhong continent started to become annoyed. How come Zhong continent has not won a single gold medal in the first 4 events? Although first place in the medal tally is already secured, losing 4 events on the last day of the competition looks too bad, right? In the live broadcasting room, the commentator noticed the dissatisfaction in the comments and spoke to reassure. Everyone, don't worry. Firstly, our medal tally is already destined to be the first, and secondly, these 4 events are not very important. The focus is still on the next 2 events. That's right. Another commentator from Zhong continent spoke up. On the last day of the Blue Song Olympics, the event that will make everyone remember should be the piano duel. As long as Abigail, the master bishop, can win the next 2 rounds, then we from Zhong continent will still be the most dazzling presence. It's about to start. The remaining 2 commentators from Zhong continent simultaneously licked their lips, apparently already impatient. The 5th event, women's solo piano. Qin continent broadcasting room. Zheng Jing and Lu Sheng made eye contact with each other. The other commentators were also surging with excitement. Contestants from all continents have already started to prepare for the upcoming women's solo piano competition, and we believe that at this moment, everyone is as excited as we commentators are since we all have a common expectation. Father Yang Zhoming. Duel with Abigail. We have a tradition of the Battle of the Gods in December on our competition leaderboard. And although it is not December right now, we have every reason to believe that the last 2 events on the final day of the Blue Song Olympics will be even more exciting than the Battle of the Gods. Having said that, all 4 commentators turned their gaze towards Lu Sheng and Zheng Jing. The lead and Hong smiled and spoke. At this point, shouldn't the 2 master bishops reveal some insider information? This. Lu Sheng and Zheng Jing hesitated. The 4 commentators and the audience in the live broadcasting room suddenly became puzzled. Why does it feel like these 2 master bishops are hesitating to speak? With the competition about to begin, what secrets could be involved? On the scene, as the piano competition was about to start, the atmosphere gradually heated up. Not just the audience. The core coaching teams of each continent were also getting restless. The piano competition probably doesn't involve us anymore. It's just about watching Abigail and Yang Zhoming face off in the final. No problem. We compete for the bronze medal. Since we have no hope for the gold and silver medals, the value of the bronze medal is not low either. Zhong Continent Core Coaching Group. Abigail was resting with eyes closed. The surrounding maestros were a bit nervous. Master Bishop? What's there to be nervous about? Abigail, without even opening her eyes. The finals haven't started. Indeed, the maestros of Zhong Continent immediately felt reassured. The first 2 rounds were just sparring matches. Whether it's Yang Zhongming or Abigail, maestros of their level will certainly only make their move in the finals. Make a move in the first round? Make a move in the second round? That would be a waste of the compositions. Neither Yang Zhongming nor Abigail can afford to waste. Qin Continent Core Coaching Group. Yi Zhiqiu said, I'm starting to feel sorry for Guy. Yin Dong with a poker face. If it was me, I'd also feel extremely stifled. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. There's still a chance in the men's category. Didn't you say that Chris is very formidable? Of course, there's a chance. Yang Zhongming suddenly spoke. Let's first take down the women's category. As his voice fell, the stage host formally announced, the women's solo piano competition officially begins. Swish. Over at Zhong Continent's coaching group, Abigail finally opened her eyes with a brilliant gleam within. Chapter 1264, 1056 Guy Wants a Duel. On stage, all the contestants from various continents had finished drawing lots. The performance order for all contestants in the Blue Song Olympics was determined by drawing lots. Qin Continent Team. The 3 female contestants were Nie Yin, Zhang Mei, and Gu Shi. Gu Shi was the youngest among all the contestants. Though Gu Shi was known as the piano goddess in Qin Continent by some media, it was merely due to her age. At the Blue Song Olympics, compared to top pianists from other continents, Gu Shi's piano level was only average. In fact, Gu Shi's skills were slightly inferior to those of Nie Yin and Zhang Mei. However, Gu Shi had personal reasons for representing Qin Continent. The most direct reason was that the piece selected for her by the coaching team was very suitable. However, as Gu Shi looked at the lot in her hand, she felt a bit helpless. Number 1. Among 24 contestants from various continents, drawing number 1 was just a testament to Gu Shi's unfortunate luck. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shi quickly regained her spirits. So what if she had to perform first? The piece she got was the style she was most proficient in. Thinking of this, Gu Shi walked onto the stage and quietly sat at the piano. In various live streaming rooms, at this moment, the bullet comments were more numerous than ever. Even though the first round wouldn't feature the most anticipated performances, the anticipation was still high. Commentators from various continents began to speak. Contestant Gu Shi from Qin Continent has taken the stage. This girl is acclaimed as the piano goddess in Qin Continent, not just because of her outstanding looks, but also because she performed on stage at the Golden Hall during high school. The Golden Hall, one of the 5 major music halls on Blue Star. Speaking of Gu Shi, we must mention Teacher Admirable Fish. Many people should know that Teacher Admirable Fish is proficient in composing piano pieces, and his chosen performer is always Gu Shi. In addition, in the works of Yu Dynasty singers, piano accompaniment often collaborates with Gu Shi, leading some to say Gu Shi is actually a member of the Yu Dynasty. Would the piece Gu Shi performs in the first round be provided by Teacher Admirable Fish? Very likely. Though we all know that the piano group final will most likely be a duel between Abigail and Yang Zhongming. The pieces performed in the first 2 rounds are also crucial. If the contestants can't pass the first 2 rounds, everything will be meaningless. Zhong Continent Live Streaming Room. Prepared commentators also mentioned the relationship between Teacher Admirable Fish and Gu Shi, instantly sparking viewers' discussions. Teacher Admirable Fish. Does Teacher Admirable Fish also have works in the piano category? Highly probable. If Teacher Admirable Fish really has a good relationship with Gu Shi, his instrumental talent is terrifying, maybe. Oh my god, it's really happening. Yes. Amid the discussions of Zhong Continent netizens, Gu Shi's performance information appeared on the big screen. Piece. Nocturne in B major, Nocturne number 3. Composer, Teacher Admirable Fish. Performer, Gu Shi. Indeed, Gu Shi got a piece composed by Teacher Admirable Fish. However, what is Nocturne? Why is there a number 3 in the title? Could there be a number 1 and number 2? The content in parentheses made Jean Continent's audience fall into deep thought. Jean Continent's audience couldn't understand, because Jean Continent hadn't merged and wasn't familiar with teacher Admirable Fish's works. However, the contestants from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents widened their eyes. Many of them were familiar with Nocturne, especially the commentators and guests from these continents. It's Nocturne. Teacher Admirable Fish previously released 2 piano pieces, Nocturne at the Golden Hall, and there was another song of the same name. That song once helped him win the Gods Tournament Championship. Let's not talk about the song. Teacher Admirable Fish's 2 Nocturne pieces are not simple. I remember one was Nocturne in E-flat major, and the other was Nocturne in B-flat minor. So this is a series of works? The previous 2 pieces are considered Nocturne number 1 and number 2 in the series. No wonder this piece is marked number 3. I wonder how this Nocturne compares to the other 2 pieces in the series. Similarly, Maestro from various continents also knew about Nocturne. Teacher Admirable Fish's 2 Nocturne pieces had high evaluations in Blue Star's music scene. Now Teacher Admirable Fish wrote another, Nocturne, which immediately stirred up the maestros. Even Abigail couldn't help but change her expression slightly. Nocturne. This was Teacher Admirable Fish's newly created piano piece. The previous 2 pieces premiered at the Golden Hall in Qin Continent. Abigail was present and had a deep impression. If this Nocturne also maintained the quality of the previous 2, impossible. This was only the first round. Abigail's gaze became sharp. At this moment, the performance on stage began. Guxi's fingers brushed over the black and white keys. Soft notes flowed out. Typical allegretto, with an elegant opening. Gradually, the melody turned bitter. The dotted notes and rests, along with the half-tone melody line, intertwined, seeming to stop and start, seeming to speak and pause. The emotions were pulled in a hesitant manner. The black and white keys jumped up and down, exuding a faint sense of shyness, expressing and depicting in a delicate manner. Gradually, the strength at Guxi's fingertips increased. Emotions started to rise, shaking off that delicate feeling. Excitement, strong, sorrow and anger blended in, yet occasionally weakening, causing emotions to drift. Abigail's expression changed completely. Not only Abigail, all maestros' expressions changed. They were all lifelong music creators. Every core coach from various continents was a soulmate. How could they not understand the significance of this piece? I don't understand. How can such a piece be placed in the first round? This level of work can be used for the finals. Is Teacher Admirable Fish insane? Placing this piece here is a waste. It's almost on par with Teacher Admirable Fish's previous Nocturne series. Could it be Teacher Admirable Fish favors Guxi? Otherwise, it's hard to explain why he gave such a great piece to Guxi for the first round. On site, the audience didn't react as strongly as the maestros. The Nocturne series is classical piano with a higher appreciation threshold than modern piano pieces. But the audience could feel the emotions. Beautiful notes seemed to move their hearts. They couldn't articulate exactly why the piece was good, but they fully enjoyed the elegance of the moment. The judges were particularly engrossed. The piano group arranged as many as 10 judges. All 10 judges were piano experts, each able to appreciate the intricacies of Nocturne. At that moment, the judges' eyes began to shine. This was the delight of the hunt. On stage, the melody ended on chords. Guxi completed the highest note in F major for the piece, beautifully ending the performance. Both hands lifted. Instantly, applause like tides. Guxi's body leaned slightly forward amidst the applause, revealing a smile. Why was she selected for the performance list? Because she had performed Teacher Admirable Fish's previous 2 Nocturne pieces. In terms of this genre, no other pianist was more proficient. Teacher Admirable Fish. You can always trust Guxi. Online, in various live streaming rooms. So beautiful. So enchanting. I love this piece. Is it really that good? I guess I don't quite understand piano. Me too. It's okay if you don't understand. I think it sounds nice anyway. This is classical piano. The quality is unbeatable. I'll just say this. The quality of this piece is heavyweight enough for the finals. Some understood piano. Some didn't understand piano. Classical piano is hard to be, enjoyed by both refined and vulgar. Fortunately, every live streaming room arranged commentators to analyze for the audience. Not to mention, each continental live streaming room had more than one master-level maestro on standby. Soon, the commentator pulled the maestros to analyze for the audience. But when the commentator from Qin continent asked Lu Sheng and Zheng Jing, they suddenly laughed. "You speak." Zheng Jing looked at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng stared at the camera. "I'll say just one thing, which is what everyone cares about the most. Gushi will definitely advance to the second round." The audience's breath hastened instantly. Some audience members were bound to be bewildered. In fact, even when listening to professional singers perform popular songs, audiences often couldn't specify what made the songs good. But they won with commentators and maestros guiding them. If words from the maestros and commentators weren't direct enough, they relied on a more straightforward reference. Judges' scores. On stage, the 10 judges revealed their scores. Gushi's performance received a score of 96.5. This was more effective than any praise. Continental live streaming rooms exploded. "No way. This high of a score. It's only the first round. This is the first round." This score is typically seen in final pieces. "Wow, Fish Papa is amazing." Is Fish Papa competing against Abigail? Because Yang Zhongming is responsible for the final piece, Fish Papa puts this level of piece in the first round. Unbelievable. This is the most exaggerated score seen in the first rounds of Blue Song Olympics competitions. Qin Continent coaching bench. Yang Zhongming suddenly said, "It has begun." Yi Zhiqiu looked sympathetically. "Abigail must be bewildered right now." Who could have thought? Yin Dong glanced at teacher Admirable Fish, smiling faintly, and said in a voice filled with horror, "He has 21 pieces like this." Yes, Chopin composed exactly 21 nocturne pieces. Each qualified for the piano group finals. Lin Yuan didn't need to complicate things. No matter how many rounds or contestants, he just needed to slowly reveal the remaining pieces in the nocturne series. As they competed, Abigail would eventually realize, it's not that Guy's works aren't good enough, but Guy's works wouldn't have a chance to be performed. This is why Zheng Jing said last night Abigail would feel defeated today. Yang Zhongming didn't need to act. Abigail wouldn't have the chance to act. In the piano group final, Lin Yuan would compete with himself. This move, Lin Yuan called Nocturne Bombardment. If Abigail wanted a showdown, she should first find a way to survive the Nocturne Bombardment. Chapter 1265, 1057, The Absurd Possibility. Just as Yang Zhongming said, at this moment, Abigail indeed feels somewhat baffled. Why would Xian Yu give such an excellent piece to Gushi to play in the first round? Competitions are like playing poker. Who would start off by throwing down a bomb? And with so many maestros present, it's not just Abigail who's puzzled. The coaching teams from various continents exchange perplexed glances. Even the judges, after giving their scores, subconsciously look at each other, not understanding why such a thing would happen. Could it be that Xian Yu wants to boost Gushi? A certain maestro from the Zhong continent coaching team is full of suspicion. This is the only reason everyone can think of for Xian Yu's actions. Of course, no matter what everyone thinks, the competition must go on. After Gushi takes a bow and leaves the stage, players from other continents also take their turns to compete. Very soon, the 9th player has also finished their performance. During this process, not a single person managed to score above 95 points. Among them was also a player from Zhong continent. However, this player from Zhong continent only scored 94.8 points. This scene further proves the exceptional quality of the piece Gushi played, which even gets the audience from all continents starting to wonder as well. The barrage in major live streaming rooms is very lively. The more I watch, the more I feel something is off. Did Xian Yu use that piece too early? Could it be that Xian Yu doesn't know that the piece could score highly? Impossible. Xian Yu couldn't have failed to predict this, let alone Father Yang. And others must have agreed to this arrangement. It's to boost Gushi. Xian Yu is definitely doing this to boost Gushi. Wasn't there a rumor earlier that Gushi might join the Yu dynasty? Allowing Gushi to make a stunning debut at the Blue Song Olympics might be Xian Yu's plan. If that's the case, then Xian Yu has already succeeded. In the midst of discussion, the 10th player enters the stage. The pianist from Qin continent, Nie Yan. The venue and all the live streaming rooms suddenly fall silent. Countless pairs of eyes are closely watching Lin Yuan sitting in front of the piano. What kind of piece will Qin Continent's second player perform? Perhaps sensing a certain urgency in the audience. On the stage, the big screen flashes. New composition information appears. Composition, Nocturne in G minor, Nocturne number 6. Composer, Lin Yuan. Performer, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hasn't even started playing, and everyone already has their eyes wide open. In the live streaming rooms of various continents, the audience is shocked. They tentatively think of a terrifying possibility. It's still Lin Yuan. It's still the Nocturne series. But why Nocturne number 6? Wasn't the sequence starting with Nocturne number 1, number 2, number 3? Why isn't this one number 4? Why the hell did it jump to number 6? Damn it. No way. That's extremely unnerving. Just how many nocturnes did Lin Yuan write? In the Zhong Continent live streaming room. Today, the coaching team sent 2 Master Bishop-level guests, but at this moment, whether it's the guests or the commentators, their faces have turned pale. Why is it Nocturne number 6? Even by following the order, it should be number 4 or number 5, right? Because the order of appearance for the players is determined by a temporary draw. There might be number 4 and number 5 amongst the nocturnes. It's just that the draw disrupted the sequence of the compositions. So if Lin Yuan didn't just randomly name the Nocturne series, does this mean the Nocturne series has at least 6 pieces? My God, at least 6 nocturnes. Is it possible? At the venue, Zhong Continent's core coaching team. Why is it this thing again? Did he actually write at least 6 pieces in the Nocturne series? What's the use of writing so many? I refuse to believe that this piece can match the quality of Gu Shi's. That's right. Even if there are 100 nocturnes, if they don't all have consistent quality, it's all for naught. Don't panic. Just listen and see. Abigail suddenly spoke up, her voice already slightly unusual. On stage, Lin Yuan began to play, still in the style of a nocturne. However, this nocturne was distinctly different in theme from other works in the same series, avoiding a feeling of excessive similarity despite being from the same series. When the performance ended, the judges once again held up their scores. It was another impressively high score, an average of 96.3. Although slightly lower than Gu Shi's score, it was only a little bit behind. The venue erupted into a tumult. The audience below was dumbfounded. The frightening speculation was confirmed in this round of the competition. Abigail stood up tall, suddenly turning her head towards the direction of the Qin Continent coaching team. Her eyes were already slightly red. The other maestros from Zhong Continent were also biting their lips hard. It's about right. The quality of the nocturne played by Lin Yuan was almost on par with that of Gu Shi's. This is Nocturne 6. If Lin Yuan hasn't just randomly assigned the titles, then there must still be Nocturnes 4 and 5 to come. How could that be possible? Could the entire Nocturne series maintain this standard? The same realization dawned on the maestros of all continents simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. Following Abigail, everyone turned their gaze towards the Qin Continent coaches. Just like Abigail, everyone subconsciously searched for that young face. During the Blue Song Olympics, this young face has shocked the Blue Star music scene more than once. However, none of those shocks were as profound as this moment. This young man, how many more cards has he yet to reveal? In fact, after so many days of competition, everyone had already gained a considerable understanding of this young man's terror. However, on the last day of the Blue Song Olympics competition, the maestros from each continent suddenly realized they had never truly comprehended the terror of this fish. Lin Yuan noticed everyone's gaze. Already accustomed to being the center of attention, his face did not show much expression. However, the other master bishops from the Qin Continent coaching team each revealed smiles. Proud, arrogant. This is just the beginning. Keep watching, and you will see. The terror of our fish is far from over. Just like that, 3 more contestants finished their performances on stage. Zhang Mei from Qin Continent finally took to the stage. This was the 14th performance of the women's piano solo. On the big screen, the information for the new piece was presented. Piece, Nocturne in D-flat major, Nocturne 8. Composer, Lin Yuan. Performer, Zhang Mei. 8. Nocturne 8. The series isn't just up to 6? Could there be 8 nocturnes? Abigail's breathing became rapid. The breath of everyone at the venue subconsciously quickened. On the internet, in various live broadcast rooms, the air nearly stood still. In everyone's mind emerged a terrifying and even preposterous possibility. If there are at least 8 pieces in the Nocturne series, and each has a quality not much different from the others, then the remaining 3 pieces are enough for Qin Continent's contestants to make it to the end of the second round. In that case, it's feared that the contestants from Zhong Continent might not even make it to the finals. Chapter 1266, 1058. That moment is just like this moment. No. What is this rhythm? It's Nocturne again. From triplets to sixths, then from sixths to octaves. At least 8 nocturnes, maybe even more. Is this the Blue Song Olympics? Are you sure this isn't Xianyu's concert? Not just a concert, but a special event dedicated to nocturnes. Ah, crazy. It really is crazy. Everyone has gone mad. The showdown between Abigail and Yang Zhongming. How many days have people been looking forward to this? But now with Xianyu's sniping, is it possible that the middle state contestants won't even make it to the finals? Fuck. This is beyond outrageous. It's like outrageous opened the door to its granny's house and went straight in. The middle state live broadcast room. The whole room felt as if it had frozen over. None of the 4 commentators said a word, feeling the piercing chill in the air. The 2 guest coaches from middle state looked at each other with the same dumbfounded expression. Only the barrage of comments remained explosive. Can someone tell me what the hell this actually is? Have all these people gone mute? Commentators, will you die if you say something? The 2 master bishops, stop playing dead. Why? I can't take this anymore. Is there no fighting spirit at all? Amidst the explosion of comments from middle state, Zhang Mei finished her performance. The judges began scoring. Zhang Mei, 96.9 points, higher than Gu Shi and Nye Yan. At this moment, the entire middle state's live broadcast room despaired. Even a fool could understand that if Xianyu really had more than 8 nocturnes, and each maintained this quality, then middle state might really not make it into the finals. This point, the middle state commentators and guests all understood, yet they couldn't bring themselves to say it. How could they utter such words? This is only the first round. That's right, only the first round. There are 8 spots for advancing in the first round. Let's wait and see the outcome in the second round. Don't lose heart. We can't be discouraged. There will definitely be hope. Finally, commentators and guests started speaking up, despite being on the edge of their luck. But what else could they do? Finally, the first round has ended. According to the Blue Song Olympics rules, 8 contestants advanced to the second round. All 3 of the Qin Continent's contestants advanced, and they advanced with the top 3 scores. 2 contestants from middle state advanced. However, neither of these 2 middle state contestants scored above 95 points in the first round, their performance far behind the 3 from Qin Continent. Fortunately, the competition is not over yet. The second round of the women's piano solo has just begun. At this moment, people of middle state at least still held a few hopes. What if the Qin Continent's contestants make mistakes? What if middle state's contestants explode under adversity? What if the quality of the following nocturnes declines? Backing up 10,000 steps. So what if we lose the women's piano solo? Isn't there still the men's piano solo competition afterward? No matter how many nocturnes Xianyu writes, could she still dominate every single piece in both events? At this moment, the drawing for the second round begins. Gu Shi draws the second lot. Zhang Mei and Nye Yan respectively draw the 5th and 8th lots. As the first contestant of the second round finishes playing, Gu Shi once again steps onto the stage and sits down at the piano. Thump, thump, thump. Abigail could hear her own heartbeat. All the maestros from all continents fixated their gaze on the stage. Every broadcast room also stared intently at the big screen. Suddenly, everyone looked on in shock. Displayed on the big screen on stage was the piece information. Piece, Nocturne in C minor, final of the series, Nocturne 21. Composer, Xianyu. Performer, Gu Shi. Final piece, Nocturne 21. This was a number that drove everyone to despair. Abigail's vision darkened, feeling the world spinning around her. On site, the live broadcast room, the coaching teams from all continents. Countless people were dumbfounded. The finale, 21. Nocturne series totaling 21 pieces. Doesn't that mean the men's solo piano competition will be overrun by nocturnes too? What's even the point of competing anymore? What happened to the anticipated showdown between Yang Zhongming and Abigail? What happened to the battle of the titans they promised us? If all the nocturnes have this quality, the middle state contestants might as well pack up and go home now. But the thing is, all the nocturne series that appeared so far are of that caliber. Are you sure it's not just a bluff? If there are 21 pieces of this quality, doomed. Is this even a proper way to compete? CNU is simply disregarding the martial ethics, using all nocturnes for the piano category. Such a strategy is indeed formidable. But do you know nothing else besides the nocturne genre, monopolizing with one trick? And yet, no one can crack this move. Nocturne is a new classical piano genre created by CNU, a genre he personally conceived and has thoroughly mastered. On the stage, Gushi starts to perform. It's still the uncompromising quality of nocturne. The same genre, yet with distinctive characteristics. In fact, even though Chopin's series of nocturne works are consistent in genre, their content is extremely varied, never exhibiting stylistic redundancy, such as the power of Earth's top piano masters. Following Gushi, Zhang Mei does the same. Zhang Mei plays the nocturne in G major, the 12th in the series, inspired by Chopin during a sea voyage, replete with the sensation of the ship's movements. And the shimmering water, like a helmsman's song. Nie Yin is no different. Nie Yin performs the nocturne in F-sharp major, based on the tempo of a lullaby in ternary form, with a central section resembling a fantasy. After these three competitors finish, the contestants from Zhong continent exchange glances, seeing in each other's eyes helplessness and regret. Their competition is over. Indeed, it is over. The second round has ended. Gushi, Zhang Mei, and Nie Yin, the trio, enter the finals, filling up all three spots, even using nocturnes for the entire final. Ultimately, Zhang Mei wins the championship. Nie Yin takes the silver medal. Gushi claims the bronze medal. The women's piano solo finals turned completely into an internal competition for Qin continent. The coaching team of Zhong continent. Watching the situation deteriorate irreversibly, Abigail trembles, so frustrated she almost wants to vomit blood. CNU. Abigail hisses these two words through clenched teeth. The surrounding main coaches of Zhong continent want to comfort Abigail, but don't know where to start, their hearts equally shattered. Who could have foreseen this? In the women's piano category, Yang Zhongming never even made a move, and Abigail's pieces didn't even get a chance to be showcased. It was all CNU, all nocturnes. The Blue Song Olympics was competed for 18 days, through a total of 108 categories, and not a single category had seen anything like this. Women's piano solo. This CNU alone monopolized all of Qin continent's competition pieces, securing the advancement of all three contestants into the finals, so that the category turned into an internal battle for Qin continent. This is stifling. So goddamn stifling. Although the quality of CNU's three final pieces is high, the piece prepared by our head coach, The Return, is clearly stronger than those three. And yet, our contestants didn't even make it to the finals. Without reaching the finals, there's no chance to perform the piece from head coach Abigail. Had I known earlier, I would have had the contestants play The Return in the second round. It's meaningless. If they played the head coach's piece in the second round, what would we use for the finals? Unsolvable. Now is not the time to fret over this issue. We need to think about how to approach the men's final. CNU is bound to continue bringing out the Nocturne series. He has a whole 21 of them, enough for 2 events. Therefore, we must find a way to counter this move. There's no way around it. Unless Chris performs beyond expectation and squeezes into the third round with sheer skill, the quality of the nocturnes is just too high. In the midst of this fervent discussion, Abigail gradually calmed her emotions. She took a deep breath, then said, "We can't pin our hopes on the players exceeding expectations. For the men's piano solo, have Chris play The Return in the second round. Although he hasn't practiced it much, I believe in his ability." Right. Everyone had a moment of realization. We had just fallen into a thinking trap, because the middle state side hadn't anticipated that none of our female contestants would make it to the finals. In our envisioned scenario, Abigail and Yang Zhongming would confront each other in the women's competition, and then again in the men's solo piano. Who could have foreseen the current predicament? If the final piece prepared for the women's group is not used, wouldn't that mean Chris from the men's group could play that piece in the second round? Besides the return, Abigail had also prepared a piece for Chris for the finals, implying that Chris also had the capital to contend with Nocturne in the finals. Others, of course, were not privy to the Middle State coaching team's decision. When the Qin Continent's women's piano division concluded, the related discussions on the internet had already exploded. Middle State is done for. Qin Continent's internal competition secures all 3 medals. Father Yang didn't even intend to make a move. Xian Yu's battle is destined to shock the world. Say, doesn't this scene feel familiar to you all? You mean? The first day of the Blue Song Olympics. Back then, in the bel canto category, Middle State wreaked havoc, seizing all the gold medals on the first day, even the weakest contestant. From Middle State surpassed the strongest from other continents. Now that you mention it, it's true. That day, even Qin Continent was left scrambling to pick up their teeth after Middle State's beating. That day was all about Middle State. The entire Qin Continent despaired. Actually, all the continents despaired. The celebrated land of music was powerless before Middle State, as insignificant as chickens and dogs. Today, the same scene is replayed. That moment then is like this moment now. The difference is that this time, the leading role is no longer Middle State. The positions on both sides have reversed. Middle State is experiencing what Qin Continent felt that day. Indeed, the last day of the Blue Song Olympics. Yet the audience dreams back to the first day. Not just the audience from all continents. Even the maestros on site thought of the first day of the Blue Song Olympics. The Middle State of that day is the Qin Continent of today, swallowing the mountains and rivers, reigning supreme over all. And all of this now seems like a dream of yesterday. Does this scene indicate a reversal of roles? Is Qin Continent, this land of music, slowly taking over Middle State's position in Blue Star's music realm? Chapter 1267, 1059, The Return. Across the 4 corners of the world. No enemies to match. Xian Yu's performance shocked everyone. Although it might sound slightly dramatic, it was indeed the fact unfolding before our eyes. The Nocturne series, drenched in immense talent, stunned everyone at the Blue Song Olympics, turning the women's piano solo competition into an internal contest within the Qin Continent. This event itself already had a legendary aura. At this moment, the Zhong Continent's live stream. The commentators were already in a daze. The 2 guest coaches felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only the viewers from the Zhong Continent were furiously refreshing the bullet screen on the display. What about the duel? What happened to the duel between Yang Zhoming and Guy? Why did it just turn into an internal Qin Continent fight? We didn't make it to the finals. Coach Abigail's work didn't even have a chance to be performed. Yang Zhoming didn't show up either, sending out Xian Yu instead, who beat us. Nocturne. Stop mentioning Nocturne. I get a headache whenever I hear Nocturne now. 21 Nocturnes. What's with this guy's brain? It's clearly the last day of the Blue Song Olympics. Why do we have to be tormented like this? We're number 1 in gold medals. But I don't feel happy at all right now. How can we be number 1 in gold medals, but still be thrashed by the runner-up in the final event? Who said we were thrashed? There's still the men's division, which is the ultimate battle. We can't let this go on. We must compose ourselves. Looking at the bullet screen, the commentator in the Zhong Continent's live stream couldn't help but speak. There's still the men's piano competition. Yes, we have Chris in the men's division. Chris is our Zhong Continent's piano master. The 2 head coaches nodded in agreement. One head coach said, although our contestant in the women's division lost, Coach Abigail didn't lose. He just didn't have the chance to perform. Yes. The other head coach said, Coach Abigail didn't prepare as many pieces as Xian Yu. But what everyone needs to understand is, apart from Xian Yu, there's no other maestro on Blue Star who can prepare so many pieces alone. This isn't Zhong Continent making excuses. Abigail's frustration is real. The saying success was just 1 step away fits perfectly. Abigail clearly had works superior to the Nocturne series, but unfortunately, Xian Yu's series seemed never-ending, blocking Zhong Continent's contestants from the finals with a barrage of Nocturnes. That's how it was in the women's division. Will the men's division develop the same way? Obviously, there were many smart people, and soon someone realized something crucial. If the work Abigail prepared for the women's division finals didn't get performed, doesn't that mean he can provide 2 pieces for the men's division? There's hope. Realizing this, the Zhong continent's live stream came to life. At the same time, the audience from other continents also pointed this out. Viewers who thought the men's division would end the same way as the women's were once again filled with intense curiosity. In the men's piano solo competition preparation room, Abigail found the master pianist Chris. "I know what you're here for," Chris said as he flexed his wrists. "I'll use the return in the second round. I'm quite proficient in this piece." "Good." Abigail nodded. "Then I'll be going." Chris suddenly spoke. "Hold on a second, Coach Abigail." "Yes." "The highest score Xianyu's Nocturnes got is 97. I'll surpass it with the return, so you don't have to worry too much about the women's division." "Thank you." Chris shook his head. "I shouldn't have joked about it yesterday." Abigail was taken aback. Yesterday, Chris had joked that if he didn't even make it to the finals, there would be no chance to face Yang Zhoming. Today, Chris will definitely make it to the finals, but the women's division didn't. He wanted to face Yang Zhoming, but Yang Zhoming hadn't even participated. Chris's joke had come true in an entirely unexpected manner. Not long after Abigail left, the men's division piano competition began. The first round went as expected, with the Qin continent still using the Nocturnes series. Xianyu proved there really were 21 Nocturnes. The quantity was enough to equip every Qin continent contestant, and each one maintained a high standard with no flaws. After the first round ended, 3 contestants from the Qin continent advanced to the second round. Only 1 contestant from the Zhong continent advanced. It was Chris. All hopes of Zhong continent were placed on this lone sapling. In the second round, Chris drew the number 8 lot. A great position for him. The preceding contestants began their performances, but Chris's expression didn't change. Not until the 3 contestants from the Qin continent, armed with the Nocturnes, appeared, did Chris finally show emotion. I never expected such genius to exist. Chris was actually quite familiar with the Nocturne series. He had even played them privately many times. Of course, it was the 2 pieces Xianyu had released at the Golden Hall back then. Today, Chris listened to so many in the Nocturne series, each mesmerizing him. However, Chris could tell, though the overall quality of the Nocturne series was high, not all pieces were of the same caliber. Judging by the overall artistic conception, the best 2 were still the ones Xianyu released at the Golden Hall. Today's Nocturnes in the competition were about 80% of the level of those in the Golden Hall. Still, 80% was enough for the Nocturne series to dominate the competition. Unfortunately, it couldn't dominate him. As the 7th contestant in the men's piano solo competition's second round finished, as the host guided, Chris walked on stage under everyone's gaze. Sitting down, the audience sensed something mysterious. Chris was about to merge with the piano. The feeling was subtle, probably due to his personal aura matching the piano. Spreading his fingers, Chris's hands rested on the keys. Piece, the return. Composer, Abigail. Performer, Chris. This was bound to be an exhilarating name. Abigail finally steps onto the stage. This piece was likely prepared for the women's division finale. Regrettably, the piece was never performed in the women's division finals. Now, Abigail's regret was being resolved. This piece not only appeared on the stage, but was very likely to help Chris from Zhong continent beat Xianyu's Nocturnes and enter the men's division finals. The performance commenced. Chris wore a serious expression, emotionally invested, the black and white keys seemingly dancing. Similar to the Nocturne series, it was a classical piano piece. However, unlike the Nocturne series, this piece conveyed more intense emotions, with hints of grandiosity, as if an army of thousands was returning victorious. The term, the return, itself denotes the victorious return of an army. Abigail composed such a piece, making its profound meaning clear. At this moment, in the audience, Lin Yuan smiled. It wasn't a triumphant smile. This smile represented genuine appreciation and love. Regardless of stance, Lin Yuan could feel the power within this piece. This feeling entranced him. In fact, putting aside the stance, Lin Yuan was well aware and fond of Abigail's works. Lin Yuan deeply understood. Abigail was not inferior to many top music maestros on earth. The piece, The Return, currently playing, was truly a masterpiece. How is it? Yang Zhoming's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Yuan replied, "It's great." Yang Zhoming said, "I meant, how about the opponent I prepared for you?" Lin Yuan smiled wryly. "I'm not as good." Yang Zhoming seemed slightly surprised by Lin Yuan's answer, and after a brief silence, his eyes softened. 10 years ago, I wasn't as good either. So, because Abigail views you as his lifelong rival, it's because you gradually surpassed him step by step, despite not being as good as him initially? Teacher? This wasn't the first time Lin Yuan called him teacher, but this time, Yang Zhoming felt a mixed emotion, and no one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps, his gaze upon Lin Yuan became even more gentle, as if the young man in front of him was his closest kin. "I'll give it my best," Lin Yuan said earnestly. His earlier, "I'm not as good," wasn't out of modesty. Not to mention maestros like Abigail, ranked in the top 10 on Blue Star. Without the system's help, his actual level would probably only be on par with an average maestro. This was Lin Yuan's own assessment. Not arrogant because of the system, but also not overly humble because of it. All these years, Lin Yuan had continuously studied under Yang Zhoming's character card. Long gone were the newbie days when he clung to basic composition. Theory. Even without the system, his real level was at an ordinary maestro's rank. On the stage, Chris's performance ended. Yang Zhoming suddenly spoke again. "We lost." Yang Zhoming's words were spot on. The piece, The Return, performed by Abigail, scored 98. This score surpassed any piece in the Nocturnes series performed so far. The venue erupted. The Zhong continent erupted. Blue Star erupted. With his first strike, Abigail defeated the previously invincible Nocturnes series, breaking Xian Yu's unbeatable streak. On Zhong continent's coaching side, Abigail suddenly stood up, looked at Yang Zhoming through the camera, and made an inviting gesture. That guy just doesn't know when to quit. Even the steady Yang Zhoming rolled his eyes. Lin Yuan found it amusing and began to find Abigail somewhat endearing. He liked Abigail's persistence. "How about granting his wish, teacher? After all, he's already defeated your disciple." Lin Yuan was genuinely defeated. Abigail's prowess had exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Lin Yuan had only prepared the Nocturnes series and no other pieces. At this rate, he would definitely lose to Abigail in the finals. Abigail's final piece would surely surpass The Return, and the Nocturnes series would be unable to stop him. Lin Yuan didn't mind personally. But the Blue Song Olympics wasn't just about personal glory. It also involved the honor of the Qin continent. He didn't want to lose a gold medal due to his own underestimation, even if this gold medal wouldn't change the standings. Yang Zhoming said, "Do you want to see?" Lin Yuan nodded vigorously. Yes. Not only because Lin Yuan couldn't resist Abigail anymore, but also because Lin Yuan wanted to see the epic showdown between Yang Zhoming and Abigail. "You and your master should wait a bit," Dong reminded. "Oh, Yang, didn't you say you didn't prepare any pieces?" Yang Zhoming replied calmly. "Just in case, I secretly registered one this morning. Didn't expect Guy to have improved so much." Uffed. Dong's face twitched. "Just in case, huh?" Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but swear. "You have a piece, and you sent Xian Yu to face Abigail head-on. Why not? Isn't it working well?" Yang Zhongming didn't pay much attention to Yi Zhiqiu, but turned to Lin Yuan. "I'll demonstrate this time, but next time, you'll have to beat him by yourself." Having said that, Yang Zhongming stood up tall in front of the camera, making an inviting gesture back to Abigail from afar. Yang Zhongming accepted the challenge. This Blue Song Olympics seemed full of thrilling surprises. As the story unfolded with numerous twists, the piano duel disrupted by Xian Yu's Nocturnes series finally led to the most awaited scenario. Yang Zhoming vs. Abigail. Chapter 1268, 1060. Return to the court. Middle State live streaming room. When Chris's score for the second round was announced, several commentators suddenly stood up, tears in their eyes, and shouted loudly. "We won. The highest score." Abigail. Coach Chris used head coach Abigail's The Return to overcome Xian Yu's barrage of Nocturnes and got the highest score ever in the piano solo competition. Jubilant. Frantic. The two master-level maestros, without any hesitation, hugged each other tightly, their throats emitting waves of emotion. The entire live streaming room was boiling with excitement. Theoretically, commentators and guests shouldn't lose their composure like this. But no one was going to nitpick at this moment. All the middle state people shared the same excitement and frenzy. This was a sudden release after extreme repression. Ha ha ha. Long live the head coach. No matter how breathtaking Xian Yu's talent with his 21 nocturnes, how does it compare to the return, which is a mountain they cannot climb over? Abigail is awesome. The Nocturne series has been deciphered. Chris's performance is genuinely amazing. The return is so stunning. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This is the most exciting match in the Blue Song Olympics. The consecutive bombing of the Nocturne series in the competition was indeed heart-stopping, but it would have been somewhat regrettable if Guy hadn't made his move. Now this is truly interesting. The final round is coming up. Abigail is going to win. The score Guy just got from his piece has already surpassed any of the Nocturnes, so how will Xian Yu even compete in the finals? Continuing with Nocturnes likely won't work again, unless Guy's subsequent pieces weaken, which we all know is highly unlikely, considering these are pieces Guy has been preparing for Yang Zhongming. It has to be Abigail. Didn't you see Guy cueing Yang Zhongming again? Xian Yu can't hold back Guy anymore. This is the level of a top 10 maestro from Blue Star. 18 days. Since the start of the Blue Song Olympics, Middle State has encountered Xian Yu several times, and they've been defeated repeatedly. Their hope has been kindled time after time, only to be mercilessly extinguished by Xian Yu over and over again. How frustrating. When has Middle State ever suffered such a loss? Especially the women's piano competition earlier, Middle State people felt so stifled they were nearly exploding. 21 Nocturnes. Each one is a classic. Xian Yu turned the women's piano event into a civil war within Qin continent. Head coach Abigail didn't even get a chance to compete and was suppressed at the coach's bench. It was too despairing. It's exactly because the people of Middle State experienced unprecedented despair that they are now experiencing unprecedented frenzy. Rebound. This is a fierce rebound after being oppressed by Xian Yu to the limit. Not just the people of Middle State. All continents were plunged into frenzy. A top 10 maestro from Blue Star made a move, proving to be more formidable than anyone imagined, almost unstoppable. On sight, the applause was like thunder. Abigail, overwhelmed with emotion, took her seat again while the surrounding maestros began to congratulate her. Congratulations, head coach. Winning the final is a done deal. Xian Yu thought relying on Nocturnes would block our path, but he absolutely didn't expect the return to be so splendid. The royal audience that follows is even more classic. If Nocturnes can't even beat the return, how will they handle the next piece from the head coach? The return to court. The implication is too good. Now the whole of Middle State must be waiting for our triumphant return. Even if Xian Yu suppressed us in more matches at the Blue Song Olympics and was proud, it was only because he hasn't encountered the head coach yet. Qin continent coaches area. Lin Yuan's mood rippled. This is the level of a top 10 maestro from Blue Star. He thought that the Nocturne series might have been enough to suppress Abigail at the coaching bench, but the opponent still managed to bring out a winning piece. However, Lin Yuan wasn't too surprised. After all, the Nocturnes are not Chopin's most important works. The Nocturnes Lin Yuan chose were not even the most classic within the series. The most classic 3 Nocturnes, 2 of which Lin Yuan released at the Golden Hall. And after all, Abigail is a top 10 maestro from Blue Star. How could the pieces she has been crafting in earnest to defeat Yang Zhongming be suppressed by Lin Yuan's Nocturne bombardment strategy? This is better. A competition is more interesting when there is suspense. And it's not like Lin Yuan only prepared the Nocturne series. If Lin Yuan really wanted to deny Abigail any chance to perform, not even needing to resort to having greats like Beethoven take the stage, it would be simple. Just bring out a few of Chopin's strongest representative pieces. For example, works like Piano Concerto and so on, or something like the Revolutionary Etude and so on. Then surely Abigail wouldn't have any opportunity to perform at all. After calming his emotions a bit, Lin Yuan silently looked forward to the upcoming competition. The scene bubbled with excitement as the third round began. The contestants started drawing lots. Chris drew the number 2 lot. The other 2 contestants who entered the finals were from Qin continent. One was called Mu Xian. The other was called Guanglin. Mu Xian's piano skills were slightly inferior to Chris's. Guanglin's piano skills reached master level, not much different from middle state's Chris. Lin Yuan's hopes were pinned on Guanglin. Guanglin drew lot number 3, just right to perform after Chris. Mu Xian, on the other hand, was lot number 1. Therefore, after a brief preparation, Mu Xian took to the stage first. On the big screen, the information of the work is displayed. Work, Nocturne in F-sharp major. Nocturne number 5. Composer, Xian Yu. Performer, Mu Xian. Mu Xian at the piano began his performance. Although the overall quality of the Nocturne series is good, there are still differences in excellence. The Nocturne in F-sharp major that Mu Xian obtained is the most beautiful one among them, with fame ranking in the top 3 of the Nocturne series. Even in the finals, it definitely wouldn't disgrace the stage. In the Qin continent's live studio, the audience's hearts were tangled. As expected, it's another piece from the Nocturne series. If Fish Papa can't produce other compositions, we might lose this event. Yeah, Abigail has already broken the Nocturne score. It doesn't matter. We have our champion in the women's category. Even if we lose, Fish Papa has done his best. There's no need to blame him. After all, Fish Papa is young, and his opponent is someone like Abigail who ranks in the top 10 of Blue Star's maestros. To reach this point is already an exceptional accomplishment, not to mention that Fish Papa has already won so many gold medals for us from the Qin continent. In the Zhong continent's live studio, the people from Middle State were extremely excited. It seems that Xian Yu is running out of tricks now, unable to produce anything besides Nocturne series. Abigail has already proved that she is not afraid of Nocturnes. If he's still using Nocturnes, then we've definitely won the finals. So satisfying. Finally, someone can handle this fish. Who would have thought we'd need our strongest master bishop to make a move to subdue this fish? Actually, Abigail was at a bit of a disadvantage facing this fish. Losing the women's categories competition was primarily because Abigail doesn't have as many compositions as Xian Yu, having a lot of compositions whose overall quality hasn't dropped. This in itself is a talent. Perhaps seeing the dawn of victory. The Middle State audience wasn't as resentful as before, and their evaluations of Xian Yu even began to become objective. That's just how people are. They tend to be more forgiving towards losers. On stage, the performance ended. The judges began scoring. Mu Xian's average score reached 97.4. This is the highest score to date for a piece in the Nocturne series. However, Mu Xian's opponent is Chris, who has the support of Abigail. And Chris has already scored 98 points with the return in the second round. In such a scenario, any score below 98 feels insecure. Unless the finale piece Abigail prepared for Chris is of lower quality than the return. However, this possibility is obviously very slim. Therefore, even though this score is extremely high, not many people are optimistic about Mu Xian. At this moment, Chris took the stage. As soon as the information of his piece came out, it quickly triggered a knowing smile from the audience. Work, the return. Composer, Abigail. Performer, Chris. When placed together, don't the names of these 2 compositions by Abigail mean the return of the conquerors? The return of the conquerors. These 4 words refer to the army returning to the royal court after winning a battle. Today, Abigail leads Middle State, occupying the first place on the gold medal chart, and it also happens to be the last day of the competition. After the fight, it's time to head home triumphantly with the team. In this context, the emergence of 2 such compositions with the combined implication of the return of the conquerors is incredibly fitting. Chris began his performance. Just like The Return, this is another classic piano piece. In a competition with as much professionalism as the Blue Song Olympics, classical piano is the king's path. The Nocturne series is like this, and so is the Return of the Conquerors series. However, different from The Return. The former expresses the emotions of a collective, while this classical piano composition named The Return no longer bears such intense anger and seems more personal instead. By the second paragraph, that personal emotion becomes even more apparent. It is as though someone abroad is missing their homeland, with a beautiful yet slightly sorrowful atmosphere that immediately draws the audience into the sentiment. Only in the third paragraph, the emotions become fully recharged. This time it seems to convey the joy of reunion. The soldier abroad has returned to the embrace of his hometown and has met with his family and friends. The strong feeling of celebration permeates. Emotions burst forth completely, with prominent improvisational characteristics. The decorative variations of the entire musical phrase turn the melody into an unbreakable emotional thread. Be it family love, romantic love, or friendship, the sweet and poignant moments speak through Chris's keys. The repetitive changes enhance the scale again and again, and at the peak of passion, the musical piece concludes with a brilliant section. Crisp, neat, yet infinitely rhythmic. A tremendous applause erupted from the audience. This piece touched upon all the emotions of the audience, sorting out complex feelings with the melody, magnifying those emotions buried deep in their hearts bit by bit, and finally bursting out collectively at the end. Even several judges were visibly moved. Swipe, swipe, swipe. 10 judges held up their scores. This time, Chris's average score was 98.5, a higher score than the return. Boom. Middle State erupted. Exclamations of surprise rose from every continent. The clouds of despair returned once more to loom over the Qin continent. Chapter 1269, 1061 Moonlight Sonata. Middle State live streaming room. The commentators collectively stood up. The two guests followed suit and stood up. In Middle State, fiery gazes intently focused on that score displayed on the big screen. Everyone's heartbeat roared like thunder. Suddenly, the male commentator in the Middle State live streaming room, notorious for his frequent jinxing commentaries, suddenly screamed, "We can pop the champagne." The other three commentators almost simultaneously covered his mouth. The audience was startled. The comments section went crazy. The show effect instantly exploded. "Well done. I've always wanted to do that. We can't let this guy jinx us. This guy, each time he declares something, the opposite happens. Actually, let him speak. We've got this win for sure. This move is dragon riding on faces. What can Admirable Fish counter with? Nocturne maybe. The opponent is Abigail. Could you really always pull a rabbit out of your hat against her? Awesome. Come on, let's enjoy." The three commentators saw the comments and laughed too, each releasing their hands. The notoriously jinxing commentator gasped for air, also realizing his words were cursed, and on the spur of the moment decided to do a reverse operation. "Dear viewers," he excitedly waved his hands. "Never underestimate this admirable fish. This monster on the Blue Song Olympic stage seems like a war god, repeatedly creating miracles. Could he once again create a miracle this time and reverse the outcome for Qin continent with an extreme comeback?" The Middle State people instantly burst into laughter. This guy really knew how to play, aware of his jinxing abilities, decisively chose to reverse it on the last day, to jinx Admirable Fish, the opponent. Reverse the outcome? Extreme comeback? How would you overturn a 98.5 score? 17 cards to beat guy? Having both jokers, for twos, for as, for KS, and still lose? You just go ahead and jinx Abigail, and we're done. Surely it's not too much to open a champagne for a celebration now. Excitement. Middle State is incredibly excited. This feeling of excitement is even stronger than taking first place in the gold medal rankings. Because for Middle State, winning gold is not the hard part. Middle State is already number one in all fields. What's truly difficult is defeating Admirable Fish. How many Middle State competitors have been hammered by Admirable Fish? Even Abigail, in the women's piano competition, was beaten senseless by the limited number of works by Admirable Fish. Defeating such a person is what truly feels like an achievement. Thrilling. Qin Continent live streaming room. The commentators looked helpless. However, Lu Sheng and Zheng Jing remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere. But just as Zheng Jing wanted to say something, Lu Sheng suddenly turned his head and with a look stopped her. Victory after despair is more memorable. This is the nature of people. Lu Sheng knows this well, wanting to make Lin Yuan a more complete hero in the hearts of Qin people. It's over. This score is too high. Abigail truly is a top maestro. Too bad Father Yang didn't make a move, or there would still be hope. I remember Guanglin's level. Isn't he a bit stronger than Mu Xin? Muexian's score wasn't low, so Guanglin can definitely score higher. It's not likely. No matter how strong Guanglin is, they've got a score of 98.5. Poor Fish Papa. Indeed, Fish Papa has worked hard. At least we've got one gold medal. The audience didn't blame Admirable Fish. Pitting Admirable Fish against Abigail was really tough on him. Even the most extreme critics conceded this defeat at this moment, refraining from making harsh comments at such a time. Compared to the joy and sorrow of Qin continent and Middle State, the audiences from other continents didn't have such complex emotions. They don't care about winning or losing. It doesn't matter to them anyway. They only care if the competition is enjoyable to watch. And Abigail's strong start was indeed very domineering. Many were thoroughly enjoying it, filled with emotions. Let's see how Guanglin performs. Feels like there's nothing interesting left. Abigail's score is already out of this world. Regardless of win or loss, it is after all the last contest of the Blue Song Olympics. That's also true. Anyway, Nocturne is very pleasant to listen to. Just don't know when the next Blue Song Olympics will be. Probably it will take 3 or 4 years to hold a competition of this scale. Guanglin is about to take the stage. He seems pretty relaxed, probably knows the result, so he's laying back. Audiences outside of Qin continent and Middle State have already started watching Guanglin's performance with a special sentiment. Listening to one more piece from the Nocturne series. Even if this series lost to Abigail, nobody denies the value of the Nocturne series. On site, Guanglin walked towards the stage. As he passed by Chris suddenly said, "Hey Guang, ask teacher Admirable Fish if I can play his Nocturne series in my next tour." "All right." Guanglin smiled and nodded. Chris was somewhat surprised by Guanglin's relaxation. This wasn't their first encounter. They are old friends. In Chris's memory, this old friend's mentality used to not be so good. How come today he is so stable? In Chris's perplexity, Guanglin walked up to the piano and sat down. He flexed his fingers a bit, then nodded to the staff. "Shush." The lights dimmed. Yet in this dim light, the big screen displayed the work information. Composition, Moonlight Sonata. Composer, Admirable Fish. Performer, Guanglin. All the live streaming rooms stirred. The audience suddenly burst into discussions. The coaches from various continents also started whispering to each other. Moonlight Sonata? Chapter 1270, 1061. Moonlight Sonata _2. This piece is not another Nocturne series, is it? Before everyone had more time to think, Guanglin's performance had already begun. Soft melody, gently flowing on the stage of the Blue Song Olympics. In the sustained slow movement, filled with fantasy and lyricism. A gentle melody reveals a hint of melancholy. As if on a moonlit lake surface, a small boat sways. Gradually, the melody becomes more lively. Short, powerful, yet beautifully pleasing to the ear, forming a stark contrast with the first movement. The audience's expressions gradually change. What the audience doesn't notice, however, are the reactions of the maestros from all continents. Over at Zhong continent, the head coach's smiles have disappeared without a trace at some point. Leading them, Abigail feels a furious throbbing at her temples. Other continents, some have twitching laugh lines. Some suddenly clench their fists tight. Some sighs bulge out roundly in disbelief. Some's jaws drop wide open, unable to easily close again. Even the judges hold their breaths abruptly, as if fearing to disturb this moment of performance. The whole world, silent. Sonata number 14 in C-sharp minor for piano. If this name is unfamiliar, let's use a more colloquial name. The work is also known as Moonlight Sonata. Some also call it Moonlight. Author, Ludwig van Beethoven. Lin Yuan finally calls upon Beethoven. We often can't rank these music masters against each other. Regarding the ranking of some top legends, we also argue endlessly. However, throughout the countless years of rise and fall in Earth's music scene, there are inevitably a few names that shine through the ages without controversy. In front of these names, even the awe-inspiring geniuses like Chopin are dimmed. And in this list of eternal brilliance, Beethoven is included. In the hearts of some, Beethoven has even become synonymous with music itself. In the piano competition of the Blue Song Olympics, everyone is playing classical music. And on Earth, Beethoven is the man who raised classical music to its peak. The later generations praise for him as music sage, king of symphony. Now, this music sage has descended upon Blue Star. The numerous maestros present have felt his terrifying aura. Chris involuntarily takes a half step back. In his eyes, a surge of shock. On stage, Guanglin forgets everything, as if the competition has nothing to do with him. Performance turns into expression, music merges into blood, and melody transforms into verses. Exquisite notes float through the Blue Song Olympics. Before anyone knew it, the technique becomes more and more intricate. The melody is like a stormy rage, an indignant emotion wrapped up in high fighting spirit, continuously assaulting everyone's hearts and minds. Abigail can no longer contain himself. His eyes redden, his breathing intensifies. At the same time, all the maestros present feel the same. Someone seems to want to say something. However, as the words reach their lips, they swallow down thousands of thoughts. The melody is still making impacts. This is a piece lasting about 15 minutes. 3. Movements, radiant and dazzling, their brilliance piercing through 2 eras. No one feels it's too long. The 3 movements tightly connected together, bursting with passion that can't be contained, like fierce fury, like a continuous stomping sound. There appeared continuous 8th notes, a resolute rhythm, and into the intricate final movement, the melody coalesces into a climax. The last charge arrives. A stormy onslaught. Too much to take in. Until the final note falls and curtain descends, the venue maintains a silence so deep you could hear a pin drop, as if time has been pressed on pause. Sudden applause brings the second hand back into motion. Clap, 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 clap. Applause becomes a tidal wave, inundating the coaching teams of all the continents. Moonlight. Sonata? Am I getting old? How on earth did this young man grow up? So beautiful. A nocturne-like classical piano. The 3rd movement, heart-shaking to death. Now I understand why Yang Zhongming didn't make a move. With such a fish, who needs to make a sale? From now on, Xianyu has the qualification to challenge the top 10 maestro rankings on Blue Star. Amid the thunderous applause, the maestros join in one after another. Many head coaches stand up. Even the general coaches of all continents rise to their feet. And Guanglin, having finished playing, stands up and bows in Lin Yuan's direction. At the judges' table, several judges glance at each other and start scoring at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the scores are tallied, the entire venue explodes. 98.9 points. This is the last item of the Blue Song Olympics, the last match of the Blue Song Olympics, and also the highest score for a single work in all items of this Blue Song Olympics. A new record. An almost perfect new record. The venue goes wild. The live broadcast room in Qin continent goes wild. All the live broadcast rooms in all continents go wild. Kneel. All kneel before me. Damn it. Wasn't it said that Xianyu could only play nocturnes? Xianyu without nocturnes is the most terrifying. This score, guy, might as well return to the capital. Quickly return to the capital. Damn it all. Last performance, full of passion. I almost thought this was a show effect. Ascension. Fish Papa ascends to godhood. In the Zhong continent broadcast room, 2 guests have a dumbfounded look in their eyes. A few commentators are completely numb, especially the male commentator who had been counter-cursing just now. His face is turned into an unfathomably deep black hole. What's this? What the hell is this? Oh my mother. Chapter 1271. 1061 Moonlight, Sonata _3. What kind of beast is this? Is this fish even human? This fish was never human. Are you **** kidding me? Is this even a competition? Guy lost, guy lost, guy lost? Am I still not awake? This must be a dream, a nightmare. All the commentators and guests stop zoning out and immediately tear apart that cursed mouth which claimed to always be wrong, but somehow gets it unexpectedly right with Xianyu. The audience from Zhong continent was on the verge of a heart attack. This roller coaster experience is simply not something ordinary people can withstand. A score of 98.5 can lose. How did a score of 98.5 lose? Do you even know how to play, do you? It's blown up. Zhong continent. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhaowei. The entire global network has blown up. It's not a network crash, it's an emotional explosion. The hosts in the live broadcast rooms across various continents have finally come to their senses, and those voices roared out. The Battle of the Legend. A shocking reversal. Xian Yu, who bombarded the competition with nocturnes, used Moonlight Sonata for the first time instead of a nocturne, and shocked the world. Achieved godhood. As Blue Star's youngest maestro, Xian Yu defeated Abigail, the head coach of Zhongzhou, achieving musical godhood. Top 10. In my heart, Xian Yu is already among the top 10 maestros of Blue Star, no rebuttal accepted. Xian Yu. He won. I don't know what youthful arrogance is. I only know the victor is king. We have witnessed the birth of a young king. The most exciting competition. The most shocking finale. In the presence of everyone on Blue Star, Xian Yu has become a legend, henceforth ranked among the top maestros of Blue Star. You can imagine, after the Blue Song Olympics, what kind of kingly demeanor Xian Yu will look down upon the musical realm of Blue Star with. The Yu dynasty. Sun Yao cried. Zhao Yingge cried. Chen Jiyu cried. Everyone had tears streaming down their faces, hugging and jumping with joy. Indeed, Qin continent lost. The gold medal count finally couldn't compete with Zhong continent. But so what? Xian Yu won. He defeated everyone in Zhong continent. He even defeated Abigail, the head coach and one of the top 10 maestros of Blue Star. This moment, the Yu dynasty has truly become the team of kings. Because Xian Yu has been crowned victoriously through the final battle of the Blue Song Olympics. At the scene, Abigail suddenly stood up and walked towards the Qin continent's coaching team. All the master bishops from Zhong continent followed behind Abigail. The coaches from Qin continent's side also stood up, centering Lin Yuan among them. You won. Abigail looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook his head. It was the grace of heaven. Lin Yuan was referring to the system. Speaking of real skill levels, he was far behind, and it was Beethoven who defeated Abigail. Lin Yuan had even called upon the music sage. In this sense, Abigail's loss was not undeserved. Yang Zhoming smiled and said, "Guy, are you still up for a fight with me?" Abigail narrowed his eyes. You no longer interest me, Yang Zhoming. Abigail looked at Lin Yuan. Do you know how to play symphonies? Lin Yuan replied, I have some knowledge. Good. Abigail extended his hand. Lin Yuan did the same. I'll be waiting for you in Zhong continent. Abigail and Lin Yuan shook hands firmly. There are 6 people stronger than me in Zhong continent, and if I include that person by your side, perhaps there are 7. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Abigail had already led the Zhong continent team to turn around and leave. Meanwhile, the cameras at the scene silently documented the entire exchange. Guy is pretty decent. Yang Zhoming watched Abigail's retreating back and said, the other party's gesture of coming over and shaking hands with Xian Yu signified recognition and also an acknowledgement of his defeat today. The Blue Song Olympics have ended, yet a new era seems to have just begun. The ripple effects brought about by this Blue Song Olympics are also just beginning. Chapter 1272, 1062, The World Knows. The final day of the Blue Song Olympics has captured global attention, and Xian Yu's ultimate battle for divinity has already become legendary. Live broadcast in progress. Abigail and Xian Yu shake hands in front of the whole world. The legendary influence is rapidly fermenting, faster than lightning. Xian Yu's name has spread far and wide. Major media. Crazy reports are emerging endlessly. Blue Song Olympics concludes. Xian Yu ascends to divinity. Defeating Abigail, Yang Zhoming steps aside. Xian Yu becomes a legend. Moonlight Sonata. Nocturne series shocks the world. Xian Yu fights back to the extreme. Xian Yu sets the highest final score record in the history of the Blue Song Olympics. Review of Xian Yu's journey in the Blue Song Olympics. Continuous miraculous battles. The young ruler of the music world, Xian Yu. Zhong continent trembles. Even the #1 continent of Blue Star has to bow in front of him. Never mind the overt reporting. Reporters are going crazy in private. The music scene in Qin continent will be Xian Yu's domain from now on. The way Xian Yu has come up, with 12 consecutive titles on the seasonal charts, and now is the youngest maestro of Blue Star, and having achieved divinity through the Blue Song Olympics, we'll have to be very careful when writing news about him for fear of something. Doesn't matter, he doesn't have any negatives. Even if such a person had negatives, there wouldn't be many who'd dare to report it. Do you think the Literature and Art Association wouldn't protect such talent? Truly a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. That's true for the music circle. Just wait until Zhong continent merges. Before the Great Merger, no one from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei should be able to withstand Xian Yu's might. Father Yang might be able to. Nonsense, would Ol Yang block Xian Yu? This guy is just short of spoiling Xian Yu too. The heavens, no matter what you say. Anyway, I don't believe Ol Yang wouldn't have any piano works in the end. After all, he is the man who got so much respect from Abigail. So I think Father Yang is simply giving the stage to Xian Yu, letting Xian Yu be the absolute protagonist. Zhong Continent, a certain entertainment company. After this battle, Xian Yu will be listed among Blue Star's top maestros. Once Zhong Continent joins the merger, we can try to poach him over. That's too difficult. Well, if I were the leader of Xian Yu's company, I'd be worshipping him like my own father right now. No one else could even think to steal him away. That's true. Even if we can't poach this guy, we mustn't offend him at all costs. We could try another approach, strengthen our cooperation with his company. Other entertainment companies must have similar ideas. Then we'll compete with them and fight for him. This fish is now the hottest thing. Only a fool would ignore him. A certain Blue Star financial conglomerate. The head of the conglomerate also watched the competition. This young man has an impressive appearance and overflowing talent. What do you think about having our little princess get in touch with him? The little princess is very picky. This young man is also worthy of being picky. Such a talented and outstanding youth. I reckon many families will be interested. That's true. Aren't all those little princesses not fond of those young masters? Maybe someone like him will be to their taste. Well, Xian Yu is, after all, just a guy from the music industry. You're still too young. How many people from ancient times to the present have reached this point in the music industry? And he's still so young. Do not underestimate the power of his future. Music scenes across the continents. Countless people are sighing. There will probably be other Blue Song Olympics in the future, but the records created by Xian Yu will be hard to break by subsequent generations. He has dominated an entire continent's entries in a single event all by himself, and won all battles. The final battle is the key point. The Moonlight Sonata is indeed stunningly brilliant. The Nocturne series is also extraordinary. Xian Yu's piano talent must make many of the older generation of maestros blush with shame. Even Abigail concedes. How many of the older generation of maestros dare say they are stronger than Abigail? A hero emerges in his youth. Zhong Continent is about to join the merger. I wonder who will rule over the future music world of Blue Star. Qin Continent. Starlight Entertainment. The company leaders are gathered in the conference room after watching the competition. At this moment, all their faces are filled with excitement and amazement. We've struck gold. After the Blue Song Olympics, Xian Yu will inevitably attract global attention. Chairman, I suggest we raise Xian Yu's treatment again. We have to keep him at our company no matter what. Otherwise, we'll miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for growth. Oh, the compensation I've offered is not enough? Li Songhua looked at the old-timers in the company with pride. When I wanted to push for shares that year, who was there nagging and protesting? Not me. I didn't. Nor did I. You know me. Chairman, I've always had nothing but respect for Xian Yu. I even let him go to the bathroom first when there was only one spot left. You know me. Chairman, when Xian Yu brought his dog to the company, I made sure the staff took good care of it. You know me. Chairman, I didn't even file a report when Xian Yu was playing a minor for half a month. You know me. Chairman, when Xian Yu needed such a big budget for Journey to the West, I cut the budgets of other departments to help him get the project approved. Chairman, the corners of Li Songhua's mouth twitched slightly. The more he heard, the more it sounded like Xian Yu was law unto himself. Practically the emperor of Starlight Entertainment? What happened to Starlight's so-called crown prince? Forget it. Brought it upon himself. Even if this guy wanted to dethrone me as chairman, I bet all these old geezers would raise their hands in agreement. With this thought in mind, Li Songhua burst out laughing, his eyes shining brilliantly, as if he had the world in his sights. With Lin Yuan in hand, the world is mine. Now that Xian Yu's name is known throughout Blue Star, will Chu Kuang and Shadow be far behind? At Lin Yuan's home, His mother had tears in her eyes. His sisters, too, were filled with surging emotions. Mom, did my brother inherit your musical bug? Absolutely not. That's not fair, Mom. Why don't I, Lin Yuan, have that kind of talent? But you've inherited your mother's beauty, like Ruhua. That's true. Wait, hang on. That's not right. How come Lin Yuan is both handsome and talented? That way you don't need to try as hard. That means I really am the chosen main character template. Lin Yuan admired herself, while Antarctica, hearing this, quickly sidestepped away from her as if stupidity were contagious. Woof woof. It seemed that Antarctica, too, was happy about Lin Yuan's victory. The influence of Blue Song Olympics fermented rapidly, and the closing ceremony of Blue Song Olympics had just begun. Since it was held in Wei Continent, the ceremony was naturally organized by Wei Continent. Lin Yuan was originally just following Yang Zhongming and others watching the closing ceremony performance, but every now and then people came to greet him. From Qi Continent, from Chu Continent, from Yin Continent, from Han Continent, from Wei Continent, from Zhao Continent. People from all the continents who came to greet him were all head coaches, bringing a bunch of master coaches with them. All right then, no matter how socially awkward Lin Yuan was, he still had to respond properly. Yi Zhiqiu said with a smile. Overnight fame, known throughout the world. If it's like this in Wei Continent, it'll be even more insane once you get to Qin Continent. The hearts of the people, heroes of Qin Continent. Indong spoke. Xianyu had become a hero of Qin Continent. Zhong Continent had won, but also lost. They won with their endless depth, but lost because of Abigail. Abigail was the strongest in Qin Continent's coaching team. By defeating such a character, Xianyu somewhat made up for Qin Continent's loss of gold medals to Zhong Continent. A hero of Qin Continent, and also a great enemy of Zhong Continent. Yang Zhongming spoke. When Zhong Continent joins the big merge, Xianyu will face many more challenges. Not just Xianyu, a maestro beside him said. All of us, even every industry and field, have to face challenges from Zhong Continent. The #1 continent of Blue Star is no joke. Lin Yuan nodded seriously. Having even brought out Beethoven the Sound Giant, it showed the terrifying extent of Zhong Continent. Xianyu has many more opponents to face in the future. What about Chu Kuang? What about Shadow? Before their fall from grace, these two alter egos probably have a lot of business to attend to, and Lin Yuan could nearly foresee it. Anyway, get prepared. Yang Zhongming said. We set off tomorrow, the return to Qin. Chapter 1273, 1063, Thunder from A. Clear sky. The Blue Olympics closing ceremony lasted 2.5 hours. The first hour was filled with performances arranged by the host, Wei Continent. And in the second hour, each continent took turns to find someone to perform a 10-minute curtain call on stage. This was a rather humane segment. Since there were limited rounds of competition, every continent had some regrets about pieces that didn't make it to the stage. This special segment of the closing ceremony was the perfect opportunity for each to present the pieces they most regretted not being able to perform. Zhong Continent went first. Su Lian took the stage. Su Lian had a very strong final song for the rock event, but due to a performance error, she fell in the second round, and the piece was never heard. Had it been sung, she had a real chance of defeating Zhao Yingge for the championship. Seizing this opportunity, she finally sang that song. I'm very grateful for such an opportunity to sing one more song at the Blue Song Olympics. This song was meant for the finals of the rock event, but unfortunately, I fell in the second round. I take this opportunity to present this song to everyone. Having said that, the performance began. Meanwhile, online, live stream viewers from each continent were enjoying the closing ceremony when suddenly they saw Su Lian take the stage and were instantly thrilled. Curtain call performance. This song is awesome. It's really a pity for Su Lian. She got utterly confused by Jiang Kuei in her first event and then made a mistake in the rock competition, which prevented her from entering the finals. With her ability, she should at least have won a championship. This song could definitely have won. That's just the way competitions are. You can't blame bad luck if you're not in good shape and someone else is. The ability to handle pressure is also a kind of strength. We can only hope that this queen of Zhong Continent's music can adjust her mindset. Su Lian seems to be in good shape right now. Looks like she's cured of her fear of fish. When the song ended, Su Lian bowed to the stage and said with emotion, "I admit that I lost my composure against the competitors from Yu Dynasty, but I will not fall down here. Zhong Continent will soon join the merger, and I hope I can face off against the people from Yu Dynasty again in the future." She spoke earnestly. During the Blue Song Olympics, competitors had no chance to speak except during interviews, and Su Lian had become noticeably silent during hers, barely saying a few words. Now she had finally spoken, seemingly stepping out of the shadows. At this moment, it was Qin Continent's turn to perform. Just as netizens were speculating about who Qin Continent would send for the curtain call performance, a highly familiar figure suddenly appeared on the stage of the Blue Song Olympics. In an instant, the entire venue erupted. The live streams erupted. Even the maestros from all continents had looks of astonishment on their faces. Xianyu, the curtain call guest for Qin Continent, wasn't just any competitor, but the top coach, Xianyu himself. But then again, it made sense. Though highly skilled, he was restricted to coaching from the sidelines. The Blue Song Olympics owed Xianyu a championship, perhaps even more than one. Having Xianyu perform the curtain call was undoubtedly the best decision Qin Continent could make. And amidst all the excitement, Lin Yuan showed a helpless smile, as he had intended to give this opportunity to one of the contestants. But both the coaching staff and the players from Qin Continent unanimously called for Xianyu to take the stage, resulting in Lin Yuan agreeing. Of course, he understood everyone's sentiment. "Hello, everyone. I'm Xianyu." Not knowing quite what to say, Lin Yuan simply introduced himself as he came on stage, prompting a wave of laughter from the live stream audience in all continents. He even introduces himself on stage. "Listening to you is like a breath of fresh air. As if there's anyone in the world who doesn't recognize you. Xianyu, that would be real ignorance. Can't wait. Didn't expect Fish Papa to take the stage." Since a coach cannot participate as a contestant, despite having the skills, Fish Papa couldn't display them on stage. Logically and emotionally, Fish Papa deserves the chance to take the stage. Let's get started. The ultimate boss, the man who makes all the competitors and all the coaching teams despair. This is your stage. Xianyu, Xianyu. The audience was chanting his name. Lin Yuan said, "Now please enjoy Nocturne." The audience burst into laughter once again, and the maestros from all continents couldn't help but chuckle. Good grief. It's Nocturne again. I wonder if anyone feels uncomfortable at the mere mention of the word Nocturne. The camera mischievously panned to the Zhong Continent coaching seat, where a bunch of maestros were smiling bitterly. Only Abigail was smiling slyly, seeming to have gotten over her loss to Xianyu, and showing the magnanimity and calmness of a top-level maestro. At the center of the stage, Lin Yuan sat in front of the piano. Lifting his fingers, he began to play. There are 21 pieces in the Nocturne series. 18 had already been performed on this stage, with 3 still unreleased. Lin Yuan was playing one of them. As always, beautiful. The quality of the Nocturne series is world-class. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused a global sensation during the Blue Song Olympics. However, as Lin Yuan began to play, the audience suddenly felt something different. Could it be that Xianyu's Nocturne performance was even better than the contestants'? Everyone was unclear whether this was due to Xianyu's personal performance or some other reason. It was, however, the expressions of the maestros that underwent a drastic change. Beyond the vanishing smiles, faces of astonishment and shock emerged. At the same time, the pianist contestants from each continent suddenly stood up from their seats. How is this possible? I'm not hearing things, am I? No worse than Guanglin. No worse than Chris. Master, Xianyu's piano skills are master level. Damn, he's way better than me. I thought Xianyu only had a world-class singing voice, but his piano skills are also world-class. If Xianyu competed, then the champion of the piano competition would surely be his. He is. Make way for the contestant. A speechless awe rose from all the piano players. The maestros looked at Xianyu with incredibly complex expressions in their eyes. At this moment, everyone understood that as long as Xianyu was willing to compete and perform a Moonlight Sonata on stage, the world champion title had nothing to do with Guanglin. In the major live broadcast rooms, knowledgeable commentators murmured, "World-class standard, master-level piano skills." I think This is why the contestants from Qin continent treat Xianyu like a deity, be it singing or playing an instrument. Xianyu is qualified to win the championship on his own. Please allow me to offer my highest respect to Xianyu. Such a maestro, unparalleled throughout history. Yes, he can write, he can sing, and he can play. Shock. The audience was shocked. Even though everyone had already gained a deeper understanding of Xianyu's terror, Xianyu could still refresh their minds time and again. This is a young man who becomes even more awe-inspiring the more you understand him. The Blue Song Olympics had already come to an end, but the shock that Xianyu brought to Blue Star seemed far from over. On the stage, Lin Yuan's body suddenly leaned back. His fingers fell again, and the piano variation began. This time, it wasn't just playing. His lips approached the microphone. Time is limited. 2 more nocturnes will come out later. This next song is for everyone. The spotlight falls. Lin Yuan seemed to become the center of the world. He continued to play. Only now the music had become more majestic, and the band's accompaniment also joined in at the right time, with various instruments taking turns. In the accompaniment, Lin Yuan begins to sing, "Mountains high and rivers wide, through countless nights, waiting for the moon. At the edge of dreams, the wind cannot quell, never feeling fatigue. With a clear conscience, who comes first? Let's strive for perfection. My attitude is firm, facing north, like a thunder from the ground. Prepare yourself this time. Once we start, there's no turning back." The exhilarating feeling of striving together. We possess the same opportunities. In competition, we are uncompromising opponents. Once the competition ends, we can shake hands and make peace with a smile. We are all in pursuit of perfection, but where there are winners, there are also losers. Regardless of whether we come first, we seek a clear conscience. We can fall, but we must never retreat. We stand on the same starting line, all chasing the kites of our dreams. In the song, a speechless emotion fills the heart of the audience. No one speaks. People listen quietly to the song. Lin Yuan on stage gradually raises his pitch, as if speaking to the world. Dreams carry tears and sweaty brine. You and me in the same world, love passes through. Dreams and hopes fly as I chase ahead. With a goal, I'm never tired. Wait for me to surpass. Dreams are destined to blend sweat with tears. We are of this blue star, merging trends unstoppable. So what if we lose? Wait for me to surpass. Lin Yuan isn't so good with words, but he sings out his heart. Far and away, casting aside all. Over mountains high and rivers wide. This song is called Mountains High and Rivers Wide. As the song ends on stage, Lin Yuan bows deeply and yields the stage to the next continent. Xianyu. Innumerable people below shout his name. Some cry. Even the maestros from all continents are visibly moved. This one song by Xianyu seems to have elevated the entire Blue Song Olympics. With such a competitor, the continents don't know whether to feel fortunate or unlucky. But to compete against such an opponent is definitely worthwhile. Regardless of victory or defeat, at least we've all given our all. The continents will still compete. Competition will never cease. But as long as we're under the same starry sky, in front of history and time, we ultimately have to join hands and get through it together. This is perspective. A representative from the Literature and Art Association speaks with a smile. To envision the world at such a young age is seldom seen. The last song, with his singing ability, could have been an unrestricted display of skill to make up for his regret of not competing. Instead, he chose to end it this way. This is a song. It's also a toast. This toast is to honor Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei continent, Zhong continent, and even more to Qin continent. The wine does not intoxicate. People intoxicate themselves. This song by Xianyu intoxicates thousands on Blue Star. Chapter 1274, 1064, for notifications and 3 gold treasure chests. The next day, on a road in Qin continent, a sedan was driving along. When they were 500 meters away from a certain villa in the distance, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke from inside the car. "You can go back first, I'll walk home." "All right." He pushed open the rear door of the car. Lin Yuan shouted towards the distance. "Over here." In the distance, a girl with her hair in a bun was walking a dog around the bend. It was none other than Big Yao Yao and Antarctica. Seeing Lin Yuan, Antarctica broke free from Big Yao Yao's leash, sprinted hundreds of meters, and jumped into Lin Yuan's arms. Woof. Me too. Woof, 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 woof. Here I am, back home. Lin Yuan smiled while rubbing the dog's head. Thankfully, nobody saw this scene, or it might have sparked strange rumors. Brother. Big Yao Yao followed Antarctica's lead and ran over, excitedly asking, "Did you bring back something delicious for me?" "Forgot. Scumbag." Big Yao Yao's smile disappeared. Lin Yuan, at a loss for words. "Don't misuse words. I'll just help you eat more vegetables tonight." "Fine then." Though Big Yao Yao sounded dissatisfied, she obediently followed Lin Yuan home, sweetly hanging onto his arm. "Sis. Mom. Brother's back." Once home, Big Yao Yao shouted at the top of her lungs. Mom hurried out from her room, her smile unstoppable upon seeing her son. "Hungry. I ate before coming back." "Then sit down. Make yourself at home." "Why should I feel at home? This is my place, isn't it?" Sis also came out. "We've been watching the competition every day recently. You've made Qin Continent proud. Is there a prize?" Lin Yuan, "There is. The Blue Song Olympics have official prize money." "Sis, the prize money must be a substantial amount. If you can't manage it, let your big sister take care of it for you, and I'll give it back when you need it." Lin Yuan, "It's been a while since I've seen my family." Although the competition itself lasted less than 20 days, Lin Yuan had been away for much longer, as he had conducted close training with the contestants. He had scarcely returned home in the months leading up to and including the event, so seeing his family again filled him with warmth. Of course, before returning home, Lin Yuan had attended a celebration banquet organized by the officials of Qin Continent. Needless to say, there was a lot of drinking and socializing. He couldn't even recall how many contacts he exchanged with various leaders. He also visited the company. Everyone up and down was overjoyed. Lil Gudong and several apprentices were so excited they lost their composure and rushed up to embrace Lin Yuan. The entire company put work aside. The chairman, together with all employees, celebrated heartily for Yang Zhongming, Lin Yuan, and Zheng Jing. The whole of Starlight was honored by their triumph. After all, the biggest contributors to Qin Continent's participation in the Blue Song Olympics were all within their own company. After all that, Lin Yuan finally went home. Not to mention, on his way back, Lin Yuan chatted for a long time with Jean Mu and the studio staff, soothing his heart after not seeing them for so many days. At this moment, he was exhausted. After spending a little time downstairs with his family, Lin Yuan took Antarctica upstairs to rest. It's no wonder he was fatigued. It may seem as though Lin Yuan hadn't done much, but in reality, he was involved in numerous tasks. During the training camp, he was busy training the players and taking care of a multitude of things. During the competition, he was constantly in meetings, adjusting tactics and arrangements of performances. He barely had any stable sleep from beginning to end, all being indispensable parts of his job. Last night was the finale. He was pushed to perform on stage. Out of the entire coaching team, aside from Master Bishop Yang Zhongming, who had to handle multiple relations and strategize the whole picture, Lin Yuan was the one who had to do the most. Meanwhile, outside of Qin Continent, major media outlets were fiercely promoting Lin Yuan. Returning from the Blue Song Olympics, Xian Yu has become a great hero in the hearts of hundreds of millions of people in Qin Continent, and naturally, his homecoming was a grand event. Qin Continent leaders commend Xian Yu. Blue Song Olympics end, hero returns. National welcome, Xian Yu comes home. Yang Zhongming and Xian Yu lead the team home with full honors. Blue Star's attention, he swept the music scene. Still basking in the glory of the 12 consecutive victories, he has gone even further. Rumors, Literature and Art Association may consider offering Xian Yu a position. Promotion of Xian Yu's Blue Song Olympics works, spurring a craze across the continent. The Blue Song Olympics has concluded. The public's shock has not diminished in the slightest. Everything that happened during the competition is being discussed over and over. Xian Yu's ascension to fame at the Blue Song Olympics has become a topic everyone talks about with relish. Of course, about Yang Zhongming, about Lu Sheng, about Zheng Jing. All those who have made significant contributions to Qin Continent during the Blue Song Olympics have become heroes. These maestros, acting as the head coaches of Qin Continent, have seen their prestige within the circle skyrocket. Especially Yang Zhongming, who has now become a leading figure in the Qin continent's music scene, shining alongside Xianyu. In the midst of countless discussions, the Literature and Art Association suddenly issued several notices. The first notice: the Blue Song Olympics will, like the Blolympics, be held every 4 years from now on. Actually, without the association's notice, everyone could guess that such a successful format like the Blue Song Olympics would obviously continue. The second notice: the Blue Star Literature and Art Association will reassess the star ratings, reshuffling the hierarchy of kings and queens of singing. From now on, artists' value will be divided according to their ratings. This notice is quite thought-provoking. The association clearly intends to promote those who performed brilliantly at the Blue Song Olympics, such as Wei Haoyun and others. Clearly being a top singer but beating countless queens, shouldn't she be given the Queen of Singing title? However, the notice did not specify when the reevaluation will take place. Everyone is guessing that it will only be made official after Zhong Continent is formally incorporated. The third notice: the Literature and Art Association is preparing an official ranking based on the combined performance of all the pieces produced by the maestros. This notice makes the maestros' hearts flutter. But this notice also doesn't specify when the rankings will be published, presumably waiting until after the incorporation of Zhong Continent to proceed. The key is the fourth notice. From now on, official rankings will be established across all sectors of the culture and arts circle. This notice extends beyond the impact of the Blue Song Olympics, affecting the entire culture and arts circle. Every field such as novels, painting, etc., within the culture and arts circle will likely see people crazily creating work for their own rankings. But after all, a notice is just a notice. Before it is implemented, no one can predict the future situation, but there is one thing that everyone has seen clearly. Now, in the future, the Blue Song Olympics is destined to become the most important event in Blue Star's music scene. No matter how great a maestro is, without achieving certain results at the Blue Song Olympics, they will always lack a certain persuasiveness. At this moment, Zhong Continent has not yet joined the merger. All continents already feel the approaching storm. And while these notices were being issued, Lin Yuan had already entered dreamland, having a strange dream. In the dream, 3 people surrounded Lin Yuan. The first person said, "After the great merger, I will travel throughout the 5 great music halls of Blue Star, leaving my mark in all the top artistic sanctuaries." The second person said, "The world says, south of Envy Fish, north of Chu Kuang. Now that Xianyu has made a name for herself worldwide, it's time for me, Chu Kuang, to make my entrance and sweep across the wilderness." The third person said, "Me too." The first person said, "Chu Kuang, don't hurry, I still have my film career." The second person said, "You need to rest, whereas I've had enough rest." The third person said, "I also have some manga plans, plus it's about time for a new installment in the Painting Soul series. Who else but me after Xianyu?" The 3 people started to argue. Their 3 faces kept advancing towards Lin Yuan. Suddenly, an angry female voice rang out from a distance. "Stop fighting. Do you all act like Ian, don't exist?" Lin Yuan and the 3 shadows were startled. They all turned to look at the owner of the voice. Before his gaze could focus, Lin Yuan suddenly woke up, only to find that it was already dark, and Antarctica was licking his face on the bed. Who were the first 3? Envy Fish Shadow and Chu Kuang. And the last one, was that Ian? How come Ian is still a woman? Can Duke Zhou help me interpret this dream? Lin Yuan simply got up, turned on his phone to surf the internet, and then saw the 4 notices from the Literature and Art Association. At the same time, the system appears. "Congratulations to the host for achieving a glorious record at the Blue Song Olympics, leading the Yu dynasty to complete the system task, and you have been rewarded with 3 gold treasure chests." Why didn't you ding dong? Ding dong. Never mind, it's not important. Lin Yuan finally gets a bit excited, putting aside the notices from the Literature and Art Association, and delightfully looks at the gold treasure chests. 3 of them at once. This is a huge win. I wonder what goodies will come out of the 3 gold treasure chests. Chapter 1275, 1065. All interpretative rights belong to the system. Get up. Rush into the bathroom. Lin Yuan squeezed a big blob of hand soap and repeatedly washed his hands. After washing his hands, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Seems like there's still something missing. Watch closely. This is how Madame Haoyun does it. Opening the chat group on his phone, Lin Yuan directly at Madame Haoyun. Can I trouble you to sing a couple of lines of good luck comes for me to hear? Wei Haoyun, ? 2 minutes later, Madame Haoyun sent a voice message. Lin Yuan ignored the pile of question marks in the group chat and directly opened it. Wei Haoyun's a cappella voice resounded in the room. Good luck comes. I wish you good fortune. The sense of ritual is maxed out. Lin Yuan stared at the system. Open a gold treasure chest. Whoosh. The treasure chest opens. The golden light blooms. Following the light, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Soulmate. This skill allows your music works to achieve and enjoyed by both refined and vulgar effect. Even those unfamiliar with tunes can deeply appreciate the artistic conception of your works. However, this skill can only be used by the host during concert hall performances. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Insane luck. This is way too lucky. It's this Soulmate skill that I've been longing for. The bug level of this skill is almost the same as paintfection. It's a skill of the same caliber produced by the system. Lin Yuan loves it too much. As for the limitation of this skill, Lin Yuan can totally accept it. After all, paintfection also has restrictions, which is that one must watch live to feel its effect. Wait until Zhong Continent merges then. By then, I'll hold the first concert of my life in the Golden Hall. At that time, the live audience will definitely enjoy a mesmerizing musical feast. With that in mind, Lin Yuan looked at the second treasure chest and rubbed his hands together. Let's open this one too. Whoosh. The golden glow sparkles once more. The second gold treasure chest opens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of Blue Star's top 10 maestros. Abigail. Character card. You can follow Guy to learn music. Lin Yuan's expression collapsed. If Abigail were here, he would certainly see the almost unmistakable disdain on Lin Yuan's face. Personal instruction from Abigail would drive most musicians mad with envy, but Lin Yuan found it rather lackluster. It's not because Lin Yuan has beaten Abigail. It was Beethoven who beat Abigail, and that has nothing to do with me. This Blue Star top 10 maestro, even capable of going toe-to-toe with Chopin, certainly has the credentials to teach me music. The problem is, I've already got a more awesome, Yang Zhongming, character card. What's the use of another card of Abigail? Host. The system seemed a bit upset. Everyone has different strengths. Even if Yang Zhongming is stronger, there are some aspects where he's not as good as Abigail. If you want to become a top musician, you must be an all-rounder. And this is also an opportunity for you to understand your opponent. That's also true. Lin Yuan plans to compete with these top maestros in music with genuine strength in the future. And before that, it is very necessary to learn well from these top maestros. Moreover, even now, learning from a top maestro would bring great help to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan suddenly grew curious. Will I one day collect all 10 maestros' character cards? That would be like all 10 maestros teaching me together. Thinking about it, that way seems quite nice. With that thought, Lin Yuan spoke. Then, let's open the third gold treasure chest. The voice fell silent. The third treasure chest opened amidst a golden glow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skills of a professional-level music conductor. Lin Yuan was taken aback. The next moment, Lin Yuan's face darkened. Tell me, are you rigging this? Please remain calm, host. The system began to speak unhurriedly. A conductor is the interpreter of music. They must be a perfect musician, with a deep understanding of every detail of the score and the ability to convey this understanding to others, thereby shaping the music into a coherent and convincing whole, playing out the most wonderful sounds. Nonsense. Lin Yuan was displeased. I, of course, know the importance of a conductor. What I'm asking is why the gold treasure chest only granted me professional-level skills. Shouldn't it be master-level conductor abilities? Indeed, music conductors are very important. On Earth, the music world has many outstanding conductors, such as Karion, Ormandy, Seiji Ozawa, Bohm, and others. These people are renowned globally. Their status on Earth even surpasses that of modern-day composers, performers, and singers. And on Blue Star, the highest status belongs to the maestros. However, Even the top maestros, when facing some of the top conductors, must treat them with equal respect and considerable deference. Why? Because while instrumentalists and singers certainly have their admirable performance and vocal skills, what they can conduct is merely their own instruments and voices. And conductors? Conductors lead a massive orchestra and even a choir. There are various instruments involved, and each performer's personality and skill level differ. The conductor must unite them into a harmonious whole, then create multifaceted music. That is no easy feat. Conducting is an art. Whether on Earth or Blue Star, conducting has always been recognized as the most comprehensive form of musical performance art. Every conductor has their own personality and style. The same orchestra or choir, under the leadership of different conductors, will often exhibit a noticeable change in performance style. You didn't understand it wrong. Even the same piece of music, carefully crafted by different conductors, will present different artistic effects. It's like different military generals. Different generals have different styles and abilities when commanding battles, and these differences are inevitable. Take Seiji Ozawa, for example. This person's conducting is brisk and full of passion, skilled at unleashing the potential of the orchestra, creating a splendid sound effect. Then there's MTLNCH. As one of the most outstanding conductors of this century in France, his style is brisk and passionate, with a grandeur and dynamism. There are masters like Mehta and so on. Lin Yuan previously wasn't much into conducting music. If he were to perform on a large scale, he would naturally invite conductors to assist. However, different conductors would imprint their personal styles onto the music, and the effect might not necessarily be to Lin Yuan's utmost satisfaction. But if Lin Yuan were to take up the conductor's baton himself, then the musical effect presented would undoubtedly be his own. Therefore, receiving the ability of a conductor made Lin Yuan very happy. Isn't it delightful to conduct your own composition? The only thing Lin Yuan was discontent with was why he only obtained professional-level conductor skills. Shouldn't the gold treasure chest grant master level system? Because top conductors are as rare as top maestros, the value of such skill is too high. It is not possible to directly grant the host master level abilities. I disagree. All rights of explanation belong to the system. Checkmate. You're ruthless. Chapter 1276, 1066, somewhat understands. All three treasure chests have been opened. Overall, Lin Yuan is still satisfied, mainly because this soulmate skill is just too good. It's so good that even if Lin Yuan isn't fully satisfied with the items from the other two chests, he can just barely accept them in the end. Of course, right now, Lin Yuan cannot test the effect of soulmate, as this thing can only be used in situations like a concert hall. However, the Abigail character card. Lin Yuan can simply think and enter the system space to find and learn from the other party. As for the conductor, countless conducting knowledge has already appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. One can't help but marvel. The art of conducting is broad and profound. Ordinary people think that the conductor is just twirling their fingers and poking the air with a little stick at concerts, seemingly dispensable. In fact, this unimpressive-looking conductor's baton is the soul of the entire concert. The performance of the entire orchestra, with its dozens of members, is guided by the baton in the conductor's hands, making the various instruments in each section harmonize into a whole. If the conductor stops conducting, then the operation of the orchestra will become a mess. Think about it. Can an army function without a commander? If you gather dozens or hundreds of people to play an ensemble without a conductor leading, that's just nonsense. After summarizing the gains, Lin Yuan finally had the leisure to look into several announcements from the Literature and Art Association. These announcements didn't specify an implementation time. They were neat and mostly contained the words ranking. Lin Yuan sensed something amiss after scrutinizing for quite some time, and finally discerned something from between the lines. The whole thing was about internal competition. What's the point of creating all these bizarre rankings if not to intensify the internal competition across all industries? To make the big shots from various fields fight over rankings. The benefit of their fighting, naturally, is the development of art. No need to pay too much attention. What Lin Yuan cares about is prestige. Once the prestige is secured, the four kings are good for nothing. It's only proper to focus on extending one's life. At this moment, Downstairs, his mom's voice rings out. Dinner time. Antarctica immediately runs to open the door. After dinner, Lin Yuan goes back upstairs to surf the internet and directly logs into Chu Kuang's blog account. After the long hustle and bustle of Blue Song Olympics, Lin Yuan has been neglecting Chu Kuang's situation. Today he's checking to see if there's yet another little fan screaming about sending Chu Kuang razor blades. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as he logs in, the backend explodes with notifications of being mentioned by others and private messages from different people. The comments section under the last post from a few months ago has accumulated a mountain of messages. When is the old rascal releasing his new book? The old rascal has disappeared, Sigma. Oh, haven't heard from him in months. The old rascal must have gone to watch the Blue Song Olympics. Damn it. I suspect he went to the scene. Ticket courtesy of Xianyu Sly. This bastard stops writing for a damn match. Wake up, old rascal. You're trailing behind Xianyu in popularity now. Sideways glance. What happened to the South Xianyu? North Chu Kuang saying. The gap between you two has widened this time. Xianyu has already ascended to godhood at Blue Song Olympics. Wailing. Old rascal, I miss you crying. Old rascal, please. Come back, pitiful. Old rascal, I won't trash talk you anymore. Just come back and write. It's fine even if you kill off the main character. 1,000 days without the old rascal, missing him. Even if Lin Yuan spends days on it, he couldn't read through all of this, so he scans through it roughly, feeling surprisingly moved. Readers are the cutest creatures in the world. No matter how much they curse Chu Kuang on a regular basis. Deep down, they truly like Chu Kuang. Having disappeared for so long, everyone's comments have even turned gentle. However, it seems quite improper that Chu Kuang has been missing for so long. After all, Chu Kuang isn't like Shadow, who has a bunch of disciples to help draw comics and maintain presence. During these days, the disappearance of both Chu Kuang and Xianyu makes people feel a bit uneasy. Time for some damage control. The outside world is saying that the old rascal. Oops. They're saying that Chu Kuang went to watch the match, right? Might as well go with the flow. Lin Yuan types. Just got back from watching the Blue Song Olympics. Let me know in the comments what type of book you want to see next. This time I'll listen to you all, whatever you want. Alright. Click. Post. After getting up and pouring himself a glass of water, Lin Yuan waits for comments from his dear readers. Huh. Who says the old rascal is cold-hearted? Seeing all these heartwarming comments, even Chu Kuang can become tender. What Lin Yuan doesn't know is, at the very moment that Chu Kuang makes this post, on a subway, many people's phones ring at the same time. Ding, ding, ding. They simultaneously pull out their phones, then their faces light up with joy. The old rascal finally resurfaced. You're also a fan of the old rascal? You too. I'm a hater. What a coincidence, so am I. At a certain company, the boss is furiously criticizing a subordinate's proposal. Suddenly, both of their phones ring. The boss looks at his phone and immediately smiles. Well, boss, your phone's ringing. Huh, take a look. Is that Chu Kuang? You've also turned on special notifications for the old rascal, huh? Since we're both fans, I'll let you off this time. But I'm a hater, damn it. I haven't read his books for ages. I turn on notifications just so I could diss him whenever I feel like it. At a certain university, in the classroom, many people's phones are ringing. This group of people also take out their phones. Achoo, he's alive again. Going to watch the game? You think you're worthy of watching the game? Start typing. Update the story now. God knows how many have set special notifications for Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan finished his tea and picked up his phone again to scroll through his adorable readers' comments. 1 minute later, Lin Yuan's face darkened. The comments were nothing like what he imagined. Old rascal, get to work. Stop lazing around. Even the donkeys in our village don't rest like you do. You're playing the disappearing act, huh? Xianyu is making a name for herself? Where are you off to? Carrying Xianyu's bag, perhaps? Xianyu. Xianyu. A truly great man. You dare to be mentioned alongside me? And you even ask what genres we want to read. Look at you, getting all cocky. Even Xianyu wouldn't dare to be so pretentious. Lin Yuan was furious. What happened to missing me? Where's that tender affection? These ridiculous netizens. What's more infuriating is that these ridiculous netizens are discussing in the comments how to prank me. The old rascal even dares to ask us what type we want to read. He probably thinks we'll mention the genres he's good at. Let's just pick a genre he can't write for the life of him and watch him squirm. Mystery is definitely a no-go. Fairy tales? Okay, forget I said anything. All fantasy novels like Xinxiao are a straight pass. I feel horror is kind of niche. Did you forget about Ghost Blows Out the Light? What horror novel can compare to that? Better to go for sports, even though he's the ancestor in that. This guy can write martial arts novels too. Damn it. Why does it feel like this old rascal can write anything? No, we can't let him be so full of himself. Speaking of which, hasn't Wei Continent recently joined a merger? The sci-fi novels over there are really impressive. That's something the old rascal has definitely never written. Right, sci-fi hardcore. Let him show off. Suggesting a sci-fi novel, guys. Like an upvote. Let's go. These people really have too much free time, but they're quite committed. In no time, a comment suggesting sci-fi got upvoted close to 100,000 likes. The comment was, I dare you to try writing sci-fi, old rascal. Having fun with memes. You're playing with Sun Wukong's meme, huh? Sun Wukong agreed to it, you know. Lin Yuan watched from the beginning to the end as these ridiculous netizens concocted their plans, visibly upset, but he genuinely feared the netizens would request him to write a Liu-based story. Luckily, these people still have some integrity. But even if it were a Liu-based story, it's not like I couldn't write it. Do you think the plum in the golden vase was a joke? And after all that, they only thought of sci-fi. Lin Yuan almost couldn't help replying. Is that all? If he responded like that, the readers would surely be furious at him. After all, they had racked their brains to come up with it. Click to reply to the comment. Lin Yuan typed, got a bit of a clue. He hesitated for a moment, thinking these 4 words were too much like Xianyu. He deleted the words, a bit of a, and left only got a clue. After editing, he clicked to post again. And when so many netizens in the comments saw this reply, they were utterly flabbergasted. They could attest to one another. The reason they ended up discussing the sci-fi genre was just to mess with the old rascal by picking a genre he hadn't touched to embarrass him. Just kidding. Which author from ancient to modern times dared to say that they would write whatever genre the readers wanted? Didn't they know writing could kill? Yet nobody expected. This old rascal actually dared to respond, and with such a smug 2-word reply. Got a clue. Such an old rascal. You've never written a sci-fi novel, yet you claim to got a clue? Chapter 1277, 1067, The Old Rascal's Sci-Fi Novel. Perhaps it was because Chu Kuang rarely interacted with readers like this, or maybe it was because his responses were too pretentious, or possibly because Chu Kuang always slapped the readers in the face for no reason. But in any case, the goofy netizens, as if they had eaten Snickers, suddenly perked up. A bit of understanding, is that enough? Then why don't you write one? You think we won't take you seriously? Today I'll take you on with full force. Come on then. Just write sci-fi. I absolutely refuse to believe in this evil today. You really think you are skilled in every genre, huh? Brothers, let's take him on. This time let's make him unable to step down. This rascal always slaps the readers' faces. Today we are also going to slap the old rascal's face. Let's see what he has to say this time. What do I have to say? I will slap back on the spot. Lin Yuan, sprawled on the bed like a salted fish, looked at these goofy netizen comments, and suddenly sat up in bed as though a critically ill patient had been shocked back to life. Pen, come. In the room, only Antarctica dosing beside the bed, suddenly heard Lin Yuan's voice, and clumsily got up, looking somewhat at a loss. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Lin Yuan smiled and smoothed Antarctica's fur, then got up and sat at the desk. All right. In fact, the comments of the netizens were not the important thing. The main point was that Lin Yuan felt it was about time that Chu Kuang opened for business. As for the theme, it's quite a coincidence. Although it was the readers who clamored for a science fiction theme, Lin Yuan was actually considering writing a novel on this theme himself. Blue Star is vast. Each continent has its own characteristics, and the people of each continent also have their own preferences for literary genres. Just like how the people of Zhao continent like to read martial arts novels. The people of Wei continent prefer sci-fi. This means if Chu Kuang wants to harvest literary prestige from the people of Wei continent, writing a sci-fi novel would be the most efficient choice. However, when it comes to choosing which sci-fi work to write first, that's something Lin Yuan should carefully consider. Because there are just so many to choose from. Domestically, there's Big Lu, a pioneer who single-handedly took Celestial Dynasty sci-fi to the world stage. Internationally, there are countless illustrious names from the history of science fiction, like the Big Three of sci-fi history. What? Big Lu's The Three-Body Problem series? Lin Yuan will definitely write the Three-Body series. Just like how Lin Yuan would definitely not pass up the Harry Potter series. But now is not the time. The world of the Three-Body series is too vast and can be described as the bomb of science fiction novels. Lin Yuan has always had the habit of holding back his trump cards. The Three-Body series is one of the bombs he plans to keep hidden for now. Also, who says Big Lu only has the Three-Body series? This big shot has too many world-class sci-fi works, giving Lin Yuan a lot of choices. Lin Yuan can even postpone all of Big Lu's works. In our Celestial Dynasty alone, there are many great sci-fi writers. The likes of Big Lu came from the most difficult era of Celestial Dynasty sci-fi, and some of their works still shine brightly to this day. Lin Yuan already had a direction. First of all, he definitely had to pick a short story. Lin Yuan, to some extent, had indeed taken up the gauntlet thrown by these goofy netizens. Writing a full-length novel takes too long to retaliate, so why not start with a short sci-fi story to test the waters? After all, with the limited word count of a short story, Lin Yuan could finish it in one day and achieve the goal of immediate face-slapping. Secondly, it had to be brutal. These readers kept calling themselves old rascals, and he couldn't let this title go to waste. You want to mess with my mentality? I'll mess with yours first. Wasn't there a reader who left a comment saying, as long as I come back to write, even if it means serving a box lunch to the protagonist, it would be acceptable? Remember, this is what you said. Today I will grant your wish. And so, after screening through the system's library for 5 minutes, Lin Yuan's gaze finally settled on the work he would write next. This novel is called The Heartbroken. As the name suggests, this is a sci-fi novel that has made countless people cry. Perfect for Chu Kuang. The last time Chu Kuang released a new book was, well, the last time. Alright, specifically, it was last July. At that time, Chu Kuang used the variety show Fish Walking with You to launch his new book. And it turned out to be a fairy tale for children, Peter Pan. Since then, a whole 9 months have passed. In these 9 months, aside from making an appearance with a sketch comedy at Xian Yu's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, Chu Kuang has been offline. In other words, the literary world has been without news of Chu Kuang for a long time. And now today, Chu Kuang suddenly surfaced and for the first time mentioned the topic of a new book, which not only blew up countless fans, but also caused a stir in the literary world. Literary circles across the continents. The news spread quickly. Everyone come and watch. Chu Kuang is fighting with his readers again. Fighting again? Why do I use the word again? No big deal. The old rascal Chu Kuang has always been in a love-hate relationship with his readers. No, it's that Chu Kuang, the old rascal, is releasing a new book. A new book? What genre? Just check his blog and you'll know. Soon enough, an endless number of writers came to watch. Fantasy writers, fairy tale writers, martial arts writers, mystery writers, and others all came to watch, eager to know if Chu Kuang was going to write in their specific genre. After getting the hang of the situation, the writers were flabbergasted. Sci-fi? Why that genre? Ha 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 ha. Obviously the readers are giving this old rascal a hard time, but it's his own fault. He could have said anything, but he just had to say he had been chilling in Wei Continent, letting the readers pick the genre. I'd also throw him a tough nut to crack to watch him struggle. It's not that serious, not that serious. It's obviously a joke. Everybody knows it's a joke. But didn't that old rascal reply in the comments that he understands a bit of sci-fi? Chapter 1278, 1067. The Old Rascal's Sci-Fi Novel _2. Just teasing. But judging by the buzz, seems like the old rascal is really going to write a new book. In the world of novels, every time Chu Kuang writes a new book, it draws the attention of countless peers. Because his novels often create waves in their genre's field, sometimes even affecting many other writers of similar types, and even the entire industry. For a while, everyone was waiting for Chu Kuang to drop more hints. But to everyone's disappointment, After waiting on Chu Kuang's blog account for half a day with no activity, they could only scatter in regret. However, the readers who continued to boast and chat in the comments section were amused. Where's the old rascal? Why so silent all of a sudden? Maybe he's off writing a sci-fi novel, lol. Uff, is that it? Getting cold feet? I thought he had more guts. Dare to let us pick the genre next time? Old rascal. Why aren't these readers playing by the rules? Haha. We're just not going to talk about the genres the old rascal has written. Believing that Chu Kuang had chickened out, readers in the comments section erupted with victorious cheers. It couldn't be helped. Having been astounded by Chu Kuang so many times before, it was rare for everyone to have a turn to surprise him. Even though it was just for fun, it provided endless amusement for everyone. The comments section was filled with jovial spirits. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't have time to update his blog. At that moment, he was vigorously typing in front of the computer. The clattering sound of keyboard strokes was incessant in the room. On the computer screen, plain words sprang forth like water from a spring. The vegetable market in the morning was at its busiest. I watched as Xia Chuanfeng weaved through the crowded throng, her silhouette hefty. I couldn't see clearly what vegetables she bought from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, but I could hear her haggling with the vendors quite distinctly. Frightening typing speed. Even an eagle would have to admit the expertise. No revenge is taken overnight. Lin Yuan intended to finish and upload the novel today. After all, The Heartbroken has only 12 chapters. As for the word count of each chapter, in the words of fooling netizens, it would be short and feeble. The full text is just over 20,000 words. Nevertheless, word count doesn't represent the quality of content. This, The Heartbroken, had once won the 15th Sci-Fi Galaxy Award with an overwhelming advantage, a triumph yet to be surpassed to this day. Even Big Lou had commented, "We have good works, but we lack influence." Sci-fi in our country was in decline until the three-body problem appeared and the world started to take our sci-fi seriously. This is She's The Heartbroken. She is a sci-fi writer with both legendary and controversial status. He once retired for 2 years, then resumed writing amidst the clamor of calls from his readers. Every work of She's, once released, sparks great debate and a mix of praise and criticism. Some say She's works are the totems of the sci-fi world. Some say some of She's works are always too tender-hearted, with too light a touch of sci-fi elements. However, regardless, She still joined Big Lou and Wang Jingkong to become the 3 giants of our country's sci-fi field. She also became the domestic writer who, in the hearts of readers, was most likely to follow in Big Lou's footsteps and make a splash at the Hugo Awards, or even the Nebula Awards. Tap, tap, tap. The more Lin Yuan wrote, the more words he amassed, and in no time he reached chapter 6. He was like a stenographer. You know, a stenographer's typing speed can surpass that of a normal person's speech. Maybe Lin Yuan was a stenographer. After all, he just had to type out the words in his mind, and this kind of effortless content production felt amazing. Tap. Time passed, I'm not sure how long. It seemed as though not much time had gone by. While Antarctica was still busily grooming its fur, Lin Yuan pressed the Enter key on his document. The short sci-fi story The Heartbroken is complete. After finishing, Lin Yuan checked again for typos. Once confirmed there were none, Lin Yuan uploaded it to Chu Kuang's blog account. Say something. While uploading the document, Lin Yuan used the account to post an update, his typing still as fervent. Here comes the sci-fi you asked for. Ding, ding. With 2 pleasant notification sounds, the work was successfully uploaded, and the post was successfully published. Online. At this moment, all readers received a notification. Right then, they were still boasting and bantering in the comments section, mocking the old rascal, and shooting themselves in the foot. Suddenly, the blog interface received a notification. Eyes in front of screens all over became instantly stagnant. The next moment, Chu Kuang's comment section blew up. Question mark. What's this? The Heartbroken? Science fiction novel? Did this old rascal really write a science fiction novel? No way. Buddy, we were just kidding around. You actually wrote it? That was freaking fast. Couldn't it be something he had written before? Unlikely. We just brainstormed the science fiction idea after much discussion. Or could he have stockpiled manuscripts? Could he be clairvoyant or what? Seems like it's a short story. Duh. With such little time, it could only be a short story. I don't believe it. Just read it and find out. Readers were almost dumbfounded as they opened the novel. Meanwhile, the novel communities across all continents also received the news. After all, many people in the novel community followed Chu Kuang's blog and wanted to know about the new book from this old rascal as soon as possible, and they were all stunned by the continuous updates. My God, Chu Kuang's new book is out. Looks like it's a short science fiction story. Huh, he really wrote science fiction? Since when can he write science fiction? Weren't the readers just joking around? Did he take everyone's joke seriously? Go. Take a look. This was too bizarre. The old rascal declared he'd let readers choose the next book's genre. They challenged him with science fiction as a joke, and it looks like he actually went and freaking wrote a science fiction novel. On another note, the Wei Continent's novel community. The level of technology in Wei Continent is not even inferior to that of Zhong Continent. In this environment which encourages development through technology, the science fiction novels of Wei Continent are also thriving immensely. In fact, on Blue Star, there's a consensus. Half of the world's most classic science fiction novels come from Zhong Continent, and the other half come from Wei Continent. If we're only talking about achievements in science fiction novels, the gap between Wei Continent and Zhong Continent is very small. This is also one of the few literary fields where Wei can tough it out with Zhong. At this moment, somehow, news that Chu Kuang had written a science fiction novel also reached this side of Wei Continent, and the news was immediately shared within their writer groups. Looks like Chu Kuang has written a science fiction novel. Who is Chu Kuang? After all, it has only been a few months since Wei Continent joined the Great Merger, and some science fiction writers here only pay attention to sci-fi, so they weren't aware of the figure Chu Kuang. However, most people in the group did know about him, ever since Wei Continent joined the merger. Some of Chu Kuang's novels had found their way here, causing a certain reaction. It's just that it hasn't caused a large-scale stir across the entire continent yet. For a moment, the group got quite lively. Chu Kuang seems to be a writer from Qin Continent. He's incredibly talented, but as far as I know, he's never written science fiction. Qin Continent. Interesting. In Blue Star, we would claim to be the second best in science fiction. Only Zhong Continent dares proclaim to be the first. But what about Qin Continent? Do they have science fiction? Land of Music seems to only have music. That's not entirely true. They're pretty popular for fantasy novels. How can the technical content of fantasy novels compare with our science fiction? Not to that extent, but I am indeed a bit interested. Where can I read his science fiction? He published it on his blog. Short story. It should be a short story. Let's see the science fiction written by someone from Qin Continent then. You go read it. I'm not interested. Some people got interested and started downloading the blog app. However, most people weren't really interested and just discussed it casually. The reason is simple. Wei Continent's development in science fiction novels is just too good. It's always people from other continents reading science fiction written by the people of Wei Continent. There's never been a science fiction novel from other continents that could stir much response in Wei Continent. If it were a science fiction novel from Zhong Continent, these guys would be interested. After all, in that area, Zhong is Wei's tough adversary. All in all, given Chu Kuang's current fame, this novel he published on his blog ultimately still aroused quite a bit of reading interest. Lin Yuan could tell from the back-end data. The click rate for The Heartbroken had already started to skyrocket. Chapter 1279, 1068, The Heartbroken. Wei Continent. Chen Lu is a science fiction writer. Since Wei Continent is the homeland of Blue Star science fiction, the number of sci-fi writers here surpasses all other types of writers combined. However, even among the sci-fi writers of Wei Continent, Chen Lu could be considered mid to upper tier. Not the top, yet quite more than sufficient compared to the bottom. Today, after finishing his novel, Chen Lu, as usual, scrolled through some group chats and stumbled upon people discussing Chu Kuang in one of the sci-fi writers' groups. Chu Kuang. Chen Lu immediately became interested. After Wei Continent joined the Great Union of Blue Star, Chen Lu read many novels from other continents, delving into a wide range of subjects. He wasn't one of those stick-in-the-mud types who only read science fiction just because he's a sci-fi writer himself. To Chen Lu, every piece of literature holds value and substance. During his reading of other continents' novels, his favorite turned out to be a novel named Sherlock Holmes. The author of this novel was none other than Chu Kuang. So he clicked into the group chat, scrolling through the chat history. This is quite interesting. A slight smile formed on the corner of Chun Li's mouth. The Qin continent writer he admired had actually made a first attempt at writing a science fiction novel. Maybe this was an opportunity to strike up a conversation with his idol and possibly share some experience about writing sci-fi novels. After all, specialization is key in any profession, especially since he's considered a notable writer in the Wei continent's sci-fi community. With this in mind, Chun Li quickly downloaded the blog. Each continent has its own major online platform. Despite being united for so long, no single platform could dominate and unite Blue Star. More often than not, netizens from each continent still prefer the familiarity of their own platforms. After registering a blog account, Chun Li followed Chu Kuang and then found a novel titled The Heartbroken. This must be the short sci-fi story they were discussing. With a mixture of curiosity and interest, Chun Li opened the novel. First-person narrative? The very first paragraph began with I, which made Chun Li feel a bit uncomfortable. He read on and became even more surprised. This I didn't seem to be the protagonist. A very bold structure. Not everyone dares to write like this. Worthy of the creator of Sherlock Holmes. Amidst his admiration, Chun Li continued to read. The plot began to take shape under the sketch of words. It turns out that the main character, named he/she, comes from a single-parent worker's family, with his mother having lost her job. Fortunately, he/she is highly educated, has a bright future, and possesses an incredibly sharp mind, a true mathematical genius. In the novel, there is a lot of detailed description of the mother. This mother, despite being uneducated herself, is filled with pride for her highly cultured son, caring for him in every possible way. As great as all mothers around the world who dearly love their children. And he/she, like children everywhere, harbors deep love for his mother while also finding her nagging, and perhaps her over-attentive care, rather annoying. Put on more clothes. Don't drink alcohol too often. Avoid eating out. I've heated the soup for you to drink. He/she would find his mother's meticulousness to be excessive at times. Taking advantage of the moment his mother went to reheat the soup, he/she left home for school. He/she called out softly. Then her gaze hastily searched the room, noting with a sense of relief the absence of the two sweaters stuffed into a bag. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her hand as the bowl of vermicelli soup fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Xia Chuanfeng blew on her hand, a pained expression on her face, deepening the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Then she went to the kitchen to get a mop. I stood by the dining table, looking at the spilled vermicelli soup on the floor, thinking to myself, this soup must taste extraordinarily good, better than all the delicacies in the world. Back at the school, he/she found his mentor. It turns out that as a mathematical genius, he had developed a theory. This scientific theory was called microcontinuity theory. However, his mentor was not optimistic about this microcontinuity theory. In fact, he/she's mentor didn't even fully understand the manuscript he/she had submitted. A lot of the transformations made him confused, and many new conceptual things also made it quite difficult for him to accept. In other words, the microcontinuity theory proposed by he/she was a completely new concept that did not fit into any existing system. Have you ever thought about where your microcontinuity theory might be applied? I mean, even in the wildest of imaginations, Lu Qing tried to make his voice softer, although he knew it was of little use. He/she shuddered, his face turned pale. I don't know, he said, then hugged his head. I noticed a water stain spreading on the cheap tiled floor beneath he/she's feet. 10 years of time. He/she invested countless efforts to prove his research. He considered even the minutest details, and now the entire theory was self-consistent, without any contradictions. However, his mentor's question caused he/she to shed tears. Even he/she himself didn't know in what field his research could be applied. But he/she didn't give up. He was so close to completely finishing his microcontinuity. A story of perseverance leading to success? As he read, Chun Li pondered Xian Yu's intent behind the writing. This was Chun Li's professional habit. At that moment, the protagonist he/she faced an emotional crisis. Turns out someone had fallen for he/she's girlfriend, Jiang Shui. Chapter 1280, 1068. The Heartbroken _2. This romantic rival is named Ol Kong, who runs a computer company outside, a successful person by modern society standards. Jiang Shui has not changed her heart. However, she felt a sense of crisis. She silently watched Xia Chuanfeng busily cleaning up the dining table, not knowing how to start the conversation. "Mom, can you help me borrow some money?" She suddenly said. "I want to publish a book." Xia Chuanfeng sat silently, her hands tightly twisting the greasy apron. After a while, she went into the inner room, and after some rustling noises, she came out with a passbook, saying, "This is the money from the factory for buying out my years of service. We've discussed it for a long time, and it was only issued half a month ago. 904 per year, 27 years of service, here's the passbook. You take it to handle your matters." She wanted to say something but remained silent, and after a while, she couldn't help adding softly, "Try to see if they can delay the payment a few months. It's currently a demand deposit. What a pity." She took the passbook, didn't even look at it, and walked outside. "They want to see the money first." "Wait," Xia Chuanfeng suddenly shouted. She turned his head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Chuanfeng looked eagerly at the red passbook in Hishi's hand, her hand still twisting the edge of her apron. "I want to see again how much the total is." 25380. Just do the multiplication yourself, she said impatiently, rushing to leave. "I get it. You go ahead," Xia Chuanfeng said a bit embarrassingly, feeling that she was being too nagging. Seeing this, Chen Lu felt a bit stifled in his heart. An uneducated mother could never understand what her son was studying. Yet when her son asked, she chose to support him unconditionally. These words may not be splendid, but Chen Lu was struck by a simple impact, feeling a bit teary. The money was still not enough. She decided to borrow money from his mentor, Lu Qing. The mentor wanted to refuse this student who, in his view, had gone astray but was still stubbornly delusional. Coincidentally, at this time, the romantic rival Ol Kong appeared. It turned out that Ol Kong had also been Lu Qing's student before. In the words of the mentor, she and Ol Kong were his most proud students. What's more surprising is that Ol Kong was willing to lend money to He agreed, for the sake of continuous publication, even if this person was his romantic rival. What he didn't expect was that Ol Kong was not only lending money to him for publishing, but also wanted to act as a guarantor and lend money to Jiang Shui to study abroad. Jiang Shui asked He for his opinion again. What could He say? Stop his girlfriend from studying abroad? Ruin her prospects? Perhaps young people are like this, thinking that time and distance can never defeat their love. At this moment, Chen Lu almost foresaw the outcome of this couple. The mentor once said something that left a deep impression on He. Exploration means loneliness. Pity that the mentor himself had forgotten that he ever said this. He staked everything on his continuous theory, even though the school did not agree to list continuous theory as a key research topic. Of course, they did not agree. No one in the world thought this was useful stuff. About this, she said calmly and sadly, "Actually, I know this. Yes, I admit it definitely has no use. Honestly, I am more aware of this than anyone else." As he said this, she felt as if something inside him was gradually shattering into dregs, shattering into dust. "I must complete it. This is my fate, even if it means self-publishing." He embarked on this path unhesitatingly. Later, he received a letter from his girlfriend about complaints and pains in life. Later still, he learned that Ol Kong had given up his local job and went to be with Jiang Shui. These still couldn't make He change his mind. He was like a gambler, staking all the chips he had in his hands. He eventually self-published his theory of microcontinuity. Xia Chuanfeng wiped her sweat, occasionally looking back at the dozens of bundles of books filling the car. Each book was thicker than a brick, and each volume was divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower, giving her a profound sense of awe. This reminded Xia Chuanfeng of her own early schooling over 40 years ago, when she as a little girl revered the authors of textbooks. Think about it. So many people read the same book, and the teachers also use this book to mark exams and grade papers. Books are the standard, the most incredible thing in the world, and the people who write books are of course even more incredible. And now, These books were all written by her son. The mother is happy. She proudly boasted to her neighbors. My Xiaoxi published a book. She pointed to the bundles of hefty volumes, feeling extremely delighted, seemingly the most content and proud she has ever felt in her life. Just hearing someone praise her, Xia Chuanfang felt like she was about to faint from joy. Her face was hot, her heart thumping rapidly, her body filled with strength. She almost single-handedly carried dozens of bundles of books upstairs. All sorts of ailments like shoulder periarthritis, lumbar muscle strain seemed to have healed. Once so many books entered the room, it immediately made the room too small. So Xia Chuanfang tirelessly adjusted the position of the furniture, eventually stacking the books into a square mountain of books, all spines facing outwards, so that everyone entering the door could see the book titles and Heishi's embossed name. Xia Chuanfang then began to tidy up the pile of packaging materials. Chapter 1281, 1068, The Heartbroken_3. She stopped from time to time, tilting her head to examine the mountain of books, bursting into hearty laughter. Perhaps Heishi was somewhat heartbroken. He had finally lost his girlfriend Jiang Shui. On the day Ol Kong went to the elementary school, their similar heights made Heishi feel like a dwarf. The tutor was right. No one was interested in Heishi's research. The tutor did indeed take a set and stuffed 400 yuan into his hand before leaving without a word. After his figure had gone far away, Heishi saw him shaking his head slightly and tossing the books into the trash bin by the road. It was Lu Qing's action that truly made Heishi realize. The microcontinuum was indeed useless, not even worthy of being taken home as an ornament. The sky seemed to have a sweat-stained passbook fluttering back and forth. Heishi's ears once again seemed to hear his mother's words that day. This is the money for the factory buying out Mom's 27 years of work. Heishi gulped down some beer, grinning stupidly. 27 years, 324 months, 9,855 days. This was half of his mother's life. But a voice inside Heishi said, in this world the only one you don't have to feel guilty about is your mother. The mountain of books was still swaying in front of Heishi's eyes. Finally, one day, just as Heishi got home, his mother happily said that several sets of books had been sold to XX Library. Xia Chuanfang spoke with pride, flaunting the banknotes in her hand. Yet when Heishi went there, the librarian said that the catalog did not have this set of books, and it was not to be found on the shelves for mathematics. Heishi insisted it must be there. It must just have not been registered, asking the librarian to check again. The librarian couldn't argue and went to search the shelves again, and indeed found a set. At that moment, Heishi felt as if he was going to faint. He breathed in the fragrance of the ink deeply, trembling hands tenderly passing over the surface of the books, as if caressing his own life, with large tear drops falling on the title page. Why is this book placed in the literature section? The librarian suddenly grabbed the book, flipping the cover open roughly, and then became angry. This isn't our book. There's no stamp. Yes, it must have been that crazy woman who barged in yesterday looking for someone, sneaking it in. The librarian threw the book angrily onto the ground outside. I told you she was a lunatic, didn't think we'd find out. She was stunned. He didn't know how he had gotten back home, as if his whole person had fallen apart. As soon as he stepped through the door, Xia Chuanfang, smiling from ear to ear, pointed to the steadily shrinking mountain of books. Today the city library bought another 2 volumes, as did Shuguang Middle School and Yuing Elementary School. Heishi's spirit flickered for a moment. It was as if his mind was about to explode. Ol Kong had come back for a visit. Heishi went to see him. When discussing how to repay the debt, Ol Kong suddenly sneezed. The air in Qin continent is too terrible. While speaking, Ol Kong pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his nose. On the handkerchief was a clear river, with white snowflakes drifting in the sky. Ol Kong sneezed. Heishi's friend Ol Mai scratched his head and said, then Heishi went insane. I don't understand what happened exactly. I saw it just like that. It's really strange. What happened next? Psychiatrist Lu Kuzhou looked expectantly at the babbling Ol Mai. Heishi charged over and pinched Ol Kang's nose, mumbling about you having to blow your nose. He also snatched Ol Kang's handkerchief. Ol Mai smiled wryly. After snatching it, he pressed his face against it, turning it over and over, kissing it. Ol Mai shook his head in disgust. It was covered in slimy snot. After that, he stopped talking, didn't say a single word. No matter what others did, he wouldn't speak. The doctor said it would be difficult to treat. I told Xia Chuanfang in a low voice. But Xia Chuanfang didn't hear this sentence. All her thoughts had already shifted to He Shi. From the moment she laid eyes on He Shi, her gaze changed, becoming calm and resolute. He Shi was right in front of her, her son right in front of her, which gave her an inexplicable sense of solidity. Her mood was vastly different from just a few minutes ago. He Shi had stopped talking, his lips tightly sealed, shutting off his interactions with the world, and he looked like he might never speak again. But what does it matter? He Shi couldn't speak when he was born either. In Xia Chuanfang's eyes, He Shi now was just like when he was a child, painfully obedient, painfully quiet. He Shi had gone mad. No one knew how he had become insane. Perhaps it was because of that handkerchief, the final straw that broke the camel's back. Having read up to this point, Chen-Lu felt a bit bewildered. The story was down to its last 2 pages. Yet Chen-Lu couldn't begin to guess how the story would end. Truly insane. Was it the protagonist, He Shi, who had gone mad? Or was it the author Chu Kuang? Why write it like this? No hope, no light, no twist. He Shi had gambled his life, only to end in madness. From the perspective of a science fiction author, Chen-Lu couldn't understand. No, even just as a reader, Chen-Lu couldn't understand. Such a tone of despair. What was the meaning of a story like this? Perhaps all the meaning would be revealed in the ending. Chun-Li's fingers trembled involuntarily, flipping to the last 2 pages. The next moment, suddenly, Chun-Li's eyes bulged. His breathing became incredibly rapid. He was wrapped in a tremendous shock, feeling a tingling in the depths of his scalp, goosebumps clamoring to emerge. Chapter 1282. 1068 The Heartbroken_4. The Heartbroken. The Grand Finale. I am He Hongwei. Recently, I haven't met a single guest, even though the outside world's passion for this epic-making event has reached a fever pitch. I have been writing a document these last few days. In fact, it only involved writing down a few people's names, along with a brief explanation, but every time I wrote a word, a long sigh would roll across my heart, and when I wrote the last person's name, I could almost not hold the pen in my hand. Now, I stand with this document, less than half a page, on the highest award podium in the scientific community. Any assessment of my award-winning project would not be an exaggeration, because my laboratory and I won the award for the Grand Unified Field Equations. This is humanity's greatest scientific dream. In some sense, it is the ultimate understanding of mankind. Me. It's me. In the first-person perspective of the novel, this omnipresent I witnesses He Shi's entire life. However, Chen-Lu had never overthought about who this I really was, simply seeing it as a narrative technique presenting a god's eye view. Now Chen-Lu understands. This I is He Hongwei from a distant future, who made epic-making progress in science and technology through He Shi's theory of microcontinuity. In order to understand the creative background of theory of microcontinuity, He Hongwei traveled back in time through the time machine to witness He Shi's life. And at this moment, he stands on the highest award podium in the future scientific community and emotionally says, if it wasn't for He Shi, the completion of the Grand Unified Theory would still be far in the future. 150 years ago, He Shi completed the theory of microcontinuity independently. Then he was a lone explorer. 150 years later, this scientific discovery was further developed by He Hongwei, eventually leading to the birth of the Grand Unified Field Equations. On the stage, He Hongwei emotionally says, it was purely because of his mother that the original theory of microcontinuity was preserved until today, though this was not her intention. Initially, she just wanted to deceive her son to liberate him from his pain. Looking back, she must have had a mother's intuition that a tragedy was about to occur and how desperately she wanted to prevent it. With her understanding, she had no idea what was actually written in it, no idea of the significance of this book, which is why she secretly placed this monumental work in an elementary school's library. From an outsider's perspective, her actions might seem absurd and laughable, but she was just following a mother's thought. She always knew only one thing, that her child was good, that these were the matters her good child chose to pursue. I do not deny that the original theory of microcontinuity had no significance in Hishi's time, but what I want to say is that some things should not be overly expected to yield returns. You shouldn't expect them to produce beautiful leaves and flowers, because they are roots. This is what a mother taught me. Mothers never expect any returns from their children, but please believe that our beloved children will eventually repay their mothers. In the novel, she had remained silent for the next 20 years. The doctors said he had completely lost his ability to speak. But He Hongwei obtained a recording made by the hospital shortly before Hishi's death as part of his medical records. It was just 2 days after his mother's death. We can never know if it was because Hishi lost his support after his mother's death, or although he had gone mad, was subconsciously trying to live just a bit longer than his mother as perhaps the only way he could repay her. Let's listen now. The recording was played on the highest award podium. The background noise was loud, with many people talking. It seemed there were several doctors present. Give up. A deep voice rang out. He's beyond help now. It's 7:10. Note the time. Down. Okay. I'll get things wrapped up. A younger voice suddenly rose. My God, the patient is talking. He is speaking. Impossible. The deep voice resounded again. He hasn't spoken a word in 20 years, and besides, he can't possibly have the strength to speak. But then, the deep voice suddenly stopped, as if something was discovered. It quieted down around. At this moment, a voice as if corroded by years of seawater could be heard struggling to say something. Mom, Mom, the voice muttered somewhat indistinctly. Mom, Mom, he called out again, unmistakably clear. Chen Li's tears poured down like rain. Chapter 1283, 1069, Breaking Defenses One After Another. This book doesn't rely on any hardcore scientific theories, and the so-called microcontinuity manuscript doesn't have a specific description, not to mention the time machine, which is only mentioned in passing. However, none of these things detract from the novel's brilliance. Chen Lu sobbed uncontrollably. The heartbroken. It wasn't until he finished reading that Chen Lu realized what the heartbroken truly meant. At that moment, wasn't he himself the heartbroken? He pulled out a tissue. Chen Lu vigorously wiped his nose. After all these years, Chen Lu had read countless sci-fi novels, but only this one had made him cry uncontrollably. He found it almost impossible to judge the heartbroken accurately and objectively, or even to think about what kind of work it should be counted as in the field of science fiction. I'm going to cry to death. Completely defenseless. Turns out mother's love can be a theme in sci-fi. Before this, Chen Lu thought about giving Chu Kuang some tips based on his science fiction writing experience, but now he finds himself learning from the other. No, I shouldn't be the only one crying. Maybe this is the reaction everyone has after being depressed. Immediately, Chen Lu opened the group chat that had discussed Chu Kuang before and began typing at lightning speed. Go read Chu Kuang's sci-fi novel. It's so good, unbelievably good. If it's not good, you can come and hit me. Chen Lu, swear on my name. The group had been quiet, but as Chen Li's messages went out, it finally got lively again. Mr. Chen, what's going on? Hacked. It doesn't sound like Mr. Chen's style. Isn't Mr. Chen usually very cool and distant? Chu Kuang, the Qin continent author we just discussed? Mr. Chen read his sci-fi? Everyone almost thought Chen Li's account had been hacked, because in this group, Chen Lu is considered a GOAT sci-fi author. Someone of this caliber rarely speaks in the group, and when he does, he's usually cool and terse. When has he ever sent so many messages at once? Fortunately, Chen Lu added, would a hacker bother to recommend a book to you? Many people were no longer doubtful. Quite a few responded, going to read it now. Chen Lu was immediately filled with contentment, but his eyes were still red. Now he's just waiting for these people to come back and cry with him in a storm of tears. And on the blog, Chu Kuang's readers had finally finished The Heartbroken. Boom. The comments section exploded. Everyone is Chen Lu. Everyone is the heartbroken, a story that is tough for anyone to withstand. Your mother sobbed herself into a faint. I've used up all my tissues. My mom asked me what's wrong. I didn't even know how to explain. It's not because of a breakup this time. Damn, this old rascal tricked my tears out again. That's why I always remind you guys to keep a close watch on the old rascal's pen. He really knows how to write. He can really write. Everything he writes is so Chu Kuang, so torturing. Old rascal, are you even human? You didn't change the genre at all. Everything you write spells one word. Torture. You just aren't satisfied until you've hurt the readers in every possible way, right? Countless people cursed vehemently. So many were utterly defenseless. This novel evoked everyone's most terrible memories of Chu Kuang. That's just how he is. He's always like this. Every time when you're feeling happy, he mercilessly stabs you in the heart, chilling to the core. Yes, the final twist indeed vindicated the protagonist. But what end did the protagonist meet in his own era? His mentor didn't understand. His friends despised him. Not to mention his girlfriend ran off with someone else, a classic cuckoldry plot. However, the most devastating part of this novel is that everyone could totally accept Jiang Shui falling into the arms of O.L. Kong. Because the protagonist went mad. He couldn't speak, closed off his heart, and became vegetative. Compared to this, everything else seemed trivial. This is definitely the most tragic protagonist Chu Kuang has ever created, bar none. But if it were just pure torment, and it couldn't truly touch the reader's hearts, then this old rascal insanely crafted a deeply touching story, portraying maternal love in such vivid detail between the lines that readers, while cursing him vehemently, couldn't deny how moving the story was. Xia Chuanfang's character really hits you in the feels. He Hongwei proved that He-Shi's creations could change the world, but his mother, Xia Chuanfang, is the greatest hero behind it all. A mother's entire life devoted to protecting He-Shi. Even when He-Shi became a vegetative person, even when He-Shi went crazy and friends found him disgusting, his mother never left his side. Did Xia Chuanfang ever reprimand the protagonist for his stubbornness, even once? Xia Chuanfang would only blame him for drinking, for not dressing properly, for dining out. But when the protagonist decided to self-publish his work, she spent all her savings, giving all she had. And even when those savings went down the drain, she didn't complain at all, secretly. Stuffing He-Shi's books into libraries, lying to her son that people took an interest in them. If it weren't for that ending, I wouldn't have ended up crying like a dog. Mom, these calls can shatter one's heart. He-Shi spent his whole life studying microcontinuity, and the old rascal spent his studying how to make readers cry. This bastard, he's definitely targeting us. The more I hate this guy, the more I love him. So frustrating. What are you waiting for? Why not quickly share such healing content with your good friends, like your brothers? Damn it. That's right. I must share it with my dearest and closest brothers. This is a short story. Chu Kuang didn't set any limit on sharing. Everyone could forward it. Very quickly, countless people chose to share. Perhaps Chu Kuang's readers had been infected by some bad habit, as these people shared while providing cover. The latest masterpiece by teacher Chu Kuang, a novel that warms your heart. If you don't laugh after reading it, hit me. The most heart-healing work of the year. Everyone come look. Chu Kuang has turned over a new leaf. Titled The Heartbroken, but actually captures all the laughter and voices of the world. The publicity was very effective. Perhaps it has something to do with the deep affection people have for the pen name Chu Kuang. With a swish, this novel suddenly spread like wildfire across the entire internet. For a time, more and more people clicked in, and at that moment, Lin Yuan, after a long wait, opened the comments section again, finally revealing a contented smile. Science fiction check-in successful. Chapter 1284, 1070. The Return Ceremony of the Old Rascal. Novel circles across all continents. The writers also finished reading The Heartbroken. Actually, when they first clicked into this novel, they were just curious whether it was truly a science fiction novel. However, after finishing it, everyone completely forgot their original intention, with only one thought in their hearts. It has begun. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, has started again. I finally understand why Chu Kuang's readers are so crazy about sending him razor blades. I feel like sending him some too. As a reader of Chu Kuang, are you sure you won't get depressed? How does this guy do it, so effortlessly torturing people to the extreme? Yet while cursing him, people have to admit through clenched teeth that his writing is indeed touching and worthy of tears. The familiar flavor. Damn it, it's my first time crying while reading a sci-fi novel. This really is a person you love and hate at the same time, tortured so naturally and so justifiably. He's back. After more than half a year, that life-tormenting old rascal Chu Kuang is back. Yes, the Chu Kuang who delights in making readers cry is back. Amid countless readers' shares, the entire net across all continents began to go viral. A huge topic effect easily broke through the hot search on blogs. Hashtag the heartbroken hashtag. Hashtag Chu Kuang returns hashtag. Hashtag most heart-wrenching sci-fi hashtag. The hot search is the weather vane of news. All the big verses caught the code of wealth immediately, and they started to share without even reading the heartbroken first. At the same time, the official response from the blogs was also quite swift, promptly arranging for promotional campaigns, the kind that sends push notifications directly to users' phones. Since the three brothers settled into the blogs, whenever the three brothers made a stir, the blog always played a role in fueling the flames behind the scenes. Who would have thought that these three would be the blog's traffic giants? And after such manipulation by the blog, literally countless readers of Chu Kuang were awoken, a massive anticipation sweeping through instantly. The old rascal has a new book? This time it's a science fiction theme. God knows how many people were silently waiting for the old rascal's new work. Suddenly, an even larger crowd of users swarmed in, all for Chu Kuang's new piece. Only, after finishing this novel, people realized they had once again fallen into Chu Kuang's old rascal trap and nearly had a mental breakdown. This is too intense. Even if you cover up the author's name, I can guess who the bastard that wrote this is. Only this old rascal can be so outrageously insane. Make me cry. Everyone just cry. Minors, please read. Accompanied by a parent, so that at least the whole family can cry together. What are the heartbroken? Before, at least this guy used to disguise it a bit, but now he's not even bothering with that. The title already gives it all away. Too familiar. Familiar to the point of a weird sense of intimacy. Chu Kuang the old rascal is still that Chu Kuang the old rascal. In Wei Continent, Chen Lu looked forward to the chat group, waiting very patiently. Finally, he got what he was waiting for. The silent chat group was broken by a voice message. An author, with a sobbing tone, said, "Mr. Chun, you're too dirty." Soon after, the group chat's refresh rate was off the charts. It's killing me. At my age, I simply cannot handle this. This kind of soft sci-fi handles the plot too well. I never imagined a sci-fi novel could be so heartbreaking. This Chu Kuang is quite interesting. Written so well, two threads moving forward together. One is motherly love, the other is he-she's research. I thought motherly love was just an embellishment, but it turned out to be the soul of the story, while he-she's research was more to serve the plot. Eventually, the two threads converge seamlessly. This writing technique isn't something most people can manage. Not to mention He Hongwei's presence, which in the end puts the novel in sort of reverse mode, and uses this character to thread all the pearls together, instantly triggering everyone's tear ducts. Mr. Chen had no good intentions recommending us this short story. Only today did I realize how developed my tear ducts are. Who can withstand this? Do they all write sci-fi like this in Qin Continent? Look, Chen Lu smiled. It proved that human joys and sorrows could indeed resonate. At that moment, everyone was heartbroken. This team might continue to grow. Chen Lu took a deep breath and, using his author's main account, wrote the following words on the largest online platform in Wei Continent. I read a sci-fi novel today and was greatly shocked. The name of this novel is The Heartbroken. The author is Chu Kuang from Qin Continent, and you can read it on his blog. In Wei Continent, Chu Kuang's fame might not be particularly great, but after reading his The Heartbroken, I think you will be deeply impressed by him. If interested, you can also check out Chu Kuang's other novels. Chen Lu recommended a book. As an author of his caliber, he had a substantial number of fans. Moreover, the specific mention that The Heartbroken was a sci-fi novel made it even more intriguing for readers in Wei Continent. In fact, not just Chen Lu. After finishing The Heartbroken, other authors in Wei Continent were also deeply moved and spontaneously promoted it online. Consequently, The Heartbroken successfully entered the sight of many Wei people. Speaking of experience, the people of Wei surely have far more experience in reading sci-fi than any other continent. Yet when the readers of Wei Continent finally finished reading this sci-fi novel with a rather light sci-fi flavor, they were still inevitably captivated. A certain forum in Wei continent. This Chu Kuang is indeed as good as his reputation. What do you mean? Just search for this guy's information online, and you'll find out he's the person whose work has incited reader riots several times. He is well known in all the states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao. It's completely understandable why the readers would riot. It makes me really want to check out his other works. He has many classic pieces. Personally, I highly recommend The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy, which I just finished reading in the past few months. Wait, wuxia, does anyone still read that now? Go and read it, and you'll understand. His wuxia is different from the others. Wuxia is nothing. This old rascal has also written fairy tales, detective fiction, suspense novels, fantasy sports novels, and many more. Once you look him up, you'll understand just how terrifying he is. That sounds freaking terrifying. Let me share a fun fact with you. In Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, everyone knows that Xianyu of the south and Chu Kuang of the north are renowned figures. On par with Xianyu, Chu Kuang may not be well known to the people of Wei continent, but Xianyu is a name known to everyone. Just like a door knocker, Chu Kuang knocked on the door of Wei continent readers with the heartbroken. The still integrating readers of Wei continent began to recognize this superstar author from Qin continent. And for those who were familiar with Chu Kuang, for the old rascal, this, the heartbroken, which quickly became popular across the net in a short span, was a grand return ceremony. Chapter 1285, 1071. The young readers seem a bit unconvinced. Chu Kuang's new book skyrockets across the internet. Old rascal releases new book. Netizens, it's the smell of home. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, dabbles in science fiction? Aiming for sci-fi, is there any genre Chu Kuang can't write? Chu Kuang once again expands into a new field, science fiction. New book chooses sci-fi. Is Chu Kuang aiming for the Wei continent market? Chu Kuang's blog speaks, leaving the new book's genre to readers' choice. Readers struggle as they're once again outwitted by the old rascal. The next day, as soon as Lin Yuan turned on his phone, he saw these news headlines. Chu Kuang's comeback seemed to have caused quite a stir. Even the media was agitated. He didn't pay too much attention to it. After having breakfast, Lin Yuan headed to the company. During his absence, a pile of work had accumulated at the office. Although most tasks in the 9th floor's composition department were handled by the deputy director Wu Yong, there were some documents that required Lin Yuan's signature. Mr. Lin. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the company, everyone who saw him subconsciously stood up to greet him, their faces full of admiration. Good morning. Lin Yuan greeted everyone as he walked, noticing that some employees were holding eggs while saying hello to him. What's with the eggs? A special company event? Entering the office, Lil Gudong also ran over excitedly. When Lin Yuan saw that he too was holding an egg, he finally couldn't help but ask, "What's this about?" "You don't know?" Gudong brought that up and got irritated. "It's all thanks to your good brother Chu Kuang. Many people read Chu Kuang's novel yesterday and cried their eyes out. So this morning, eggs are especially popular in the cafeteria because everyone is using them to soothe their eyes." Lin Yuan. Does it need to be this big of a deal? With a somewhat guilty cough, Lin Yuan instructed Gudong to bring up the backlog of work documents for him to sign without looking at them. In the company, Lin Yuan was practically a signature machine. In his department, Deputy Director Wu Yong handled almost everything. And of course, no one expected Lin Yuan to personally take care of official business. The same went for the departments under Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing. These maestros were all signature tools, the kind that wouldn't touch a drop of water. And if there was any problem with the work, they would look for the deputy directors, not daring to trouble the three maestros. After an hour of busyness, Lin Yuan managed to finish a few months' worth of work. "I can knock off now," Lin Yuan muttered softly to himself. Gu Shi, who was nearby, twitched. "You can't be too brazen. You've only been in the office for 1 hour. Why don't you watch this video? I found it extremely interesting. I stayed up late last night watching it." "What is it?" "It's a series of videos that have recently gone viral on video sites across all continents, called Middle State People's Reactions to Xianyu's Songs." Huh. Lin Yuan was stumped. This kind of thing seemed pretty popular in the Celestial Dynasty, like foreigners reacting to such and such song, and the like. Unexpectedly, it had also become popular in Blue Star. Gucci selectively showed Lin Yuan a video. The star of the video was said to be a middle state musician. The host recorded the person's reaction to Lin Yuan's performance of Exaggeration on the Masked Singer stage. Halfway through listening, the middle state person was shocked. They excitedly said, "Seeing you is terrifying. I can't imagine how middle state, after joining the union, will face such a formidable opponent." The bullet comments were bursting with excitement. Countless viewers were typing things like, "Prince of Lonling YYDS." Lin Yuan's eyes also caught a video from the same series titled Middle State People's Reactions to Dollar Bump, and he nearly died of secondhand embarrassment. Don't underestimate this video series. Gu Dong spoke with enthusiasm. These videos are being watched by people in Middle State too. It's all because of your astounding performance at the Blue Song Olympics. Many Middle State people are eagerly digging into your previous works. Archaeology. Right, archaeology. I got it. If there's nothing else, I'm heading off now. Gu Dong watched speechlessly as Lin Yuan, who had been at the company for less than 2 hours, walked off from work with an air of indignant righteousness. Downstairs, Lin Yuan ran into Yang Zhoming face to face. "What's this? Off from work. And you are? Coming to work. Leaving early, huh? You're the one who's late." The receptionist girls watched the scene in a daze. One leaves early and the other comes late, yet both have the guts to act so entitled. You two are really two peas in a pod. Lin Yuan's early departure was not to go home, but mainly to visit the studio. Shadow Studio. Jean Mu was leisurely enjoying his tea when he suddenly saw Lin Yuan and excitedly stood up. "The missing person has returned. I've been to the Blue Song Olympics." "You really don't have to explain so seriously. Anything going on here?" "There's good news." "What is it?" "This month, the average blog traffic has caught up with Tribe." "Caught up?" Lin Yuan's mood brightened instantly. This was indeed good news because Lin Yuan was a shareholder of the blog. The higher the blog's traffic, the more generous Lin Yuan's year-end bonus would be. At the time Lin Yuan had just joined the blog, its traffic was much worse compared to Tribe, so catching up was quite an achievement. It evened out last night. Jean Mu laughed. "Last night you posted a sci-fi short story, attracting a lot of new users, even drawing a sizable number of registered users from Wei Continent, all because of your novel. If possible, you could write 1 or 2 more short stories for the blog to help stabilize the traffic." "Okay, anything else?" "There's another thing related to Shadow. Do you remember Tangy?" "I remember. In order to undermine Tribe Comics, Han Jimei poached several comic artists, including Tang Yi. At that time, each artist received a comic from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan remembered that the comic Tang Yi got was Magical Girl Madoka. "So here's the thing," Jean Mu said. "Magical Girl Madoka is finished, and she is not sure which theme to pick for the new comic. It seems she wants to get another one from you, given our previous promises." "Oh," Lin Yuan nodded. "I'll give it to her later." "Sure." Having become accustomed to Lin Yuan's astonishing ways, Jean Mu was no longer shocked. She hopes the new comic can be more girl-oriented. Then, staying in the studio until noon, Jean Mu called over Lin Yuan's comic apprentices, and they all had a meal with Lin Yuan. These apprentices knew Shadow and Xian Yu were the same person, so there was no shortage of congratulations at the table. After the meal, Lin Yuan returned home. Lin Yuan logged onto Chu Kuang's account on his phone and checked the comments for The Heartbroken. Then the corner of his forehead twitched slightly. "Hey, it seems like the young readers are not entirely convinced, huh?" Chapter 1286, 1072, The Wandering Earth. The flavor is different from last night. Today, the readers have come up with something new again. I don't know who the wise guy was who started it, but there's a new rhythm in the comments section. We've been fooled by the old rascal. Although I admit The Heartbroken is fantastic, the level of sci-fi elements in it can't really be considered a science fiction novel, can it? Exactly. At most, it could be considered soft sci-fi. What soft sci-fi counts as sci-fi? I don't care, we want hard sci-fi. What's that? What is soft sci-fi, and what is hard sci-fi? Hard sci-fi is work based on sciences like physics, chemistry, biology, astronomy, psychology, medicine, etc., while soft sci-fi, as opposed to hard sci-fi, is a sci-fi subgenre that focuses on themes and plots revolving around philosophy, psychology, political science, or sociology. This, The Heartbroken, is essentially a novel with motherhood as its theme. The sci-fi elements in this novel are merely embellishments, not the main branches. Hey, old rascal. If I call for hard sci-fi, do you dare to answer? We want hardcore, full of imaginative science fiction. If it's just soft sci-fi, what's the difference? From micro-stories like Hey, Come Out? In the early years, the old rascal seemed to have written an artificial beauty. Strictly speaking, these are all actually soft sci-fi, lacking any real scientific description. I must say, some readers really know their stuff. The Hey, Come Out that Lin Yuan wrote before is indeed a sci-fi theme, but it's too short, truly lacking the hardcore stuff, including artificial beauty as well. These kinds of novels actually wear a sci-fi skin, telling a story that is not so sci-fi, which is why everyone forgot that Chu Kuang had already written stories with sci-fi elements. Alright, hard sci-fi it is. Lin Yuan is somewhat excited now. Jean Mu just suggested that he write some short stories to help stabilize blog traffic, so why not take this opportunity to write a hard sci-fi piece? Of course, it'll still be a short story. Short stories are easier to write. If it were a novel, it wouldn't be suitable for posting on the blog, too much of a loss. And besides, considering the reading experience, long-form sci-fi is indeed more suitable for publication in book form to let readers buy and read at home at their leisure. No more nonsense. Keyboard, here we go again. Lin Yuan opened the notebook on his desk. Fingers began to tap on the keyboard. Eyes sparkled with bright light. Come forth, Big Lu. Let's play hard. Lin Yuan wants to write Big Lu's works. Of course, not something like his grandiose The Three-Body Problem series. That would be quite a dimensional reduction, knowing that besides the Three-Body Problem series, Big Lu has many other widely acclaimed short and medium-length sci-fi stories, such as one called The Wandering Earth. That's right, it's The Wandering Earth. This novel, adapted into a film, gained fame globally, lavishly praised by countless people, showing the world the rise of Celestial Dynasty's sci-fi cinema. In fact, the brilliance of Big Lu's original novels is by no means inferior to that of their film counterparts. If anything, it is all the more remarkable. Of course, on Blue Star, the novel's name definitely can't continue to be The Wandering Earth, which Lin Yuan finds quite regrettable. How about Wandering Planet? Or Wandering Blue Star? In any case, this work can be considered hard sci-fi by the vast majority, with many of its scientific fantasies being quite interesting. The good thing is, although the name of Earth has to be changed, Blue Star is essentially a parallel world to Earth, and the universe it resides in is no different from Earth's. So Lin Yuan doesn't have to fuss about changing other things, which is quite fitting in this respect. That being said, there's actually no standard division between hard science fiction and soft science fiction, neither on Earth nor on Blue Star. It's quite a subjective matter. It's impossible to distinguish precisely. Even science fiction writers can only generally lean towards a broad concept, but unquestionably, Big Lu's work is undoubtedly closer to what many people conventionally understand as a science fiction novel than the controversial The Heartbroken. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan clattered away at the keyboard. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, I will continue to publish my new science fiction work on the blog. This time, Lin Yuan isn't planning to slap faces on the spot. Finishing it every time so quickly isn't quite proper. Having a little buffer time might make it easier for everyone to accept. And also, by doing this, I can drum up some excitement for the blog, drawing readers from all continents with advance notice. Tomorrow night at 8? A new science fiction work? Chu Kuang's blog is constantly watched by countless people, and many saw the message the moment it was posted, so the comments section got even livelier. That's what I like about you. A model worker among writers. Other writers take a cup of black cow and a pack of cigarettes. 2,000 some words written in a day. They simply can't compare with the old rascal. That's not the point. The point is it's science fiction. This old rascal is actually going to write science fiction again, but I suspect he might try to fob us off with soft science fiction again. After all, this thing has nothing to do with whether a writer can make up stories or not. Without a certain amount of scientific knowledge, it's really not easy. Not necessarily. This old rascal just likes to go against the readers. We say he writes soft science fiction. Maybe this time he might actually write hard science fiction? I don't believe it. Dare him to write hard science fiction. If Chu Kuang could write a universally recognized hard science fiction work, I'll eat. No, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair on the spot. Thought you were going to trick us into another treat. Among Chu Kuang's readers, the proportion of science fiction fans isn't high, but there's still a vast base. And with everyone egging on, the comments section was all about science fiction discussions for a while. Meanwhile, the news of Chu Kuang writing another science fiction novel spread in the literary world, immediately pulling everyone's attention back again. Again? And it's science fiction? Is he picking a fight with the readers? The writer who bickers with readers every day is probably the only old rascal like this on the whole blue star. Or to say, only the old rascal dares to play this game. How do other authors treat readers? Aren't they all obsequiously polite, afraid to upset the readers and smash their own rice bowls? What people didn't know was, the bigwigs of the tribe were holding a meeting at the moment. Our traffic is constantly being eroded by the blog. Now that the old rascal Chu Kuang has come back, he keeps attracting attention from all sides. If this continues, our tribe will sooner or later be wiped out by the blog. We need to figure out a way to draw some attention. What can we do? Isn't he going to post another science fiction novel the day after tomorrow? Let's go to Wei Continent and find a big-name science fiction writer. Invite them to write a science fiction novel for the blog. It has to be hard science fiction. Hard science fiction? Because what Chu Kuang writes is all soft science fiction. We will use hard science fiction. We must not only beat him, but also let him understand what real science fiction is. So who should we find? I know someone. Then contact them quickly. I've already been in contact. He is a top science fiction writer from Wei Continent, and he happens to have a manuscript on hand, a really hardcore science fiction new work. Who is it? Huyan Dabo. I've read his books, awesome. If it were not for that damn Ling Kong, we wouldn't be in the situation we're facing today. I feel like killing him right now. Chapter 1287, 1073, Huyan Dabo. Whoosh. It's not the sky that's raining. It's Lin Yuan typing away. So diligent. While typing, Lin Yuan also reviewed the entire content of the wandering Earth in his mind. Centuries ago, scientists discovered abnormal activity inside the sun. According to scientific predictions, it would produce a violent explosion called a helium flash, expanding into a vast and dim red giant star, completely engulfing the Earth. The only way for humanity to survive was to embark on interstellar migration. The only viable destination for humans was Proxima Centauri, 4.3 light-years away. Thus, the United Human Government consolidated all resources, building over 10,000 Earth engines, planning to take the Earth out of the solar system within 2,500 years, a span of 100 generations, to reach the vicinity of Proxima Centauri. In order for Earth to travel in the direction humans desired, it was first necessary to use the planetary engines to stop the Earth's rotation. This process took 42 years and was known as the Breaking Era. The sun no longer rose and set within a day. Half of the Earth would be in perpetual daylight, while the other half in eternal night. The sun became something terrifying. For children who had never seen the sun, sunrise was a nervous and frightening event. It was in such an apocalyptic setting that Earth embarked on its journey to a new home 4.3 light-years away. The children saw a giant comet appear in the sky. That was the moon. To avoid a collision between Earth and the moon while accelerating, engines were fitted to the moon as well, propelling it away. When Earth neared Jupiter, it would utilize the gravity slingshot effect of Jupiter to accelerate itself out of the solar system. The future was no longer boundless. It became fraught with extreme danger. What humanity could see was no longer the blue seas and skies, but the cold walls of underground cities. Education changed. Knowledge was forcibly delineated into hierarchies, and so-called useless subjects truly became useless. School education focused on science and technology, with arts and philosophy minimized to the least possible, as mankind no longer had the luxury for such pursuits. This was the busiest era for humanity, with endless work for everyone. History lessons still existed. However, the history of the pre-sun era became mythic, like tales from the Garden of Eden, to the people. Love disappeared. The union between two people became just a way to escape the loneliness of traversing the vast expanse of ice alone. Marriage fell apart. Our current ethics and customs became insignificant trivialities. After the acceleration aided by Jupiter's gravity, Earth successfully ventured towards the edge of the solar system, and the centuries-long fear of death was finally alleviated. However, there was no jubilation among humankind. Instead, a rebellion erupted. Because someone compared the solar images and found that parameters like luminosity and pixel arrangement had not changed at all from 4 centuries ago. Thus, they exclaimed, "The sun is not going to explode. We've been deceived. Earth has been betrayed. The united government fabricated everything. They want to rule Earth as dictators." Conspiracy theories are always especially seductive. Countless conscientious Earth citizens angrily took up arms, expelling 5,000 officials and scientists of the united government from the Earth Engine Control Center, leaving them on the icy surface of the sea, allowing the intense cold of -100 degrees to slowly take their lives. However, just as the successful revolutionaries were singing "My Son," preparing to revert Earth back to its original orbit, the solar helium flash erupted. Mercury, Mars, Venus. These 3 companion planets of Earth had turned into a wisp of light, smoke amidst radiation reaching hundreds of millions of degrees. Fortunately, by this time, Earth had flown far enough away. Those who have read the novel will notice. The content of the novel and the movie, The Wandering Earth, seem completely different at first glance. The time span of the novel is vast, while that of the movie is quite small. The content that the movie covers only occupies a very small portion of the novel, to the point where many people feel that the movie has only borrowed the original shell of the novel. However, the perspectives of 3 generations of grandparents, grandchildren, and parents presented in the movie, the years in the underground city, the obsession with witnessing a sunrise, and the themes of human persistence and sacrifice, etc. All of them are kernels provided by the novel. It is impossible for the duration of the movie to fully present the grand narrative scale of the novel, something that not even Nolan or Spielberg could achieve, so adaptation is inevitable. When the entire story is revisited, Lin Yuan wrote the last line of the novel, "Ah, Earth, my wandering Earth." The novel of about 23,000 words was completed, but there was still one more thing Lin Yuan needed to do. He replaced all mentions of Earth in the document with blue star. As far as the plot itself was concerned, this had no impact. It was similar to the references to place names in the novel, which Lin Yuan also replaced with certain place names of blue star, as long as the expressed meanings were consistent. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Who could have imagined in that era that this short story, which took Big Lou 2 weeks to complete, costing over $2,000 in draft fees and a Galaxy Award bonus of $2,000, would ultimately be turned into a movie with nearly $5 billion in box office, showing everyone the rise of Celestial Dynasty's sci-fi. In this regard, Big Lou is truly a hero of Chinese sci-fi. The Three-Body Problem series of novels showed the world the rise of Eastern science fiction literature. And The Wandering Earth has shown the world the brilliance of Eastern science fiction cinema. Of course, Lin Yuan admits this was not Big Lou's best science fiction novel, nor even among his best novellas. Before the explosion of its film adaptation, the novel, though it had won the Galaxy Award, was clearly less well-known than other middle and short works like Village Teacher. However, the inherent value of the novel is definitely commendable, and it would not shrink in front of science fiction fans from all over the world. As to why Lin Yuan insisted on choosing this work, because Lin Yuan felt that he could also adapt this novel into a movie in the future. On Blue Star, Lin Yuan could even make up for some of the regrets of The Little Broken Ball, such as making the scenes grander, adjusting some of the criticized plot lines, etc. While Lin Yuan finished writing the novel The Wandering Earth. Over at Tribe, people had already contacted Wei Continent's science fiction writer, Huyen Dabo. At that moment, Huyen Dabo was dining with a friend when he suddenly received a call from a Tribe contact, seeming a bit surprised. Tribe is releasing a new work to compete with Chu Kuang from Qin Continent. Yes, the contact from Tribe laughed. If you agree to this collaboration, you will receive a very substantial reward. And at the same time, you can become famous on all continents of Blue Star just by mentioning Chu Kuang. I refuse. Mr. Huyen Dabo. I am a diehard fan of Mr. Chu Kuang. I will not compete against my idol in the domain I excel in the most. Tribe? After much anticipation for an outside supporter, it turned out they were a brain-dead fan of Chu Kuang? Goddamn. And across from Huyen Dabo, his friend named Chun Lu couldn't contain his smile, slapping his thighs vigorously. Chapter 1288, 1074. Helium Flash Eruption of the Sun. Chun Lu didn't expect that just coming out for a meal with Huyen Dabo would lead to such a hilarious incident. Ha ha ha. Someone actually thought they could hire Huyen Dabo to take down Chu Kuang? Any other science fiction author from Wei Continent might have agreed. Even Chun Lu himself might have. But Huyen Dabo would never, because this guy is Chu Kuang's diehard, old rascal level fan. A hardcore braindead fan. That is the very reason Chun Lu, a person from Wei Continent, came to read Sherlock Holmes, was because of Huyen Dabo's heavy recommendations. In fact, long before Wei Continent joined the Union, Huyen Dabo had already been reading Chu Kuang's novels, even going so far as to ask someone to go to Qin Continent to purchase his works for him. Huyen Dabo has read all of Chu Kuang's works. Yes, all of them. Even many of Chu Kuang's fans wouldn't dare to claim they've read all his novels, but Huyen Dabo has. If he's not a braindead fan, then who is? And even the reason Chun Lu came out to eat with Huyen Dabo today was because he told him that he had just read Chu Kuang's The Heartbroken. This directly hit Huyen Dabo's sweet spot. Huyen Dabo immediately asked Chun Lu out for dinner, gushing nonstop about Chu Kuang's newly released The Heartbroken in the restaurant's private room, his admiration reaching an almost fanatical level. After hanging up the phone, Huyen Dabo rolled his eyes. Chun Lu finally stopped laughing. Don't you want to try a match against your idol? Huyen Dabo shook his head. I wouldn't compete with my idol. I'm still hoping to get an autograph from Mr. Chu one day. Really? Chun Lu teased. I feel that you might not be able to win against Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang has his own understanding of science fiction. It depends on what you mean by understanding, Huyen Dabo said. If it's about who's more hardcore in science fiction, I wouldn't feel inferior. But the criteria for judging the quality of a sci-fi novel is not the quantity of sci-fi elements. When it comes to storytelling ability, I'm not even worthy to carry Chu Kuang's shoes. You know too little about him. If you'd read more of his work, you'd definitely understand what I'm saying. At this point, a look of longing appeared on Huyen Dabo's face. Rather than competing with my idol, I'd prefer having a discussion, sharing some of my personal experiences in science fiction writing. It's just a pity he's so mysterious. I've asked many friends to put in a good word for me, but I've never managed to contact him, which is truly regrettable. Chun Lu. That's what he thought before reading The Heartbroken, too. The expectant look in Huyen Dabo's eyes. I wonder how amazing Mr. Chu's new work will be. This braindead fan. Chun Lu was at a loss for words. But Chun Lu was also looking forward to it, wasn't he? Chun Lu wasn't looking forward to Chu Kuang's science fiction novels, but rather the stories Chu Kuang crafted, regardless of whether they were sci-fi or not. After all, he had no expectations that someone new to the genre could write a hardcore sci-fi fantasy. Just judging by the level of hardcore, there's no need for a writer of Huyen Dabo's level to step in. Even he himself could write something more professional than Chu Kuang. The tribe returned without success. Chu Kuang's new short story will be released on the blog tomorrow, and in such a short time, they simply couldn't find another suitable candidate. This sniping ended without any issue. As the next day arrived, the fans of Chu Kuang have already started to look forward to 8 p.m. Wei Continent. Huyen Dabo was also looking forward to it, and he invited Chun Lu to his home for this occasion. Let's check out Chu Kuang's new work together tonight. Okay, Chun Lu agreed. If he were to be tormented to death again by Chu Kuang, at least he'd have someone by his side when he cries. Yes, through his good friend Huyen Dabo's introduction, Chun Lu had learned about Chu Kuang's writing style. It is said that this guy likes to write heart-wrenching plots with the lead characters facing calamities at every turn, not to mention the distant stories. In Sherlock Holmes, which Chun Lu had read, there was a part where Holmes and his enemy perished together. The detestable nature of the old rascal is evident. Although Holmes was later resurrected, that plot still left a shadow in Chun-Li's heart. During their casual conversation, the clock finally struck 8 o'clock sharp. Huyen Dabo logged onto the blog at the first opportunity, excitedly saying to Chun-Lo, "It's out. It's out. I see it." Chun-Lo looked at Chu Kuang's blog, where a new novel titled Wandering Blue Star had been added under his personal works. Besides that, no other special updates were made, as if he wanted to leave the comments to the readers. Without further idle chat, both of them held their phones and started reading the article. At the same time, the netizens gathered under Chu Kuang's blog account also clicked to read immediately. Approximately 23,000 words. Even at a slow reading pace, one could finish in about an hour. In the room of the two, Chun-Lu had read for less than 10 minutes, and his expression gradually became serious. Next to him, Huyen Dabo's eyes shone, and he suddenly became excited. Interesting. Wandering the cosmos with Blue Star. A highly constructive concept. Even the specific plans are described. This setting is very bold. The epic feeling is strong. It's just that the character development has been cut too much. While reading, the two occasionally exchanged a few words of dialogue, but their eyes never left the reading page. As their reading progressed, they talked less and less. Chapter 1289, 1074. The Sun's Helium Flash Eruption _2. The Age of Breaks. The Age of Escape. The Age of Wandering. The novel is divided into 3 parts, with the protagonist narrating in the first person as a witness to the times, experiencing the wanderings and changes of Blue Star. Wandering Blue Star. This is undoubtedly a wildly imaginative idea. When the future environment of Blue Star becomes unsuitable for human survival, the first solution that comes to mind for many people is actually to build spacecraft to lead humanity into space. This is also mentioned in the novel. The Blue Starians split into 2 factions. Building spacecraft and fleeing is one of the factions. The other faction is the supporter of the Wandering Blue Star plan. These 2 factions were incompatible like fire and water, but eventually, the unified government chose the Wandering Blue Star plan. Because the capacity of the spaceship is limited, it can take away only a few people, and the ecological resources and fuel within the spaceship are not enough to support humanity to fly to a more habitable planet. Moreover, if it really came to that point, who should escape on the spacecraft, and who should remain on Blue Star? In the case of limited spaceship availability, the internal turmoil of humanity would probably exceed all scientists' imaginations. Perhaps this is the decisive reason why the spacecraft faction lost. In the novel, humanity, after enduring hardships, finally succeeded in wandering with Blue Star, escaping the sun that scientists said could explode at any time. However, just then someone discovered the images of the sun 4 centuries ago, and the sun images everyone sees today are identical. The luminosity, pixel arrangement, pixel probability, tier statistics, all parameters are exactly the same. Blue Star still wanders through the starry sky endlessly. Yet this dreadful rumor spread like wildfire across the world. More and more people spontaneously observing the sun with larger, more precise instruments. Later, a civilian group launched a set of probes toward the sun, and 3 months later, the data returned from passing through the solar body confirmed the truth. Compared with 4 centuries before, the sun indeed had no changes. Citizens, Blue Star has been betrayed. Humanity has been betrayed. Civilization has been betrayed. We are all victims of this scam. The sun is still the same sun. It will not erupt, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. It is a symbol of eternity. What has erupted is the sinister ambition of those in the unified government. They concocted all this just to establish their rule of empire. They've destroyed Blue Star. They've ruined human civilization. Citizens, conscientious citizens, take up arms, save our planet. Save human civilization. We must overthrow the unified government's control of the Blue Star engine. Bring our planet back from the cold outer space to its original orbit. Bring it back into the warm embrace of our sun. The unified government lost its credibility. Rebellion erupted like a wildfire. Wherever the rebels went, the people of Blue Star responded en masse. Everyone deeply believed. All of this is a conspiracy of the unified government. The sun is a symbol of eternity. It will never explode. The rebels won. They stormed into the control room of Blue Star. In the control room, more than 5,000 people were still defending, but they ultimately chose to surrender. We could have fought to the end, but that might cause the Blue Star engine to lose control, and if that happened, the over-concentrated fusion material would burn through Blue Star or vaporize all the oceans, so we decided to surrender. We understand everyone, because in a tough struggle that has already lasted for 40 generations and will continue for 100 more, keeping rationality is indeed a luxury. But please also remember all of us, these more than 5,000 people standing here, including the highest officials of the unified government, as well as ordinary privates. We maintained our faith till the end. We all know that we will not live to see the day the truth is proven. But if humanity continues for 10,000 generations, all people in the future will shed tears in front of our graves. This planet called Blue Star is our eternal monument. These 5,000 plus people were escorted out of the control room. During the escort, I saw a little girl lifting a large block of ice with all her strength, furiously smashing it at an old man, her eyes shooting insane fury through the mask. The execution plan came out. The rebels took away the nuclear batteries used for heating on the sealed suits of each person sentenced to death, then threw them onto the icy surface of the ocean, letting the freezing temperatures slowly take their lives. At this time, these most vile and disgraceful criminals in the history of human civilization stood densely packed on the icy sea. On the shore, including me, there were hundreds of thousands of people watching them, hundreds of thousands of teeth clacking loudly, hundreds of thousands of eyes spewing the same fury as that little girl. My son, mother of life, father of all, what is more stable than you? What is more eternal than you? We insignificant beings, less than dust, carbon-based bacteria crowded on a small stone orbiting you, dare to predict your end. How could we be so foolish? Humanity is repenting. 1 hour passed. Although those anti-human criminals on the sea were still standing, there was not a single living person among them. Their blood had frozen. Humanity began to cheer and jump for joy. Together with me, everyone started singing the hymn. That was My Son, carrying people's eternal worship of the sun. Suddenly, humans suddenly couldn't see anything. A few seconds later, everyone's vision gradually returned. The ice fields, coastline, and the crowd on the shore slowly reappeared in the eyes, finally becoming completely clear and even clearer than before, because the world was now enveloped in a strong white light. The blindness of human eyes just now was due to the stimulation from this suddenly emerged strong light. The starry sky did not reappear. All the starlight was overwhelmed by this strong light, as if the entire universe was melted by the strong light. This strong light burst out from a point in space, that point now becoming the center of the universe, right in the direction everyone was just staring at. The direction of the sun. The sun's helium flash erupted. All singing abruptly stopped. The hundreds of thousands of people on the shore froze, seemingly turned into rigid rocks just like those on the sea surface. The sun cast its light and heat towards Blue Star for the last time. The frozen dry ice on the ground was the first to melt, sending up a white steam. The surface of the sea ice began to melt, and due to uneven heating, the giant sea ice layer made earth-shattering sounds. In this suddenly emerged brilliant sunlight, the last members of the Blue Star sect on the sea surface still stood firmly, like over 5,000 statues. 2 hours later, a dark red sphere appeared at the position of the sun, its volume slowly expanding, its splendid life of 5 billion years becoming a fleeting dream. No more light and heat. From afar, the sun now looked like a cold red paper sticker in space, its dark red light, seemingly a scatter of surrounding starlight. This is the fate of the evolution of a low-mass star. A red giant. The sun died. Luckily, there were still people alive. At this moment, Huyen Dabo's mouth was agape in shock, unable to close it for a long time. And next to Huyen Dabo, seeing the ending phrase, my son, almost simultaneously, Chunlu suddenly let out a long and deep sigh. Is it tough? Very tough. Still confident in surpassing him in the professional field? How can a fan be more formidable than the idol? If the fan is more powerful than the idol, then why even read the idol's books? Damn tribe, wanting to kill your daddy. Huyan Dabo felt a pang of guilt. This wasn't a work that could make him and Chun Lu bow in worship, but its quality and completeness were definitely extremely high. Even if placed in the Way Continent's forest of science fiction, it would not pale in comparison. And don't forget, this was just a work that Chu Kuang casually posted on his blog, and also Chu Kuang's first true foray into hard science fiction. Huyan Dabo knew Chu Kuang too well. Given Chu Kuang's style of doing things, so far, he probably was just testing the waters in the field of science fiction. Chapter 1290, 1075. Almost reaching our Way Continent's level. Just like Huyan Dabo and Chun Lu, when Wandering Blue Star was released, too many people clicked to read it. And upon finishing it, the readers' reactions were even more exaggerated than Huyan Dabo's and Chun Li's, especially those sci-fi fans. This is wildly imaginative. The old rascal's brain hole has broken through the sky this time. Wandering Blue Star Project, the evolution of cosmic civilization, an epic backdrop, all the intimidating yet unchallengeable astronomical knowledge smacking me in the face. It really hurts. On purpose. The old rascal is definitely doing this on purpose. Gotta ask since I don't get it. Does this qualify as hard sci-fi? All I can say is, the old rascal's really gotten hardcore this time, lol. The distinction between hard and soft sci-fi is quite subjective anyway. Compared to scientific papers, all sci-fi novels are super soft, but just among sci-fi novels, this can definitely be considered very hard. I even find it too hard sometimes, leading to a lack of micro-level description and pretty much no solid character development. The focus is always on humanity at large, but this shortcoming was greatly rectified in the ending. The ending truly is shocking. Is the solar explosion just the old rascal's wild guess? It's not a wild guess, but based on science. Just like it's written in the story, about 5 billion years from now the sun will enter the red giant phase. As the helium core contracts against gravity and heats up, the hydrogen layers surrounding the core will fuse more quickly due to the increased temperature, resulting in continuous heating, which propagates to the outer layers, causing them to expand. Once the core's temperature reaches a certain threshold, helium fusion will begin, burning and producing carbon. PFF, big shot, take my Neil. What big shot my ass? I just flipped through an encyclopedia online. It's not the same. It's exactly identical. Also, isn't it common knowledge that the sun will eventually explode? Before this, everyone was endlessly debating whether Chu Kuang could really write what's called hard sci-fi. At this moment, the debate comes to a stop. People's focus has completely shifted to the content of the novel itself. Especially those sci-fi loving readers are ecstatic as if they have discovered a new world. What? Got slapped in the face with hard sci-fi by the old rascal? Chu Kuang's readers say. Used to it. Although some silly netizens couldn't help but grumble a few words. This guy can really write, huh? Slapping readers in the face is probably his biggest writing motivation. I was a bit disappointed at the beginning. Felt like the old rascal added too much specialized knowledge just for the sake of hard sci-fi. But the story later on completely drew me in. When I read about the execution of more than 5,000 members of the Blue Star sect, I was really upset. But this is the old rascal's specialty, to make the readers feel restless. Some always uphold the truth. Reflecting on this, is the old rascal suggesting that the pre-sun era is the golden era that future generations yearn for, and that our current life is wonderful? Suddenly feel that this thing would be shockingly stunning if made into a movie. Don't joke around. Many great sci-fi novels have turned rotten when made into movies. Adaptation is always a huge problem. That's true. Better not ruin the original work with an adaptation. Although I still prefer The Heartbroken, this kind of epic-feeling sci-fi novel really does showcase the potential of science fiction. Of course, not everyone is full of praise. Very few works can reach a consensus among all readers, and Chu Kuang's comment section also has some voices that don't find the work that impressive. And as the readers finish the novel, writers from all continents also gradually completed Wandering Blue Star, including many sci-fi authors. Qin Continent. In a certain sci-fi authors group, the argument over this novel has already become heated. Science fiction in Qin Continent is saved. I feel like Chu Kuang has the potential to lead our sci-fi beyond Qin Continent and gain recognition from other continents. Isn't that too much? The narrative style is too extreme, especially the part with the rebelling forces in the end. It feels like tormenting for the sake of tormenting, portraying humans as foolishly believing that the sun will never explode. I really like that part, although the character plot is indeed weak. The characters in there aren't really human. They are just mouths for Chu Kuang to illustrate his fantasies. Chu Kuang is still better suited for soft sci-fi. Like his previous, The Heartbroken, where the character plots were explosive. Don't you guys think the settings are astounding? Chu Kuang adopts a very brief and efficient compressed narrative, deleting the description of human emotions so the whole work looks like a skeletal specimen. It's definitely not perfect, but even as a specimen, it's well worth studying. Still a gap compared with Wei Continent. I can't stand it anymore. Pointing out flaws is okay, but can you guys not criticize for the sake of criticism? I dare to admit the book's shortcomings, yet you guys don't dare to acknowledge its merits. Science fiction in Qin Continent is declining. In fact, other continents are not faring well either. Just as Zhong Continent and Qin Continent can dominate the Blue Star music scene, the Blue Star science fiction market is completely held by Zhong Continent and Wei Continent. It's rare for works from other continents to break through these shackles. In such an atmosphere, all continents hope to produce some sci-fi masterpieces that would catch the attention of the world. Unfortunately, the quality of The Wandering Earth isn't convincing enough for all Qin Continent writers. Even the group owner bubbles up, commenting with emotion. If this work could be expanded further and go deeper into character and emotional development, the effect might be better. However, the intrinsic value of this novel's overall quality is unquestionable, and I am planning to invite Chu Kuang to join the Qin Continent Science Fiction Association. We need Chu Kuang's influence. Big Lu has many works. Lin Yuan believes The Wandering Earth is roughly of medium quality among Big Lu's contributions. But Big Lu's average level is already quite extraordinary, as he is the boss who single-handedly elevated Chinese sci-fi to a world-class level. Therefore, seeing some discussions about the novel's shortcomings in the comments, he didn't take it too much to heart. This is a process. It's the process of laying the foundation for the three-body problem series. Many people, after revisiting Big Lu's works, will find the inevitability of the appearance of the three-body problem series. Because the style and tone of the three-body problem series were gradually formed through these short stories, such as the division of generations after Earth's rotation stopped in The Wandering Earth, and the descriptions of massive technological constructions, which are again presented in the three-body problem series. Even richer, more magnificent, as if it was all meant to be, including the concept of the human self-salvation community conceived in this novel, which was also born in this process. All these are the rudiments of the three-body problem. Lin Yuan wants to refine these rudiments before launching the three-body problem series, so there wouldn't be any abruptness, just as naturally meant to be. In fact, there's no need for the three-body problem series for the time being. This novel has already been a great success. Very soon, there was broad media coverage on the internet, including blog hot searches, which were occupied by Chu Kuang's new book in more than one topic. Even readers from the Wei Continent have heard about this novel. In this process, Huyan Dabo and Chen Lu played a quite important role. The two of them, one after the other, used their official accounts to promote Wandering Blue Star. Chen Lu. After The Heartbroken, Chu Kuang gives us another science fiction masterpiece, this time a hard sci-fi, folks. Huyan Dabo. I'm thrilled to introduce to everyone my idol, Mr. Chu, a writer from Qin Continent. Mr. Chu has just released a novel called Wandering Blue Star, an epic sci-fi work with mind-blowing imaginative concepts and terrifying world-building abilities, not to be missed. Chen Lu has not a few fans. Huyan Dabo has even more. This round of recommendations directly brought more readers to Chu Kuang, and also showcased Chu Kuang's sci-fi writing prowess to more people from the Wei Continent. This, The Wandering Earth, is truly fantastic. You've got to admit, this Chu Kuang can really write some decent sci-fi novels. I rarely read science fiction by authors from other continents, but after reading these two by Chu Kuang, I got quite shocked. Is Qin Continent's science fiction this strong? I really like the kind of big idea science fiction, like Wandering Blue Star. This person does write good sci-fi, but it's somewhat of a tearjerker. Right, The heartbroken was one thing, but even this epic narrative makes you want to cry in the end. Watching the last 5,000 members of the Blue Star sect face their execution was heart-wrenching. The sun blew up, and humanity still doesn't believe in science. Has this Chu Kuang written any long science fiction works? No. Chu Kuang has just started writing sci-fi. No way he's this good at sci-fi already. Indeed, pretty impressive, but short stories aren't enough. They leave you wanting more. Truly, a long-form novel is where a sci-fi author can fully unleash their capabilities. Clearly, Chu Kuang's 2 short science fiction stories have successfully piqued the interest of many readers from the Wei continent. There are quite a few Wei continent readers who downloaded the blog specially to read the novel, then left various comments expressing their love for these 2 short sci-fi works by Chu Kuang. But some comments sound a bit off. For example, one Wei continent reader left this message. "Keep it up, author. Your science fiction is almost on par with our Wei continent's level." Well then, Lin Yuan could endure it. But Chu Kuang couldn't. Lin Yuan instantly felt the spirit of Chu Kuang within him stirring again. What made Lin Yuan's eyebrows twitch more was that the young readers started a new chant in the comments section. "Short stories can't cure this old rascal. Gotta be a long story." Absolutely. Bring on the long form. Old rascal, dare you take up the challenge of writing long-form sci-fi? Ha ha, forget it. After all, the old rascal isn't a professional sci-fi contender. Old rascal, I want to read wuxiao now. I'm more into fantasy novels though. All are dull, better stick with mystery. Is it just me here who wants to read fairy tales? Yes, it's just you. After skimming through these comments, and then looking back at the messages from Wei continent readers, the spirit of Chu Kuang burst forth completely. No way. It's got to be sci-fi. Long-form sci-fi. Chapter 1291, 1076, The Martian Rescue. Alright. After all, a long science fiction novel cannot be completed overnight. Lin Yuan needs to carefully consider it. In fact, he has been summarizing his experiences based on reader feedback. Experience 1. Readers indeed like the touching plot of The Heartbroken, but they also feel that the novel lacks science fiction elements. Experience 2. Readers are satisfied with the grand setting of The Wandering Earth, but think that the plot is weak and the character development is lacking. These readers are hard to please. When it's soft, they complain it's not solid or thrilling enough. Now when it's tough, they turn around and complain it's too harsh. Fortunately, these 2 experiences have allowed Lin Yuan to find some balance. The next science fiction novel should ideally give equal consideration to plot, character development, and science fiction elements. Choices are limited, but maybe not that few. Even without resorting to the 3-body problem series, Lin Yuan still has plenty of works to choose from. Besides, who says he must choose from domestic works? He could consider foreign science fiction works. As he calms down the restless spirit of Chu Kuang, Lin Yuan browsed more discussions about The Wandering Earth online. To Lin Yuan's surprise, not only did readers engage in discussions about the novel's plot, some science fiction writers from various continents also participated in these discussions. For example, a science fiction writer from Qin continent said, "What I found most astonishing about this novel is that Chu Kuang broke the traditional thinking constraints of science fiction. When Blue Star faced impending disaster, he did not first consider escaping on a spaceship, but instead took our common homeland with us on the run. This is an astonishing and even respectable idea, reflecting a writer's profound, compassionate perspective." Soon after, a science fiction writer from Zhao continent remarked, "If we disregard the premise of the sun exploding, humans don't necessarily need to flee to Proxima Centauri tens of light years away. Perhaps the moon, being the closest to Blue Star in the solar system, is more suitable. After all, it's the closest to us." Indeed, in science fiction novels, as humanity faces an existential crisis, many writers have indeed attempted to make the moon humanity's new home. 2 reasons. Firstly, the moon is very close to us and is Blue Star's only natural satellite. Secondly, it's also related to humanity's deep sentimental attachment to the moon throughout history, which is only secondary to our feelings for the sun. Hence, humanity has imagined settling on the moon more than once in science fiction. At this moment, a science fiction writer from Chu continent proposed, "If we focus within the solar system, except for Blue Star, Nowhere else is suitable for human habitation. However, if future space technology improves, Mars should be the first choice for extraterrestrial living. The conditions on the moon would be lethal. Swish, swish, swish. More science fiction writers joined the discussion. I vote for Mars because its temperature is the most suitable for humans compared to other planets. Although the average temperature on Mars is around -40 degrees Celsius, humans can live near the Martian equator where the average temperature is around freezing, and summers can even reach up to 20 degrees Celsius. Exactly. The moon has no atmosphere, and the temperature difference between day and night exceeds 200 degrees Celsius. It's simply uninhabitable. Agreed. Mars has a substantial atmosphere. Though it's mostly carbon dioxide and some nitrogen, it can at least block a lot of cosmic radiation and small meteorite impacts. Unlike being on the moon, where any cosmic radiation source can penetrate, and even the smallest space dust can hit the surface, creating catastrophic disasters. Mars has huge storms, much more severe than on Earth. We aren't afraid of storms. We can even use them as a source of electrical power. I support Mars because there are large amounts of ice at its poles. In ancient times, Mars was warmer than it is today. Water once existed there in liquid form, but eventually, Mars cooled down, and the precipitation at the poles froze instead of flowing away, making it a viable source of water resources for human habitation. There's also water on the sunlit side of the moon. The water resources on the moon would likely be insufficient. Setting aside humanity's emotional attachment and imagination, from a technological perspective, Mars should undoubtedly be more prioritized over the moon. Mars overwhelmingly trumps the other options. All these are derivative discussions from Wandering Blue Star. After all, Chu Kuang's novel mainly talks about the Earth being destroyed and what humanity should do next. What the netizens didn't expect. This round of discussions actually brought out many well-known science fiction writers from different continents. Towards the end, even some scientists joined the discussion on how humans could live on Mars, proposing various feasible ideas. Even Lin Yuan found these discussions fascinating. Liking science fiction novels and having an interest in the cosmic starry sky are two different things. The planets outside Earth always manage to trigger an infinite thirst for knowledge and humanity. Why does humanity continually explore the starry sky? Because as time changes, the crises of Earth's destruction frequently mentioned in science fiction novels actually exist. We might be safe in our generation, but that doesn't mean our descendants countless years from now won't face these issues. Everyone was intrigued, and as the discussion became more lively, the topic of how to survive on Mars even went viral. Chapter 1292, 1076. The Martian Rescue _2. Netizens expressed their opinions. Some views could be called hardcore, while others were pure mischief. And when this topic soared to the hot search, suddenly a few writers from Wei continent spoke out. Regarding how humans can survive on Mars, I recommend everyone to read a novel called The Mars Base Project. The author is Kuang Tianlin, a famous sci-fi writer from our Wei continent, and many of the concepts in it are even more brilliant than what you guys have proposed. This sci-fi piece with Mars as the backdrop can be ranked top 3 globally. That's right. Kuang Tianlin's novel is very hardcore. For instance, the depiction of experiments on soilless cultivation of vegetables and plants largely solves the food crisis for humanity. This novel once topped the Wei continent bestseller list. Many of the ideas in the novel have practical feasibility. Wow. Wei continent sure knows how to ride the wave of popularity, suddenly promoting a book and indirectly riding on Chu Kuang's fame. But Lin Yuan didn't mind that at all. He even became interested in the Mars Base Project written by the sci-fi writers from Wei continent and immediately ordered a copy online. Besides, this novel also gave Lin Yuan an idea. Why not write a book myself about a protagonist struggling to survive on Mars? Come out. A survival guide for Mars. No, that's not it. It should be Come Out, The Martian. Riding the wave. I can do that too. When the Wandering Earth story sparked discussions among netizens about how human bodies could survive on Mars, Lin Yuan decided to ride on his own wave of popularity. And within such contemplations, Lin Yuan naturally thought of The Martian. Speaking of this work, Earthlings would probably first think of the film with the adorably clueless Mark. This movie has a very high rating and is acclaimed as one of the most successful sci-fi films worldwide, and is considered one of the top masterpieces by many sci-fi fans. In the film, Mark's adorably clueless acting, coupled with various hardcore operations in the movie, made it a huge success. However, what Lin Yuan intended to write was the original novel. The film was adapted from the novel, and while the core substance remained unchanged, the difference wasn't as significant as between the novel and film versions of The Wandering Earth. The plot narrative. An unexpected storm forced a manned spacecraft to abandon its mission prematurely. During the evacuation, Watney suffered an accident and was left alone on the barren red deserts of Mars. His teammates thought he was dead, and the supplies Watney had left were far from sufficient to last until the day a rescue could possibly arrive. Of course, Watney wasn't planning to just sit and wait for death. With his background as a botanist and a mechanical engineer, he decided to engage Mars in an imaginative struggle for survival. To put it in other words, you can consider it a Mars version of Robinson Crusoe. The book tells the story of an astronaut with a vast range of knowledge and how he relied on harsh conditions to struggle hard for survival on Mars. The gimmick is strong. Lin Yuan personally liked the story quite a bit. The character development and the fitting inclusion of sci-fi elements make this novel quite up to par. Although it is a typical hard science fiction work, the plot is anything but boring, and the protagonist's personality is fully fleshed out. After all, it's a one-person show on Mars, and if the protagonist's personality isn't distinctive, the novel would lose much of its appeal. The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the more suitable it seemed. This wasn't just a whimsical piece. After many people finished the story, their first reaction was, "It feels so real." Some even searched online to see if there was a real-life basis for the story, showing how convincing the narrative was. The hardest part of writing science fiction is to convince the readers. How do you make people believe that the scientific fantasy you propose is a viable option? This is a question every science fiction writer must consider before picking up their pen. And the personal journey of the Martian author Andy Weir is legendary. This person has been posting his novel, The Martian, chapter by chapter on his personal website since 2009, allowing people to read it for free. The readers were not happy after reading it. Is this something I can read without paying? Therefore, at the strong request of many readers, Andy Weir published the work on the Amazon platform. Pay to read. And then something jaw-dropping happened. More readers were willing to pay to read his novel online than there were when it was free. The novel was a smashing success. Later, Random House purchased the rights to the novel for a six-figure sum. And just 4 days later, Andy Weir received an offer from 20th Century Fox. The movie rights were sought after. The movie being shot was the one we just mentioned, with Mark being adorably dumb. No, Matt Damon starring as the lead in this sci-fi film. With the idea set, Lin Yuan once again used Chu Kwang's account to post an update. The sole survivor Mark on Mars might have to wait for a rescue team from Blue Star only after 4 years, and his remaining food supply is barely enough for about a month. What do you think he should do to survive? A typical hype-building activity. Directly providing ideas on the blog. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about someone stealing this idea. No one could finish this story faster than Lin Yuan. Even if someone did steal the idea and was able to write it into a novel in a short time, just like Lin Yuan, it would come down to whose work had better quality. The likelihood of that happening is minuscule. Anyway, a long sci-fi novel is coming. And although this one is on the shorter side among long novels, an estimate suggests it could be done in just over 200,000 words. But anyway, whether on Earth or Blue Star, novels over 150,000 words are generally considered long-form works. And on the internet, everyone was still excitedly discussing the topic of surviving on Mars and occasionally returning to the setting of the wandering Blue Star when they suddenly saw Chu Kwang's latest update and were electrified. Any fool could tell. Chu Kwang is about to start a new book, and he's already teased what the new book will be about in a synopsis-like post. But why Mars of all places? And specifically, how to survive on Mars? Isn't that the issue we're discussing right now? Not even a punctuation mark was changed. Damn, because Chu Kwang himself has a high influence, and with this topic currently trending, the comments section instantly exploded. Epic. Now I get why Old Rascal is always so productive with his writings. inspiration comes way too fast for him. We just talked about Mars today, and he's already planning to write a novel set on Mars. Sci-fi, yeah. Who the hell started this? Old rascal is seriously taking on sci-fi. But isn't this condition a bit too harsh? How long can one survive on Mars with just a month's worth of food? Hellish start. Old rascal has always been ruthlessly tormenting his protagonists. I suddenly remember the movie Life of Pi by Lin Yuan. Also a survival game where Pi's method was to eat corpses. Hiss. Stop it. How about something more cheerful, like the protagonist finding a new food source on Mars? Rubbish. Where would he find food on Mars? It's definitely brought from Earth, and any food from Earth would naturally be a consumable. Wait a minute. Didn't the sci-fi author from Way Continent just mention the Mars Base Project? They carried out soilless cultivation experiments with vegetables and plants there, which could provide more food. Is Old Rascal planning to write that in too? Sly Old Rascal, what a deep game. This is outright profiteering without investing. He doesn't bother to think of the plot himself, instead throws the problem to countless readers, asking them for ideas. And if he comes across a suitable solution, he just references it suitably. This move has Old Rascal soaring into the stratosphere. Crowdfunding writing? Crowdfunding writing confirmed. Damn it. The topic of surviving on Mars just hit the trending searches, and this idea must have just popped into his head. I bet he hasn't even planned out the specifics before eyeing us. Lin Yuan. Crowdfunding writing, seriously? Am I, Chu Kwong, that kind of person? Chapter 1293, 1077. Cute Girl Comics. Crowdfunding for writing a book. Actually, this is not just about playing with copying chapters as a gimmick. What many people don't know is that, in a way, the original novel, The Martian, actually involved elements of crowdfunding in its writing. The author, Andy Weir, is a tech geek. He would propose actual problems that might occur on Mars based on the existing conditions of Mars, and then come up with solutions for each problem. This extreme pursuit of realism even influenced the structure of his work. You'll find, every time the protagonist in his novels encounters a problem, the development usually follows this routine. First, analyze and hypothesize. Then, validate on a small scale. Next, confirm the plan. Finally, implement it. That's why everyone feels that every detail in the novel is incredibly realistic. This reachable sense of realism is also the most enchanting aspect of this novel. But this is not all the author's own merit. Because Andy Weir's readers are similar to him, most of them are tech-savvy nerds. Among these people, there are many professional chemists, physicists, electrical engineers, and so on. They would actually sit down and calculate the stuff in The Martian, pointing out any scientific inaccuracies. Ultimately, Andy Weir directly picked out about 3,000 very professional readers. These people do nothing but specifically look for errors in his writings. This process gave him more confidence in the scientific accuracy of his work, as it underwent scrutiny by many professionals. A very hardcore way of crowdfunding for writing a book. Even the people at NASA were dumbfounded after reading the novel, asking the author if he knew someone from NASA, as some of the professional content couldn't be found online. Of course, the author himself is the most remarkable. To write this book well, Andy Weir self-studied orbital mechanics, botany, astronomy, aeronautics, and other fields of knowledge, and even developed software just to precisely calculate the travel time from Earth to Mars. The work he's done is even more hardcore than the novel itself. Lin Yuan exclaimed, as this kind of sci-fi novel, mostly revolving around modern technology, places very high demands on the author. And after successfully arousing the reader's interest, Lin Yuan began exchanging the original text of The Martian with the system. To Lin Yuan's surprise, the exchanged original text seemed to differ from the Earth version. Upon closer examination, Lin Yuan was thrilled. The system had actually modified parts of the novel that were incompatible with Blue Star. In other words, the system provided Lin Yuan with a version of The Martian created around the technology of Blue Star. This saved Lin Yuan a lot of trouble. After all, there is a difference in aerospace technology level between Blue Star and Earth. With the help of the system, writing speed could also be increased. Lin Yuan felt that he could finish this novel in no time. However, Lin Yuan still slowed down the pace slightly. Not only because he didn't want to come off as too astonishingly unconventional, but because Lin Yuan had other matters to attend to. To be specific, it was related to Shadow. Previously, Jean Mu mentioned that Tang Yi had finished drawing Magical Girl Madoka. The other party now wanted to create a daily lifestyle comic, preferably more girlish. Lin Yuan thought about it and quickly had a plan. He planned to produce Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. This comic is not just girlish, it's actually one of the representative works of cute girlish manga. Lin Yuan also understood the comic market on Blue Star. The mainstream themes dominate a large territory, and it's rare for daily lifestyle comics to attract much attention, let alone the cute style of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. This comic might give many readers a sense of freshness. As such, let's get it started, at least to complete the first few chapters of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, to provide Tang Yi with a reference. Just like this, with a novel in the left hand and a comic in the right, Lin Yuan was truly multitasking, handling the work of two identities simultaneously. It was now May. The spring warmth made the air pleasant, and the flowers bloom. By the latter half of the month, Lin Yuan had comfortably completed the first few chapters of Magical Girl Madoka and had also provided Jean Mu with a rough outline for the manga's subsequent plot, leaving a lot of room for Tang Yi to play with. It's not that Lin Yuan was lazy. For a top-tier comic artist like Tang Yi, as long as the genre was right, she no longer needed Lin Yuan to handhold her with stick figures. Meanwhile, Tang Yi quickly received the preliminary drafts of Magical Girl Madoka, along with the plot outline and a few stick figures. In Tang Yi's room, there were also several other comic artists present, including Dragon King, Brother Wolf, Wildsword, Grass Heart, and Bai Li. These people were all serializing comics provided by Shadow. However, everyone was curious if Shadow would continue to provide them with new comic ideas as he promised. Let's look at this together. Tang Yi photocopied the drafts and distributed them to everyone. A group of top-tier artists from the Alliance each began to read the manga called Magical Girl Madoka. What's this? And it has transformations too? Perfect girl setting outside but reveals her true nature at home, becoming a lazy girl. Sounds familiar. What was that lazy girl thing again? Lazy girl is a popular term in Chu continent. Just understand it as female hardcore homebodies. This character is epic. The contrast in her character is maxed out. This is freaking cute. A slightly devilish art style instantly delighted the group of leading Alliance comic artists. This kind of lighthearted, cute, slice-of-life manga is definitely healing for people who enjoy this style. Meanwhile, among everyone's laughter, Tang Yi was also looking at this manga. Her eyes lit up more and more, growing increasingly infatuated with the manuscript. Too adorable. Tang Yi just wanted a comic with daily life of a girl, but Shadow added adorableness to it, making the work instantly charming. Love it. Love it so much. This manga has to be drawn well. If it gets adapted into an anime, finding a highly compatible female voice actor could make it a big hit. Looks like Shadow God didn't lie to us. Even if the comics in our hands come to an end, we can still get very exciting comic ideas from him. This style is awesome. True to Chu Kuang and Xian Yu's good pal. Yes, Chu Kuang excels in various genres, even recently writing sci-fi. Xian Yu masters various types of shadows, including rare musical instruments. Shadow does the same. Be it hot-blooded mainstream comics or offbeat ones, he can easily handle them. This time he even created such a healing cute girl manga, truly a god of comics. Tang Yi. Everyone suddenly became serious. As Tang Yi was enjoying the comic, she looked up. What's up? Everyone, looking at the adorable Magical Girl Madoka, almost in unison said, please make sure to draw our waifu well. Tang Yi. You bunch of hardcore homebodies. Madoka is clearly my waifu. Chapter 1294, 1078. The first-generation cute king. Although Tang Yi tried to emphasize that Xiao Mai was her wife, in the eyes of the readers, she could probably only become Xiao Mai's old mother. As for old father, that's naturally the original author of the comic, Shadow. With her creative passion ignited, Tang Yi quickly adapted to Xiao Mai's art style, and following the plot outline provided by Shadow, she began her subsequent creation with her own interpretation. A few days later, the comic named My Sister Xiao Mai the Slacker was officially launched on the League's comic website. Speaking of which, thanks to those comics provided by Shadow, the League has now become the largest and most successful comic website on Blue Star. Shadow's status, naturally, also rose with the tide, revered by readers as the true god of comics. A collaboration between the god of comics and top comic artist Tang Yi to launch My Sister Xiao Mai the Slacker certainly started with the League's top-tier promotional resources. The website banner was raised high. In addition, at the end of the latest chapters of other comics on the site, including Dead Sea of Fire, chapter recommendations were also arranged. What's known as a comic artist chapter recommendation is actually character crossovers. Such recommendations are very fun and have a better effect than mere text. Xiao Mai, as a newcomer in the Shadow Comic League, officially makes her debut. That's right, the Shadow Comic League. This is a common term used on the current League's comic website. Since the League's hottest comics are all the work of Shadow's hand, that's why everyone came up with such a name to uniformly describe all of Shadow's comics. Shadow himself is the father of the League, sort of like the father of Marvel Stan Lee to the significance of the Marvel series on Earth. But quite clearly, Shadow's presence is much stronger than Stan Lee's in the Marvel series. Shadow is the real old father. Even though the League now can attract readers with works other than those by Shadow, 80% of the top comics are still created by him. Therefore, Xiao Mai can be said to have been born under the halo of Shadow, the old father. This, My Sister Xiao Mai the Slacker, is naturally set to become the little princess of the Shadow comic family. And in the shadow of these halos, the newly born My Sister Xiao Mai the Slacker did not disappoint everyone's expectations. As soon as the comic launched, it garnered widespread support. The refreshingly cute style instantly healed the hearts of countless otakus. So cute it should be. Illegal. I declare that from today onwards, Xiao Mai is my wife. Draw your sword, love rivals. Pass it on, those two dead fat otakus upstairs are going to fence. Pass it on, the two dead fat otakus are fighting over Xiao Mai in a private duel. Pass it on, all the dead fat otakus from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei have become Xiao Mai's harem. Wife is so cute. Can the League act faster? I've already prepared the money for the figures. Looking down on who, bring out the Xiao Mai merchandise quickly. I want to splurge on my wife. Of course, figures and the like couldn't come out that fast. However, the animation rights sparked the interest of many companies, but unfortunately, the League is controlled by Starlight, and the producer is naturally Starlight Animation. In fact, taking advantage of a series of comics from the League, feasting on various copyright dividends, the Starlight Animation department is now semi-independent, and last year's turnover even exceeded 80% of the company's departments. Additionally, before the animation, Xiao Mai's cloak and other iconic peripherals in the animation were quickly put into production and achieved extremely high sales within just a few days. Xiao Mai has truly become the Mo King. This achievement shocked many people in the anime circle. It's like there's a bit of a 2D wave coming. The reader's behavior of calling Xiao Mai wife even triggered quite a bit of media coverage. Lin Yuan found this quite unexpected. He certainly knew that Xiao Mai's popularity wouldn't be low and was aware of the power of Mo Comics, but the influence seemed a bit too great. Could it be because Xiao Mai became Blue Star's first-generation Mo King? Alright, the key reason for Xiao Mai's success is the relationship with Shadow, the little princess of the Shadow cartoonist family, this dazzling halo. Lin Yuan didn't realize. Shadow had already unknowingly become a god in the hearts of thousands of comic lovers. No matter what he drew, as long as the quality wasn't poor, the performance of his works would inevitably surpass his previous life. After all, he had an unparalleled fame bonus. Shadow Studio. Lin Yuan was clicking away at the keyboard in his office. With the last byte typed, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The novel The Martian Rescue is completed. Uncle Gene. Lin Yuan called Gene Mu. I just wrote a novel. Help me arrange the publishing matters. Publishing? Gene Mu was stunned, then exclaimed with joy. I've been following your blog. Is this new book the sci-fi novel about surviving on Mars that you mentioned on your blog before? Yes. I understand. Gene Mu silently admired Lin Yuan's writing efficiency and suddenly said, let's wait a bit. Lin Yuan, wait. Gene Mu took Lin Yuan's manuscript. Next month, Wei Continent is going to hold the annual Star River Award selection, which is the most authoritative sci-fi novel award in Wei Continent. We can submit our work there to see if we can contend for an award or something. If we win an award there, it will have a great positive effect on sales. Is that necessary? It's not necessary in our market, but you want to break into the sci-fi market of Wei Continent, don't you? It is quite necessary there. The sci-fi fans there have a strong sense of exclusion. Apart from Zhong Continent, whose level is slightly higher than theirs, they are not interested in sci-fi novels from other continents. They always think that other continents' authors can't write good sci-fi. If our work is recognized by the Star River Award, then breaking into Wei Continent's market will be much easier because their recognition of the Star River Award is very high. Okay, there's not much time left. The deadline is probably in the next few days. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it, but if you can, that's the best. We'll have Silver Blue Books submit it for us. They have specialized contact channels. Jinmu said with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He understood what Jinmu meant. Winning an award is like gilding the work. With this layer of gold plating, people would anticipate more. This is the awkwardness of the newly merged new continent. Chu Kuang's fame totally works among Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao, and doesn't need awards for gilding, but to enter the sci-fi market of Wei Continent with sci-fi novels. This kind of gilding is needed. After all, it's only been a few months since Wei Continent joined the merger. The reader base isn't high, and they are far less receptive to Old Rascal than other merged continents. Then I'll head back first. After finishing the book, Lin Yuan didn't need to worry about the rest. Jinmu would take care of everything clearly. Goodbye. Jinmu took out his cell phone to contact Silver Blue Books. Chu Kuang's first two sci-fi works were short stories published directly on the blog. This time, it's a longer short story that definitely needs to go through publishing channels, and that would require Silver Blue Books to take care of the specifics. Chapter 1295, 1079. The Old Rascal Chu visits the science fiction department. Silver Blue Books. The chief editor Liu Bei was conducting a meeting with the heads of various departments, starting off with a command. Everyone, turn off your phones. But just 5 minutes into the meeting, someone's phone rang. Liu Bei glared furiously. Who is it? Everyone started looking around at each other, until finally their gazes landed on the table. It seems to be your phone, chief editor. Ahem. Then it's all right. Liu Bei cleared his throat softly and answered the call. 2 minutes later, after hanging up the phone, Liu Bei's gaze once again swept across the room, and suddenly he dropped a bombshell. Chu Kuang's new book is finished. As Liu Bei's voice fell, the entire conference room burst into lively chatter. The fantasy editorial department's O.L. Xiong's eyes gleamed passionately. The mystery editorial department's Chao Deji was twitching with eagerness. The fairy tale editorial department's chief editor Lin Xian was already rubbing her hands in anticipation. The chief editors of the other departments were nervously licking their lips. Liu Bei felt like he was no longer sitting among the chiefs of the various editorial departments, but a pack of ravenous wolves. At this moment, their hungry eyes were fixedly staring at him, emitting a faint green glow, as if wanting to devour him alive. Fortunately, Liu Bei understood. What these people wanted to devour wasn't him. It was Chu Kuang's new book. In Silver Blue Books, there is a classic saying that circulates widely among various departments. Whoever gets Chu Kuang gets the world. After all, since this is a publishing company, the performance pressure on each department is tremendous, and who wouldn't hope that Chu Kuang's new book falls into the genre their department is responsible for managing? No suspense. Liu Bei understood everyone's urgent feelings. Chu Kuang's new book is of the science fiction genre and will be managed by the chief editor of the science fiction department, Tian Chun. Ah, the chief editor from the science fiction department, Tian Chun, suddenly stood up. His elated scream of surprise turned his face almost purple. Roger that. Liu Bei was taken aback by Tian Chun's reaction, then chuckled and nodded. Then you need to work hard. Teacher Chu Kuang is not easy to serve. I will definitely treat him like an ancestor. Tian Chun guaranteed, while thumping his chest. O.L. Xiong sighed. Why doesn't Teacher Chu Kuang continue writing fantasy novels? Chao Deji's face also showed disappointment. He had been hoping that Teacher Chu Kuang would write another mystery novel. Lin Xian bit her lip hard. She was seriously considering the possibility of sending her younger brother to sway Chu Kuang's decision. Soon, the meeting concluded. Tian Chun dashed toward the science fiction department as if his butt was on fire. His silhouette evoked envy, jealousy, and hatred from all the other chief editors. 2 minutes later, the science fiction department erupted with a huge cheer. We've hit the jackpot. Chu Kuang has finally graced our science fiction department. I've been saying Chu Kuang might write a long science fiction next. I've been following his blog continuously. He hinted a while ago that his next novel might be set on Mars, and he's already written 2 short science fiction pieces as a trial. It's time for a longer work. Old Rascal YYDS is the eternal god. Teacher Chu Kuang the Old Rascal is coming to save us. Our department's performance for this quarter finally has hope. So what if science fiction from Qin Continent is in decline? As long as it's written by the Old Rascal, we don't worry about readers. Not buying it. We're taking off. The editors in the science fiction department were as excited as if injected with adrenaline. The cheers were heard by the neighboring departments. Upon finding out the reason, the other departments could only let out a long sigh, especially those that had never collaborated with Chu Kuang before. When will Chu Kuang grace us with his presence? All of Silver Blue's departments face the pressure of performance. As for Chu Kuang, every department wishes to be graced by his presence. After finally calming down, Tian Chun, gripped by nervousness and anticipation, managed to contact Jin Mu, the legendary agent of Chu Kuang. Hello, I am Tian Chun, the chief editor of the science fiction department at Silver Blue Books. Hello, Chief Editor Tian. I've already sent the manuscript over to your company's chief editor. I've received it. Then I have a favor to ask of you guys. Teacher Chu Kuang would like his new book to be sent to Wei Continent to be considered for the Galaxy Award. The Galaxy Award? Tian Chun was clearly taken aback. As one of the top 3 major science fiction awards on Blue Star, although open to all continents, the organizers are quite insular, rarely awarding their prize to works from other continents. The fact is not that Wei Continent is biased toward their own authors. The science fiction level in other continents is so much weaker than in Wei Continent that the Galaxy Awards feel like. They belong to the people of Wei Continent. Rarely do authors from other continents win the prize. No problem, just send it over. All right. Tian Chun readily agreed with his mouth full. After hanging up the phone, the deputy editor-in-chief next to Tian Chun spoke. Did I just hear that Teacher Chu Kuang's new book is aiming for the Galaxy Award? Yeah, Tian Chun said. You know the situation with the Galaxy Award. The evaluation standards are so high. What if Teacher Chu Kuang doesn't make it? Then we simply won't promote it. The deputy editor-in-chief laughed. If the outside world doesn't know, naturally it won't damage Teacher Chu Kuang's reputation. That's also true. Tian Chun's spirits lifted again. Whether Wei Continent's readers buy into Teacher Chu Kuang's science fiction isn't important. Either way, readers from the 6 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao will definitely buy it. Yeah. The deputy editor-in-chief laughed again and said, I have read those 2 short stories by Teacher Chu Kuang, and in my opinion, we should perhaps have more confidence in Teacher Chu Kuang. His level of science fiction writing is very high, not less than some of the big-name science fiction authors of Wei Continent. Of course, I understand this. Tian Chun said, it's not about lack of confidence. It's just that the level of science fiction in Wei Continent is too high, almost on par with Zhong Continent. You also perfectly know the situation. With Qin Continent science fiction, we have always been eating dust behind others. This is an inferiority complex at play. Having served many years as the chief editor of the science fiction department at Silver Blue Books in Qin Continent, Tian Chun had always felt inferior about the current state of Qin Continent science fiction, always thinking that only the science fiction from Wei Continent and Zhong Continent was of high quality, even though, indeed, that was the case. Let's judge by the quality first. The Martian Rescue, TSK. The deputy editor-in-chief locked his gaze onto the title of Chu Kuang's new book, his eyes conveying a strong sense of anticipation. He had also followed Chu Kuang's blog and had a general idea of the content of this novel with survival on Mars as the main theme. Regardless of Chu Kuang's influence, the topic alone filled him with anticipation. Yeah, Tian Chun nodded. If other science fiction authors from Qin continent were to vie for the Galaxy Award, Tian Chun would have scoffed. But if it were the divine Chu Kuang taking action, Tian Chun really dared to ignite a small flame of hope in his heart. As the pillar of silver blue books, any novel by Chu Kuang was treated with the utmost attention. From company leaders to junior editors, everyone would handle it with care. After dealing with official business, the chief editor, Liu Bei, also made a special trip to the science fiction department during off hours. 2. Liu Bei's surprise. Not a single person in the science fiction department had left work. Everyone's gaze was fixed on their computer screens, occasionally scrolling the mouse wheel. Even the arrival of chief editor Liu Bei did not catch everyone's attention. The editors were completely engrossed in a certain work on their computers, as if it possessed a magic power. From time to time, someone would burst into laughter. Had they seen a plot twist that sparked a knowing chuckle? Liu Bei didn't disturb the editors, tiptoeing into the chief editor's office instead. In the office, Tian Chun was also reading, with a persistent smile on his lips. Good read. Liu Bei couldn't help but ask. Startled, Tian Chun turned his head to see Liu Bei and quickly stood up. Chief editor, please take a seat. I'm asking if it's a good read. It can be described as nothing short of spectacular. As Tian Chun talked about it, he became animated. I didn't expect teacher Chu Kuang to find such a tricky angle to write science fiction. This novel isn't like Wandering Blue Star, focusing on the entire human race, but narrows the perspective to the individual. Tian Chun went on nonstop. In a word, amazing. The corners of Liu Bei's mouth curled up slightly. I heard Chu Kuang wants to enter the Galaxy Award competition. Do you think it's appropriate? He must compete. Just moments ago, Tian Chun appeared nervous, but now he was eagerly assertive. This novel definitely has the weight. Chief editor? Perhaps Tian Chun's voice was too loud. The editors outside finally came to their senses and saw Liu Bei inside the office. Hello, everyone. Liu Bei greeted the editors outside. You're all reading The Martian Rescue, right? How is the book? Fascinating. A masterwork. Teacher Chu Kuang is too strong. If anyone can save Qin continent science fiction, it can only be teacher Chu Kuang. I'm about to cry to think that in my lifetime, I could see the hopeful rise of Qin continent's science fiction. It's written too well. Whether it's the proportion of the science fiction plot or the character creation, everything is just perfect. There's a lot of dry content in science fiction, but what's strange about this novel is that, even though it also has a lot of professional knowledge, even readers not interested in science fiction definitely won't find it boring. Liu Bei smiled. Chu Kuang never disappoints. Can he really lead the rise of Qin continent science fiction? Maybe he himself should also take a good read of this book tonight. Chapter 1296, 1080, Cultivating Three Maestros. In the latter half of May, Lin Yuan lived a leisurely life. Today he'd go to the company for a tea. Tomorrow he'd stroll around the studio, and if he didn't feel like going out, he'd stay at home and summon Abigail's character card to learn music. And speaking of which, the character card of Abigail really brought Lin Yuan quite a few benefits. The Abigail summoned by the character card didn't hold back at all, teaching Lin Yuan his insights and experiences in music bit by bit. Pure and unadulterated knowledge. After learning this way for a while, Lin Yuan felt that he had made considerable progress. Indeed, without the help of the system, how many people on Blue Star could have such a maestro like Abigail take time out of their busy schedule to teach everything they knew? Probably not even Abigail's own son would receive such treatment. At least, Abigail's son wouldn't whimsically wake his father in the middle of the night to take a lesson. And speaking of teaching, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered his three apprentices. Shuiliang, Feng Shuo, Li Lizzie. Lin Yuan's three apprentices, their composition skills were now beyond many top-notch composers. Why had Lin Yuan seldom taught them recently? Because to teach them, Lin Yuan had to use Yang Zhongming's character card. But now, using Yang Zhongming's character card, there wasn't much left he could teach them, and the remaining lessons might be too advanced for them to understand at this point. They needed more self-enlightenment. However now, with Abigail's character card, Lin Yuan felt he could teach them some new things. After all, as a teacher, Lin Yuan's value was now equivalent to Yang Zhongming plus Abigail. With the overall level of the teacher enhanced, the overall quality of the teaching could naturally be elevated too. With this in mind, Lin Yuan returned to the company at the end of May and had Lil Guding call the 3 apprentices over to him. Before long, the 3 apprentices arrived. Master, the apprentices looked at Lin Yuan with obedient faces. Lil Guding moved 3 small chairs for each of the apprentices. Lin Yuan said, "It's been a while since I've taught you all. I haven't been very responsible as your master." Feng Shuo quickly said, "Not at all, sir." Li Lizzie smiled. "After all, Master has his own affairs to be busy with." Shueliang nodded. "Seeing Master shine so brightly at the Blue Song Olympics, we feel honored." "Old man." Lin Yuan gave a wry smile. "Anyway, for the following period, you guys come here every morning for classes." Okay. The 3 apprentices were overjoyed, as they loved learning with Lin Yuan the most. Without the master's lessons, their progress visibly slowed down. Let's begin. Lin Yuan activated both Yang Zhongming and Abigail's character cards at the same time, as if 2 of the top 10 maestros from Blue Star were possessing him. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's eyes changed. A majestic aura like that of an insurmountable mountain range freely dispersed from him, akin to the legendary aura of a supreme ruler, instantly subdued the 3 apprentices. The 3 apprentices sat even more neatly, and when the lecture officially started, the eyes of the 3 apprentices also changed as they exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. This was an indescribable feeling. It seemed as though every single word Lin Yuan spoke was enlightening for them. Various difficult points they hadn't understood before became clear with the master's explanations, and their minds were suddenly enlightened. After the Blue Song Olympics, the master has grown stronger again. This realization simultaneously dawned on each of them. It was like the feeling when they first attended the master's class was rekindled in their hearts, every word so precise, every sentence greatly beneficial to them. It truly was. Listening to the master's lecture is better than 10 years of reading. After class, Lin Yuan felt parched and somewhat fatigued. Using 2 character cards and activating the teacher's halo to teach was indeed quite energy-consuming, but judging by the reaction of the 3 apprentices, the effect was immediate. "Let Lil Guding pour me a cup of tea. We can take care of such a small matter." Shueliang was the first to run to boil water for Lin Yuan. Feng Shuo was the first to wash cups for Lin Yuan. Lil's sister Li Lizzie, finding all the chores taken up by her 2 fellow apprentices, simply ran behind Lin Yuan to give him a shoulder and back massage. What? Initially, Lin Yuan was not used to it, but under the persistence of Li Lizzie, he did not resist too much and quickly fell into enjoying the pampering. Outside the door, Lil Guding, hearing no sound from inside the room and figuring that enough time had passed, wanted to come in to change Lin Yuan's tea. But upon entering, he was completely taken aback. Well, it's one thing for apprentices Shueliang and Feng Shuo to pour tea and wait on Lin Yuan, but Li Lizzie, the jewel in Blue Star Entertainment's crown, was actually helping by giving a shoulder massage. Lil Guding suspected that even the chairman doesn't get treated this well ordinarily. Blue Star might as well change its name to Lin. Accepting the tea poured by his apprentices, Lin Yuan spoke. "Thank you." The eldest apprentice, Shueliang, smiled and said, "Serving master is the duty of us apprentices." Fair enough. Actually, Lin Yuan took on these 3 apprentices initially just to complete a system task. However, over the years, it seems that real master-apprentice affection has developed between him and the 3 of them. Now, teaching these 3 apprentices doesn't really bring Lin Yuan many practical benefits anymore. Nevertheless, with the Abigail character card in hand, he still chose to call the 3 apprentices over and consciously started to nurture them more proactively. Lin Yuan even began to anticipate that his 3 apprentices might carve a niche for themselves in the world of music one day in the future. In fact, the apprentices were already doing very well. In the past few years' competition rankings, whenever the apprentices participated, they always achieved commendable results. Carrying the halo of Master Xian Yu's apprentices, they have attracted considerable attention in the music world by now. They carry the Master Xian Yu brand. Every one of their achievements would lead people to think of Xian Yu and be deemed as the mightiest support of the Yu dynasty. Some even predicted that it was possible for one of these three to become a maestro in the future. And if that day does come, Xianyu as their master's status in the music industry would surely rise, transforming him into a legendary figure in the hearts of countless people. With that thought, Lin Yuan suddenly asked a very typical question. What are your dreams? Maestro. Feng Shuo answered without hesitation. Li Lizzie then spoke promptly. I want to become someone like Master. Shueliang laughed and said, we take pride in having Master as our teacher, but we hope more that we can make Master proud of us one day in the future. There will be such a day. A warm feeling flowed through Lin Yuan's heart. His words were not just to encourage the three apprentices. Because of the system-bound master-apprentice relationship, Lin Yuan could directly observe the ability values of his apprentices. The ability values of these three apprentices have kept rising over the years. Now that he has Abigail's character card as an aide, perhaps it wouldn't take too many years for him to really cultivate three maestros. Ding dong. Just as Lin Yuan was indulging in such thoughts, the system suddenly announced. Host has triggered a new mission, Maestro Development Plan. Mission content. Train each of the three apprentices to a maestro level. Mission reward, Diamond Treasure Chest. Mission remark. This mission is not time-limited. Lin Yuan was stunned. What the heck is the Maestro Development Plan? To train Shueliang, Feng Shuo, and Li Lizzie to become maestros? This is definitely the most challenging task ever issued by the system. However, the reward for this task also genuinely made Lin Yuan's mouth water. Diamond Treasure Chest. This is the first time the system has been willing to tempt him with a diamond treasure chest. Accepted. After all, it's an open-ended task. No matter how many years it takes, it's a task that can eventually be completed. Chapter 1297, 1081. Receiving the Galaxy Award. Perhaps inspired by the diamond treasure chest, even though the task might take years to complete, Lin Yuan still longed for it immensely. In the following days, Lin Yuan taught 3 apprentices daily, full of motivation, and time unknowingly reached June. That day, Wei continent. The internet suddenly became lively. Because the results of the once-a-year Galaxy Awards were about to be announced tonight. People from other continents didn't care much about the Galaxy Awards, but for those from the Wei continent, it was of great importance. Just look at the book sales ranking of Wei continent. In the book market, of the entire Wei continent, 7 or 8 out of 10 best-selling novels were of the sci-fi genre. Many here have been reading science fiction since they were young. Technology worship has always been the main tone of Wei continent's culture. Therefore, the Galaxy Awards, which other continents don't care about, had already captivated countless hearts from Wei even before they started. I wonder which big names will win the awards this year. At Huailan Dabo, his Heart of Machinery written last December was amazing. I think Zhang Yi's book is not bad either. This is not easy to guess. We have too many big names in Wei continent. Not just our Wei continent. Zhong continent also has works that are being judged. From last year to this year, indeed, a considerable number of high-quality sci-fi works have emerged in Zhong continent. Do you think states like Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, and Zhao will have winning works? Except for Zhong and Wei continents, there are not many authors from other states who have won the Galaxy Awards. Han continent did produce an award winner the year before last. This year, there is an author from Qin continent named Chu Kuang who has written 2 short sci-fi stories, and I feel they are quite good. What good sci-fi could come out of Qin continent? No need to say more. It will definitely be another sci-fi battle between our Wei continent and Zhong continent this year. Wei continent was used to it. Every year, the Galaxy Awards are a contest between Zhong continent and Wei continent for awards. Works from the other states occasionally appear, but the overall probability is very low, with only one work from other states breaking through every few years. Most of the time, the science fiction works of other states only get nominations. The Galaxy Award has less than 8 categories, but there are dozens of nominations. For any award, nomination and winning are 2 completely different concepts. But that said, the other continents' lack of interest in the Galaxy Awards is not because the award isn't important. The main reason is, the other continents simply don't have many authors qualified to compete for an award of the Galaxy Awards caliber. In most cases, Science fiction authors of the States only pay attention to the sci-fi awards within their own continent. Though not as prestigious as the Galaxy Awards, at least they're eligible to participate, even if it's just for self-entertainment. The existence of many insignificant awards is to provide some self-amusement. Non-standardized judging and non-transparent rules are the norms, so ridiculous jokes that cause contempt are normal. Of course, the awards hosted by the continents ultimately have some integrity. More than self-entertainment, the fundamental reason for each continent to insist on establishing sci-fi novel awards is to hope to stimulate the creativity of local sci-fi authors by increasing competition. The competition among continents on Blue Star is fierce. The Literature and Art Association is conscious about intensifying the rat race. Every continent does not want to fall too far behind the others in certain fields, and will ultimately try to catch up desperately. Qin continent. After finishing teaching his 3 apprentices, Lin Yuan also received a call from Jin Mu. A few days ago, Wei continent extended an invitation, hoping that you could attend the awards ceremony, but I declined it on your behalf. The head of the science fiction department from Silver Blue Books will go instead. All right, something from a few days ago. Jin Mu only mentioned it today. It wasn't due to Jin Mu's negligence, but because Lin Yuan simply could not, as Chu Kuang, attend any award ceremony. For any event that required Chu Kuang to show his face, Jin Mu always declined directly. The award ceremony is tonight, Jin Mu said with a smile. If you're interested, you can tune into Wei Continent First Television at 7:30 tonight to watch the live broadcast. I feel like we have a chance of winning an award. Wei Continent First Television. Of course, don't underestimate the influence of the Galaxy Awards. Every year, Wei Continent broadcasts the ceremony during the prime viewing slot. Got it. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. After all, it was a major science fiction award, and Lin Yuan couldn't say he didn't care about it. That would be a lie. Even putting aside the honor of the award, he also had to consider the prestige it would bring to the system. Evening, 7:30. After Lin Yuan finished his dinner and was about to head upstairs to check on the results of the Galaxy Awards, his sister Lin Xian suddenly took a seat on the sofa. Let's watch Wei Continent First Television tonight. Just as Lin Yuan, who was planning to go upstairs, paused his steps, Antarctica jumped onto the sofa, claiming a good spot in advance. Hey, Mom wasn't happy. I still want to catch up on my TV dramas. Lin Xian said. Wei Continent First Television is broadcasting the Galaxy Awards ceremony live tonight, and our company has submitted a work for competition, which might just win an award. Give me a break, Mom said. Do you think I don't know what our Qin continent science fiction is like? The younger sister nodded on the side. It would be good enough just to get a nomination. Well then, people from Qin continent have too much awareness. Even Mom knows that Qin continent science fiction isn't up to par. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Yuan. The work that's entered for the competition was written by Chu Kuang. Let's watch it. Mom suddenly perked up. Chu Kuang is Lin Yuan's friend. Lin Yuan's friends definitely have a chance to win awards. The sister sat down in front of the sofa without a word. Lin Yuan simply sat down next to Antarctica, stroking the dog's fur while watching the TV. The TV turned on. It was quick. The awards ceremony began. After watching the announcement of a few awards, Mom was dozing off as she didn't read science fiction. What's the name of Lin Yuan's friend's book? The Martian Rescue. Lin Yuan dutifully reported the title. The sister said, It seems that there has been no mention of this work yet. Just then, another award was about to be presented. This award was called Best Mid-Length Science Fiction Award. The host read out 4 nominated works, among which The Martian Rescue was prominently included. It's coming, it's coming. We've already got a nomination. Will it win? Woof. The whole family was staring at the TV. The host on stage glanced at the results in hand and revealed a surprised smile. The work winning this year's Galaxy Award for Best Mid-Length Science Fiction is The Martian Rescue by Chu Kuang, a writer from Qin continent. Congratulations to Chu Kuang for becoming the 4th writer in the history of Qin continent to be honored with a Galaxy Award. And it's been 5 years since someone from Qin continent last won the prize. The whole family burst into cheers. Chu Kuang was Lin Yuan's good friend, and for the family, Chu Kuang's victory was just like Lin Yuan's victory, and it was worth celebrating. Although, it was indeed Lin Yuan who actually won. Alala, Antarctica jumped 3 feet high. Lin Yuan immediately gave him a look. You little Antarctica. Is this an attempt to snitch? This dog seems to know a little too much. Whimper, whimper. Antarctica immediately deflated. Chapter 1298, 1082. Qin Continent Science Fiction Stands Up. The winner of the Best Novella or Novelette in Science Fiction at this year's Galaxy Awards is the novel Mars Rescue by Chu Kuang, a Qin Continent author. Congratulations to Chu Kuang for becoming the fourth author from Qin Continent in history to be honored with a Galaxy Award. Wei Continent. All the viewers who were watching the live broadcast on the local TV station were suddenly stunned. No one expected this result. Holy crap! Our Wei Continent's Shun Zong and Qi Qian, as well as Pang Tao from Zhong Continent lost, and it's this author named Chu Kuang from Qin Continent who won the award. Mars Rescue. What is this book? I've never heard of it at all. It's been years since a sci-fi writer from another continent won the Galaxy Award. Could it be that the organizers are making it easier for other continents to win? That's unlikely. I've read this novel by Chu Kuang. His science fiction is indeed not bad. He has a work called The Heartbroken, and its ending made me cry. However, the sci-fi elements in that book are quite subtle. It's not a traditional science fiction novel. Then you haven't read Wandering Blue Star. Chu Kuang also wrote a work called Wandering Blue Star, which is more of a pure hard science fiction and has huge imaginations. If you're interested, you can download it from the tribe to find it. I personally think its quality is very high, and it has a kind of romance that's unique to science fiction. The Galaxy Awards are still very fair. Since Mars Rescue can win the award, there must be a compelling reason for it. I'm going to buy a copy and have a look. Yes. I think just judging from the quality of those two short sci-fi works by Chu Kuang, Mars Rescue is also worth anticipating. The audience in Wei Continent were surprised. However, the Wei Continent audience never doubted the fairness of the Galaxy Awards. It's one of the most prestigious awards in the science fiction community after all. Many people had already become interested in the novel. As usual, works that win the Galaxy Award, regardless of their previous popularity, will experience a sales boom after the awards ceremony. Meanwhile, at the awards ceremony venue, sci-fi writers from all continents also showed surprised expressions. Especially the writers from Wei Continent were particularly puzzled. They weren't questioning anything. The main reason was that the result was so extraordinary. A Qin Continent science fiction work had actually won the Galaxy Award. As the host said, this kind of thing has not happened at the Galaxy Awards ceremony for several years. Down below, the chief editor of the science fiction department at Silver Blue Books, Tian Chun, who was representing Chu Kuang at the awards ceremony, was ecstatic, high-fiving vigorously with the person next to him. We've won the award. We've really won. Qin Continent has once again managed to win the Galaxy Award. Teacher Chu Kuang is amazing. Mars Rescue, Mars Rescue. Tian Chun couldn't hide his joy and scurried onto the stage to receive the award. After introducing himself, he didn't forget to do some promotion. Thank you to the Galaxy Awards for the recognition. Teacher Chu Kuang's Mars Rescue will be officially released tomorrow, and sales channels will be arranged in all continents. We hope everyone can support us. For a moment, all the continents were a little envious, full of envy and jealousy. Some had their eyes turning red, fingers tightly twisted together. The sci-fi of Qin Continent might not be the best, but what about the sci-fi from Qi Continent, Chu Continent, Yin Continent, Han Continent, and Zhao Continent? Now that Qin Continent has produced a winner like Chu Kuang, when will the other continents with weaker sci-fi also produce a Chu Kuang to help their continent win the Galaxy Award? The news quickly spread to all continents. After all, this was a global broadcast. Although there weren't many people from other continents watching the live broadcast, there were still some. Therefore, after Chu Kuang's work, Mars Rescue successfully won the award, the major sci-fi forums in Qin Continent instantly erupted. We Qin Continent have won the award. Chu Kuang has won the Galaxy Award. Oh my goodness, such joyous news hasn't happened in so many years. Chu Kuang Old Rascal is so awesome. Today I won't call him Old Rascal anymore, Daddy. In my Lifetime series, our Qin Continent science fiction finally has a work we can be proud of. Hug the old rascal and kiss him fiercely. I was shocked to see Chu Kuang's work nominated. When did the old rascal secretly write a medium-length sci-fi novel? And I didn't expect not only did he write it, he actually won an award. Damn it. Mars Rescue. Isn't this exactly the topic we discussed online last month? Everyone was talking about how to survive on Mars, and the old rascal hinted he was going to write such a work. He did it. I'm convinced, utterly convinced. Let's see who dares to say the old rascal can't write sci-fi now. He's even conquered the Galaxy Award. Surprise. Excitement. At this moment, the sci-fi fandom in Qin Continent is as festive and lively as the new year. Sci-fi in Qin Continent is far behind Wei Continent and Zhong Continent, which is a pain in the hearts of countless sci-fi fans in Qin. Sci-fi Circle in Qin Continent. Ever since Chu Kuang started writing sci-fi short stories, local sci-fi authors have always kept an eye on him. First, The Heartbroken. Then, Wandering Blue Star. These two novels not only triggered discussions within the circle, but even stirred up controversies. However, at this moment, the Galaxy Award being thrown in the face of Qin Continent's sci-fi authors, no one dares to raise any objections anymore because it's an honor that countless authors in Qin can only dream of. 5 years. Since Mr. Zhang retired, it has been a full 5 years since our Qin Continent last won the Galaxy Award. The last time Mr. Zhang won the award, there was an element of luck involved. After all, there wasn't much competition that year. Chu Kuang's win is incredibly valuable. His competitors were no pushovers. Today, someone from Qin Continent has finally won the Galaxy Award again. Without a doubt, Chu Kuang is the hero of our sci-fi circle in Qin. Hurry, hurry, call all the fans to buy the book. No matter what, this is sci-fi written by one of our own Qin people. This is an opportunity for readers in Qin Continent to pay more attention to science fiction novels. Science fiction, such an important genre, shouldn't be niche literature in our Qin Continent. The united front of sci-fi authors in Qin Continent. Everyone understands what Chu Kuang's Galaxy Award means for Qin Continent. Tribe. Blogs. On several major social media platforms, sci-fi authors in Qin Continent are speaking out, celebrating the good news. The sci-fi community in Qin Continent reacts quickly. The media circle in Qin Continent reacts even faster. Even though the award came somewhat unexpectedly, the mainstream media in Qin Continent still released a press statement at the earliest time. All Qin people were bombarded with this news. Good news. Chu Kuang wins the Galaxy Award. Qin Continent author Chu Kuang wins the Galaxy Award for Best Medium-Length Sci-Fi. Carnival of the Qin Continent Sci-Fi Community. Chu Kuang recognized by the Galaxy Award. Chu Kuang's new book, Mars Rescue, grabs the Galaxy Award. After 5 years, another author from Qin Continent has won the Galaxy Award. Chu Kuang becomes the 4th author from Qin Continent to win the Galaxy Award following Mr. Zhang. Xian Yu shines for Qin's music scene at the Blue Song Olympics. Chu Kuang adds color to Qin's sci-fi at the Galaxy Award. Boom. News bomb. Even Qin people who don't read sci-fi at all are shocked by this news. Chu Kuang. Galaxy Award? Mars Rescue? Has the sci-fi scene in Qin Continent risen? Chapter 1299, 1083. Chu Kuang. The Xian Yu of the novel realm. To put it simply, the people of Qin Continent are shocked. Everyone in Qin Continent knows what their sci-fi is like. Even Lin Yuan's mom, who doesn't read sci-fi, knows. Yet Chu Kuang, a person from Qin Continent, wrote a sci-fi novel and actually won the Galaxy Award? This is a world-class award. Doesn't winning this award mean that this Qin Continent sci-fi has world-class quality too? This old rascal is too capable. The people of Qin Continent were instantly uplifted. Tribe and blogs' hot topics were completely dominated by this news, and this fantastic news was spread word of mouth by the Qin people. The old rascal has attacked the sci-fi arena. The old rascal has hit the Galaxy Award. It's been 5 whole years since someone from Qin Continent got the Galaxy Award. Even being shortlisted has been extremely hard. Yet the old rascal's first mid-length sci-fi novel freaking won an award. South Xian Yu, North Chu Kuang. These words bind me. Xian Yu gloriously represented Qin Continent at the Blue Song Olympics. The old rascal added vibrant colors for Qin Continent with the Galaxy Award. This really saves face. The old rascal is giving Qin Continent face in front of the whole world. Ha ha ha. Still calling him old rascal. At least today we should respectfully address him as Teacher Chu Kuang. Teacher Chu Kuang, majestic. It's our readers' merit as well. We were the ones who incited the old rascal to write sci-fi. Never thought he would actually do it. Teacher Chu Kuang, we asked you to write sci-fi, but we didn't ask you to pick the Galaxy Award. Release this novel soon. Can I just buy it? It's been 5 years since someone from Qin continent last received the Galaxy Award. We absolutely have to support it. The Galaxy Award pertains to the honor of Qin continent. Not sure about other continents, but readers from Qin continent will definitely provide the utmost support. Even many readers who have never read a proper sci-fi novel are shouting to support vigorously. At this moment, Chu Kuang's readers are most emotive. Just as the readers said, it was them who instigated Chu Kuang to write sci-fi in the beginning. Back then, Chu Kuang made a bold statement that the genre of his new book would be decided by the readers. Everyone unanimously nominated sci-fi, just to purposely challenge this old rascal. After all, this old rascal had never written sci-fi before. Unexpectedly, he totally proved the readers wrong. Not only did he write sci-fi, but he freaking captured one of the top 3 most prestigious science fiction awards, the Galaxy Award. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin continent is celebrating. Of course, other continents got the news too. After all, it's really rare for authors from continents other than Wei continent and Zhong continent to win the Galaxy Award. Qi continent. Why isn't Chu Kuang from us Qi people? This guy isn't just good at various genres, but he writes each genre freaking well. Where does such a monster come from? Chu continent. People of Qin continent are too lucky. Having an explosive CNU in the music industry isn't enough. They even have a Chu Kuang in the literature circle who can write any genre. How come such a monster chooses to be born in Qin continent? Yin continent. This novel is going to sell like crazy in Qin continent. Not just in Qin continent. I am already very interested in this novel. Once the novel is out, I'll immediately buy it to see what kind of work can actually conquer the galaxy. Award. Han continent. Feels like Chu Kuang is to sci-fi what CNU is to music. This phrase sums it up perfectly. CNU excels in a variety of music genres. It seems like there's no style he doesn't know. This Chu Kuang is proficient in many types of novels, and it was already impressive with fairy tale, martial arts, fantasy, and mystery genres. But who would have thought he could even write freaking sci-fi? Zhao continent. Back when we of Zhao continent merged, Chu Kuang wrote a martial arts novel and penetrated our market. Now that Wei continent has joined the merge, he has started writing sci-fi novels. Is he aiming to conquer all continents in one go? It all depends on whether his sci-fi writing is as strong as his martial arts novels. If it's the same level, then the sci-fi authors in Wei continent are in danger. Every continent was abuzz with discussion. Even in Zhong continent, people were talking about this result. The influence of the Galaxy Award was greater than Lin Yuan had imagined. When he clinched this award, sci-fi fans around the world took notice of this novel called Mars Rescue. Silver Blue Books has started shipping today. Major bookstores have placed significant orders. Chu Kuang's novels, even without the boost from the Galaxy Award, already had a wide readership base in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao. Even the newly joined Wei continent had some book enthusiasts. However, after hearing the news that Mars Rescue had won the Galaxy Award, the spirit of the major bookstores across the continent surged, and they suddenly added more to their orders in unison. Silver Blue Books. The phones of the relevant departments were about to explode with calls from major booksellers. At 1,000 copies. Let's go for 5,000 more. New Cafe Bookstore is adding 10,000 copies of Mars Rescue. Universal Bookstore is adding 35,000 copies of Mars Rescue. Elegant Bookstore. Time Bookstore. Pinnacle Bookstore. Soaring Dragon Bookstore. When a major bookseller proposed to add another huge order of 50,000 copies, Silver Blue Books finally couldn't keep up anymore. There's already a lot of stock in the market. We don't recommend you add more for the short term. That's our business. Then I'll just tell it as it is. Our shipment capacity can't keep up. You'll have to schedule your edition for next week. Damn it, this is just insane. This is the drawing power of Chu Kuang himself, plus the impact of the Galaxy Award. The major booksellers have already predicted that this book will be a huge hit. The reality was indeed as such. Following the frenzy of the news that Chu Kuang's new sci-fi book, Mars Rescue, had won the Galaxy Award, the next day the major bookstores were immediately crowded with people. Blue Star's continents. Countless cities. So many points of book sales, all surrounded by large numbers of customers, especially the bookstores in Qin continent where queues were incredibly long. I want Mars Rescue. The one Chu Kuang won the Galaxy Award with. Me too. I'll buy 2 copies. I want 10 copies. Why are you buying so many? I'm a scalper. I think I can make a profit from this. That scalping is too shabby. 10 copies aren't even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. 3 copies of Chu Kuang's new book, Mars Rescue. Thanks. Give me a copy of Mars Rescue. And let's settle the bill. And he left. Please wait a moment. Staff are restocking. Hurry up, hurry up. We are restocking it by the basketful. Everyone's enthusiasm for the purchase is just too high. Yes, the enthusiasm for purchase was high across all continents, and it absolutely exploded in Qin continent, everyone wanting to see what Chu Kuang wrote to win the Galaxy Award. Meanwhile, those who had successfully purchased Mars Rescue were already unable to wait and had started reading. Chapter 1084, Master Mathematics, Physics, and Chemistry, and you'll have no fear traveling across Mars. Wei continent. Shenzong was engrossed in reading The Martian. As a renowned science fiction author from Wei continent, Shenzong was shortlisted for the Best Medium to Long Science Fiction Grand Prize at this Galaxy Awards. He had thought he would win the award. Unexpectedly, a novel from Qin continent snatched the grand prize away. Truth be told, Shenzong was somewhat unwilling to accept this. Shenzong believed that the other 2 shortlisted contenders probably felt the same unwillingness, which is why he immediately purchased The Martian upon its release to thoroughly understand where he had fallen short. This novel fit the criteria for a medium to long work perfectly. The story originated from the Wei Continent Space Bureau's series of Mars landing missions called Ares, the God of War. The protagonist, Mark, was one of the 6 astronauts of the 3rd landing mission. On the 6th day of landing, they encountered a huge sandstorm. Mark, unfortunately struck by an antenna and separated from his crewmates, couldn't be rescued despite their best efforts. His teammates had to return to the messenger spacecraft in orbit using the only escape pod. Everyone thought Mark was dead. After receiving the news, the Wei Continent Space Bureau held a press conference to announce the failure of the Ares 3 mission and the sacrifice of astronaut Mark. That was the setting of the novel. After going through the background introduction, Shenzong raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the story background of Chu Kuang's book would take place in Wei Continent. It seems that Chu Kuang was really targeting the readers from Wei Continent this time. However, this setting was not abrupt. Given the high level of technological development in Wei Continent of Blue Star, it could nearly rival that of Zhong Continent. Moreover, many authors on Blue Star do not necessarily use their own continent as the background for their stories for the sake of plot development, as the characters are unified across all continents, which is acceptable to readers from all continents. In addition, concerning the depiction of aerospace technology in the novel, Shenzong couldn't find any flaws. Chu Kuang's knowledge base in this area even surprised Shenzong, a science fiction writer from Wei Continent. After all, it had beaten him. Indeed, it had some substance. But just this level was of course not enough for Shenzong to be truly convinced. Dipping his finger in saliva, Shenzong turned the page to continue reading. In the book, of course, the protagonist Mark wouldn't die. He was impaled in the abdomen by an antenna, causing his spacesuit to leak. Oxygen crisis? Shenzong subconsciously thought this, but as he read on, he could not help but feel his cheeks burning with embarrassment. He was contradicted. Mark wouldn't run out of oxygen. On the contrary, Mark was worried about too high an oxygen concentration. One of the important functions of the spacesuit is to reduce the concentration of carbon dioxide produced from breathing. It first uses a simple chemical device to absorb carbon dioxide, and when the absorber is exhausted, it will automatically open a vent valve in a bloodletting mode. Although this gets rid of carbon dioxide, it also reduces the pressure inside the suit. To maintain pressure, the suit will automatically inflate. When the limited supply of nitrogen is depleted, it will use pure oxygen for pressurization. You must know, the concentration of oxygen in Earth's atmosphere is only 21%, which is comfortable for respiration. High concentrations of oxygen can burn a person's nervous system, lungs, and eyes. Shenzong naturally understood this. It's just that Shenzong evidently lacked understanding of this function of the spacesuit. Struggling back into the undestroyed hab, Mark finally took off his helmet and breathed deeply the air inside. Thus began the daily life of a human botanist and mechanical engineer on Mars. After checking all the equipment, Mark concluded through calculations. The food he had left could sustain him for less than a year at most, while the earliest ground rescue would not arrive on Mars for another 4 years. He had to solve the food problem. Reading up to this point, Shenzong smiled. He already guessed what the protagonist was going to do. There is a science fiction novel from Wei Continent called Mars Base Project. In it, the protagonist experiments with hydroponic cultivation of vegetables using his knowledge to create a food source on Mars. Chu Kuang's protagonist will definitely do something similar. As expected, the following plot unfolded just as Shenzong had anticipated. The protagonist thought of using hydroponic cultivation to solve his food problem. However, in the next instant, Shenzong's smile disappeared. He was contradicted by the ideas in this book again. In the book, Mark quickly dismissed the idea of hydroponics on the grounds that it requires a large amount of nutrient solution. The nutrient solution in the hab was nowhere near enough for Mark's experiment. This consumable couldn't fundamentally solve the problem. The correct solution for food on Mars was growing potatoes. Shenzong's eyes widened, because not only had Chu Kuang contradicted him, but the food solution in Mars Base Project was also negated by this book. And yet, Shenzong had to admit, Mark's idea was even more feasible, and the reasons he gave were impeccable. Without water, Mark utilized his chemistry knowledge to produce water. Potatoes were readily available, vacuum-packed, famously easy to grow, and quite productive too. Feces, urine. The fertilizer produced by Mark himself was the perfect nutrient solution for growing potatoes. Impressive. Having his face metaphorically slapped twice, Shenzong became serious. He wasn't angry, only marveled at Chu Kuang's vast knowledge. And the plot that followed left Shenzong even more in awe. Every operation in Mark's Mars survival was incredibly logical and feasible. The breadth of knowledge involved was so extensive that even Shenzong, the science fiction writer, felt his knowledge was limited. And Chu Kuang wrote this process with thrilling ups and downs. For example, during the process of making water, Mark overlooked the imbalance in oxygen concentration from his own breathing, resulting in an explosion. Or, when the potatoes finally yielded a harvest after a long time, an unexpected air pressure imbalance occurred in the habitat module, leading to the death of all potato sprouts. And by then, Mark no longer had the conditions necessary to grow potatoes. The food crisis reemerged. What to do now? Shenzong didn't realize he was utterly engrossed in the storyline, eagerly wanting to see how Mark would continue his journey of survival. In the continuation of the plot, a dramatic turn of events took place. The Blue Star Space Bureau's headquarters discovered that Mark was still alive. At the same time, Mark was also trying to contact the Space Bureau. He actually found a rover sent to Mars by Wei Continent Space Bureau decades ago, which possessed communication functions. The machine was malfunctioning, so he repaired it himself. This process wasn't glossed over. It detailed Mark's specific operations. For example, how Mark used solar energy and nuclear reaction technology to create his own transportation vehicle, and so on. A series of slick maneuvers. Shenzong was astounded by the display, and the imagination behind this book didn't stop there. Mark didn't know that everything he did on Mars was being broadcast live globally, and his communications with ground control were peppered with profanity and crude jokes, leaving the entire Ground Space Bureau bewildered. Science fiction component. Dramatic component. Both cranked up to the max. Even the character development of the protagonist Mark leaped off the page. The way he optimistically tackled the numerous challenges on Mars endeared him to Shenzong as a reader. Not to mention, there were scenes in the story that brought a knowing smile. For instance, when Mark found his teammate's music player, which only contained Xian Yu's songs. So, the music that kept Mark company through his solitude were Xian Yu's songs. Some of these songs, Shenzong had heard before. After all, Xianyu became world famous at the Blue Song Olympics, and many sought out his works for appreciation. As for the story's ending, that was the part that moved Xinzong the most. Mark's teammates took certain risks, with some possibly facing court-martial, yet they decisively flew back to Mars in a spaceship. They were there to rescue Mark. The novel didn't end in tragedy. After enduring great hardships, Mark successfully boarded his teammates' rescue ship. And with that, Mark had survived alone on Mars for a total of 549 Martian days. Awesome. His knowledge was so profound it could be described as encyclopedic. Xinzong couldn't help but wonder if Chu Kuang had worked at the Space Bureau. The detailed data on professional space machinery in the book couldn't be found just by searching on the internet. Yet amidst a wealth of knowledge, the novel never felt dull. The protagonist's flexible application of his knowledge was admirable, and his various savvy moves were so brilliant that he practically lived as the king of Mars. It makes one involuntarily sigh. With a good grasp of science and mathematics, you can face the universe unafraid. The entire narrative of the novel was nothing short of spectacular. There were thrilling moments. There were humorous moments. And there were touching moments. Having spent the whole morning reading the novel, Xinzong was overwhelmingly impressed. The Galaxy Award. Xinzong was wholeheartedly convinced by his defeat. Chapter 1301, 1085. Shadow became invisible again. While Xinzong finished reading the novel, readers from various continents of Blue Star also gradually finished the novel. After finishing, countless readers were astounded. Contrary to everyone's expectations of a miraculous unfolding, this science fiction novel, which won the Galaxy Award for Best Mid-Length Novel, didn't have any radically innovative scientific fantasy, nor any wildly imaginative ideas that would make people scream. The story was entirely grounded in the existing science and technology, written like a documentary. Solid. Hardcore. During the reading process, readers knew well that the protagonist was about to perform a one-man show on Mars, and even though they knew Mark had the protagonist's aura ensuring he wouldn't die, they were still thrilled by the ups and downs of various unexpected events. And yet the book wasn't dull at all. The protagonist's ramblings and the humorous style of the narrative constantly relieved the reader's stress. The story exuded a deep longing for the unknown and adventure, an optimism towards space and the universe. I am the king of Mars. Technically, Mars is my colony. They can transmit information from Earth to Mars, but can't extend it 10 meters further to the habitat. Space won't accommodate you. At some point, everything will get progressively worse, and when it does, you can only face it strongly. That's how I solve this problem. You either yield or fight back. It's as simple as that. You just start, make calculations, solve one problem, then the next, and the one after that. Once enough problems are solved, you can go home. I will be the first human to die on Mars. My last footprint left on the dusty red sand. Today, I am leaving Mars. Either die or live. The classic lines from the novel, whether from the protagonist or the author's commentary, always had a unique charm belonging to science and writing. Online. Hot discussions across continents. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, has finally written a truly heart-healing novel, humorous and quirky style, with an utterly playful protagonist. Is this the Chu Kuang we know? His protagonist is so unserious for the first time, even somewhat cute, especially when finding out that his experiences are being broadcasted globally. He even starts telling dirty jokes. This book has no villains, simply a space fairy tale. I used to describe Chu Kuang's previous books as very readable, but this book gives me a feeling of being very actionable. This old rascal's knowledge is too extensive. The incredibly realistic details make me suspect this is almost a real story that happened. I've forgotten how long it's been since I read a hard science fiction novel that I could finish in one sitting. Even without Sending Blade, Chu Kuang can move heaven and earth. I can't put down this sci-fi book. My first, second, and third time reading sci-fi novels, all given to Chu Kuang, who made me fall in love with sci-fi. Me too, as someone who doesn't read sci-fi. I found this one amusingly foolish. No wonder it got the Galaxy Award. A breathtaking plot combined with a mocking and optimistic tone, creating such an interesting and empathetic good story. Chu Kuang is the best sci-fi writer in Qin continent. Not just Qin, Qi, Chu. Yin, Han, and Zhao. Even the readers on Wei Continent were conquered by this book. People in Wei Continent didn't expect that aside from Zhong Continent and Wei Continent, writers from Qin Continent could write such good sci-fi stories. I finished reading the entire text with a shocked expression. I was reading it even while eating, got a scolding and education from my dad, and my phone was confiscated. But by dinner time, everyone was looking down eating, while he kept reading the book while eating. The author has such a pure heart. I never imagined science fiction could be so exhilarating. Regardless of the genre, this is essentially a fantasy novel that blows your mind. And to have such a logically exhilarating sci-fi author, we don't have one like that in Wei Continent. Who knew hardcore and humor could mesh so well? The protagonist can fix radios and grow potatoes, and at critical moments, he always uses human wisdom to solve problems on Mars. Here is the twist. He is also an invincible chatterbox. Damn relatable. I've become a fan of Chu Kuang. So have I. I've fallen for this author from Qin Continent. I heard Chu Kuang is as famous as Xianyu. As someone who was astounded by Xianyu for 18 whole days, I didn't get it at first until I read Chu Kuang's novel. Truly worthy of being named alongside Xianyu. South Xianyu, North Chu Kuang. Many people realized that King of Mars was written by Chu Kuang specifically to penetrate the Wei Continent market. Chu Kuang succeeded. Many readers from Wei Continent have firmly remembered his name from this novel. The phrase South Xianyu, North Chu Kuang has also been widely spread to Wei Continent. Studio. Jin Mu was incredibly excited. Following Xianyu, Chu Kuang has also conquered the Wei Continent market. The doors of Wei Continent's book market will now be open wide to Chu Kuang. What? People from Wei Continent only love sci-fi. That statement isn't entirely accurate. It's true that people in Wei Continent mainly love sci-fi, but it doesn't mean they don't read other genres. Moreover, reading habits can change. People from Zhao Continent also claim to only love wuxia before, and other genres somewhat struggled there. Look at it now. Chu Kuang's King of Mars is clearly sci-fi and has nothing to do with wuxia, yet people from Zhao Continent still enjoy it immensely, right? Because Chu Kuang has already opened up the market. Everyone has started to pay for Chu Kuang's works, even if Chu Kuang's works are not all wuxia. In fact, there are already people from Wei Continent buying his other works eagerly. Journey to the West, Ghost Blows Out the Light, Sherlock Holmes, and so on. These excellent novels will inevitably be loved by many Wei people in the future. Reading habits of Wei people will eventually evolve into a diverse appreciation for various genres. After all, it's not just Chu Kuang. When Blue Star begins the process of a great merger, the literary tastes and preferences across continents will gradually become more diversified under the influence of each other. The same. Many readers from other continents don't particularly love sci-fi, but now, influenced by Wei Continent, they are starting to give more importance to this genre. The only regret Jin Mu feels is the so-called South Xianyu, North Chu Kuang actually has another line that follows, shadow in the center. However, this statement lost its tail when it reached Wei Continent. Thanks to the Blue Song Olympics and the Galaxy Awards, people in Wei Continent now only know about Xianyu and Chu Kuang from Qin Continent. But they have no idea there is another figure called Shadow who is ranked alongside these two as the three brothers. It seems, quite subtly, Shadow has once again become the invisible among the three brothers. Chapter 1302, 1086, Doryman. Shadow is certainly not some nobody. Up to this day, Shadow's influence has long since extended beyond the world of comics. In the circle of tycoons, Shadow's influence is also terrifying. Didn't you see how many wealthy elites scrambled over Shadow's Painted Soul series? However, the outside world doesn't know much about this. After all, those who can access the Shadow Soul series are far from ordinary people. Not to mention that all of Shadow's classic comics have been turned into animations, and the spread of animation can far surpass that of comics. What about Death God? What about One Piece? What about Naruto? What about Saint Seiya and so on? Most of these animated series are still ongoing and have already become widely popular across continents. Who knows how many fans stay glued to the video sites, waiting for the latest episodes to drop, including the recent Xiaomai. Hasn't the comic become wildly popular? Jin Mu's inner Sneer that Shadow has become a nobody is purely because Xian Yu and Chu Kuang have been extra active recently, spreading their influence to the newly joined Wei continent. In comparison, Shadow's influence in Wei continent is much weaker. Without producing a work solely targeted at the Wei continent market like Chu Kuang, relying on the glorious past achievements in comics and the currently popular ongoing animations, it's natural that over time, his influence could also spread to the newly joined Wei continent. It just requires some time. In fact, a lot of such teasing has appeared online, mostly converging in the comments section of Shadow's tribe. Shadow, you've fallen behind again. Your bro Xian Yu has already conquered Wei continent. Your buddy Chu Kuang has also firmly established himself in Wei continent. Now it's all up to you. People in Wei continent are all chanting Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, not including you at all. Shadow, so should I leave? If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand it. I'd draw a sci-fi comic on the spot to conquer Wei continent. Ha 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 ha. Your Mr. Nobody persona is online again. Looks like Shadow being a nobody is a joke that won't die. What happened to Shadow in the center? The three brothers advance and retreat together. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu have both made a move. Isn't it time for you to step towards Wei continent as well? Shadow, have you seen The Martian? In The Martian, Chu Kuang and Xian Yu did a secret crossover, having the protagonist repeatedly listen to Xian Yu's songs, but didn't mention your comics in the book. They didn't include you in their play this time. Netizens teased each other. It's not about forcibly grouping up, mainly because the fame of the three brothers, Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow is just too great. These years, whenever one of them makes a move, the other two will be invariably cued by netizens. Just like when Xian Yu was dominating at the Blue Song Olympics. Weren't Chu Kuang's readers teasing in the comments section? Shadow certainly did not escape this fate, and everyone's having even more fun with it, since now it seems amongst the fragrant roses, one is missing. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang have both made a stir. Aren't you, Shadow, going to hurry up and show something? Of course, all these rumors are jokes, but in the end, everyone just wants to spur Shadow on to release another comic work after Xiaomai, because if he succeeds, it's the readers who get the ultimate enjoyment. At home, Lin Yuan is in a good mood. Following Xian Yu's rampage at the Blue Song Olympics, Chu Kuang has also spread his influence in Wei continent with the work The Martian. Next, it's Shadow's turn. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had a dream. In the dream, Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow appeared one after another, and even Ian squeezed out from a small corner, looking restless and ready to move. The dream reminded Lin Yuan, every alter ego should be developed evenly. The first one is Xian Yu, the second is Chu Kuang, so the third is certainly Shadow. In order to stabilize Shadow's hand, Lin Yuan even specifically released the cutesy comic, My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute. However, this comic was obviously not enough. The birth of My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute didn't stir up much of a storm in Wei continent. He should let Shadow bring out higher quality works, ideally targeting the Wei continent market a bit. So why did Lin Yuan suddenly become so self-aware this time? It's simple. Because Lin Yuan logged into Shadow's account. And because Lin Yuan saw the messages and teasing from the fans. At that moment, Lin Yuan could clearly feel the soul of Shadow inside him writhing wildly, as if it was about to burst out. Invisible? How long has it been since this meme appeared? This is like a stabbing Shadow in the chest. Do you know how hard Shadow worked back in the day to shake off the title of being invisible? Alright, it seems he didn't try that hard. Compared to Chu Kuang and Xian Yu, Shadow's presence is rather laid back, with the fans already accepting Shadow's slacker attribute. Even though this slacker can still carry the whole game, then it wouldn't hurt to have Wei continent remember to include Shadow when shouting the phrase Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north. Come forth, soul of Shadow. Lin Yuan instantly switched to Shadow mode. If I want to rapidly gain fame in Wei continent, I must bring out a heavyweight comic. Clearly, My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute is not enough. The question is, do I have any other heavyweight comics that could conquer the people of Wei continent in a short time? Lin Yuan began to ponder. Although a lot of heavyweight comics have already been released, thanks to Lin Yuan's habit of hiding cards, he still had some bombs up his sleeve. Got it. After hesitating among a few bombs, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. and he had made his decision. Blue Fatty. To be exact, it should be Doryman. Doryman, the cat-type robot from the future sent by its owner back to the 21st century, uses various futuristic gadgets taken out from his four-dimensional pocket to help his owner's great-grandfather, the elementary school student Nobita Nobi, to solve all sorts of problems around him, as well as lighthearted, humorous, and touching stories that occur with his friends. This comic will definitely conquer Way Continent. In fact, this comic has already conquered readers all over the world on Earth. Why did Lin Yuan choose Doryman from among several bombs? The reason is simple. Because this comic is science fiction. Though it isn't hardcore, it is ultimately saturated with omnipresent sci-fi elements. Anywhere door, bamboo dragonfly, all kinds of amazing sci-fi gadgets. People in Way Continent from a young age are immersed in stories with sci-fi elements, having a natural affinity for them. Coupled with the quality of this work, conquering Way Continent doesn't seem too difficult. After all, this is a bomb-level work that has conquered another world. Steady. Three brothers advance and retreat together, with Xian Yu and Chu Kuang taking turns to strike. Now it's Shadow's turn to make a glamorous entrance. Lin Yuan revealed a smile. The soul of Shadow burns fiercely. Chapter 1303, 1087, Let Dreams Shine. After making up his mind, Lin Yuan decided to start in a few days and rest well tonight. After all, creativity demands contemplation. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, calming the restless soul of Shadow, then continued surfing the internet. Maybe it's due to big data targeting. Or maybe it's because The Martian Rescue is really popular. Lin Yuan browsed blogs for a long time, most of which were about The Martian Rescue. While scrolling, suddenly, a blockbuster message popped out. Qin Continent Space Bureau even reposted The Martian Rescue from their official blog account, commenting, "We have reasons to suspect that Mr. Chu Kuang once had experience working in a space bureau." The description of aerospace technology in the book is so realistic that it's admirable. One can imagine how challenging the process of writing this novel must have been. It would have been even better if the protagonist were from Qin Continent. Right after, Way Continent Space Bureau unwilling to be outdone. Thank you, Mr. Chu Kuang, for the positive promotion of our Way Continent Space Bureau. We have arranged for all the staff in the Space Bureau to read this book, which has become their homework after work. And then, Qi Continent Space Bureau jumped out. Laypeople can hardly understand the difficulty of integrating this professional data and information. We hope everyone can pay more attention to our aerospace industry through this novel. Swish, swish, swish. Except for the aloof Zhong continent, space bureaus from various continents almost seem to have organized a campaign to promote The Martian Rescue through rave reviews. Liking the book is one reason. The fact that various continent space bureaus suddenly promoted Chu Kuang so vehemently is primarily to seize the opportunity to get people to pay attention to the aerospace industry. But Lin Yuan was still very happy. This scene was like an interconnection between Blue Star and Earth. Because NASA on Earth also promoted The Martian Rescue and even offered lots of support during the movie's production, both actively and without compensation. The space bureaus have exploded. The whole internet followed the buzz. Inspiring to see such high-profile official institutions like space bureaus helping Old Rascal to promote. Now that's real clout. So fierce. I suddenly remember Old Rascal's debut work, Prince of Tennis. It also stirred up quite a lot of news in the tennis world. Old Rascal writes so professionally. The space bureaus are right. Understanding so much professional knowledge is definitely very challenging in creation. Good heavens. Suddenly looking forward to Old Rascal's next sci-fi novel. Got hooked on this genre because of this Old Rascal. Bring on another sci-fi. Old Rascal's books typically get better as he keeps writing. If there's another sci-fi after this, it might be even better in quality than The Martian Rescue. Lin Yuan smiled. A next sci-fi novel? Writing is definitely on the agenda. Lin Yuan still has a lot of sci-fi works, but it has to wait until Doryman gets popular first. Otherwise, Soul of Shadow might throw a tantrum. As for what to write next, Lin Yuan has already got a rough direction. After recently reading some famous sci-fi novels from Blue Star, Lin Yuan found a direction. It seems that no one on Blue Star has proposed the 3 laws of robotics yet. Asimov might not agree. 3 days later, Lin Yuan arrived at the studio. Jin-Mu saw Lin Yuan and walked over with joy. These 2 days, many film and television companies from various continents have contacted me, wanting to buy the movie rights for The Martian Rescue, with Thunderbolt Entertainment from Chi Continent offering the highest bid and promising good terms. We can consider selling. There are also many companies inquiring about the rights for Wandering Blue Star. Leave that for Starlight. And the rights for The Heartbroken. Can you finish talking all at once? Finish talking. All right, that can be sold too. Chu Kuang has written a bunch of novels, and the film rights are mostly sold off. In recent years, there have been quite a few high-quality dramas and films based on Chu Kuang's novels. However, Lin Yuan wants to keep Wandering Blue Star. He might consider filming it in the future to add some details to the work and perfect the character development. Isn't there someone who said the character development in Wandering Blue Star is lacking? In the related movies, the character development of Brother Jing and Uncle Da is quite impressive, fully compensating for the aspects neglected due to the macro-level creativity of the novel. After finishing discussing the copyrights, Jin-Mu hesitated for a moment. Shouldn't you consider the new work by Soul of Shadow? I came exactly for this. The new manga has already been decided. Decided? What genre? Science fiction. According to Lin Yuan, if Doraemon is science fiction, then it is science fiction. Jin-Mu had a puzzling expression, seemingly not understanding why Lin Yuan also chose the science fiction genre for the manga. However, Lin Yuan did not explain and began working as soon as he entered the office. Seeing Lin Yuan start to work, Jin-Mu did not disturb him further. Very soon, in the office, Lin Yuan joyfully started drawing Doraemon. It has to be said, this is the happiest manga Lin Yuan has ever drawn. Because Lin Yuan has loved Doraemon since he was a child. Things like the Anywhere Door, the Bamboo Dragonfly, the Time Machine, the Memory Bread. Lin Yuan has always dreamed of having these himself. This is perhaps every child's dream. Lin Yuan even developed an interest in dorayaki because of this series, as the blue fatty in the manga deeply loves dorayaki. This is when the power of nostalgia appeared. Even though Lin Yuan could completely switch blue fatty's favorite food from dorayaki to jelly or even egg yolk pastry, he did not do so. It seems that if blue fatty doesn't like dorayaki, he is not the blue fatty anymore. As for the story setting, Lin Yuan chose Qin Continent, which did not matter at all. The stories in this manga, whether happening in Chu Continent similar to Neon culture or in Qin Continent resembling Celestial Dynasty, won't feel out of place. And under his pen, familiar characters appeared one by one. John, Shizuka, John, Xiaofu, Doraemon, and of course, the protagonist's parents. The character designs are very simple to the extent that even ordinary art hobbyists could imitate them very closely. Lin Yuan made the designs a bit more exquisite, somewhat approaching the texture of animated movies. But it doesn't need to be overly exquisite. After all, characters in this style of manga should be relatively simple, which helps young readers to accept them. Lin Yuan had a good sense of balance. While drawing, Lin Yuan also